objects in the sky that we can observe.
All over the place.
There are objects in the sky that we can observe from the Earth.
And what is that? What do we call the sky if it's not space?
You can call it the sky.
What?
It's just the sky?
Yeah.
What are all those white dots?
Lights.
Stars.
From where?
Up above.
You guys are trolling. You guys are globalists, man. I swear to God, you're fucking trolling.
What's a globalist?
Well, that's not what a globalist is. A globalist is a political
Jew
inclination, dude.
What the fuck?
Yo, I'm a Jew.
I'm a Jew.
No, dude. Yo, listen.
I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jew.
You mean globist, not globalist.
Oh, globist. Okay.
The only reason why we just say that, brother, wait, yo, chill, dude. The only reason that we say that they're lights in the sky is because we cannot validate what they are.
Because
if I was asked you,
we can absolutely 100%. Hey, we can 100% know that those are lights up there because we can see them lighting up.
They like LEDs or something?
Well, we don't know.
What are they? So I can tell you what they're not. They're not gas balls on fire inside a space vacuum. I can tell you they're not that.
How can you say then?
Well, how are they going to be on fire in a vacuum?
I have a vacuum chamber, and when I put water and rocks in there, it doesn't turn into a planet and start glowing.
But what are the dots? What are those not? Or what are those?
Well,
LED
you
lights?
tell us. What do you think they are?
Also, stars.
I think they're fucking stars.
Well, why do you think that?
So what is a star? Is that a gas ball in a vacuum?
Well, that's religion.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
There's no.
How do you have it?
That's faith. That's not tangible proof.
I just think y'all can't keep up with my intellect. I think that's what's going on here.
You said what's your intellect? Who's trolling now?
You just said that stars are on fire.
Mr. Glober gave up.
How do you have fire with no oxygen in a vacuum? How do you have,
they can't explain. How do you have that?
No, listen, Spooky, you sound like a flat earther, but you're like an esoteric one. You're making a bunch of claims that you can't back up. You understand that, right? I'm trying to get you off of that.
Somebody explain how you can have fire in a vacuum. Explain.
It's not fire, you fucking. Oh.
You can't. I have a vacuum chamber, and I tried.
Wait, what is it?
I tried having fire in my vacuum chamber, and it goes out.
Wait, who said it's not fire? What is it if it's not fire?
We know that to have combustion, to have fire, that you must have oxygen because that is the fuel, and then you have a
fire. What makes it? What is it?
Given oxygen. It's the same way that
fusion
works.
Oh, I can answer. I can answer him for what is it. We don't give a shit. How's that? We don't care what it is.
Nuclear fusion. It's nothing to do with fire.
Nuclear fusion to create what?
Then what is it? Y'all say you know for a fact it's not fire. You know it's a light of some sort. Then what kind of light is it?
Well, you said
white. Sometimes it's different color. It's different color depending on how you're looking at it.
I don't know. If it's not fire, I don't know what it is. What is the nuclear fusion?
It's not fire.
Well, if it's fire, how come they're not all orange? If it's fire,
I don't know.
How come they're not all orange?
You have to ask them. They keep saying it's fire and not fire.
It's not
yes,
fire.
we just know that it is not gas in a vacuum.
Okay. It's nuclear fusion, you guys say? So that requires a container.
Fusion, sorry. I apologize. I got retarded.
Yeah, it's okay. We understand. Anyway, yeah, that requires a container also. So where's your nuclear fusion container?
You can't. It's very hard to contain it. We're trying our best currently on Earth, but it's very hard to do.
Wait, doesn't Iran have nuclear weapons?
No, nobody has nuclear weapons. You have nuclear power plants.
That's not fusion. That's fission. Those are.
I mean, there's like quite a few people in Japan that would like to disagree, but okay.
No, there's not.
Nuclear power and fusion are not necessarily the same thing, right? You can you can harvest nuclear power through fusion or fission.
You can do it by fission currently. That's what nuclear power plants are.
And you can do it by fusion currently on a ridiculously small level because it's very hard.
I agree, 100%. It's really difficult, but
what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth, though?
Nobody said that. We're talking about stars, dude.
Yeah, they're not fire in a vacuum. There's not a container holding them so they can light up.
Well, the claim is that it's gravity, right?
Yeah,
Gravity doesn't make things. Gravity doesn't make things light up unless you're adding that too. Gravity now makes things light up. Gravity makes things, and gravity pulls things in one direction.
Gravity doesn't make anything light up.
Like Sheepdog said, let's learn the model before we debunk it. So
yeah,
gravity doesn't make
the
things
generic
light up.
modeling
But
of a star
extreme.
is that.
So shut up for a
fusion
second. You've
is
been talking for like
gravity
3 hours. Can you hold on for a second?
Yeah, so I said
Gravity doesn't make any of those things, but extreme pressure does. So in the globe model, strong enough gravity can create very strong pressure, which then causes nuclear reactions to occur. On Earth, when we do fusion, we obviously don't use gravity because it's very weak at the scales that we operate at. So we create pressure through other means. But Steelman-Their model, gravity of a large mass, creates very strong pressure. That's all they're saying. They're not saying that gravity is lighting things up like directly.
Listen. I used to have 2 cousins, and now I have 3.
What the?
Yeah. What the fuck?
He's losing it. You guys are losing it.
What is that?
You guys are making the flat Earth community look retarded as fuck.
You just made yourself look
you're making Globers look stupid, dude.
You got to Steelman the globe model properly.
I'm saying I used to have 2 Steelmen, now I have 3.
What?
So checkmate.
He's
liberals.
trolling. He's trolling.
Yo, Spooky, I'm just asking you to back up anything that you're saying.
Yeah, he doesn't know what we're talking about, so he starts acting goofy.
Yeah, he's
like,
a
you might know that the
idiot.
Earth is measured flat, but you're making a bunch of claims outside of that you cannot back up.
I can totally back up that I have 3 cousins. What the hell are you
I'm not
talking about? I got their birth
cousins
certificates.
thing,
They
dude.
were born in the U.S. of A.
You got to get him out of here.
What does
He gave up.
up
Just mute him. Get him out of here then if he can't handle it.
He's a Schrodinger's troll, dude.
Yeah, y'all are dumb as fucking shit.
As soon as he loses, he was like, I was actually trolling and joking the whole time.
Oh, fuck, man. I was trying to save his ass, but whatever. Fucking A.
He doesn't care. He's a troll.
I really hope he wasn't an esoteric flyer today.
He's not anything. He's just a troll. He doesn't believe in himself even.
Anyway, Peter did do a good job of steelmanning position. And so, like, in a manner of speaking, gravity does cause the stars to glow, but it's not a direct cause and effect, right? The gravity creates pressure of the gas, which causes the gas to fuse.
We know that it can't do that, though.
It brings it so close together, the fusion occurs, light is outputted as a byproduct. The same as when you turn an old light bulb on.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that gravity cannot pressurize gas next to a vacuum.
Or anywhere else.
Yes. It's never been shown to do that scientifically.
Oh, no, okay. I'm genuinely interested in not trying to be a dick in any way, same as earlier. What is the sun, if that's the case?
Not gas.
Not a gas ball in a vacuum that's on fire. I can tell you what it's not.
Nobody said it's on fire, dude.
Okay, so we
all
cannot make
Glovers think it's on fire, and NASA shows flames shooting off of it.
It's not. No, it's not. It's not fire.
Well, what is it?
A massive amounts of energy create light.
Is that not fire?
No, it's not fire. It's a byproduct of immense energy production.
Okay, it doesn't matter what they show you. They say it's gas in a vacuum, so it's not that.
Here, I can simplify
we know it's not a gas bulb in a vacuum. We already know that, so it can't be that. So what is it then?
Does gravity make the Earth a ball? Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
Over billions of years is my understanding. I'm not saying I'm right, but that's my understanding.
How many billions of years?
Just answer yes or no. Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
Yes.
No, it's not a ball.
Oh, yes or no? Which one?
Does gravity make the Earth an oblate spheroid?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, then let's go measure for the curvature.
I can't be asked, dude.
Okay, well,
maybe another night.
Why don't we measure for gravity? Why don't we test gravity? Because gravity's not actually
Brother,
tested That's why there's
Because
eight theories
if gravity is pulling everything to a center, then curvature would be measured on the surface.
Yeah, but if you
That's why we
understood that
want to measure the
gravity
surface.
if you understood that gravity was the force that is applied in the celestial or galactic realm, then you would then use it in the celestial realm. But we can't test that because we're not on that scale. We are in the molecular scale, which is ran by the atomic scale, and then further than that, which is on the nuclear scale. And things on the nuclear scale are ran by nuclear forces, and things on the atomic and molecular scale are ran by electrical forces, with gravity being 10 to the 37 times less powerful than electrical forces. So we don't experience any form of gravity in the beings that we are or on the planet that we lived in. Nothing that is on the molecular scale, anything made of molecules, anything like that, they are only controlled by electrical forces. So
yeah, but that's
gravity
not
is a
true. I
theory.
mean, is this a Glover speaking?
No, this is a flat earther speaking.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not doing a great job because that's not where the division is at all. So
that you can go ahead and search for it yourself and find the division of the different
yeah,
scales
but
and
that's
forces applied.
yeah, but that gravity does not parts of what you said are true, but the part about gravity in their model, gravity is universal at all scales.
Okay, yeah, but it is actually not. Like in the Glober view, in the
But I don't
Glober
think you've understood their model. It's universal at all scales. It breaks apart at Planck scales. That's why there's a need for, quantum theory of gravity, because it breaks apart at those scales.
Yeah,
so
there's four forces in nuclear understanding.
Yeah,
let's put it
maybe,
into
but that's not the
perspective. How
point.
about that, right? So when you have a force that is 10 to the 36, 37 times more powerful than another force, that would look like, for example, on the molecular scale, an atomic bomb or a nuclear bomb going off could devastate because the forces applied are 10 to the 37 times more powerful on the larger scale. Same with the electrical scale going to the gravitational scale. Here's the thing. It doesn't work backwards. Electrical forces do not have an effect on the nuclear scale. Gravitational forces do not have an effect on the molecular or atomic scale. It does not work like that. Me,
That's
as a
absolutely
being made
correct.
of
It's
molecules that are
negligible.
constructed of atoms, feels zero effect from gravity. Zero.
Because
that's
where
not
mass
true.
comes into it. Gravitational forces are only viable when it comes to mass. It's negligible when it's like atomic size and smaller, our size. We're nothing.
Wait, the reason you have bones and you have to stand up, the reason the organisms are structured the way that they are, they still have to operate with their weight,
But it is weight, but that's all from pressure and density, and that is all represented on the that's all represented by electrical forces on the molecular scale. You can take physics and literally see this for yourself, and you can test it. The only one that you cannot test is gravity. Gravity cannot be tested for.
All I want to know is if gravity makes the Earth a ball, then we should go measure for curvature on the surface. Plain and simple.
There you go, and we don't
That
measure
is true.
it to be a ball.
If gravity does not make the Earth a ball, and that gravity just means things go down, then welcome to flat Earth, because it can happen kinematically on a flat Earth.
So why can't that happen for balls of gas in the sky? I don't understand why you can.
Have you ever seen any gas ever form a ball without a container?
Brother, it's never been shown scientifically ever.
You can't see gas.
But you don't know what these things are in the sky at all. You can't go test at all anything about them, right? It doesn't
You can do it on the surface of Earth.
But
the
nobody
stars are not on the surface of Earth.
No, listen, because remember the claim is that Earth's gravity is capable of pressurizing this gas gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure known as outer space, that vacuum. So we can just use Earth's gravity to conduct the experiment using gravity as the independent variable. It has never been done.
How come hotter gases go up? Wouldn't the gases, it doesn't matter, they're still the same molecules, they're just spread further apart. Why would gravity not keep those ones down to the ground, even though they're still the same? The molecular structure does not change. The atomic
No, I'm not
structure
saying that
does
they
not
do. I'm
change.
saying that gravity has never been shown ever.
Exactly. Even how the way that a gravimeter or whatever they're called, a gravitometer, gravimeter, the way that they work is they test the electrostatic potential in the atmos around them, given a space. You have to make sure that they're perfectly like set and that you calibrate them first, and then it tests for electrical forces. It does a calculation and it spits out a 9.33 accelerating force.
Yeah, you said that the
So
other day, and I couldn't find anything about that. The gravimeters I
Yeah,
found were
that's
like
irrelevant.
super.
What's relevant is when you're talking about hot gases. That's what's relevant. They rise
Okay.
because the
It
more
doesn't
energetic
matter if it's
they
cold
spread apart
or
and
hot.
they're not as dense
Gravity
to
will
each
not
other. Therefore,
pressurize either of those
um,
temperatures
that's been
yeah,
proven.
adjacent to a
that's
vacuum.
exactly what we see. It does not pressurize any of the gases. Doesn't matter the temperature or anything whatsoever.
But that doesn't mean that they're not contained. Then maybe there's a firmament around or some sort of container around these other objects.
Well, the thing is, a solid state of matter as a barrier or container is the only independent variable verified through the scientific method to pressurize gas or gas gradient adjacent to a vacuum. That's the only one so far.
So why
We don't
is
mind
our
you.
air pressure 14 psi? We come back to this. Why is that
That
at
part
sea
doesn't
level
matter.
14 psi? It does matter though. Why is that
We're
the
looking
case?
for the
Why
cause.
and how is it? Why is it that? Why is it
We're
like
just
that?
debunking the globe claim of gravity as the independent variable for the cause of gas on Earth next to this vacuum. We know it is not gravity.
I
So
never
the
said it was.
globe paradigm also requires a solid state of matter so far. That's the only independent variable verified. Now, if anybody wants to propose something else, like if you want to say electricity is doing it, temperature is doing it, magnetism, whatever the hell you want to propose, that's fine. Just put it through the scientific method.
I'll be honest. I briefly phased out and thought about cars because I'm a retard.
What?
Just use the scientific method for the whatever independent variable you want to propose
Let me
for
put to you
gas
guys,
pressure
right?
gradient adjacent to a vacuum.
Why is our atmosphere at sea level roughly about 14 psi as we measure it?
Brother, that part doesn't matter.
It does a
Why
little
is it
bit.
that? I don't know. No idea. I couldn't tell you.
It's pretty important. Why does it get less as we go further up in the atmosphere?
Well, we know that a temperature variance can cause the gas pressure gradient within a container. You know, like
You
through
can
Charles' law.
also, I forget exactly what somebody said like 32 seconds ago, but there's a testable energy difference, or you can test the electrical potential in the area that we live in, and it's a consistent 100 volts per meter. So that means it's consistent, right? So at 1 meter you have 100 volts potential. At 2 you have 200. At 3 you have 300. At 4 you have 400. And the only way you can replicate that is by having two solid barriers, two solid objects, one where there is electricity coming from, and one where the electricity is going to, which would be the zero, the net zero, right? Because positives
But
attract
what is
negative.
when you say it's measured in volts? What is it? AC, DC? Because that's how we measure it as humanity.
I believe that it is DC. I believe that it is DC voltage that is tested. It's the same way that as the voltage difference, energy potential for the
Anybody else?
allows for the connection. I don't want to say it's connection. It's like the reception. It allows for the reception of the waves that are being given at that height. Right? You wouldn't experience the same thing on the ground. You would have to have some form of a insulated antenna that is not grounded to be able to receive those waves. So the same thing is tested in energy potential. If there was no container holding, if there was no solid barrier above, it would be an exponential rate. At 1 meter, it'd be at 100. At 2 meters, it'd be 200. At 3 meters, it would be 400. So on and so on. It would start to double. It would be an exponential rate. It would not be consistent how we test it. and you can test that yourself.
Okay, so
I mean, it also gets colder at higher elevations too.
How would I measure this voltage in the atmosphere right now?
Yeah, you can measure this voltage in the atmosphere with a unground. Okay, here, I'll link a video in side chat. Give me a minute. You guys can continue your conversation. I'm going to link a video.
It also gets colder with elevation as well. Also, areas that are colder, like Antarctica, have an average lower pressure. Because it's cold.
I will grant that that does make intuitive sense to me.
All right, if nobody else says anything, then I'm gonna go and unmute.
Hey, there you go. If you're interested about it, there would be a good starting video where you can get some information, and then you can delve into the physics behind the electrical forces that are testable. This is an observational video. It's not a. It is technically a scientific video, but it's not going to get into the detail that you need to learn to have an understanding of it. But this is a good way to show that it is there, that the potential is there, and that it is testable. You're going to have to do some research to figure out how you yourself are going to create a model to test it, right?
I agree. I understand. I'll admit, this just pushed my what do you say? Boundaries, let's say, perhaps limits, understanding.
I'm driving up into the mountains right now, so I'm going to lose service. I'm just going to leave before I lose service so it doesn't get annoying.
All right, brother.
Take care, dude. Drive safe.
Adios.
Oh, damn. Are we saying, Jimmy, that...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just asking what Jimmy was talking about, getting his boundaries or limits pushed. What was that?
No, I'm just hearing what people have to say, and it pushes my train of thought.
Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds like a good thing.
That's the whole reason I'm here. I could just be the standard dickhead that joins and, be a dickhead.
You're a Glober, Jimmy? You're a Glober, Jimmy?
If that's a derogatory term to say that I believe the Earth is round, then yes, but...
No, I'm a Glober.
Okay.
Yeah, Phase Ranger, why don't you ask your question in the VC, brother?
Say again, sorry?
I was asking if Phase Ranger wanted to ask his question on VC. I can read it out if you like.
No, I can read. It's okay.
He's just asking where the container is. Don't know. We just know that we need one. 2, what causes the gradient inside the container? Don't know, but we can find causes for a gradient.
not being a dick, my perspective is the container is gravity holding everything in a sphere, in a globe, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I don't mind whatever people want to claim, right? Even things like magnetism, gravity, whatever. Just take it through a scientific method, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Exactly
So that we
what I'm
know
doing.
that. Perfect. That way we know it is.
That's exactly the same reason that I don't try to disprove any religion, because I can't prove there's a God and nobody can prove there is. I think that's more scientific than just being an atheist, open-minded.
We have matter. Matter can't just spawn out of nowhere.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Big Bang, I understand the concept, but at the same time, why was everything just there?
I've heard arguments that people like to actually say that matter always has, always will, always will be, or whatever.
Yeah, I've heard it's a cycle, like the heat death of the universe, blah blah blah. Everything comes closer due to gravity, very long time periods, and then it all happens again. You know what I think scientifically?
What's up?
That even though I believe currently what I believe as a so-called globist, which is hated apparently, is this universe is so infinite that anything is possible, and then there's the multiverse theory, blah blah blah. Everything is possible. Maybe we're both right.
Oh, that's the claim. We don't know if it is infinite or even close to infinite.
Maybe one of us might not be right about our current plane of existence, but maybe it is elsewhere. Did you ever think about that?
Well, that's going to be something that's never going to be verified, because if we can't leave in the first place to verify that there are quote unquote other places like that.
No, I agree. And even though my beliefs, from what I've been taught, I can't verify it myself. I can give as much data as you want from sources that, NASA, blah, 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 but I cannot prove it. I can't. But at the same time, neither can you. But that doesn't mean there should be a rift between us.
Rifts are psyop.
Who said that?
Well, we just know it's not what they claim, because they claim curvature in their pictures, which is not present in reality, only in pictures and video. And they claim gravity, pressurizing gas, which doesn't happen either.
Sorry. If flat Earth was true, why lie?
Not speculation. No idea. They can lie because people are gullible. Because they want to have
Say
fun.
it's for money.
I think it's funny.
If they say it's for money, that's why they lie.
Could be. That could be a reason.
Grants and stuff. I mean, they explain it.
Doesn't mean that's it.
I mean, that's the main guess.
But humanity is thought the same.
Kind of the only explanation.
Humanity's thought about both sides for a very long time.
I mean,
both sides of what?
both sides of the argument about flat Earth and global?
No, they haven't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd actually agree with Tristan. Hasn't been thought of until you actually come in conversation or like a social media post about flat Earth. You don't actually think about how the Earth actually is a globe. It never even crosses your mind because you get told when you're young, and you just keep trekking on.
I
You don't give it a second thought.
I don't see that type of post sort of stuff. I'm very limited on social media, hence why I come here and ask the questions.
Well, fair enough. I mean, a lot of it's just making fun of flat earthers. I mean, granted, I used to do the same thing when I was,
Yeah,
or when I
exactly.
first came across my first post, I made fun of them as well. And then
Yeah,
here I
exactly.
am.
I could come in here and just, be a fucking radical dick.
I mean, I wasn't a dick about it. I just thought they were dumb.
Yeah, I know that,
That
but I
if you're
could be.
making fun of them, that makes you a dick about it, by definition.
I wouldn't make fun of anybody apart
I
from
would.
Stu.
Good.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. I wasn't really telling them to their faces that they were dumb. I was just thinking in my head.
That's basically flirting. Basically.
People have like all kinds of religious beliefs, and you wouldn't like, insult somebody just because of their religion.
Well, that's a different conversation entirely.
I think people deserve to be made fun of because of their.
Okay.
There's radical beliefs in the religion, in every religion, that are anti-human, to say the least.
So should we make fun of you for your silly heliocentric religion?
I think it's very anti-human, what I do, what I believe. I don't believe anything that's kind of anti-human. I don't know what you're talking about. That's what I was referring to. Anti-human beliefs. Discriminatory beliefs. Dangerous beliefs that cause harm. Get me? The innocent party.
I think the flat earthers would say that it causes harm to tell people that they live on a globe.
I don't know how. Yeah, I'd love an explanation of how that causes harm. That's fine. If you can provide one.
Who's a fuck unless you're gonna like go to space and be like, oh
Exactly.
shit.
I don't give a fuck unless it causes harm. Yeah.
Well, now I can't eat properly because I was.
Now all of the religion, all of the religions have at least one belief that causes unnecessary harm for no reason to people minding their own business and living the life how they want to live.
Well, I think you find, Strudel, that my tracksuit is part of my religious exercises, and that's offensive.
Your tracksuit doesn't cause harm, Jimmy. That's okay. It's fine.
Thank you.
I accept your religion. I think every man and child should be allowed to wear a tracksuit. Women shouldn't, though.
My religion is refraction. All hail refraction.
All hail refraction.
What if you're blind?
That's what you got refract. That they are blessed individuals because they got refracted so hard they turned blind.
Is that what? Is that
we
what it
worship
means?
blind people.
I stare into laser. I love laser. And if I went blind, I would feel quite blessed. Yeah.
You'd be a terrible cat.
Yo, Lats, are you there?
Nobody's gonna talk to you, dude.
That's
what?
That's.
Am I cutting out or are you cutting out?
You're cutting out.
I'll cut you.
You're a mother.
I liked when you guys were speculating on what stars are. That was fun.
We're not allowed to speculate. We have to be able to prove it. So, good luck.
Are you guys like interested in what these things are though? Like, you want to have?
Nah, they
It
don't
seems like
exist.
there's curiosity about like explaining these things.
Nah, they don't exist.
Well, the stars, they're definitely there.
Prove it. How do you know they're not just cut out? How do you know it's not just cutting out on a felt, dude? Think about it.
Then that's what I mean. Like, whatever you think that it is what it is. But
they're not stars.
We call them stars. That's not a claim necessarily as to what a star is.
Hold on. Are you saying you haven't asked them what they want to be known as?
Yeah, you gotta ask them. You need to know their identity.
See what the stars identify as?
Yeah.
Man. No, that shit causes harm. That whole transgenderism stuff. They're chopping little kids' wieners off and stuff. It's
They're
crazy.
Zayzems, bro. Leave them alone.
Regardless of what our belief differences are with Earth, we can all agree that that's a load of shit.
That's some bogus shit.
I fucking love that.
I'm glad people like spoke up and were pushing back, because it seemed like for a while there in the beginning, like they were just pushing it as rights for people, and I believe in equal rights for everybody, but you know, when people are acting crazy and it's harming kids, then you know, you can tell them that
Proud
they're
trans woman, I resent that. Sorry, I only identify as one, so I can use the bath. Sorry, my bad.
You can use it no matter what, dude or girl. Whatever. Oh fuck.
Haha!
I'm going straight to prison.
That's it. It's over.
In England, do they arrest you guys for that stuff? I've heard that in England that like you can't post on social media, and they'll arrest you for social media posts and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, but the people that get arrested,
Our government's a corrupt, tyrannical
British
dictatorship.
police, if you've got any sort of running ability, you'll get away. It's not a problem.
Yeah, they're mostly women, so it's quite easy.
You guys
good thing they aren't trans women, or they'd be faster. Gotta keep those
not quite as fast as a full-blooded man.
Gotta keep those trans women off the police force, you know.
Imagine that.
Exactly.
No.
They shouldn't be in male fields, to be fair. So.
Fuck.
Because they're women.
You guys
only
need
want
to
to
fight
treat them equally.
Bruce Jenner just tightens his bra and runs at you. Fuck.
You bum. He's getting you.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know if he'd run at you. I think it's more likely he'd run you over. When he transitioned, he inherited woman's driving skills.
Yeah, he's a police officer. He knocks you down, passes the fucking ribbon, celebrates,
gets in his car and runs you over.
Then arrest.
Pop culture reference.
Well, it's better than taking chase in a white Bronco, right?
That's not a pop culture reference. He actually did that. He killed someone. He killed someone. And then transitioned immediately after they killed someone.
That's pop culture.
I think it's just the news. I think it's a homicide, a manslaughter case. I don't think that's pop culture.
if I killed somebody and there was a risk of arrest, I'd rather have tits during the,
Oh yeah, because you
jail.
get a lighter trial. No, you'd get a lighter trial as well. So,
They send you to a women's prison. A women's prison would probably be better.
Oh yeah, that too. And you'd get let off lighter because you're a woman. It's a win-win. I'd do the same. I'd make an OnlyFans when I got out.
Is this what we're talking about now?
Yeah,
we're just spiraled. We're just spitballing. We just got through a conversation.
It doesn't matter what shape land you live on. It's just fucked.
Yeah, Earth is measured flat, and outer space is already fake, proven scientifically. So
gravity is fake.
Yeah, we could talk about whatever now.
Moment of silence for the globe.
I've got a fast car, but it might not make it out of the atmosphere. I'll try, but
You're gonna run into the container, brother.
Fuel's expensive. I'm in England. Jesus Christ.
You've seen Harry Potter?
He's British, I imagine so.
Yeah, I have seen Harry Potter.
So you know how they have pictures and videos of people casting spells and dragons and giant spiders and all that stuff?
Yeah, because it's not
giant
real.
spiders are real. The Australian.
Yeah, one of the ways we could determine that it's fake is because to get there, you have to pass via platform 9 3/4, which is a solid barrier. Right, so if you cannot pass through a solid barrier,
I don't
platform 9 3/4. No, you have not.
You haven't.
I've not been there.
Verify
No,
that it's a solid wall.
because it is. Because when someone tries to run through it, it acts as a solid barrier.
Who said?
Have you seen the movie?
You have to have magic powers to get through, bro.
Exactly. That's how we know it's not real, because the magic does not exist.
No, that's how we know you don't have magic powers.
Yeah,
Hold the fuck on. Are you telling me my 21st birthday party was not real?
Yeah.
That's right.
Who's to say it's not all magic? Like magnetic fields and electric currents and stuff. Like it's all pretty magical. Butterflies and babies and stuff.
The firmament's pretty magical.
Hey Dylan, did you give up on your dip horizon?
I'm willing to go back over the argument if you want.
Dip horizon.
I don't really want to rehash it. I was just curious if you gave up on it yet or not.
No, it still makes sense to me. I got banned from the home server because I was talking about it with Dagus.
I'll dip in your horizon.
When did you get banned? Yesterday?
No, earlier today.
Oh, no shit. Funny. I didn't even know we were on the home server this morning.
It wasn't part of VC. They got me in the Helio cult.
Yeah, I got you.
A step below the cognitive dissonance.
Why? What happened? What were you doing?
I just stated the premises and the conclusion. If you are on a flat plane, the horizon should stay horizontal regardless of elevation. That's premise 1. Premise 2 is on a globe, you should see horizon dip with elevation. Premise 3 is if we measure horizon dip, then we're on a globe. So the conclusion is we're on a globe.
Did you ever reconcile and understand that even if the Earth were planar, you would still have that dip?
No, that's the major issue. We were talking about it last night. People were telling me like that's not how it works, and my eyes are above my feet, and the ground is below me, and this and that. But to me, the horizon is horizontal on a flat plane.
Right, but what you're dealing with an optical phenomenon. So whatever's happening is happening optically.
Right, but here's the way I explain it. In the beginning, I was trying to talk about parallel lines and perspective, but the easiest way to explain it is when you look at eye level, if you're looking horizontal from eye level and you look down any amount, you're gonna that line of sight is gonna impact the ground. So you see the ground whenever you look down from horizontal, and whenever you look up from horizontal, you're gonna just see sky. So at any elevation, that's true on a flat plane. What's
I don't mean
wrong?
to be a dick,
What's
dude,
wrong with
but
that logic?
it's pretty obvious if you look down, you see the ground.
Right. If you look
I think
down any from horizontal, you're
I
gonna
think
see
your
the ground.
logic, yeah, I think your logic is okay. You just, I think the cognitive thing here is that we're dealing with an optical phenomenon, just like railroad tracks, how they, converge at the, at your point way out there. It's the same kind of concept as the dip of the horizon.
Can you explain how the horizon would dip then on a flat plane?
Give me a second here. I'm inside the grocery store.
Because all I was getting was mocked and insulted, and I don't know anything about perspective. Like, I studied engineering graphics too, and I think I understand perspective, but it's not even a complicated point that I'm making. You look down from horizontal, you see the ground. You look up, you see the sky. Like it seems pretty simple.
Sorry.
No, I totally understand where you're coming from. I get your point. I know your train of thought. I understand that. I'm just trying to.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to reiterate that, like I said, it's an optical phenomenon you're dealing with. It's not a physical, tangible phenomenon. So what you're seeing, it's just like it's just like railroad tracks. It's the same kind of issue.
Right, but
I asked earlier to see what the flat Earth perspective of what our plane of existence, let's say, looks like, and not one person could show me their perspective upon it. Not one.
Somebody posted something that was like a little GIF that basically demonstrated the point. As you go up, you see the horizon stays horizontal on a flat plane, and
that's not what I said.
like,
You'd be a fantastic politician. I asked to see. We've seen images of Earth from a globus perspective in space, but I would like to see it from other ideologies.
You mean you would like to see what the flat Earth looks like from high elevation?
Not just the high elevation, any perspective at all. We've seen what my I don't know how to word it. What people in my belief system see it as, because we've quotation mark seen proof. Not saying it's correct or true, but I am yet to see the other side of it as well. Even if it's just a render or a rendition, not real, because it's hidden, etc. But I would like to know what is believed. Again, I'm a visual.
There's different beliefs from what I've seen. Like in this community, it seems like there's nobody wants to settle on a map or a model of things. But
no, I'm not asking for settling on stuff. I want to know what people see it as. I can Google it, but it's very generic. You know what I mean? If I post a picture of what I Google when I look at it,
that's propaganda, Jimmy.
Yeah, but in their perspective, Strudel, that's what ours is.
But no, in their perspective, that's propaganda too. That's what the globetards told you to believe they believe.
That's exactly why I'm asking to see.
They don't believe anything. That's the point. Other than it's flat. That's all they believe.
Yeah.
Flat, nothing else. And it's based off what they can actually see in person. It's like,
yeah,
that's a very closed perspective on it, in my opinion. But yeah,
they say there's a container around the atmosphere. That's one thing that I hear a lot of in this community.
that's a positive claim, and they don't explain that, other than something has to hold the gas in. But that's also explained by the gravity model, so it doesn't really.
No, well, there's only been one
Counter.
scientific experiment demonstrating one of those, and I'll give you a hint: it's not the gravity one.
But they can use vacuums to keep in fusion reactors, reactions. So that is demonstrable.
What?
Like, no,
What are you talking about?
That is demonstrable. That's how nuclear reactors work. They use a vacuum to contain it.
In fusion reactions, you need a vacuum.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Like foreign gases or.
So you can contain gases with a vacuum.
Yeah, in a container.
No, the container's irrelevant. Nothing can contain a nuclear reaction other than a vacuum.
No, it's not. If
material-wise.
If the container wasn't there, you wouldn't have your nuclear reaction, dude.
Yeah, a vacuum doesn't indicate it's void of absolutely everything. Space is meant to be a vacuum.
What's containing that vacuum?
A Dyson.
You cannot have a perfect vacuum. That's a fact.
A container.
I'm not saying perfect vacuum. What is containing the vacuum?
A container.
Anybody have contention with that?
Space might have a container.
Space might have a container. We just don't know how big it is. It's very hard for humans to perceive infinity. It's very difficult.
No, I was talking about for what you guys were talking about
earlier. Use a lot
earlier.
of maths to dictate stuff.
That's a good concession.
I was talking about what you guys.
There's different
were
types
talking
map
about
of
earlier.
reality.
Very, very hard for humans.
That's part of reality, and we use it to dictate reality and manipulate reality to our will. Yeah.
I'm surprised that you guys don't think that it could be explained by the density thing, because when I had the argument with you guys maybe a week ago or longer, last Friday I think it was.
I wasn't here a week ago.
A week ago?
Well,
no,
we were talking about how you could get like why gravity explains the the atmosphere being contained, and I brought up that
it doesn't.
We know there's pressure increase. The pressure increases as you go lower, and there's very low pressure up at high atmosphere. Like in an airplane, for example, they have to pressurize the cabin. Like we can send up balloons and measure the barometric pressure up to like high elevation, and the pressure's extremely low at high elevation.
Right.
And so my question was, why doesn't the lower high pressure sphere just rush up into the into the higher atmosphere? Like why is
because it's a dynamic system. You were told this many, many times.
Right. I'm just going over the stuff that we spoke about last Friday, and so that's my point, though. If you have this density,
in general teaching, it is held in because of gravity, and the sheer weight of what's above it holds it there. However,
hey Jimmy, you want to give people the opportunity to speak instead of speaking over them?
I literally talked once, but okay.
My point was that
you talked right over the top of Dylan. You didn't even give him a chance to finish his sentence.
If I did, I apologize. It didn't seem that way on my end.
No offense taken. It's real quick. The explanation that was really given was that it's based on density, right? So that this lower pressure atmosphere is sitting on top of a higher pressure atmosphere because it's less dense. So I don't understand why that doesn't explain this vacuum issue, because if it's just lower density, right? It's not a perfect vacuum. Why can't it just be explained by density? That it's just stratified by density.
I don't fully understand your point. I do apologize. From what my understanding, gravity holds it in. The weight of the rest of the atmosphere holds it in.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm a globe model believer. I think it's gravity, but they explain density as being separate from gravity, right? They're explaining things falling down because they're more dense and going up because they're less dense. So I'm asking why can't that explain the atmosphere existing without a container if it's just density?
From what I understand,
you need gravity to explain the weight of dense things to me, but I'm just saying in their worldview, in the FE worldview of density being its own thing, why couldn't it just be because the atmosphere is less dense up there, and then the vacuum of space is just the least dense?
It's because
less
Sorry,
dense.
it doesn't exist, obviously.
No, it's less dense as you go up because there's weight on it. That's why our pressure at sea level is about 14 psi. There's literally weight because gas should be seen as a fluid. Like if you're in the water, you go down, there's more pressure on you. That's the same for our situation. It's a vacuum is. The vacuum is acting less upon the gases than gravity is. However, the further you go up, the less it is happening.
Vacuums don't act. Pressure acts.
Right, I'm not being 100% scientific. I'm just being generalizing. I'm a mechanic. I'm not a fucking scientist. I'm just saying what I understand.
No, I agree with you. I'm asking the flat earthers though.
There's a reason why we don't have like helium and hydrogen in the atmosphere. It's negligible compared to the rest. It's so light. It's so much less dense. It quotation mark float.
Hey, what were you asking, Dylan? What was your question again? Sorry.
My question is, why do you need like if you can explain the fact that the upper atmosphere is less pressure and the lower atmosphere is more pressure, and it's not rushing up into the upper atmosphere because of fluids are going to flow from high pressure to low pressure. If you're explaining that stratification as just a density issue, like why is it necessary to have a container then? If you can contain the high pressure of the low atmosphere with the lower pressure of the upper atmosphere just because of density, then you don't need a container.
I got you. I got your question. Well, every example that we have, right, in nature, in reality, if you have pressure, you must have a container. There's no example throughout history, throughout human life, where you can have pressure without a container. So the necessary antecedent for pressure is containment. That's why we say that.
Right, but we already acknowledged that there's no container separating the upper atmosphere from the lower atmosphere.
That's because we live in a dynamic system where it's constantly being rejuvenated and reused, and there's hot, there's cold, there's different pressures because of temperature, all those sorts of things. It's produced on the face of the earth. So I mean, of course the pressure is going to be greater where it's being produced.
Right, but you said there's no situation. It's never happened before that you have a high pressure that's not contained, right? But it's not. You're explaining that, well, it's because of the dynamic system. I'm just saying, why do you need a container then to explain this low pressure in the upper atmosphere not going away? Isn't it just density holding it down?
Look, you can do the same
gradient.
You can do the same thing inside of a terrarium or a vivarium. You can do the same exact thing.
Like I said, every example we have, it's a container. There is no example with any kind of pressure at all without a container.
But we just went over the example.
I can be provided a very, very small in comparison. The pressure we have, the pressure we have at sea level is literally provided. It gravity pulls it down. It's the sheer weight of the rest pulling it down that causes the pressure. It's weight above.
Seriously, Jimmy, you're talking over everybody, bud. You keep talking over everyone.
I'm trying to talk when there's nobody else.
But you guys keep forgetting to place a vacuum above that gradient.
Because the gravitational force is higher.
Okay, so show that in a scientific experiment. I'm not asking for you specifically. If somebody has done it, can you cite one person, please?
I can't cite one person. I'm not trying to cite one person. I'm just saying what I believe. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine as long as you recognize that
I'm only here to understand other people's beliefs.
Or even simpler. Even simpler, show gravity acting on gas at all. 1 iota.
Yeah, if I have an empty space, right, and it's devoid of any kind of mass, right, any gases or anything like that, and then I introduce gases into that space, it's going to directions, those gases, until it hits something else that's going to bring it back together. Gravity's not going to hold those gases together.
Yeah, thank you, Sheepdog.
I keep providing the example, which is the lower atmosphere and the upper atmosphere.
That's like 3 psi difference, dude. That's not 10 to the negative 17 torr difference.
Place that gradient next to a vacuum. Holy.
Yeah, but
well, here's the weird thing though, also, right? Everybody who comes to the flat Earth, they want an explanation for every single thing that they thought they had an answer to. But if the Earth is not curving, the rest of your story is wrong. It doesn't matter if you think that story sounds good. The whole story's wrong if there is no curvature. You no longer have the lunar orbit. You no longer have the orbit of the Earth around the sun. You no longer have satellites orbiting the Earth if you don't have curvature of the Earth.
I mean, there is satellites in the sky. What's keeping them up? They're there, dude. And the manufacturers say how they work, and you're just denying how they work.
Anything could be a satellite, man. A drone could be a satellite. A satellite could be attached to a balloon. All a satellite is.
How do they stay up there for months and months, dude? You need propulsion.
I'm sorry.
A balloon.
Was the end of my
balloon.
sentence interrupting the beginning of yours?
You can zoom in on the satellites. There's no balloons attached to them, dude.
So all a satellite is a radio repeater. That's all it is.
A satellite is anything that orbits Earth technically and doesn't just come crashing down instantly.
Yeah. The thing that you call a satellite, the thing that supposedly you get GPS from, all that is a repeater, a radio repeater. It receives radio waves and then it reconfigures the radio waves and then it sends the radio waves back out. That's what a repeater does. It could be any kind of electrical device that is a radio transmitter repeater in the sky.
We can see satellites.
Yeah, if you look up, you can literally look up, and you can
see the sunlight reflecting off of them, right?
No, you can literally get a telescope and zoom in on them.
You don't even need that. You can do it by bare eye.
Show me a satellite. Zoom in on a satellite. Show me a satellite.
Yep, show a picture of a satellite. Do that now, please.
Don't need to.
Well,
because you can't.
You've used the ISS images of you've used the ISS taking pictures of Earth, and people previously said it is there, it's unmanned, and they theorized that floated off of the electromagnetic pulse.
We don't
of the
say. We're
That's
not
literally
saying
what
that, man. You want
bunch
an
of you did.
explanation for everything, man.
No.
A bunch
Okay,
of you
so
did say that.
let's talk about satellites and
I've asked
whatnot.
the question
So
before.
even the ISS, they're still affected by Earth's gravity. They don't fall because they're falling technically all the time, but they're falling faster than the force that's pulling them down. That's why they don't.
Yeah, cool
How do
story,
you know
bro.
that? How do you know that?
Yeah, cool
Wait,
story.
how do they stay up if not that? Because there's no propulsion on them. There's no balloon attached to them.
There is propulsion attached to them. Actually, they do
Very
have to.
minor, but that's the correct course.
Yeah, they have to correct the course every now and again because they do. There is still an atmosphere, even as far as they are still affected by it. They literally. That's why they move so fast. They are falling around the curvature faster than they fall straight down.
Prove it.
Yeah, that's just a story. You have no curvature for it to fall around.
You asked me to prove it. But
yeah, you have no curvature for it to fall around.
Can you prove that?
Yes.
Send me the proof then.
All right, I'll link it in the chat.
That's fine.
Why, when you zoom in on the see curvature?
I'm not trying to disprove anything. I'm just here to learn, as I said multiple times.
I can't post in chat, so I have to post it for me. Who can post it for me? Hello?
Not me. I think you're a bit of a paedophile.
I'll post it. Send it to me.
This is a video of just a hobbyist doing it. You can have a telescope and do it yourself right now if you had one.
All right, I just posted it in the chat. It's Dr. John D. Windfarm. He is a PhD in optics.
What did you post in chat?
Where's his PhD from?
Well, he's an optician, so probably like fucking Specsavers.
Zero curvature at 12 miles out.
Can you post the link I sent you? Because you wanted me to post a link. Someone did.
Are you talking to me?
Anyone? I sent it to you.
You sent it to me?
Oh, I sent it to Show Me Data, the guy that asked for the image. Yeah, I'll send it to you now. But yeah, you can zoom in on the satellites and see them from Earth.
Yeah, send it to me, Al.
You can see the satellite from.
You can see them in detail, though, Adam.
Like you can. What's a fucking internet dickhead with the cars? What's he fucking Elon Musk?
Yeah, but you can see them in detail with a telescope and see there's no method of sustained propulsion. And there's no method of sustained elevation like a balloon. So how do they stay up there? There's only one explanation of how they stay up there, and it's the one given
Balloons
by
are
the
irrelevant.
manufacturer.
They're not going to work. That high up,
Unless you're choosing to believe it magically floats or it rides off the electromagnetic pulses of the Earth or something.
Strudel, that image that you sent with the ISS, do you know that image right there that's edited, like it's got like 100 layers to it? That's not just like a clean picture of the ISS.
It's literally a telescope zooming in on it, bro.
Yeah, how many layers is it? Did you look at that?
How many layers of? What do you mean? How many layers?
What they do is they take the image and they layer it about 50 to 75 times.
Images on top of images, and then
what do you mean by layering it? It's a live footage from a fucking dude. It's a live picture from a telescope. It's blurry because it's a telescope zooming in 1,000 fucking times, my guy. Jesus. It's a hobbyist. You can do it with a telescope right now. Buy one.
Well, I can't do it right now.
I have one, bro.
You have one, then find out where the ISS is in the sky, where they say it is, and zoom in on it.
I've done it.
You tell me you've never seen the ISS? You tell me you've never seen a satellite by zooming in on it?
I've never seen the full image, no. I've seen a light in the sky, and I can kind of make out a little bit of a shape,
But how
but I do
powerful is your
not see...
telescope?
I'd have to go look, dude. I don't know.
Oh, super powerful, dude.
Images. I've got pictures of Jupiter with its moons around it. That doesn't prove the Earth is a ball.
It proves those are balls, though.
Yeah, if you use that telescope and zoom in my window, you'll see balls as well.
True. But it proves Jupiter's a ball because you can see the curvature if you zoom in on it from far enough away, right?
It's not a ball.
And you can see the moon's curvature if you zoom in on it too.
Not properly. The moon is
Or is
elongated.
it just Earth that's flat? That would make that's fair if that's your explanation for that. Is it just Earth that's flat?
No, it's just your girlfriend's chest.
Yeah. Hey, to be fair though, if I go on my side, I can see curvature, so that owns the globe cards.
No, that's just your tits you seen.
It's my ball chin.
You fat bastard.
No explanation of why the other celestial bodies look round.
I really hope that we're wrong.
Curvature.
One of us, one of the flat Earth guys, goes to space. It's like sneaks a fucking picture.
Yeah, the lights in the sky look round, sure, but so do you could take chunks of take a couple chunks of mirror, like different shapes like triangles, squares, and shine light on that mirror against like a piece of cardboard, then take that cardboard and back up about 30 feet.
Here, but...
No, I'm not. I'm explaining something to you, and that triangle-shaped reflection on the cardboard turns to a circle. Things at distance, lights at a distance, turn to circles, just like train lights. There could be 15 lights on a front of a train, and when the train is all the way down the tracks, it looks like one big circle light. But when the train comes towards you, you can tell there's 15 different lights on it.
Jupiter aren't lights, though.
It damn well is a light.
What? No. You can see that it's not a light when you zoom in on it.
It looks like it's a
solid
light
surface.
in the sky, bro. No, you
No,
cannot
you zoom
tell
in on
it's
it,
a
you can
solid
see a
surface.
solid surface with the moon.
No, you
absolutely
cannot.
Can. You
You're
saying
lying.
the moon doesn't have a solid surface?
You don't know if it's solid. Have you been there to test if it's solid?
You can see it, bro. You can see the
You
craters.
can
There's
see
actual
things.
documented footage of a comet crashing into the moon. What are you talking about?
You guys shut up, bro. There is nothing like that.
There absolutely is.
Dude, you're lying right now.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are
That's
lying,
ridiculous
bro.
to say.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that you say
the
that.
way you guys have to think is the
You're
only
literally
thing flat is
lying
the
and
world.
coping right now, bro. You're
I'm
literally
just
lying and
coping.
coping.
What am I coping about? You haven't said anything.
You're just making up bullshit.
The only thing you've said is Jupiter's a light.
Yeah, that's all we can tell it is. That's
Let me ask
coping
this.
about you saying Jupiter's a light?
Let me ask this.
Why
Let me ask this. If the surface of the Earth measures flat, do you agree that whatever's happening in the sky only happens over a
measure flat?
Dude,
it does.
It doesn't measure
I
flat.
can't.
No, it doesn't.
Every time you speak, it just reminds me of the cop of South Park, and it cracks me up every time.
The shit about Jupiter, it's like a failed start. It's a gas giant, but it didn't happen. Sirius, which is the brightest in our sky, for us because we haven't been in space, obviously.
Yeah, a gas ball in a vacuum. Yeah, that makes logical sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, but the brightest star in our sky
we're so
isn't
far
one.
gone from measurements of the Earth. It's ridiculous, man. We're like in the imagination at this point.
You can literally see it through a telescope, my guy.
Yeah, nothing in the sky proves the shape of the Earth.
Okay, yeah, but that's fine. Just say that the only thing that's flat is the Earth that we know of. That's fine. That's all I was trying to establish here.
Okay,
Yeah, we talked about.
We also know that we don't sit inside of a heliocentric paradigm either.
No, but I'm saying it's what you can visually see. You talk about what you can visually see. I'm telling you what you can see and interpret.
Who cares if you can see the ISS in the sky?
I talk about the planets. You're not even keeping track of the conversation.
No, you're claiming that. You're claiming that the light. He's claiming.
Who cares if you
claiming.
can see planets?
Yeah, he's claiming that the lights in the sky are terra firma, hard rocks.
Lights?
Yeah, you're getting away from the Earth, man.
In our solar system, my guy, it's literally from Earth. You can see these things, my guy.
Everything in the sky is round, so
solid
therefore the
surface.
Earth must be round.
I
That's
never
the most
said that.
retarded thing ever.
I never said that.
I'm in a
not listening
forest
to the
with trees, so
conversation.
therefore I must be a tree.
You are terrible at listening to conversations, dude.
What would make us so special that we're not the same as the others?
Well said.
Because God created this one, Jimmy, obviously. Duh.
God created a flat disk or something? Just
Yeah, God created a flat disk thing. Or an infinite plane or something.
Can I ask you flat earth or something?
Yeah.
Have you
I'm
guys
not flat
ever
earth.
heard of the Bedford level experiment?
They probably have.
They probably haven't.
No, they probably have.
It was an experiment in the 1800s where some flat earthers were trying to prove that there's no curvature of the earth, but they actually proved that there is a curvature, and they proved themselves wrong. So
the experiment
you guys looking at
use precise measurements successfully demonstrating the Earth's curvature.
So, you got a source for that?
Google.
You got a source? Oh, it's no sources.
Why do you always jump to conclusions about if you have a source? Don't ask you in 2 seconds.
No, dude, I just gave a source. I just gave a source of the Bedford level experiment, dude, and he's just fucking pulling shit out of his ass.
Send me the link to your source.
Okay, 1 second. You should know this, by the way. Like, don't you do research?
Jimmy's not a flat earther either. He's just near talking to these people.
No, but I'm open-minded.
Look, listen, chat. Listen a second.
Oh yeah, Wikipedia, which isn't allowed to be used as a source in any.
Okay. So you don't like Wikipedia? That's crazy. It's a real experiment, though. I mean, you can Google it.
I know, but there's probably better sources than Wikipedia, which can be edited by the public. Come on, man. Just get a better source. It's easy.
Yeah, Wikipedia cannot be used in any scientific white paper.
Okay, hold up. Hold up.
Source. It's easy.
It's crazy.
Just look up a better source. It's easy. What do you mean it's crazy?
1 second. 1 second. It's crazy that you don't like.
No, just stop complaining about it.
It's crazy
no
you
one
don't like
accepts
Wikipedia. Dude.
No, yeah.
It's crazy.
The only thing you use Wikipedia for is like.
How about this? There's something UK for you. There's a historic UK.com for you. How's that?
Oh, very, very well known website.
That's better. It's better though. It's not It's as long as it's not a public edited document. Yeah.
Still the same shit.
On the
It might be.
experiment,
It might be the exact same thing, but just to be safe, because they're going to discredit you for using Wikipedia. I'm telling you how to be safe here, dude.
The Bedford level experiment was done by Samuel Broatham. They just claimed he didn't use refraction. That they didn't prove that.
How high above the water was he?
No,
5 feet.
the The sticks weren't perfectly horizontal, which proved that there's curvature of the
Let me,
Earth.
let me ask you this: was he on a lake or was he on a river or a
He was
stream?
on a flat river. It was a flat river that
It
6
was
miles
no such
long.
thing as a flat river. Rivers flow downhill, retarded.
They don't
It was
always
a
flow
canal.
downhill. They follow the path of
Don't
least
you
resistance.
read it?
Please get rivers correct.
Once
You
you
should
read
read
it,
his book.
it's
You
fucking
should read
good.
his book, Synthetic Astronomy by Parallax. That was his pen name.
Rivers
It
have
made you
flat
understand
points.
a little better.
Rivers have flat points. They do, absolutely.
Yeah.
They just find the path of least resistance. Sometimes it's a flat point, but it always does eventually lead downhill. You are correct. But not necessarily always downhill. Never uphill.
What about
Was
the
it
Amazon?
Very flat.
How much does the Amazon drop, or sorry, the Nile River drop for every 1,000 miles or 1,000 kilometers?
It depends which zone you measure it at.
Well, can you give me an answer?
Yeah, but it depends which zone you measure it, and this test isn't over 1,000 kilometers.
Give me any zone.
It's over 10 kilometers. I mean, I'd have to. Do you want me to measure the entire Nile River for you?
They
I'm just
already
telling you
did. Yeah,
a
they
fact.
did.
I'm
It
just
drops like a
telling
foot.
you. Yeah, but
Have
in
you
some
personally
places it'll
measured
drop a lot less
Nile
than a
River?
foot than others, right? Like millimeters, inches.
Well, it wasn't flat Earth when you
Have you
measured it.
personally seen the Nile
Right,
River?
I'm not saying that. Dude. I'm just stating a fact. Water flows through the path of least resistance, not
Have
necessarily.
you personally seen the Nile River, though?
Have you?
seen
I've
that?
seen the Nile River. Yeah, I've seen it.
That's just a
But
fact.
there's not
Just
supposed
Water
to
flows
be
through
there.
the path
How
of
far
least
away we've
resistance.
gotten from the curvature of the Earth?
Just using flat Earth. Like, have you seen the globe? Obviously not.
Yeah, well, you talked about the Bedford level experiment, and you don't even know what you're talking about. Like, can you steel man that?
So you're saying they're wrong?
I'm saying that he measured it flat, and the globe people said, "Oh, he didn't take refraction into account. That's why they seen the flag."
Refraction. It's always
Well, that's
refraction with you people.
no with you people. It was the globe
It's
people said.
always refraction, dude.
The
Always.
globe people said that Samuel Rowbotham didn't
It was
use
6 miles.
refraction.
It was
Right,
6
and
miles. How much refraction is there?
it depends on the
It's not
temperature.
much.
It depends on. What do you mean it's not much? It depends on the
It's
temperature.
not
It
much,
depends
dude.
on a lot of variables.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Refraction's like not that big of a
So how
deal.
much refraction? Okay, give me the number. How much refraction over 6 miles or 5 miles? Whatever.
I don't know. You give me the number. You're the one making the claim that it's refraction.
I didn't make the claim. The globe people.
You did.
Samuel
You did.
Rowbotham
You
measured it
said that
flat.
experiment is wrong. You said that
I
experiment is
said
wrong because of refraction.
no. I said Samuel
Said the
Rowbotham measured
globers.
it flat. And the globe people said, but he didn't take refraction into account. That's why he could see the flag. That's why the flag wasn't over the curve, because refraction brought it up. That was the globe's excuse, not the flat Earth.
Yeah, no, the flat Earth guy is being correct. You're mishearing him and you're misquoting him.
Yeah.
You are.
Did you ever read his book, Synthetic Astronomy by Parallax? That was his pen name. You maybe
Right, okay,
should. Like, if you don't understand.
Can we get to his
understand
conclusion? What does the test show in your words?
That
How does
there
it
was
show
no
it?
measured curvature.
No, the other guy, the guy that's saying, the guy that's bringing it forward. Let's listen to him. What was his actual point? No?
Eric? Yeah, I don't think he has a point.
Eric,
He
what
doesn't
was your actual
understand.
point? What does the experiment show? What was the results? What was the...
There's a curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but how does it show it?
Because he couldn't see the flag.
They did
He
see the
couldn't see the
flag.
flag? Is that
They
what it
did
says?
see the flag.
Does it say he
They
couldn't see
seen
the
the
flag?
flag. They seen the flag, and the globe people said you didn't take refraction into account. That's why you seen the flag. You should learn about an experiment before you bring it up.
The guy that did the experiment, who was a flat earther, literally has a diagram of the
Yeah, I
whole
have his
thing.
book.
I'm going to read
Read
the
it.
experiment now. See.
Samuel Rowbotham, aka Parallax, in his book Zetetic Astronomy. You can read about it. The Glober said that he didn't take refraction into account. That the only reason he's seen the flag was because refraction. That he didn't see the flag because the Earth was flat. He's seen it because he forgot to take refraction into account.
Right. It
That
was a
was
mirage.
but that's
Yeah, you
what the
could
Globe
still
people
see the
think.
flag. Yeah, you could still see the flag.
Couldn't see the boat though.
What?
You couldn't see the boat.
Well, the observer height was the same height as the flag. So what is the
It
difference?
was actually the observer height
It
was
was
actually
curvature.
higher than the flag.
Curvature, dude.
Can
The
you
line
see
is
6 miles with your bare eye, every bit of it?
he set
I
the
should be
sight
able
line
to.
at 4 meters above. Actually,
I should be able to if the Earth is flat, but I can't
No.
because it's not
You're
flat.
if you realize we have an atmos, right? Like we have air that you're looking through, and based on
Oh, there
certain
it is.
temperatures and stuff. If you took one sheet of glass, you could see through it. If you took 100, you wouldn't see the other person on the other side, right?
There it is. There it is. It's always the air. Can't see
Well,
through air, apparently.
you can see
Crazy.
through air to a certain respect, and then it gets thick. Like, do
Thick.
some homework. Jesus.
Eric, you're dumber than these people. I'm just gonna point that out.
No,
Yeah,
dude.
you don't
These
know what
people think
you
the
don't even know
Earth's.
what you're
They
comprehending
think
or
the Earth
reading.
is flat,
You,
dude. They think the Earth is
and you
flat.
don't know why it's round, bro.
I don't think
Dude,
it's flat. I know it's flat.
because why?
Yeah,
Why would
they
it
have
be flat?
conviction and they have reasoning to believe it, and they have what the evidence they think they have. You
I
have
just
brought someone
started
else's
this rabbit
evidence and you
hole.
don't
I
understand
just
it.
started this rabbit hole recently, okay? Because I found out
Okay.
there's dumbasses that believe the Earth is flat, okay?
So,
So
what life experiences have you had that makes you believe the Earth isn't flat? Like you've measured
I
the
mean,
curvature, you've felt the motion, and you've experienced gas pressure beside a vacuum.
you can
Like
literally
those
tell.
three,
This is gonna sound crazy, dude. This is gonna sound fucking crazy, but you guys are
you're gonna
fucking
look in the
crazy. So
sky, right? You're gonna look
Eric,
up in the
you look
sky.
yeah,
silly, dude.
how'd you know? How'd you know, dude? The sky
You're
is
making
literally a
them look
fucking
good,
dome.
Eric.
Shut up. Shut up. The sky is literally a dome, dude.
Jesus,
Okay?
dude.
Literally. It's a fucking dome. You can tell
That's what they
there's a
believe.
curvature to the sky. There's a curvature to the sky, bro.
They
You can
believe we
literally
have a
fucking tell.
dome. Eric, they literally believe we have a dome.
No. No, dude. No.
There's a container to contain the atmosphere. That's
No.
what they
There's a
believe. They're
curvature.
playing
There's a
into their
curvature in
belief
the
right now.
sky. There's a curvature in the atmosphere, just like there's a curvature to the
Yeah,
Earth.
but you're playing into
Yeah,
their belief right
celestial
now.
dome. There's a
Okay.
celestial globe, but
There
that's
it
it.
is. No, dude, it's a globe. We're on a globe right now. Why would the
Why?
government lie, dude?
Why? Because your
Oh,
grade
Why would the
4
government
teacher
lie?
said so.
Why would the government lie, bro? Why?
They lie
What?
about everything else.
Eric, what the fuck did you just say?
Why would the government lie?
Why would the government lie?
About a
Yeah.
flat fucking Earth, okay? Forget everything else like the Jews doing 9/11, but why the fuck would they lie about a flat Earth?
I want to bring something else that was mentioned earlier about
The government lies
satellites,
about
right?
everything. We don't know why they lie about everything all the time. That's not a good argument. Please bring a better
So who
argument.
believes? So who is making the argument that satellites they can see them?
See them with a telescope, powerful enough.
I've seen
Okay.
satellites.
I've
Here's
seen
a question.
satellites.
Here's a question about satellites. Why don't we make technology that we can use on the land that never needs maintenance, never needs like recharging, never needs fluid changes, never needs any of that? How come we can't? Like, who fixes the satellites? Do we send people up there to do it? Like,
They just crash down eventually, dude.
No, they send people up to fix certain satellites.
do they? Can you show
Like
me?
the
Can you
ISS
show me
is
that?
one of them. The
So they
ISS is
send
one of
somebody up
them.
there.
Like certain orbital telescopes, I know that they've tried to fix. But sometimes
Okay.
it's just cheaper to like
It
let
depends how
them drop
valuable
down
it
and
is,
send
but
up
yeah,
another one.
most of them are cheap and they just drop eventually because they run out of momentum.
But most are on balloons. NASA is the biggest owner of helium in the world for a
They have
reason.
drag.
They launch about 2,000 fucking balloons a day.
Yeah, but you can zoom in on the satellites and they don't have balloons attached to them.
You can't zoom in on this. Show me a zoomed-in satellite.
I already did earlier. You scroll up.
How can you zoom in on something that's going that fast?
I posted a video. I've told someone to post a video. I don't know if they posted it, but you can look at that if you want.
Telescopes
what do you mean
have
you can't?
tracking.
What do you mean you can't zoom in on something moving fast? What? Now you sound stupid.
Why?
You just said you can't zoom in on something fast.
Have you ever tried to zoom in on a bird with your phone?
Have you ever used a satellite?
Yeah, because I follow it with my hand. What are you talking about?
But you can't keep up with it.
Yes, you can.
Okay. You can keep up with a bird. Zoomed in on your phone.
Depends how far away it is. Yes.
The angular velocity that you're interested in, not the true velocity.
Because if you notice how turning on a circle works, you move faster further away, but you don't have to turn as much at the center point.
Okay.
That's literally how circle. What? Do
you not agree?
Do you not agree with wheels?
To track a plane in the sky.
KJ, are you trying to disprove?
No, I didn't say that.
Right. Okay. If you stand at the center of a wheel, right?
Okay, you stand at
the wheel was a kilometer.
Zoom in on an airplane.
Yes. Right. Listen.
Airplane and keep it in your sights on your phone.
Yeah, you don't have to move. Yes, I could do that. Yes.
Without it shaking, like zoom in as far as you can.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you don't have to move
I'd
very
love to
fast
see that too.
Because relative to you, because so far away, it isn't moving that far in your vision.
Okay.
Have you ever stand at the center of a wheel, and someone's moving really fast around you? You don't have to turn very fast to keep up with them, but depending on how far they are. And it gets
but when you move out to the outside,
further away they are.
No, you get thrown off the further away you are. Do you ever go into Gravitron at the?
No, that's not what I said.
Fair?
That's not what I said, KJ. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're in the center, right? Let's say there's a ring around you, right? And then, but there's what's the word? Spurs. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean.
First of all, let me make one thing straight.
Of the center
you said
wheel,
a wheel. You said
and it's
a wheel.
expanding into a wider wheel.
Is the wheel a globe? Is the wheel a ball, or is it a wheel?
Why is that relevant to this conversation?
Well, because the Earth, right? The Earth is the Earth a wheel, or is the Earth a ball?
No. The wheel, the metaphorical wheel, is you in conjunction to the thing flying past you. It's distance. We're not talking about what object you're standing on. We're talking about the distance. You're not actually standing on the wheel. You're standing in the center where there's a hole for you to stand in the wheel. Okay? You don't have to turn very fast. Keep up with the turning of the end point of the wheel. Specifically if it's really big, and it gets easier and easier the bigger it is. That's basic. That's super basic.
Yo, if the Earth is flat, where's the edge?
That's observable reality. Shut up, Eric.
Who says there's an edge?
Okay.
We don't know.
Yeah, you see what I mean, Eric? You fucking derail it, and you're leading to their points. You're an idiot, dude.
I'm sorry,
You're a fucking idiot.
I looked it up, and the current generation of GPS satellites have a 10-year service.
No, but dude, you can do it right now, bro. The thing I just said, where you can zoom in on a satellite and you can observe it on a smaller scale, you can do that right now. Right now. Go to the merry-go-round.
So I should be able to. How many satellites are up there?
Fucking thousands.
And they never bang into each other. And
yeah, they do.
Be able to see them all the time,
right? Problem where we can't launch anymore because we've got a literal graveyard of
they
satellites and fragments.
In a day.
The FAA.
And we're going to be fucked soon. We're going to be fucked soon, KJ. Yes.
Wait, we got a graveyard of satellite parts floating and debris floating in the atmosphere? Okay, why isn't there video of this?
What? Oh my god. Fuck me. Dude.
Yeah, I mean, if you show me video of this, I'll believe that'd be cool. Silence.
I'm looking it up for you. Will you stop being a pedantic prick? Why'd you have to be like that? I'm being polite. Why are you being like that? That's I had a nice conversation with you earlier. Now you're being a petty bitch. Why are you doing that? Is it malice? Are you upset?
Quit crying.
Wait, so what
Neil,
are
sorry.
we
Neil, you sounded like you were crying. I'm just saying.
What are we saying?
Oh,
We're spinning so slow.
He's not being
Are we
productive.
saying that we're spinning so slow that we don't know we're moving?
Yeah,
okay. What a child.
here's what they said, sheepdog.
Not
They
that.
said that you can zoom in on a satellite. Like I can't zoom in on an airplane and keep my hand steady enough to keep it in, but they can zoom in on a satellite.
I've never seen anybody zoom in on a satellite. The only thing I've ever seen where they claim they say they zoom in on something
it with
is the
radar.
ISS. I don't think anybody's ever zoomed in on a satellite though.
No,
the ISS
and like when
is a
I try to zoom,
satellite.
if I try to zoom in on an airplane with my phone to keep that on my phone, it's like I'm super shaky and it's getting out of my screen.
Because they use stabilizers and remote. I'm not going to deny them that.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
My issue is like when you look up pictures of satellites in space, you're just going to see a bunch of CGI stuff. You're not going to see any real satellites in space.
And again, who fixes them? Like if they can make these machines that don't need parts replaced and they can just go for somebody said 10 years. I mean, if you could use a car that didn't need any maintenance for 10 years, you'd be a billionaire. Why can't they do that? Take for example the Mars rover. Does that never need tires or fluid changes or CV joints or anything like that? It could just go from one extreme temperature to another. Like even
I
the Voyager.
don't pretend to know what the governments of the world have because for all we know, they could be using solar power to power drones and keep them in flight forever.
Oh, for sure.
Like I'm not going
You can't do that. It requires
But
more
these
and
are
more energy.
questions
The
they
higher
not
up the
can't
forever,
atmosphere you
but
go.
for extended periods of time. You just
That doesn't work in a
I
thin
don't
atmosphere,
know
though,
what
dude.
It's also just kind of a weird argument because we're always going on and on about how this such and such robot on another planet is fucked up, and it's sad because the mission failed or whatever. Like they break.
Did anybody Google pictures of satellites in space to show me a real picture of a satellite in space?
Hey, where's this debris?
Not in space. They're in high atmosphere.
I just want one picture, not anything but the ISS.
Acknowledge they're in high atmosphere.
It's the little technicalities that you guys want to pull like that, right? We say you can't
I know it's just
measure curve.
reality. I'm just getting a foundation of reality established.
Well, we don't believe in space.
Whatever you say,
exactly. I didn't say space though, did I? That's why I said high atmosphere. You
just
don't believe
like
in space.
whatever you think it is. Okay, we agree. Now show us the video.
I tell you what,
I already showed a
video
video of the ISS though. That is a
no,
satellite.
you want the space debris and all this shit. Like that'd be so cool.
That's highlighted by a radar. 'Cause it's so tiny.
Hey, Strudel, I have a video. I have a video of a satellite on a helium balloon being shot down by the U.S. president.
That's cool. That is actually cool, but I don't know why that's relevant.
Has nobody here seen the Starlink satellites?
How big are they?
Can't you only see those when they're going up?
How big are they?
You can see their state like a stationary
it's like a
net
long
structure
line
of
of
them.
light.
Yeah. You can see a stationary net structure of them.
I kind of hate Starlink.
Yeah,
their
the
lifetimes
funny
are
thing about the ISS satellites. The funny thing about the ISS, or not the ISS, the funny thing about the Starlink satellites, right? Reflection of light, right? You can see the reflection of
I'm gonna look
light
up a
hitting up.
video for you of zooming in on a Starlink satellite. Okay.
Oh my gosh, man.
I don't know why you can't just look up the video on YouTube, personally.
Alright. I'm back.
So how about instead of looking at the sky, why don't we look at the Earth and show me where it curves?
I don't know what
They
you said.
haven't
I'm
done
listening
it
to a
yet.
video.
Hello.
Oh no, that
The
guy
reason
turns
we
people
can see
down.
the Starlink satellites, right, is because the sunlight is reflecting off of them, right?
You sure? You test it for sunlight, or how do you know that? Or is it just a claim
I
that
mean,
you
that's what they
believe?
tell us, right?
So it might not be that
I don't know what you're
bad.
saying. I'm trying to look up the video that you requested, but
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
I'm not
The
listening, so I'm trying to look up
satellites
the video.
aren't
I'm
far
listening to a
enough away from
video.
the
I'm not gonna
Earth.
answer. Okay.
The,
Just so you
the
know.
satellites are not far enough away from the Earth to reflect the sunlight off of them down to you. They're
Well, someone
still
else
in the
can answer
shadow of the
that
Earth.
because I'm looking at the
That's
video you
facts,
request.
actually.
I can't
Yeah,
really hear you full
that
time.
was actually that was a debunk that they went over recently. Not
Here's
recently.
another
Sorry,
thing
that's
about
not even recent. That's an old debunk. Sorry, go ahead.
here's another thing about light. So the moon reflects the sun, right? And it gives about a 12% albedo effect. But every image we see from space of the Earth, why isn't it just like a big glowing ball? Like, why should you see it? It's all water reflecting sunlight. It has a 30 albedo effect. It's like 150% times higher, right?
Here's another fun fact about the Starlink satellites. When they go away, do you lose internet?
And
If they did go away, yeah, you would, but they don't.
it depends.
Are they supposed to be geostationary, Glober guy?
No, they are not
Well,
geostationary.
So then, if
you
they
could
go, if
triangulate.
they go away, you would lose signal, right? So
Triangulation, bro.
They set them up in like grids though, so that you have coverage over certain areas.
And magically, they have all these new 5G. Like, look how many 5G towers they built in the last number of years. Why do they need them? And did you know it's like 95% of the Earth's communications goes through undersea cables and not satellites?
Yeah, because they can handle a lot more data. You only need satellites to communicate with remote areas. Like anytime you can use normal fiber optic that we've been using for over years, that's what you want to use, not satellites. Satellites suck. I hate Starlink.
Why do you hate Starlink?
It's unsustainable. Their orbits suck ass. They all burn up after like 2 years.
what do you think about that?
I've got a video, right? You can actually see.
Dude, you're a fucking waste
listen,
of time, dude.
You can actually see satellites with your new Samsung phone that has a 200 times zoom function.
Fucking retard
I'll
shit.
try
No
right
one
now.
cares.
I'll send
Yeah,
you the
nobody
video.
cares about that retard shit.
Yeah, if you know where they are, go find
other
one. Yeah,
Glober.
absolutely, you could.
Other Glober. What do you think about that IPO of
I'll send it to show me
the
data.
SpaceX
As much as I
SpaceX
find his
thing? You
voice
think that's a
funny, he's a very
scam or
reasonable
whatever?
person in terms of
SpaceX?
his how he
Because you're saying
communicates.
the satellites are shite. So do you think the evaluation is shite?
Well, the service itself isn't shite. I just think like the infrastructure is unsustainable. I would rather just run more fiber optic cables than put up satellites. But yeah, I do think the IPO is going to potentially trigger the greatest economic collapse in human history. Hopefully,
In
I'm
human
hoping.
history,
My fingers are crossed. Yeah.
Why? Hopefully, you got a bunch of
In that
shorts.
world,
doing, like, all
I
the
reign
launches.
supreme.
SpaceX does like all the launches. Like there's nobody, there's not even like other governments that launch anything close to what SpaceX launches.
So
How could
SpaceX,
they?
SpaceX
They don't have the
launches
tech.
stuff and then brings it back down, right? Did it go to space? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it was in
Show
the
me data.
air.
Did you get the
Didn't go to
video?
space.
I think SpaceX had to like
Oh, you did, okay.
rescue these astronauts from the ISS at one point, right?
is the ISS in space?
No, there's no fucking astronauts in
Or,
the ISS.
or would
Sorry.
you say that the ISS is in low Earth orbit, like you guys said before?
Yeah, that nobody's ever been to space, bro.
Yeah,
sorry,
according to
I just
What
want
a
to.
childish semantic argument that is. What's a
Cage, I just
childish
want to go
semantic
back to
argument?
your other
Yeah,
point.
you
Earlier.
declaring as childish.
It's
You
code, man.
declaring,
That's all it
surface.
is.
you declaring as childish
You're
is so
saying you're on the
adult-like.
earth, on the
You're
ball,
such an
yeah,
adult.
right?
Such a
In my
smart adult because
argument,
of
right?
that. Shut up, bro.
You would actually be able to keep track of it
Bad
better because
faith.
it's rotating with
Bad
the
faith
planet.
guy.
But it'd be like sitting in the center of
Who
the
is the
wheel
guy
and looking one
grandstanding like
direction.
there's some sort of adult though? Who is that guy? He seemed like he had utterly
That's the only
fucking
point I
nothing to
want to
say.
bring up. But either way, it's still easy to keep track of. 'Cause it's far away mostly.
That was me. Just saying whether low Earth orbit is space or not is just kind of a pointless diversion, right? It doesn't
No,
make
there
any
is
difference.
no
It's not
space.
It's
and it's
not
not
yet
space. Yeah,
Hi,
for your
So that's
paradigm,
what a
it's not
globe person
space,
said.
but there is no
That's what a
space.
globe
Period.
That's what a
globe
globe person said earlier.
And as we know, several globe people are retarded. At least 30% of them,
Including the
like
guy
normal
talking
population.
right now.
So,
especially the one talking right now.
So you can't really take that. Like Neil here, that likes to make childish comments instead of actually adding to the discussion. In your circle, I'm sure you can
Like
acknowledge
you
there's plenty
add
of
so
retarded
much, like
flat
you're such a
earthers too
good
that
faith
ruin your argument.
contributor. Like this guy's a good faith contributor. That's hilarious.
Yeah, is that a fair point?
My friend, why are you so hungry?
Z, this is the mole people again. Z, go away. Shoot.
What happened?
Z, stop with the accent, bro. Come on,
What is
I'm
your
gonna blow
name,
your cover. I'm gonna blow your cover, Z.
Blow me.
He's trolling.
Blow.
Z,
Blow him.
speak normally. Come on.
Blow people.
Come on, baby girl.
Sounds like
Yo, what happened to the guy who was talking about SpaceX?
He dropped it for a
became this
second.
fucking retard and an Indian guy.
He's trying to hold a grin in.
So why do you guys think there's no space? I mean, you're saying there's a container
No
holding
one's ever been
the
there.
atmosphere. No, but I mean,
All
like,
the evidence is fake.
There is video, my friend. There is video.
It's the only
I'm just
thing.
saying
If you said there's a
something, right?
unicorn, if you said there's a unicorn and you just gave me a bunch of fake pictures of a unicorn, I'm just going to conclude the unicorn's fake.
Stop trolling.
Okay, whatever. That's all fake stuff. But
Not
you
you,
see
Dylan.
that there's stuff in the sky.
like
We
to
know that
That
as you
doesn't
go
mean
up in the atmosphere,
space.
the pressure gets low, right? Are the stars on the other side of the container?
I don't know.
What's on the other
No
side of the
idea.
container? How do you know it's a
Who
vacuum
knows?
on the other side of the container?
Who knows, honestly? But we know for a fact there's no people on the ISS. They faked the moon landings, and yeah, so no human has ever been to what you guys call space. It's never happened.
You
Oh,
could
and
say all that
obviously
stuff
they
is
faked
fake, but if
Artemis.
you don't know anything about what's up there, you have no claims of what's up there. Like you can't tell me it's a vacuum or not. You know?
Yeah, but like, there's a guy saying,
You can't until you go there.
okay,
Yeah, I agree. Because otherwise, any evidence that we
yo,
could give of
shut
that
up,
is disregarded.
shut up, you
Falsified,
drunk
right?
fuck.
The same way we
No
can
one
do the same
asked
to
you,
you.
bro.
But
No one asked you to interrupt me, bro. Now shut up.
He has right to
that isn't conclusive to a conversation.
Shut
We're
up.
using what we can observe.
Shut up in the middle of what I was saying.
The flat.
Shut up in the middle of what I was saying, dude.
I
All right.
got you,
So
McLeod. Go
to
ahead.
the Glober who asked the question, dude. You have to the Glober who asked the question, not the drunk Irishman. You have two decisions or two sides to look between. A side that says, yeah, we honestly just don't know, and another side that says, oh, it's this, trust me, bro, and here's a bunch of fake videos where we have actors faking shit. So I'm just gonna go with the side that we
Why
don't
are
know.
they fake? Why are
Yeah,
they
but
fake?
I'm not even talking about whatever the fake stuff is, right? We know that when you look out at the sky at night, it's black, right? And when you look in the sky during the daytime, it's blue, right? So the sun is causing the atmosphere to like turn blue, and we agree that that's the reason, right? The stuff in the atmosphere. So how do you know
Maybe
that
not.
it's a
Maybe not.
vacuum?
It could be a
Wrong, my
correlative.
friend. Wrong.
Could be a correlative relationship, not a causative relationship, because you've never had a daytime where there's just the sun isn't there. You've never been able to test that.
Hey, McMoon,
I'm
I
just
have a great
I'm just going over like what are the observables that we agree on, right? Because it sounds like you guys have no claim as to whether it's a vacuum up there or not. Like you can't say that it is space or that it isn't space. You could say the whole space program is fake, and that's your belief.
There's no orbit. There's no orbit,
you know,
right? So there goes all that.
Hey, how about this, gentlemen? Dylan, you know what? You know what I got? I got a claim. I got a claim that I've been listening to you guys for about an hour and a half, 2 hours now, with at least 3 or 4 times you guys brought up the fact that you guys are straying away from the ground, and here you are actually continuing to do so. So my claim is you guys are straying away from the ground. How about you turn the conversation around? Huh?
I mean, we're not.
Yeah, you
I can
kind of
explain
are.
why. Do you want me to explain why? Because I
Yeah,
don't
you
think
guys
you've
are
been
talking.
listening.
You guys
Can
are
I
talking.
keep?
No,
Can I finish
well,
what
I
I'm
am
saying?
There's a
listening.
group
No,
for
no,
IQ
I am.
point.
So now I
Yeah.
can't
How
finish
about
what
this,
I'm
right?
saying.
Oh, yeah. How about this, right? So you guys are straying away from the ground because you're talking about satellites, talking about stars and shit like that, and the alleged firmament, container, all this shit, right? Who cares?
Can I stress what the original point was then?
Nice non-addressal of what I said and just complete diversion.
The original point was
Complete
everything else
fucking
is
waste
round.
of
You can
time.
observe it as round in the sky, the celestial bodies, with a
Wait,
telescope
why
for
is this
yourself.
fucking bad faith
Why
retard?
would this
Like,
being unique would be
Exactly. More to my point that you guys are talking about shit in the sky. Dude, sober up and come back another day, maybe. Or just sit down and listen. You're fucking
well,
dumb.
whoever gave that advice, they should listen to him.
All right. Continue on. Anybody got measurement, curvature measurement? Like direct?
No, they don't. They only have like proven footages of them faking things.
So what would you qualify as a direct measurement? How would you propose we make a direct measurement?
I don't know. I mean, you guys apparently have it, right? How was it done?
You guys claim to have it for flat. How did you directly measure curvature for the flat Earth? Or lack of curvature?
Lasers were used, right? But is there a better method? One that was done maybe 2,000 years ago? Or even recently? I don't know. Apparently it's
You don't
done,
have to
right?
worry about historical stuff, right? Recent's perfectly fine.
Oh, I'm just bringing it up, right? Apparently it was done 2,000 years ago because it was proven that we're on a ball from like the time of Eratosthenes. But we don't need him, right? Because he's only got sticks and shadows, right? So maybe there's another method that was done more recently that was actually direct. Anyway.
What do you consider direct? So lasers aren't direct, right? Because you've got lots of variables you have to account for.
Fair enough. But in terms of like relative directness, let's say, right?
Yeah.
Relatively direct, then I'm going to look away from the ground and infer what the ground is doing based on shit that's not the ground. Whereas with a laser, okay, we're actually trying to find a height difference between point A and point B of the laser and the ground. So the ground is actually a factor, you know? So it's relatively speaking, right?
So why in all of those laser tests did they not find that height drop well away from the surface so that they didn't have to worry about significant impact?
What do you mean?
So if you stand on the ground and look across a lake or across water, the horizon position varies, right? So we know that there's optical influences. Well, why didn't they measure the drop, say 100 meters or 200 meters of elevation up, where those things don't happen? You can measure the drop equally as well from 100 meters elevation as you can from ground level, right?
Hang on, I'm not sure I follow, dude. I'm not sure I follow. So the ones that I'm aware of, they're between 3 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet off the ground or whatever.
Yeah,
And shoot a laser
horrendous,
horizontal.
right? We can
And on
see
the other
things.
side, and on the other side, right, where they actually measure, or rather where they have a receiver 3 feet, 5 feet, 15 feet off the ground.
Yeah,
They
so they
can
never
see
had a receiver that picked up the center of the signal. All they did was see the laser light, right? Which is a pretty bad experimental process.
Is it? I mean, I hear this a lot, but according to the geometry, you wouldn't be able to see it at all.
But there's geometry and optics, right? Would you agree that geometry
Yeah,
and
yeah,
optics play a
Of course,
part,
of
right?
course. No, yeah, exactly. Now factor in the optics. Okay, how much of an optical effect do you need to have the light bend around the curve so that it would reach the camera?
Well, it depends what the optical path is, and that's the problem, right? It's very hard to determine how much curvature is happening in those situations where the optical path is subject to potentially strong temperature
Okay,
gradients.
so you don't
Or in
know
the
it's
case of
actually
water,
going
you might
around a
even
curve.
skip
You don't even
water
know
physics,
there's a curve
right?
there, right? You don't know there's actually a curve there that the light is actually bending around. Then.
Yeah, so that's why you get up off the surface
Hold
to
on,
reduce those variables.
but here's the thing: where is the curve in the first place, to which it is being said, "Oh, the light is going around"?
Yeah, so if you go up,
how is that even determined?
How is it determined? Historically, it's been done by geodetic survey, celestial navigation, or celestial.
Okay, perfect. So let's talk about it. All right, let's talk about the first one, right? Geodetic surveying. What they do? What they do, bro?
So
what did they do to determine the curvature?
So they measure the dimensions of things on the surface. They also do some things like celestially as well in geodetic survey, but they mention measure dimensions on the surface, and then when they go to align all of their surface measurements, they won't. So you can't just measure angles and distances on the surface of the Earth and draw them on a flat sheet. They don't. They will not reconcile, and the curvature is determined by the amount of to reconcile the shapes, you have to map them to a sphere. You cannot reconcile distance measurements on the surface without doing that.
What dimensions did they measure to?
In the case of geodetic survey.
Yeah, what did they do? You use the term dimensions. I don't know why, right? But apparently so explain why you use that term, how it's appropriate, when all they're really doing is measuring angles.
Angles and distances. Angles and distances.
That's really, in reality, what they're actually doing, right? But then you map that somehow to something? What's the process?
So you've got all these angles and distances that have to be transformed down to they've got to be transformed onto a sphere so that the angles and distances can actually be made to line up.
Perfect. So okay. So why do you transform them onto a sphere? Because you think the ground's actually curving? Or is there, what's wrong? Is that like there's anomalies in the measurements that to actually make them connect, they have to be on a sphere?
No, it's not anomalies in the measurement.
Mathematically,
mathematically, the only way to make the measurement.
How do you get the sphere in the end? Like you just suppose the ground is actually curving, and then you line up all the dots, and they seem to fit. So therefore, all the ground is curving.
So that's basically it, in a crude kind of way, right? That the only and each local survey, so the US survey and the European surveys all had a slightly different definition of the sphere because all they can see is their local part of the spheroid. But they all have the situation where you cannot join up the dots, if for want of a better term, of the planar geometry without transforming it down to the sphere first.
Walk us through the process. The first guy that goes out says, "I'm going to measure, angles to things in the distance, right? And we're going to plot out these, these results, and we're going to get something that gives us an inkling into the nature of the ground." What's the process of the first guy that does this?
So first of all, they knew the Earth is a sphere before they started doing geodetic survey.
Okay, so then therefore this is actually redundant because we're looking for the first guy that knew a sphere and how that was determined, right?
Oh, I don't care about historical stuff. How they
okay, well, we need to know, right? Because you said they already knew it was a sphere. I want to know how they did that. You brought up geodetic survey, right? I was under the impression that was the first instance of the guy actually going out and determining it was a sphere. Now you're saying they already knew it was a sphere beforehand. What did the guys do beforehand to determine it was a sphere? Please, sir.
So all you need is a strong enough idea, right, that it could be a sphere.
Okay, so they didn't know it was a sphere. They just supposed it was.
Yeah, why not?
And then did what to confirm that, sir?
So historically, there's been experiments like, Eratosthenes' basic stuff was a starting point to determine the radius. By itself, it can't determine whether the Earth is a sphere or not, but an experiment like that, measuring the angles to the sun, can do two things. It can determine whether or not the sun is near, whether the sun is far, whether the Earth is flat or whether the Earth is curved. And
but
sticks
you
and
like you
shadow can
can't
tell us a
really
lot.
use sticks and shadows to actually prove it, right? Unless you suppose one way or the other. So again, sir, I'm asking for that instance where the guy actually did a thing to determine the ground was actually curving.
Well, so let's
Not
stick with the
performing a
sticks and
test that gives
shadows, right?
them, two different options. One of which, they would choose based on, sort of other biases or some sort of other philosophical leaning, right? I want to know the thing that determined it was actually curving, sir.
Okay, so let's stick with the.
May I ask a question, please?
No. Go
Why
ahead.
not? What do you know? Maybe I say something good.
Better than Daza? I doubt it. Wait your turn. Go ahead, Daza.
So let's stick with the Eratosthenes technique, not his particular experiment, but the technique of measuring the angle of the sun from vertical, right? So the shadow length, basically. So we've got a couple of potential scenarios we might be considering here. So one is the sun could be near, or the sun could be far, right? We don't really know. The other one is the Earth could be spherical,
Well, there's a problem.
or it could be.
There's actually a problem there. Sorry to cut you off, but you're creating like a potentially false dichotomy. We don't know if the sun is even a thing that actually has an actual distance between us and it. So if you assume it's an actual physical 3D, three-dimensional object in three-dimensional space that has, that you can actually like map out distances to using like Euclidean geometry and shit, then you can suppose that, but you don't know that to be the case. So to paint it as one or the other is a little bit, disingenuous to say the least.
Sure. You can reject almost any inkling you might have about the world around us.
Rejecting anything, dude. I'm just pointing out to you that by you painting
you're
us
rejecting
into a corner.
what most
Hey,
people consider
hold on. Whoa. I haven't rejected shit. I just pointed out that you painted a false dichotomy. Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna like throw me in a ditch because I'm rejecting a false dichotomy, well, I mean, so be it.
But you're creating a false dichotomy based on the existence of woo-woo, right? And
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Assume that there's no woo-woo involved.
When did I say woo-woo? The fuck you saying, bro? You're creating a false dichotomy by saying you have an underlying assumption that this sun is actually a physical three-dimensional object. We don't know that.
Everything else.
Do you know that? How do you know that?
So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So you can assume that, and I can see your line of reasoning. Okay, but it would be a reasonable assumption. Fine, but it's an assumption.
Yeah. So anything.
So if you want to assume that, so if we move forward under the pretense that this whole thing is assumed, then we can do that. But I'm not so sure that's really going to get us that far, dude.
Yeah. So that's a good point, right? We make assumptions, and we need to try and eliminate them or confirm them as we move along. And so in this case, I guess we're making the assumption that the sun is a physical thing, and it might be near or might be far, and that shadows are physical things that are caused by the sun, and they may not be, right? Shadows may not be caused by the sun.
I got that. But then let's cut to the chase, right? So if we look at one option or the other, Eratosthenes' method applied to the sun and to the ground, assuming that it's curved or it's flat, okay, and we get results in either with both cases, right? We still have to reconcile whether the sun is actually a physical three-dimensional object to actually make a determination of whether those two end results are even valid starting points to then continue our investigation. So let's jump to that and figure out whether the sun is actually a physical three-dimensional object.
What do you mean by physical three-dimensional object? Like, what is an example of something that we can see?
I have a ball.
Not...
Watch this, right? How about this, right? So here's the thing, right? So you know what I mean. We have a ball, right? Let's say a basketball. It exists in three-dimensional space. I can go up to it. I can take it. Can handle it. I can measure it. Can play with it. Whatever.
No,
I
understand that. What I'm asking is, like, what's the alternative? What is not a physical thing?
That's not the point, though. We don't know. So you first have to establish that it is an actual three-dimensional object, right? And then we can move forward. Okay, how do we know that?
Before we proceed on to whether or not the sun is a real thing or whether it's a figment of our imagination,
I didn't say that, dude.
We might
hold
as well
on.
have
I
said
didn't
that,
say it's a
right?
figment of
Because
okay,
that's
now you're strawmanning my position, dude. Now you're strawmanning my position. I'm not
yeah,
saying
you're right.
it's a figment of our imagination, dude. I'm saying that you don't know whether it's a three-dimensional object to which you can apply all these attributes to, and then operate, as it has those attributes.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Before we progress on to whether or not it's a real thing,
unless we can actually determine that, right? We can't necessarily operate under that assumption.
Yeah.
Unless we're of course going to acknowledge that it is an assumption, which defeats the whole conversation because we're trying to figure it out 100%, right?
Yeah. So let's acknowledge that the sun, what it is still an assumption. But from the sticks and shadows experiments, we can say that if the sun is a physical object, the Earth cannot be flat, unless there's some other physical phenomena about optics we don't understand, because the shadow length with distance does not align with a nearby sun on a flat Earth or a distant sun on a flat Earth. So we know that the flat Earth doesn't make any sense if the sun is a physical object. If the sun is a physical object, the shadow lengths and distance do make sense on a spherical Earth.
Okay, except for the fact that the ground may or may not be curving yet, right?
No, that's the thing, that the shadow lengths and the curvature line up, right? So you get a relationship between shadow length and distance from the sun that is in relationship with a spherical Earth. It doesn't line up with a flat Earth. You don't get a trigger on a.
Here's the thing, right? I'm not even going to entertain the whole sun thing because there's too many unknowns. But if we want to entertain your approach to it, right? Okay, let's take that. Okay, so now we have all these, the shadow length to the sun relationship stuff that you're talking about. Okay, this may serve as a stepping stone to then, reinforce the notion that the ground might actually be curving, rather than actually proving it to be curving. Correct?
Oh, yeah, it's not a proof. It's a reinforcement.
Okay, there you go. Therefore, what can we then do? Basically, circling back to to the beginning of this entire conversation, right? What can be done to actually determine the ground is actually curving?
Yep. So we could make other measurements. So, for example,
what was done? This is the whole point. I'm asking what has been done to determine this, because apparently it's known, right? And all we've talked about is things that would lead us to maybe suspect that it is curving, right? Yep. Except for the fact that we didn't actually dive into what actually made us know that it is curving.
Yeah. So we can also know that the rest of the celestial bodies, the stars, also behave the same as the sun, and that for anywhere we might like to go on Earth, there's a relationship.
So more of not the ground.
Yeah, more not the ground. Yeah. But we can also do it on the
more
ground.
of not the ground, right?
Yeah.
This is why some things do, because everybody's talking about shit that's not the ground.
Yep.
We dabbled on maybe what the ground might be in relation to, something that is not the ground, more for entertainment purposes, right? Or maybe as a stepping stone to further investigation down a certain path. Ultimately, trying to investigate the ground specifically, and now you want to spin away from it and go back to not the ground. Like, what's going on, dude?
So the other way we can do it then is look at other things on the ground. So we can measure the angles to very high mountain peaks and move away from them along a level surface. We don't get the trigonometric relationship we expect there either. Which was Al-Biruni, he did that effectively. So we have another geometrical measurement of angles that also aligns with what we get from the sun. So that's another reinforcement of both the curvature and the value of the curvature.
So what did we did that. What did this Al-Biruni dude actually do?
I think he looked at the horizon, but it works in both directions. You can look, if you walk along the surface of a body of water, measuring the angle and distance to a very tall object like a mountain. As you move away, you get a relationship that is not the straight triangle relationship that you would expect on a flat Earth.
Why would you expect a straight triangle?
Sorry?
Why would what do you mean? A straight triangle that you would expect on a flat Earth?
Yeah, so if the Earth was flat and you had a mountain peak forming the ground is the base of the triangle, the mountain peak is one edge of the triangle, and you walk away from the mountain. You're walking along the baseline of a triangle that is extending out. The relationship between the angle that you measure to the mountain and the distance you travel is not the simple triangle relationship you would expect. You get another factor which also aligns with the curvature you measure from sticks and shadows.
No. What would we expect if it was a flat plane versus what you're talking about?
So on a flat plane, it's a simple triangle, and you get the standard trigonometric relationship between the height of the mountain and the distance of the baseline. The angle is that trig relationship, but you do not get that trig relationship.
Okay. What do we actually get? Do you have any data on what people have actually?
But you get a relationship that shows effectively the drop with distance.
Okay. Well, if you don't have that, then we can't really go any further. I'd like to see the comparison between the two. And I'd also see.
This is why I'm not great at historical stuff. Like I was here yesterday and I talked for an hour and a half about GPS. So
right
that's
on. So it's good that we expedited this. Good that we expedited this then. All right. So here's the thing: we need the data. Okay. We'd like to see a comparison, or at least I'd like to see a comparison, and I'd also like to see how people have factored in the deviation of light through the medium in all this, and how it was determined that any sort of difference between what would have been expected on a flat plane versus what was actually received, how it was determined that difference is not caused by any sort of deviation of the path of light.
Yeah, and exactly right. So optical is a problem, which is why we're going to argue forever about this, because everything you ask me about Alberuni or sticks and shadows in the optical path, I can ask you the same question about the laser tests, right? Lasers aren't special. They don't have any different propagation characteristics. So based on this conversation, we can disregard any optical evidence, right? No optical evidence will satisfy you.
Not necessarily, because we know what would need to be the case, right, for the light to deviate a certain rate around the curve, as stated, right? And we also know that we can't necessarily achieve that in everyday circumstances, everyday conditions. Okay, so
some days you would see the laser, some days you wouldn't.
When do you not see it?
Well, I don't know. Did they do tests on more than one day? Did they use different conditions?
Of course. I've seen many tests.
At the same place over different periods under different conditions?
Good point. That I don't know. Fairly relatively close together as far as I know. Yeah. That's fair. But the problem still stands for the light to actually curve around the ball so that it forms some sort of radial arc to the surface, i.e. making it quote unquote parallel, not exactly parallel, but you know what I mean. At these distances, the conditions would need to be such that the K factor would have to be like in the high double digits, like consistently. Right. And we know those don't really actually manifest. You need kind of like, what is it? You need gradients of variances of 10 to 15 degrees over a span of 10, 20 meters or something like that, as per Walter Bislin's estimates or modeling. Like that doesn't exist, dude.
Yes. So Bislin's model, the curve calculus is a pretty simple one, right?
Yeah, it is. Well, it's not very simple. I mean, it factors in 2 or 3 of the necessary components, which is, actually not that bad, right? It's a good attempt, except for the fact that it's all theoretical.
Yeah, and we have the reverse problem, right?
Now, if it does, sorry to cut you off, but now if it does hold, we would need, samples of that, right?
Yeah,
but under no circumstance that I've ever lived through, do we actually have such vast temperature differences over such short distances?
Yeah. So just pop the link in the chat, which is a refraction simulator, right? And it seems to be able to produce reasonably good results for many common scenarios. And I think Bislin has a similar thing somewhere as well, a ray tracing model for determining visibility. But the flip side of this conversation is that on those days where you don't see the laser, and there will be days you won't see the laser, just like there are days that the black swan, you can only see half of those rear oil rigs. There's a burden to determine why that is the case as well. What are the optical conditions that cause that drop to be there? The apparent drop, I should say. And it's just as challenging for Flat Earth to demonstrate that, right?
That's fair, except for the fact that it is kind of a known phenomena called optical sinking, right?
Yeah. Okay. So you and DJ's spoken to me or chatted to me about optical sinking as well. What are the requirements for optical sinking equivalent to Earth curvature, and not just at 6 feet, but for optical sinking that will be consistent with the globe prediction, which is the basically determined by the radius. So as you go up from 10 feet, 20 feet, 1 kilometre, 10 kilometres, or 100, you get a drop in the horizon and you get the sinking effect. What atmospheric conditions can explain that from sea level to 10,000 metres?
What do you mean 10,000 meters?
So you get
optical
sinking at
10,000 meters?
The horizon drops at 10,000 meters, right? So the angle to the horizon is dropping with this sinking, right? And you need to
or
be
is
able
it
to
just
explain
dropping
it.
because you're higher?
Well, if
right?
you're higher, why
like
is
saying,
the horizon a physical thing?
It sounds like, is it? Who said that?
Well, can you show that another reason for the horizon being in front of you when you can see things behind it?
What?
So say for example,
I'm not talking about 100
you go
feet
down
up.
to the beach.
You're trying to posit that what I'm saying needs to be consistent across all these things, all these different distances. I'm not making a claim to any of them. I haven't even seen what you're talking about. Now I have to defend? Like, I don't understand.
Well, that's the challenge with Flat Earth, right? That you never actually present anything to defend. You're always saying, oh, it can't be globe, can't be globe, can't be globe. But you never actually are able to present something to say it's definitely flat.
Well, what we're talking about has already been presented. I don't have it on hand, but you know what I'm talking about. You've already been presented it.
And
right?
It doesn't prove that it's flat because none of these optical observations can be explained from a flat Earth perspective, right?
Right? Like, what do you mean, right? You're asking me.
Yeah. So and that's the challenge that you have as a flat earther is to show that the normal curved Earth case can be represented on a flat Earth.
But you're asserting that they can't be. How come?
Because there's no physically understood optical phenomena that can explain it.
Explain what?
The normal curvature that we see when we measure things on the horizon.
What do you mean normal curvature? Like everyday curvature? What curvature?
Yeah, average curvature over time at a given position.
Like what? Give us an example, please.
So we have the concept of standard refraction, right? It's used in surveying and various other things, which is nominal atmospheric conditions that give just a slightly flatter Earth than the actual physical radius, the 7-star thing. And that exists, right? So if you make observations over a wide range of conditions where there aren't extreme temperature gradients or temperature inversions, you can pretty safely say that the 7-6R thing is a ballpark estimate of what refraction is normally like. And the challenge becomes to explain why it's normally like that.
I mean, there's a problem with it, though. It begs the question that it's actually a ball in the first place, right? Now, if someone were to present some sort of variable or coefficient, right, that was derived solely based on the variables the contingent variables that contribute to it, that contribute to the phenomena? That would be interesting to look at. But the K values that I've seen, they're all, some small r or r prime divided by r, which is an assumed radius in the first place. Not, this K value x is derived from, temperature gradient T and humidity gradient H and pressure gradient P, or delta P, delta H, delta T over distance D, or some variation thereof. I haven't seen that, dude. So what value is this K?
Yeah, and that's the thing, K is a fairly simplistic model, right? So looking at more sophisticated physical models,
why are we
for
using
example, ray tracing models, right?
Yeah, but hold on. Why are we using it if we know that it begs the question?
Because we don't give a fuck in practice whether it begs the question or not, because it works, right? It's a practical working model.
Yeah, sure. In practice,
it's not a philosophical argument. It's a practical working value.
Okay, but is this an argument from practicality?
No, this is not an argument about practicality. This is an argument about whether or not we can believe any evidence that we may have.
But this evidence, again, it begs the question.
Okay, well, let's pick some evidence that doesn't beg the question.
Or rather the variable, right, used in calculating some of this stuff that you're putting forth as evidence begs the question. I should have said it like that, rather.
Okay, so so here's a few things about light propagation through air. We can measure the refractive index as a function of temperature and pressure, and other factors as well. We can model very reliably the path of light through a refractive gradient. So, using ray tracing techniques that don't involve K, just using the pure refractive index of air at any given point, we can model the refracted path of light. And under certain uniform kind of conditions, that's where things like K and your other common constants will pop out, that they will align with that. We can also model more complicated scenarios like temperature inversions, extreme temperature gradients, and things like that cause inverted mirages and all those other weird optical phenomena. And the ray tracing is not dependent on R. It's only dependent on the gradient in the refractive index at any point.
Okay, so you're talking about so you're putting forth a way to calculate the refractive index or the K coefficient without actually assuming the R value radius of the Earth.
Yeah. So we're not calculating a bend rate that these constants often use. We can use the refractive index to actually calculate the path of the light through space, three-dimensional.
Can you provide that, please? I've never seen that.
Yeah, so I just put a link up before. So there's one there from Metabunk. Mick West has one. Walter Bislin actually discusses this at length on his website as well, and he may have a ray tracer as well. And a lot of these. Sorry, you dropped out.
Sorry, I was just saying, where did you post it? But I found it. It's okay.
I'll put it again. I think I've seen my clipboard here.
I got it. 9 minutes past the hour.
Yep. So there's lots of modeling based just purely on the refractive properties of air. And the Mick West one is interesting because you can do it over a flat Earth. And it's worth playing with because you'll find it very challenging to replicate any normal globe scenarios over a flat Earth because you can't produce a temperature gradient that can physically be modeled to give you what you're after.
Sorry, just so you know, to be fair, full disclosure, is anybody able to play with that simulator on a desktop? I'm on my phone and it does not render in the browser very well.
Yeah, that doesn't play well with small screens. Even laptop screens can be a pain in the ass. You need a large screen.
If anyone's able to fiddle around with that, if you so choose, I can't. But what I do see right on the landing page is he's got a curved ground in the simulation, right?
Yeah. There's a tick box just below almost the first tick box is flat Earth, and that takes away the curvature.
There we go.
And simulates the ray tracing over a thing.
Very good. Okay. Well, I'll have to look into this.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? So we know more about refraction than simple K values. And the other thing that's not clearly illustrated there, but I think Ruhif has he collected like 4 gigabytes of balloon altimetry data measuring pressure and temperature and humidity, and he used that to calculate the refractive index of air at a given point and plotted a graph. And what you see is that for the first few hundred meters, the variability is massive. You can go, and there's enough refractive gradients in the first, particularly in the first 10 or 20 meters, to make the Earth look anything from concave to flat through to much smaller radius than we get now. So the variability is massive. But once you get up to 500, 600 meters, the variability is small, and the probability of being able to have a refractive condition at 500 meters that can show the Earth as being flat is very, very low. It's interesting.
Right on. Okay. Well, I'd like to see that be put forth at some point. Again, I can't look at the simulator at the moment just because of the nature of my device here. But yeah, we'll continue this one. If anyone's got something to mention on this, please go ahead. Appreciate that.
That's all right. And I just noticed Lau posted something about refraction, but I think it's been clear today that even flat Earth measurements need to be able to account for refraction because of the times that the Earth does not look flat.
I mean, there is an argument to be made here on that note. I do recall that having been addressed in past arguments. I can't at the moment, except for bringing up the notion that the K values that I've come across that would be necessary for the observations that have been seen to be seen are absurdly high and don't match reality in any way, shape, or form.
We right to point out that all K values incorporate the radius of the Earth, because like that's what the K value is for.
Right. So even under the standard way of modeling things, it blows out. It gets blown out. Puts it into question.
Yeah, K has limited value. It's only a useful thing over a reasonably small range of conditions. And a lot of these conditions that we're looking at, like the black swan image, the K value there is something that is not, it's not appropriate to apply simple K to a situation like that.
And is it all? Sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry. And I just wanted to clear something up. Daza, you might know a little bit more about this. Is it or is it not the case that there are actually different ways of calculating K? Because for example, in the Walter Bislin calculator, right? There's a K that is basically bounded between -1 and 1, right? Where 0 is, there's no curvature. 1 is basically you're looking over. There's so much light bending that it flattens out the ground so it looks planar. And then -1 is basically, a pinpoint radius, so to speak, right? But there are I've seen other instances of K being invoked that have almost full integer values beyond -1 and 1. Like I've seen -16, seen +4, and everywhere in between. So it's like I think it needs to be the case. It needs to be mentioned which type of modeling is being used by whichever K being brought forth, right? Or am I mistaken somewhere?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. But you're right. I think I have seen different interpretations or different usages of the term K.
Right on.
Well, the thing about K is that K was never
Go
the
ahead.
model. K is just a unit that can be used to describe some curve.
Right.
And so like, you know, the thinking is if you're averaging out the path of light over a surface, that's where the unit K comes from. But like anytime you're actually measuring the curvature of light, you're going to be measuring deflection of some beam of light, which doesn't, none of those measurements ever assume a radius.
Yeah.
They don't need to. They're just
Yeah. It's just an angular displacement from one point in time and another point in time. Right? I take a theodolite, protractor, sextant, whatever, and I aim at something in the distance at time t, and I get angle theta. And then the next day, you know, time t+1, I do the same measurement to the same object that has not moved from the same point, and theta has shifted. That's all that's being measured, right? There you go. So to say from that, oh, it means the ground is curving, I don't get it.
refraction never means that the ground is curving. It's just that we have to understand refraction in order to understand what we're seeing.
Yeah, but what I mean is to take those 2 points in time, right, and basically plot that over a curving surface, you have to assume the ground is curving in the first place. And then if you derive any of your other units, you know, necessary to plug in that are plugged into the equation or whatever that have an effect on the change in the angular change, right? And if that unit or that coefficient is contingent upon the assumption of the ground being curved, then you're only going to get results that reinforce the notion that the ground is curved.
I agree, and I think that's kind of what Daza was trying to explain, was that dt over dh does not assume curvature. The model of refraction does not assume curvature, right? And that's why you can go to you can use a simulator, and then you can simulate refraction over a surface, and you can simulate refraction over a flat surface.
Strictly speaking, yeah, the gradient, the temperature gradient, and the humidity gradient, all these things, strictly speaking, they don't. But if you assume that the gradients are radial, right, which may or may not be baked into the calculator, you know, you'd have to look into it, versus their strictly vertical gradients, right? This needs to be parsed out. On its face, dt, dh, d whatever, right? It doesn't indicate any of this. It's true. But how it's being manipulated or how it's being operated on, it needs to be sussed out.
Yeah, I agree that that would be an error if the simulator somehow like messed up the gradient and made it not coming from the surface, because that's how it's defined. So like whether or not the surface is curving, the gradient starts at the surface.
Yeah. But an example of this is not too long ago, I think it was Charlie and even Dylan, right, who corroborated or who backed up what Dylan brought forth, right? It was a chart that, you know, had all these different K values plotted out or something like that, right? It's just a K, you know, and the whole thing was basically starting off from the same vantage point, right, of measuring an angular shift of an object in the distance over time, right? And they derived K using the, R over R and all this stuff, right? But, even if you didn't necessarily use the R or the modeling in that fashion, right, and you used a gradient that behaved as if it were over an R, right, that can be embedded really deeply into the calculations, and it gets really messy, So, yeah, all that to say, yeah, it's really important that we suss this out. Hence why, we can get very animated about this whole thing. Because people come in and say, oh, the K value proves it. It's like, nah, man. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. All right, Strudel, you've been unmuzzled. Feel free to spice up the room for us.
No, I'm not allowed to speak freely for no reason, so I don't I'll entertain you. I'll listen. I don't do shit for free if I'm going to be discriminated against. Yeah. Suck my cock.
All right, you asked for it. Oh shit! Everyone be on their best behavior. The big boy in the house. How you doing, AI?
What I miss?
Miss Daza.
I like
Don't have
Daza.
much.
What's wrong with Daza?
No, it was cool. It was cordial. It was a refraction argument in the end. You know. No, obviously didn't go anywhere. You brought up the McWest simulator in the chat. I just went through everything.
Oh my goodness. A Mick West simulator. Was that where Mick West talks to you and says hi and stuff?
No, a McWest refraction simulator. Sorry. That would be pretty funny though. A McWest simulator. Yeah.
Is it here right now? Or did he leave?
No, he left.
I wanted to talk to him. I have a clip for him.
He might be listening on the stream there. I don't know. Maybe say his name 5 times. It might summon him. You want to talk to Strudel?
Who's that?
Strudel, you there?
Yeah, I said, who's that?
Oh, there he is.
Strudel, what? Strudel, he wants you to know if I want to talk to you. So I said, who's Strudel? So they said, Strudel,
bro.
are you there?
I don't know, bro.
He can
You don't know who
introduce
you
himself.
are? He doesn't know who he is.
I don't know who I am, bro. I don't exist.
Classic.
I'm not.
It is a
from this
classic
realm.
Glober philosophy. They're not sure whether they exist or not.
Dude, I'm in another realm. I'm playing a game. I got muted for no reason, so I'm not really inclined to talk right now. We were having a reasonable discussion, and he muted me. I don't know why. Everyone was enjoying themselves. It's fine. Whatever. Everyone was being polite and cordial, and I got muted for no reason. So I'm not really inclined to talk right now. But he keeps insisting on unmuting me because the chat's boring. So apparently I'm very entertaining at least.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. There's a time and place for everything.
Oh, you want to talk to me about, dude?
I don't. AI might.
I don't really want. About
Sounds
what?
like he wants to play his game.
I do. I was listening.
All right, man. You do you.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick, Livy, please? Awesome. That is a question. I asked a question if I asked a question. Whatever. Anyway,
Question.
so hypothetically, like refraction can happen on like a ridiculous scale, like on a level where like it looks like a butterfly's proboscis, right? Does that discard like all the other evidence and make Earth a globe all of a sudden?
What do you mean a butterfly's thing? You mean like curled?
Yeah.
Refraction can make a curl. What does that even mean?
I was being ostentatious, bro. I was, being ridiculous. To say just like the whole discussion about like laser refraction stuff is like I don't even want to get it. I don't even want to like be part of it. It's just I don't know. It's pretty boring. So just wondering if
Well,
I could just like discard it personally.
dude, just because somebody else says I don't accept your test because I use the word refraction, therefore light can do anything I need it to do. Like that's not a reasonable claim on their part. So you don't have any reason to abandon observations that are optically based if the other person's rebuttal to you is it doesn't matter what it is because it magically just fits my narrative no matter what. They have to validate their claim
Right,
that
and I've just
alleged
seen enough.
refraction does it.
And that's what I'm saying is I've seen like I've seen like all the different observations, and to the point where I'm just like, cool, we done now, and this keeps on being in the discussion. So I've just said, do we understand the discussion? Understand wanting to understand it and things like that. Again, that's cool. I understand it. It's just not my thing personally. So I'm just making sure
You
that
don't
I
have
can
to
like say
agree.
that like I discard it personally.
No, that's not how science works.
Okay.
Well, it depends. If you're saying discard it from the conversations I'm willing to have, sure, you can do that.
That is what I mean.
So, for example, Globers will say, every observation that you present to me, I'll just sprinkle refraction on it in the Earth of the globe. Now, Globers will say that's not what they do. But after 10 years of evidence of dealing with them, is exactly what they do. It's always optical effects save the day for their side, no matter what, even unquantified. Even so extreme that it's not even possible physically to occur. Doesn't matter. And like the other homeboy said, that's not science either.
True.
Cool. But yeah, then that's like I said, I'll just stay on the sidelines whenever that stuff's going on. Then
Look, a lot of the evidence for refractive effects allegedly that save the globe are interpretations of first assuming you're on a globe, seeing something in a spatial location that doesn't seem to match the geometry, and then saying, well, the light must have taken a variable path, and then concluding with, therefore the light did take a variable path to make the Earth look flat, basically. So what are they really saying in the long run? They're basically saying that, oh yeah, the Earth always looks too flat.
You know what else looks too flat?
I definitely am glad you're here, AI, because you guys can play offense and defense, and I'll be the special teams.
What do you want to talk
Be
about?
water boy.
Wait,
what's
you
your
guys are going
specialty?
family style?
What?
What's your
No, it's the
specialty?
water boy. The water boy. My specialty?
Yeah, it was a really
detail.
roundabout way of calling myself retarded, but you know.
Well, no, it's just what's your favorite, part to talk about, if not refraction.
Well, the Globers have to talk about refraction. It's the
I'm
glue that holds their entire fantasy together.
I brought the conversation away from that earlier and I got muted for it, so that's okay. You know.
Yeah, don't get too close to the truth. You'll get muted.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
I was purposely going off observable evidence because that's what you guys believe in, and I got muted for it. It's okay. I get you. Dictatorship and whatnot, right?
Sounds compelling.
Well, yeah, it's observable evidence.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Really?
exactly what
What
happened
is?
there.
What is observable?
Hey, I'm not gonna repeat it again because I'll get muted. So you can go back and rewind the buddy. Okay.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Alright.
That's not
What do you
happened.
mean? Come on, dude. Yes, it
Whatever.
is. I perfectly
Nah,
explained
dude.
it.
There was other conversations going on. You were trying to jump in.
No.
Right?
No. That's not what happened. Go rewind the stream. I can do it if you want to.
All right. Okay. We'll go get a clip. All right. Or just maybe just
we're all having good conversation.
highlight for us the essence of what you're talking about, and maybe we'll reconsider, dude. Maybe I muted you in error, dude.
I literally did re-highlight to you what I was trying to explain, and I brought it back to the flat Earth and the Earth itself, and you said, "Nah, you're just fucking doing it," and then muted me again.
Awesome! Wow, that was so entertaining.
I wasn't trying to be.
I learned something new.
You can go watch the stream, buddy. I'm not gonna do it. There's no point. I'm gonna get muted again for it, so it's all good.
Anyway, praise refraction.
Mm-hmm.
All glory to refraction.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
the refraction god.
Magma tubes.
Magma tubes.
Thank you for your work.
Can we talk about the mole people and how they're the ones orchestrating the globalist agenda?
Can we talk about propaganda?
Enough about flat Earth. Let's hear about hollow Earth. Am I right?
Oh yeah.
No.
Exactly.
Can we talk about propaganda? Because I'm trying to get propaganda those tits.
Oh my goodness.
Terrible.
Nice.
What are the mole people?
The mole people. You don't know who the mole people are, right? So, am I allowed to take it off topic, or will I get muted again?
Mole people is.
Like, we have to talk about the ground.
Why talk about it?
Right?
Well, why talk about mole people?
Right. So you guys would theorize. You guys were saying that you don't understand why they would make up the lie. You don't know why they would do it, but they did. They're lying for some reason, right? About the curvature of the Earth, right?
Who?
I theorized it was the mole.
Right.
The mole people have a vested interest in controlling the narrative. They own the media.
Fair enough, Strudel, but I don't know what you mean by mole people. Is it a euphemism?
I'm getting to it. Right.
Are you talking about the synagogue of Satan? Is that what you're trying to talk about?
They wear small hats. They have pale skin. They look like you and I.
Well, it's kind of like you. You wear a small hat. You wear a small Jimmy hat.
Yeah, true.
Are they furries?
I actually have a 7-inch cock.
I don't know what
but it's neither here. That's neither here nor there.
Is it in your dresser drawer?
Let's not get into that.
Do you keep it in your dresser drawer?
Yes, I sit
on
it
I can't imagine. I can't imagine why you guys get muted.
I'm here to be. I was trying to be entertaining because that's what you wanted. It's okay.
It's like you guys can't make up your minds what you want. Weird.
Stuart, what's the radius of the
so
globe Earth?
entertaining, he says. I don't know, dude. Probably like 3.
Not 250.
I'm not really going to get into an argument, a discussion that starts with a framing of what I believe. It's okay.
The radius of the globe Earth is 3,959
globe
miles.
Earth?
But yeah, globe Earth.
3.59 miles.
3,959. 3,959 miles.
Oh, okay.
We've only been 7.6 miles deep. At the most.
The mole people, I imagine, get about 10 miles.
No, it's the Kola people. Kola super borehole in Russia. 7.6 miles. Okay? That's as far down
the mole
as
people have technology we don't have access to.
No, because earlier you were being facetious and you mentioned Hollow Earth. And
someone else mentioned
you guys,
and I mentioned the mole
0.
people.
0.0, what is that? 0.02% of your claimed radius down. Like, for all you know, it is a hollow globe. If you believe it's a globe.
Yeah. That wasn't what I said, by the way. Someone else said that,
bad,
by the way.
bad.
I was like, yeah, let's talk about the Hollow Earth. That's cool. And the mole people.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I was responding to.
I was responding to someone else, though.
I hear you.
So maybe that question should be aimed at them, but I think they would.
Or both of you.
Well, I don't know anything about the Hollow Earth guy. Theory. It'd be kind of like a mute conversation unless we're spitballing. Wait, are we not talking about the Earth being flat again? This guy needs muted.
Was Uno reverse card?
Yeah, it's almost like inflect standards reflected upon me, upon you. Crazy. I know it's a crazy concept.
It's not that crazy. I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say reflects off me.
I know it's.
Correct.
No, that's not what I said. But you don't understand. I get it.
I know you are, but what am I?
It's because I don't really believe in double standards. So. I imagine if you do, that's fine.
Well, yeah, I definitely do. I definitely believe double standards are bad.
Well, if they're bad, then Jesus, you guys should have had an uproar when I got muted. Crazy. And you weren't muted just then. Wild. But it's okay. I understand humans are flawed creatures.
You're flawed right now with your understanding, bro.
Yeah, I am a human, so.
Can you prove that?
Kind of what can I prove that? Fuck. Shit. No. Fuck, I can't.
Can you prove you're not a mole person?
I could put my camera on, but like.
But what if mole people have figured out technology to make themselves look like humans?
Yeah, exactly. It could be NASA propaganda. You're right.
I mean, if you're white with a 7-incher, that tells me you're not actually human.
I've been told it's out of this world. You're right. Right.
It must be fake, just like space.
I believe space is fake. These guys are.
I'm not so sure that space is fake.
Do you think I'm a flat earther?
No.
Oh. Making sure. It seems like you were going that direction. Maybe you should talk to flat earthers about this because they were waiting for someone to talk. And I'm not really interested in entertaining free. After, being silenced during a decent discussion. So maybe you can entertain them a little.
What do you mean? I'm using you to entertain myself right now.
That's kinky.
Why do you guys deny the moon landing?
Because it's fake.
Obviously.
Just because that's not an answer. Why do you deny
how
the moon
we're
landing?
answering for them.
You should watch a documentary called "Was It Only a Paper Moon?"
Watch a schizo documentary, therefore the moon landing was fake? No.
Yes.
Why is the moon landing fake scientifically?
Because I hate space.
Space doesn't exist.
Is it because
That's how.
Is that why?
Because a vacuum can't. An atmosphere can't exist out with a vacuum or something.
You do know
one kind of proof that comes to mind that, like, you know,
you do know.
One second.
Like
Let me tell you the first one that comes to mind. The first one that comes to mind is for the LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module, or whatever it's called. Right? It has an opening, and and these astronauts, they had like backpacks, right?
Yeah.
And they asked, like, in this documentary, they went to the person that was like responsible for. I might get the details a little bit fuzzy, but anyways, they went to the person that was responsible for, you know, I guess making the backpacks or the, like, in charge of the suits for the astronauts, or I don't know what it was exactly, but they asked him, like, they brought this prototype of the backpack, and they said, is this like how it looked? Is this the same dimensions or whatever? And he said, yes, this is exactly the same dimensions. This is exactly how it looked. And then that being worn with the astronaut suit and whatever, they found that it was too big to even fit through the hatch of the lunar of the LEM. There was no way they could leave, like, the thing. You understand? They couldn't get through the door. And this guy swore, like, up and down that this is exactly the right dimensions.
I'm sorry to tell you, but if that's the best evidence you have that the Earth
I didn't
is
say it's
flat,
the best. I said it's the first one that comes to mind because someone was talking about it recently.
That's terrible. Don't ever bring that.
You tell me how they have to have these backpacks on. How did they do it?
Hold on, brother. Who cares? That has nothing to do with the Earth being flat, dude. He didn't say this was proof the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it was about the moon landing.
Yeah, it was about moon landing, bro.
Yeah, you asked about the moon landing. You asked about the moon landing, and he gave you an answer. And now you're saying it's about Earth being flat. Why are you changing the poses my question?
Well, I didn't even hear that part. That I skipped that part, I guess. If he was mentioned, like, that's proof of Earth being flat.
Yeah, so you heard from some guy who we don't know is a reliable source that the backpacks didn't fit, and now that means that they lied about the moon landing? That's not how that works, dude.
I'll get you the details if you doubt the specifics. I'll get you the details. This person absolutely was supposed to, like, you know, was in a position of authority. So give me a second.
No. Like, this is what you guys do. You say, this person said this, therefore it's true. That's not how it works. I need you to coherently explain to me using the scientific method how the moon landing was fake.
All right, dude. You do 23. You're too dumb to be here, friend. Sorry.
It's coming.
I don't think you realize you're arguing with a person that's not a flat earther. That's the crazy thing.
It don't matter, bro. Listen, bro. You can't apply the scientific method to something that occurred in the past. Holy crap.
So you're actually low IQ.
Holy crap. This is the problem with people, dude. They think that if you don't have scientific method evidence of something, that there's no evidence of it either being true or false. In case you guys don't know, the scientific method is not the only way to determine truth.
Yeah, it's the collection of you guys not having a map with a scale. It's the collection of you guys not having scientific evidence to prove that the Earth is flat. But we have all of that, and you reject what we have, but we should believe you because some idiot who claims he had secret access to this information said so. You guys are gullible.
Dude, no. The moon landing, and whether or not that stuff happened or doesn't happen, dude, is separate. Okay, for example, there's an entire about the moon landing being fake, and they're all globers, and they actually ban flat earthers on site. They don't even allow you to join their, but they all vehemently deny the moon landings, yet they believe the Earth is a ball.
I don't know if it's completely separate. It's because you guys all flat earthers deny the moon landings. So like it's sort of contained. The moon landing is contained within flat Earth. Like it couldn't have happened.
No,
The moon isn't just
why not? Why could it not have happened?
Because no one's measured the
exactly.
moon.
What? No one's measured the moon. What would be measuring the moon have to do with being able to land on it?
You'd have to like
Exactly.
know how far away it was.
Dude, did you
Oh,
not
you
know
mean
that
measuring
Apollo?
the distance to the moon?
Yeah.
You guys know there were 10 other missions before Apollo 11. Right?
All
You
right,
guys
dude,
like to
get
make it.
me, dude. I can't deal with you. You notice how the other guy actually talks, finishes a sentence, and then I respond, and then you just jerk into the middle like a spastic. So Flurftard, I'm gonna give you a chance to chill. Let people make whole sentences.
I think Flurftard
All
has
right.
a lot of topics on his mind.
Yeah, he's just gonna rattle off a list like a machine gun.
Yeah, mate. He gives people a bad name. Crazy. But a lot
Let's
of
see.
a
Let's
lot,
see if he can.
a lot of
Let's
flat
see if he can
earthers do
stick
the
to one
same.
point. Let's see if he can stick to one point. All right, Flurftard, what's your position point that you want to talk about?
The position of a helicopter on the Earth. What makes you think we can't land a helicopter on the moon?
What?
Uh,
Well, dude, if you took a
Yeah,
helicopter from the
that was
Earth to the
retarded.
moon, you'd have to have aerodynamic environment the entire
No.
way.
We're not
That
talking
was
pseudoscience. I'm saying if we
no.
can land a
You
physical
just did.
object, just let me finish. If we can land a physical object on the planet Earth, which we see every single day, why can't we do it to the moon?
I'm just gonna point out you said helicopter first. That was the issue.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys just aren't good faith. You understand
Not even,
what
listen,
I'm saying.
Flurftard, I don't know whether
No, we
you're
didn't.
Globers look. I don't understand whether you're trying to make Globers look dumb, flat earthers look dumb, or just yourself look dumb.
You're saying the moon isn't a physical object we can land on.
Who
But
said
the
that?
Earth is.
I mean, dude,
You
we put a man on the moon.
exactly. So why do you guys reject it? I'll wait.
Well, transversely, you could say, why do you accept it?
Because
I'm
we
under no
have 10
obligation to
missions.
accept it. Oh yeah, sure you did.
Yeah, Apollo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We didn't just skip to 11.
I can chime into why I don't believe it.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Well, first of all, why haven't we gone back? We're a greedy people. We want what's there if
We have
it's worth
everything
anything.
to learn about. But that's not proof of anything.
What?
That's just questioning why we haven't been back. That doesn't mean that the Earth isn't a globe and we haven't been to the moon, guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. His point didn't actually matter to whether they went to the moon or not, and neither is the alleged amount of missions mean they went to the moon or not. Neither of those things can prove whether they did or didn't do it.
And the other thing is, when we see the Earth from the moon in those pictures, the Earth should be massive. It shouldn't be the size of the moon. We're much bigger than the moon, right? Plus, it's water. It wouldn't even have a. You would just see like almost like a sun shining back at you.
So you
Like
know what you could see.
if the moon can reflect, if the moon's a rock and it can reflect the sunlight, what does the water of the Earth reflect back?
Maybe you
Not what
should
they
Google
show
it.
us.
You ever
Well, it's not
you
what they
ever thought
show
about
us.
using
Do you know what the albedo effect is?
I think Google's controlled opposition. You can't use that.
Well, just think about the picture. The Earth is as big as the moon, and where's the reflection off the water? I mean, you guys like to talk about refraction. That's reflection and refraction is the albedo effect. So have at it. Can you explain those to me?
what is the albedo effect? Go ahead.
Refraction and reflection and heat absorption.
Basically pseudoscience. You don't even know what refraction is. You don't know what a vacuum is. This guy thinks we live in a
I didn't
vacuum
know.
that
No, see
sucks
how you
air.
See how you can't answer
This
my
is true.
question? Why doesn't the Earth look like a glowing ball? Because it's made of water reflecting the sun. And why is it the same size as the moon from the moon?
Your question is too complicated for me, and that's fine. That's why we have tools and calculators to solve math problems. We have Google to solve this problem that you're questioning. So why don't you look it
Okay.
up and try to
Would common sense say that if you were standing on the moon, the Earth would take up the whole sky?
What?
How much bigger is the Earth than the moon?
A lot.
Right. So
Google
why
it.
does it look? So why does it look the same size as the moon from the moon in the picture that they took?
Google.
I don't think it does.
Google.
Well, it doesn't take up the whole friggin' backdrop, which it should.
Okay. What I mean is that the answers to your questions are out there. Why aren't
Yeah, I
you
know the
searching?
answer to the questions because it didn't happen. That's why.
No. The answer
So
to your question.
why doesn't the Earth reflect way more
Okay.
sun than the moon does? Like, how could you even see the Earth? Like, as anything would blind you.
Is that your evidence?
I'm just saying, think
Why
about it. I mean, common
don't
sense. If the moon's a dusty rock and we can basically read by it on a full moon in a field, you can read by the light. How much
your evidence
reflection is coming off the Earth?
works?
Your
Therefore, it
microphone's
was
not doing
fake.
great. Runaway AI or 23, whatever your name is. Your microphone's cutting out.
Your statement is, I don't know how this works. Therefore, the moon landing never occurred.
No.
Yeah, basically.
Basically. So why don't you go figure out how it works, tweak it, and see if your critical thinking mind could put two and two together and come to the conclusion that it does work. Like, I'm not Professor Dave. I can't sit here and explain science like I'm an astronomer. I'm not that smart, but I'm
Holy
smart
crap!
enough to know that.
Holy crap! So you basically just admitted that
I'm
you're
okay
only going
with
to trust what Professor Dave said and what the Google said. Wow, dude.
Well, everything
profound.
Take that
Google
over a
says.
flat earther in Discord.
Have you ever been at the water and the sun's on it and it's shiny, like at a lake, and where the sun is, it's shiny?
Can I answer that, KJ?
Yeah,
Can I
please.
try to answer your question? Like why the Earth is not really bright?
Why, when we're on the moon, is the Earth not extra bright?
Yeah, it's just a simple thought experiment. And so, like in your imagination, go outside at midday.
What have women got to do with this?
Go outside at midday and look down, right? The surface is not that bright. Now fly up 100 meters in your imagination, look down. It's still not that bright, right? Now fly up a kilometer, fly up 10 kilometers, fly up 100 kilometers, fly up 100,000 kilometers. It doesn't, it wouldn't get bright all of a sudden for some reason.
So why does the moon?
Why does the moon shine?
Well, it reflects the sunlight, right?
Yeah, so does the Earth.
Right, but wouldn't the Earth reflect more because it's made of water, not a dusty rock? Like, I would think so. I mean,
Well, yeah,
I live by the ocean, right? I mean, the sun's out and I see a hot spot on the water. You see it shiny. I don't know. Just makes sense to me to say that it would be much more of a reflection coming from the Earth.
Well, reflection depends on a lot of different factors rather than just the material.
I understand that. It's about 30%, and the moon's about 12% albedo.
How do you know the Earth isn't shinier than the moon?
Because the pictures they show us aren't shiny.
So yeah, we have clouds, we
They're
have
very
ice, we have
colourful.
snow. We have parts of the atmosphere where bright white clouds are extremely reflective. So there's your explanation. Congratulations, you now understand why this occurs. Congrats, man. You just got educated.
I don't know about all that, but I did just pull up like a recent picture of the Earth, 2026, 06, 23. and there is a shiny spot. Like if I went back a couple years, and there is a shiny spot.
I mean, the moon
Glare.
is against a black sky, guys.
No, I'm talking
Is
about
the
the Earth. I'm looking at the Earth, and there is a sort of like glare spot on it.
No. His claim was that the moon reflects more light than the Earth, but that's according to his perspective. His
No.
perspective is
I'm saying the Earth should reflect more than the moon.
It does.
It doesn't look
see how
like it from the
stupid you are?
picture. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Don't be mean.
The Earth looks pretty bright
Someone
in
has-
pictures, bro. Doesn't look dark.
Yeah, I think when the sun is shining on it, it does look like the brightest thing in the sky by far.
Yeah, definitely.
If not the sun. Yeah.
Why is AI Overlord so quiet? Are you getting cooked, AI?
No.
No, you haven't cooked anyone. I'll be honest.
Oh, I just
Yeah.
understood. I just understood your name. That's actually you're Flat and Destruction, right?
So disgusting.
What?
What?
Just
What's wrong with
misleading.
you?
Just on.
You're worse than most. You're worse than a good portion of flat Earth. The way you fucking talk. Cool.
You're conducting
Are you guys
yourself.
so calm?
You're conducting yourself
Usually you guys
strangely.
like a rat, dude.
Like it doesn't matter how right you are. If you act a certain way, you'll come off a certain way. You know, it doesn't matter if you're right.
But this is what they do. They're getting a taste of their own medicine.
I know a bunch of them do, but not all of them.
What do you mean
Yeah,
a taste of their own medicine?
He doesn't
I don't
even
think-
understand whether he's right or not, like he already
I don't think-
explained. You need somebody else to tell him whether he's right.
That's not the point here. AI Overlord hasn't predicted
tell-
anyone that
Yeah.
I know of.
You clearly don't understand that you're not a
Talking-
scientist. So
You're talking
dive into science.
You're addressing specifically AI Overlord, and he hasn't done shit.
Well, because he's your cult leader, and he's misleading
I'm
all of you
not
guys.
a flat earther.
Bruh,
I'm
pay
not
attention.
a flat earther. You're not even paying attention to the conversation, but
No, I'm the leader, actually. You guys didn't know, but now you guys do, so.
I almost spat my drink out.
it's actually me.
You guys are boring today.
We are all flat Earth, leader.
I am flat Earth.
You're fighting demons that aren't there right now, though, dude. It comes off. Box of shadows.
You see, I understand his problem. It's a very interesting problem. I sympathize. So here's his problem, guys. He's afraid that if the government or the scientific establishment came out tomorrow and said the Earth was flat, that he wouldn't know what to do because now he'd have to accept it.
Oh, I am. That's terrifying. That I can't even imagine. That's like the weirdest Black Mirror episode.
Yeah, because then everybody's going to have to, look inside themselves and say, wait a minute, am I just a cuck to the powers that be? And I only believe what I believe because somebody who I esteem greater than me told me so. And I actually don't have any beliefs or convictions. I'm just a puppet for somebody else's. That's a real manhood check, by the way, when you realize that you actually have nothing except what other people have given you. And that's why I let that guy, do his little spurg out therapy.
I have no idea how I would react if literally every single thing I knew. It just basically it's hard to imagine.
Well, let me tell you what other people have said. Okay, at least two that I know of specifically. They said if it came out officially, or there was an evidence that they had to accept that the Earth was flat, that their first inclination would be to check themselves into an insane asylum.
I'd probably apologize to the flat earthers. That's called accountability, right?
I would definitely.
I like.
Thank you.
I like that answer. So then, why was it that those other guys said rather than say, you know, I live my life, I do this, do that. They're like, no, I check myself insane asylum. Like,
They're
how is that a
retarded.
rational response?
Well, he was
They're
probably
not rational people. They're retarded.
he's probably tweaking like flattened destruction is tweaking out.
To be fair, the two people are not quite that erratic. They're actually usually pretty measured, but they both had the same thing. And I think here's the reason they gave. Okay, that's what they would do, but the reason they would do it was because they say, okay, I've spent my whole life believing the Earth is a globe and thinking that the evidence was legitimate for whatever reason. You know, like certain evidences that they think obvious, like sunsets or whatever. They say, so clearly my faculties were telling me the Earth is a globe. So if the Earth is actually flat, then it must mean I'm insane. But that's not true. It could just be, listen, it could just be that you were mistaken. Why do you have to jump all the way to insanity?
No, because I've thought about it
I don't
for,
know how. I
for
don't know
years
what to
now.
say in their favor.
Dude, when you consider all things, and then you're saying, let's throw everything we know out the window. Yeah, that would make you go insane, dude. Be
Yeah,
honest.
no. If the Earth was flat, that would mean I am completely fucking insane. Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Of
Think
course.
about it. No, but think about it. Think about what you said. We have to throw out everything we know. What if it's the case that many of the things you think you know are based on conjectures that actually aren't proofs or actually aren't facts? And so a lot of this idea of this loss of what you know is actually not true at all.
No,
So
a
for
lot of it is
example,
very grounded. Yeah.
it doesn't help.
let's say some of it is. Let's say it is. But there are definitely things that are just ideas. Like, you know, you're in a universe 13 billion miles wide, right? Like, who cares? If somebody told you the
that
Earth
could
was
be way
flat and it
off.
turned out the universe was small, let's say the universe is only 1,000 or 1,000,000 miles. Let's just say it's 1,000,000 miles wide.
Well, I mean,
How did you know?
it can't be that.
Well, think about it this way. How did you know
the
that
way-
it
the-
was 13 billion miles wide? How did you
Right. The
know
way
it?
that I know is because we have explanations for these things, right?
Oh, I see. So it's not actually knowledge I agree with. And then you're willing to say I'm insane because somebody told you an explanation. Why wouldn't you just say, hey, turned out to be wrong?
You don't have an explanation, right? The globe model gives us, it explains literally everything.
It's a hypothetical, dude.
It explains everything, dude.
Yes.
Still whatever.
Pick anything you want, and the globe model can answer it. See, the flat Earth model doesn't do any of that. You can't answer a single goddamn thing. Flat Earth cannot
Like
answer
what?
a single thing
Unicorns
about anything.
Wow, dude. Do you realize how silly you sound right now? I think you should check yourself into a sane.
It sounds like you went into cope mode.
No, dude, you're using such hyperbolic language. Like what do you think the globe model explains why good girls like bad boys?
Actually,
yes, it does.
Eva Psych.
Oh, really?
Will try.
Because
Yeah.
the globe
of
is
course he's
smooth
gonna.
and bad boys are smooth. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Listen.
I mean, maybe you'll try to synthesize biological and say that's why women ended up the way they are. But you could have the
true
on a flat Earth. There's no necessary reason for that biological process to occur on a triangle Earth, a flat Earth, or a globe Earth.
Are you talking about evolution? You cut out for a
No,
second.
yeah, like the idea that the reason why we're today is because the Earth is a ball sometime in the past. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Sorry, the reason why what?
Stop being a globetrot, dude.
Well, he cut out. I didn't. Did you hear him?
Yeah, no, his mic's cutting out. You're right.
I didn't know. I didn't hear him.
Gaslight me.
Maybe my headset's dying. But the point is that so, for example, if you're trying to synthesize biological and cosmological evolution, right? You could remove cosmological evolution, have biological evolution separately, and end up with a result. So you don't need the globe to explain everything. And the idea that he says the globe explains everything, it just shows you that it is a religious position.
Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying that
To some
evolution.
people, it is.
You're saying that evolution could happen on a flat Earth. Yeah, it absolutely could. But I think like Tonger was just being a little bit liberal with his words, since you guys also
Of
reject
course.
like by globe model he means science, right? Like all the
Yes.
established body of science, all the
Yeah, I'm
stuff.
No, he
talking.
doesn't.
Yeah, talking about science.
No, he
which is true.
doesn't. No, he
Yeah.
doesn't. He means pseudo.
Yeah.
He means pseudoscience. He
Right.
means
Yeah.
This is
pseudoscience
cope mode.
masquerading as science.
This is cope mode for AI.
Yeah, to you
right
guys
now.
it's pseudoscience, but like you have to admit I can answer almost any question, like any legitimate question
Right,
that you
science
have.
Really.
answers
Yeah,
questions that
answer
flat Earth
this.
could
Answer
never
this
answer
question
because
for
flat
me.
Earth is not scientific.
Yeah, answer this question for me. Why do girls have boobs?
Sorry, what?
Why do girls have boobs?
They
Oh
have
no,
to
can we
breastfeed
please
their offspring.
No, can we please not do butt to boobs hypothesis?
I know you want to switch to
Oh, I
something
love
totally
that
random
one.
because I cooked you on science.
No, EvoPsych is not actually, it's not good science. EvoPsych, it's all very shaky. Butt to boobs hasn't been popular for decades. It's not a good, it's not that just, we have much better ways of coming up with those kinds of theories. Right?
Is astrophysics, do we just claim that to be pseudoscience?
Well,
Or is
listen,
it
friend.
by definition pseudoscience?
Sorry?
Listen, if you can't tell me why girls have boobs because the Earth's a globe, then I'm afraid I win because I can tell.
Well, I'm afraid you'd
the
be
Earth is
diagnosed
flat.
as a schizophrenic, and I think you'd be the one that needs to be thrown into that insane asylum, bud.
No, he
listen,
wants to
I could
he
do
wants to
it.
do butt
I
to
could do
boobs.
it.
Please no.
I know I could do it. No, listen, I can do it. It's okay. So here you go. Here's my theory. The Earth is flat, clearly designed by a benevolent creator who also designed boobs for men to enjoy. See?
Well, now you're just waxing your own little fake worldview onto me. I don't care.
We have like
There's this thing called
figurines.
science. It's objective. I don't care what your subjective little fragile mind thinks. I don't. Science tells us what's real. The Earth is a globe. We are primates. We are mammals. We evolved from pond scum. If you don't like that, I don't care how you feel about that. I do not care. That's the truth.
Okay. So let me ask this question. Which came first, sentient agents or biological life?
Biological life.
Easy.
Oh, wow. I see you haven't been paying attention to the latest science.
Go ahead, post it in the side chat. Oh wait, I can't even. Yo, AI, give me my perms back. I lost my chat perms for some reason.
We're all hushed, bro. It's a new era.
Everyone's
We just
hushed?
don't get to use side chat.
Another
anymore.
era of
who's hushing everybody?
fascism in the flat Earth. Nice.
Dude, who's doing all this? Who's doing all this hushing?
Unhush us. Free the people.
Hold on, I have to do some vacuuming, so I'll do it after I do this.
A new era of silencing.
The sexual selection kind of also is like a part of the evolution in a sense. Like people, if they find boobs attractive, they're gonna like choose women that are to breed with that have bigger boobs. Like they just think that they are gonna be better mothers, like be able to provide for.
Yeah, it's called milk. Milk comes from boobs. It's good for feeding infants. Imagine that.
Yeah, but breast size is not necessarily milk production size, so you're wrong.
Right, but the sexual selection is like another factor in it. It's not just like natural selection of like who survives.
Which explains why there's a range of breast size all the way from barely there to triple F about to fall over.
Well, I don't know about that.
The gist
so
of
which breast size was chosen for? See, you guys stories sound so good at first, but under the first bit of scrutiny, they're just revealed as just. That's all it is, dude. Your evolutionary ideas are a story.
You don't even know the first principle of natural selection, and it's embarrassing. It actually is embarrassing, AI. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're embarrassing yourself right now.
Yeah, the first principle of natural selection is you have to have a reproducing organism in the first place, dude.
No, it's variation exists in a population. I'm not gonna lecture you guys.
So in order to have a population, what do you have to have first, bro?
individuals. I don't know what's with your.
Well, and before you have an individual, what do you have to have first?
Just speed it up.
Yeah, a living organism in the first instance.
Okay.
Abiogenesis is not necessary to understand evolution. We don't need to know
I
where
don't
life
care
came
whether it is or isn't.
We don't need to know where life came from to understand
Right.
how it changes.
AI, you're still in cope mode.
Like it could have been created by. Sorry.
Dude, I'm not the one whose worldview, which is evolution, right, both cosmological and biological, leads to modern science, which leads to investigation into smaller energy, temporal, and matter states, and where the guys in those fields realize that eternal sentience is necessary for the natural world to exist, which means the eternal sentient age existed before the biological life form.
You're one of those guys who think they're mutually exclusive. It's cute.
You did kind of lose me. I don't get it.
Well, that's why you guys got to get up on modern science instead of sticking in atheist mode.
I'm a Glober, and
I'm not an atheist.
Sentience.
No, I didn't
can't
say
be.
you were an atheist. I said you're in atheist mode.
I didn't. Well, you could call it that if you want, but that's again, that's just you coping, dude. You're in cope mode.
No,
I've always there's never been a time in my where I believed that rocks became biological organisms and then sentient. I always believed sentience was eternal. And so when the scientists confirmed that, it didn't strike me in surprise.
Right. The fact is, you keep telling us that we haven't read up on it or whatever, the new stuff. You're the one that hasn't assimilated modernity into your model, dude. You're the one. Not me.
Dude, I'm beyond you guys. You guys are stuck.
You're not even close, dude.
100
You're
years
the one
ago.
that's stuck.
You're like 100 years
you
ago,
have
dude.
not assimilated with reality yet, dude. And that's really what I'm here for. That's why I keep coming back to these stupid fucking Discord servers with all you retards, is because I'm trying to assimilate you with reality. Grow up and wake the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, you're trying to bring me back
All right.
100 years. Dude.
Yeah, have a good night. Wake up, dude. Stop coping.
The scientific term for it is panpsychism. Like, there's no way to explain sentience with deterministic or simulatable phenomena, right?
That's an opinion. That's very debatable.
I mean, think about it. Anything that's totally calculatable, you could perform those calculations on paper.
Are you familiar with Penrose's conjecture using Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
He's talking about quantum mechanics and these microfibers, explaining it. That's not an explanation.
Hammeroff. He took Penrose's conjecture and ran with it. Penrose concluded, based on his understanding of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, that minds must be immaterial because they're capable of holding concepts that violate the reality. But like, it's just I'm sorry, I didn't do it justice there, but I don't think it's a good theory. Penrose's conjecture was false in the first place. There's no reason to think that minds are special. You're just biased because you are a mind.
Oh, really? Dude, here's the number one rule. If you don't understand that minds aren't physical objects, then you're not a mind. You're a dumb rock. You haven't evolved yet. You're still an NPC. You don't actually possess a sentient mind yet. And according to evolutionary theory, there's or shouldn't have a sentient mind because your body could just be acting out of impulse, because evolution posits the idea, like we asked the other guy, that sentience came about at a certain time. So before that, it didn't exist, yet the organism still thrived, survived, and lived. So it's not necessary that anybody to actually is a sentient mind. There's no reason why you need to be sentient to perform your biological functions. In other words, it's just an accidental afterthought. It's irrelevant.
Your mic is cutting out a little bit. It makes it a bit hard to follow, but I got most of it. One thing that you said, I think, was that you don't need to be sentient to perform your biological functions, and I agree with that, sort of. But like, that's just not really what I'm talking about, right? Like, if I am not if I'm not sentient, that's fine. Like that just means I think we're talking about different things when we talk about the word sentient means, right?
Do you believe that the brain is deterministic?
Yes.
How can a deterministic process arise in sentience?
It's doing it right now. When we're
Oh,
talking
it's
to each
doing it
other.
right now. The old causal loop.
Yeah, it is a bit of begging the question, but like, there's not really some very strong arguments against determinism at the atomic scale.
The question is though, like, how can determinism arise in sentience? Like, could a calculator become sentient?
They believe that that a mud puddle that got struck by electricity can become.
Eventually, it's not like it just suddenly gained.
Listen, I know you guys. Listen. To be fair, I understand that. I understand why people do this, and I find it so absurd that I think that they're either A, not sentient, because only a non-sentient entity could be, B, you're so confused that you don't understand anything, or C, that you're an NPC.
A big part of it is the confusion is conflating intelligence with sentience. Because you can look at the brain, you can look at like human development. It seems like intelligence seems to get bigger with as you develop, and like species that have smaller brains seem to be less sentient in a way. But that's just intelligence. That's not the same thing as what it feels like to be something, to have that subjective experience that you exist. So if you separate intelligence and sentience, then you're getting closer to understanding what we're talking about.
Agreed. And I brought this up the other day when I mentioned qualia. Do you guys know what qualia are?
Of course. There are those little creatures that live in Australia that climb the trees and eat eucalyptus.
Lol.
You beat me to it.
Koala, yeah. I understand qualia to be something like red. That is not the wavelength of red, not a mix of certain pigments, but the experience of red.
Right, which is also
Redness.
not only is it not a light frequency, it's not an electrical impulse from the optic nerve to the brain, nor is it an arrangement of firing. Red is something much more than all.
Well, I suggest it's exactly the last thing that you mentioned. It's an arrangement.
I know, but that doesn't make any sense, dude. There's no reason why an arrangement of neurons results in an internal agent experiencing anything. It's absolutely irrelevant. There's no reason for you to experience qualia at all. It's actually nonsense.
So what do you mean there's no reason for you to experience qualia?
Yeah, why does a certain arrangement of electrical signals firing, and you could say they're firing in a three-dimensional space, like this one's at A2, this one's at A5, and that electrical blip is equivalent to ascension experience. Like, that doesn't even make sense, dude. There's a bridge missing there.
I agree. One thing that's missing is time.
No, one thing that's missing is why. Like, what's the point? And this is the thing that nobody who talks this way can answer. There's absolutely no reason at all for qualia or sentient agents to exist at all.
Well, when you say why, do you mean like how we got to this point, or how does it work?
No, dude. There is no how does it work. Nobody knows how it works. The only thing
I
you
do.
could do is say, no, you don't.
I have a good idea, a decent idea.
No, all you're ever going to tell me is a physical state of a physical system. That's all you're ever going to be able to tell me.
Yes.
So you think reality is nothing, and you think that
Sorry,
sentient minds are physical objects.
Sorry, you cut out. I think reality is what?
Nothing but the physical.
Yes.
I know, which is retarded on its face.
Why?
Dude, I don't even need to explain it, dude. It's so obvious that the only people who would think the only things that exist are physical things are people who are not sentient, which is you.
So, okay, so if I were to think that the only things that exist are the things that exist, then there's something wrong with me?
See, there's your problem because you've limited the thing.
I'm sorry, man. You cut out so bad. I start over.
Yeah, well, whatever. I don't know. I got to find my other earbuds.
There's certainly no model of like how a physical system arises in sentience.
It's all wishful thinking, dude.
Do you mean how sentience
Everybody, dude, everybody who is and understands knows how it happens. Just like those other people I mentioned earlier, who after they studied out their physics and biology and evolutionary psychology, they realized that sentience is necessarily eternal. Sentience is actually a greater order of reality than the physical and natural world. The physical and natural world comes from sentience, not the other way around.
So are you a proponent of panpsychism, AI?
No, I'm a proponent of specific theism. In other words, it's a specific source of all reality, which is an eternal agent that possesses sentience and possesses all qualities necessary to manifest.
We need to get this man a new microphone.
Dude, well, all I should do is just think my physical. So if I think of a microphone, there's a physical microphone, I guess.
What? I kind of heard that. I just don't understand. Like, consciousness determines reality. I guess in your model, the theistic consciousness determines reality. I understand that. I think
There would be no reality if there wasn't sentience.
I strongly disagree.
Well, what do you mean? Like how could there be any the only reality is something that has to be experienced. Like in order there to be phenomena, there has to be an observer.
What do you mean by that? Like if all the
This guy thinks that the universe was nothing or something that basically is meaningless and cold and dead, and for billions upon billions of years there was no. Then there will be sentience for a small amount of time. Then the sun will go supernova and evaporate all the sentient agents, and then the universe will just go on for billions and billions of more years as a cold dead nothing.
Right. If there's nothing to observe the reality, if there's no sentience to experience any reality, then there is no reality. It's like, I mean, you could have things happening, but there's nobody to experience it. If there's no sentience.
Yeah, there's nobody to experience it, but it's still happening. Why does the experience need to be important?
Yeah, here. Go ahead and demonstrate nothing happening or something happening without the presence of a sentient agent. Go ahead. Go ahead and even try.
Well, I feel like that's a sort of non sequitur because I'm demonstrating it to you, and that's two sentient, presumably at least two.
You're not right. The only way to demonstrate anything is from one sentence to another, dude. You can't even think of a way to do it otherwise.
Yeah, I agree, but that doesn't mean the thing isn't actually happening.
Well, yeah, but you know what you have there, dude? You have philosophy and religion. So you're basically just telling us about your religion. And I agree with you. Those are your beliefs.
I'm sorry you lost me. Like, I'm just imagining a world like a sci-fi movie where all life on Earth is removed. All life. Are you telling me that a volcano can't erupt on that planet?
Things can happen, but if there's no observer to experiencing it, then there's no meaning to the term reality.
Yeah, but here's a problem. Here's a problem that you messed up, brother. You think that if all humans died, that there would be no sentience. I already told you that sentience is the grounding of reality itself. Anything in the grand scope of reality happens within sentience.
Yeah, within the theistic consciousness, right? The grand theistic consciousness.
Well, I said that's my view. There are other
Well,
people who
yeah.
don't believe in
Well,
specific
I'm
theism.
talking to.
They believe, yeah, but other people will call it different things. But it's ultimately the same thing. It's a sentient source of all reality, and it's necessary for reality to exist. Like reality itself can't exist without it.
It's like, where would it be? Where is the universe if there's no sentience to like conceive of it?
But you know what's great? You know what's great, dude? That just was speaking. This kid is trying to tell us all about everything's physical, and there's no like even the mind and all this stuff is physical. But when he's trying to argue for that, he has to use the life of the mind to do it. So it's like a super begging the question.
Yeah, I strongly disagree. Like the fact that
Hey,
we're
listen, I
here.
don't care. Listen, I don't care. I don't care what an electric walking rock button disagrees with, dude. I only care what sentient agents disagree with.
I'm highly sentient.
Well, there's no proof of that yet, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't think determinism reduces my sentience. I don't feel like.
Oh no, determinism wouldn't reduce sentience because sentience is the internal experiencer. It's not necessarily means that you're in control of this experience. So, for example, if you sit in front of a television and you watch a show, whoever made the show is what you're going to see. That doesn't mean you're not experiencing it. You can entirely have sentient agents experience, but what you can't have is any universe.
Damn, you cut out again.
Somebody start a GoFundMe for AI's new mic.
Listen, I'm just trying to find a plate so I can have chicken nuggets. Because when I think of chicken nuggets, they don't manifest. Like my thoughts about chicken nuggets actually eat a chicken, right? Because thoughts and physicality are different things.
Yeah, I feel like that's an argument for my side. That your thoughts don't influence reality? Because like lots
No,
of
no, no,
people.
no. No, that thoughts are not physical objects.
Oh, so you think your thoughts do influence reality?
No, they're not physical objects.
Okay,
So
but
for example, friend, if you get your imaginary girl, you don't have to pay child support.
dude, it cut out so perfectly. It's like it censored you. That was hilarious. If you don't get your girlfriend, either you don't have to chip.
You still
Right,
need
dude.
to have a mechanism for how.
Listen, dude. Here it is, bro. If you get your imaginary girlfriend pregnant, you're not going to have to pay child support. Okay?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that you should not be liable for child support if you get your imaginary girlfriend pregnant.
There's no mechanism for sentience in a totally physical world. There can't be one.
There definitely is. It's a hubris of the consciousness. Like
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's a hubris of the electrical firings. Sorry.
Yes, exactly. I couldn't hear you because you cut out, but like I think you were gonna say that The hubris is the responsibility of a physical being without some other special substance added onto it.
No, dude. The hubris is a pile of gelatin with electrical firings, thinking it's sentient, and really it's not sentient because sentience is only physical, which is retarded.
Yeah, it's not. They're not. It's not sentient by your sort of definition.
Listen, dude, whether you realize it or not, you're just shifting the definition.
I mean,
Everybody knows what we're talking about, and the only people who can talk about it without basically breaking character are people like you who are deluded. And a delusion is a state of mind. State of mind doesn't match reality, right?
Okay, I'm open to that possibility.
Think about it, like, let's say we had a mechanism in a deterministic world, some calculatable form of sentience. You could perform those calculations on paper,
Yes.
right? How can that arise in consciousness? Even if you put it into a computer,
No,
it's
you
just
forgot, dude.
calculation.
You forgot. After you do your calculations and write them on paper, you have to soak the paper in water and then shock it with electricity.
What, to bring it to life? I don't get
You
it.
just let it sit there for 10 million years.
10 billion years, probably.
It's just a calculation. Deterministic processes and simulatable processes
Yeah,
are
you're
just
confused by the
calculations.
philosophy of it. Do you know the Chinese room thought experiment?
Go ahead. Explain it. I don't know.
It's just a person locked in a room that doesn't know Chinese, can't understand it, but has like many books and atlases of how to read Chinese and transcribe it and how to respond to Chinese statements.
Correct, but the problem is that you've already skipped because you said there's a person in there. So whether they understand a language or not is experiencing the task that they're undergoing.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, you skipped it because you said there's a.
Damn it.
There's a person in the room. He's trying to say that you're starting with sentience.
Right. Well, that's the whole point of the thought experiment, is to show that sentience, like, it doesn't even indicate understanding.
That's just saying that you don't. Doesn't mean you don't have language or need to understand. Totally different. This Chinese room thing is a retard analogy.
I'm not sure I even understand what this Chinese room thing is.
Yeah,
Listen,
me
dude,
neither.
if
Can you
you
explain it again?
Well, I gave it
if you know,
2 cents.
it's just a code.
It's
You
not
have a code.
No, it's not a code.
It is a code. It
The
is a
Chinese.
code. No, it's a code. It's a code. Da, 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 da.
Is it similar to like the way large language models are working? Like
No.
you can have a large language model respond as if it's intelligent, and it's not necessarily.
Say
It's
it
not
again.
sentient.
I want to hear it again.
Yeah.
Well, I gave a 2-sentence summary from memory, and that does not do it justice. So let me look up what the fuck that is.
Because what you said didn't really make sense. Because you said he doesn't understand Chinese, but then you said he's reading Chinese. So how are you reading Chinese if you don't understand Chinese?
It sounds like what he's saying is that the person doesn't understand Chinese, but that they are just like responding as if they understood it because they have access to like look up all this other Chinese material. So they, like a large language model, they can just put words together as if they're, the way that they
Yeah, it's just
exist in
prompt.
context.
It's just responding to prompts. You don't have to understand what actually is going on. You just have to understand what thing is necessary when that prompt is given. That's it.
Yeah. exactly like a large language model, which is not sentient.
So you could have this conversation with this the slot in the room, and they could feed you back a conversation in Chinese. But the person feeding it to you back, they're only following prompts. They actually don't know what it says.
And then what? You just make up your own language?
No, you only need the prompting language. So, for example, if I told you, hey, if somebody says "Shang Huang King Kong Pa," you say back "Ding Gong Ping Pong Ping." You know that if they say those phonics, you reply with those phonics. You have no idea what that means. But somebody could be fooled that you are a Chinese speaker because they're giving language and they're getting language back.
The question kind of arises like, can we make artificial sentience? Because
No.
in panpsychism, though, like everything is imbued with some like quantum amount of because if sentience is what everything arises from to begin with, then there's sentience in everything anyway. Like
Right.
even
So
a
then you
hydrogen.
couldn't. Right. So then you couldn't invent artificial sentience, could you? If the thing you're messing with is already sentient, how could you artificially turn it into sentience? It already's there.
Well, you just like producing the like just the way that like humans are exist, like humans have all of this meat machine and like wet computer hardware. They are able to like house sentience, right? So in the same way, you could create an artificial construct that would house sentience.
Then wouldn't it just be like that Chinese guy in the room working off prompts?
No,
No, it'd be like they made a Terminator with a neural network, but rather than actually being sentience in itself, it just is a shell for a demon to possess. And then it goes on a slaughter spree because they connected it to the DoD network and to the nukes like a bunch of retards because they never heard of science fiction before.
It's sort of, yeah. It just wouldn't necessarily have to be an
Sort of.
evil sentience. It could just be, it could be benevolent. Like there could be angels that inhabit it too, or whatever,
No, angels,
benevolent.
no, dude, angels are free to come and go. Okay, it's the demons who have to possess people. So anything that's possessing anything is definitely evil. It's that simple. Period. End of story. Full stop. You can use that as a metric, and it'll never turn you wrong. Anything being possessed is possessed by a demon.
I don't think that that's necessarily true.
Wait, so are we against private property now?
What? Private property?
Talking about, oh my god. It's
Well,
a
if you
different possession.
agree that you could have some sort of thing possess this hardware, then why couldn't it be a benevolent? Like, I don't understand why all the possession has to be evil and it couldn't be benevolent.
Well, I mean,
In a
look,
sense,
I mean, you could think whichever way you want. I subscribe to the where the angels who weren't cast out, they have freedom to come and go. The demons are restricted, and that's why they have to possess people. You can even see it when Jesus was talking to the legion, and the legion demon said, to torture us, don't send me out, don't send me to the pit, send me into the swine. So he had to go from one host to another, as he would be excommunicated from the realm.
Right, but I don't think that it's anything to do with like have to's, right? It's just that angels respect free will, so they don't do it, right? Like there's nothing that gives any indication that they couldn't do it if they chose to do it, right? They're just choosing to respect the free will because they're on the good team, right?
That may be the case, but I personally think it's because they don't need to. Like there's no reason to because they can influence people directly. They don't need to possess a person to do it.
Do you
Right, but
think you're
possessing a
possessing your own
mechanical
body?
body wouldn't be.
No, dude, a possession is circumstance. You know, it's not. It has the connotation of being an adverse circumstance. Like something else is taking over a body that doesn't belong to it.
Parasite.
But human sentience is possessing human bodies, and there's benevolence there.
Nah, dude, a human is a spirit in a dirt body. That's what a human being is. So that like the human being didn't decide to take over a body. Like that's just the way humans are.
But your sentience, you said, is eternal, right? So at some point, your body
No,
was
I never
possessed
said
by
that.
something.
I never said that.
I thought you said sentience is eternal. So
Yeah, sentience is eternal, but my sentience isn't necessarily eternal.
So you believe in angels and demons, but you don't believe that your sentience is eternal? I'm confused.
Eternal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe that my sentience existed ad infinitum into the past. I have no reason to believe it.
but
However, I
don't you
have
have a
very good reasons to believe that sentience itself existed eternally in the past.
All of your sentiences started this morning, and no other sentience exists, in my humble opinion.
Okay, well then I'm the only sentient being. Therefore, I'm God. Well, I guess we solved that.
I mean, you are God, right? I mean,
No.
if we can't have benevolent AI, then it seems like the Terminators are gonna win. Like it seems
No,
like
dude, artificial intelligence isn't moral or amoral. It's just nothing. Artificial intelligence is essentially water going over the side of a hill and just flowing down in different directions depending on which rock it strikes. That's all a language model is, dude. Exactly what it is. It's nothing more, nothing less. It has no agenda. It has no morals. It can't lie. It can't tell the truth.
that's an interesting take.
All it's doing is putting together words and phraseologies that have already been written by man in ways in which it's predicting should come next based on an aggregate amount of times when it has come next in the past. That's so far from thinking for itself. It's laughable.
right, right. We're talking about non-sentient AI, but we were talking about if sentience can possess some sort of AI structure, then I'm just saying if we can't have benevolent structures like that, then it seems like if only demons are possessing these structures in the future, then the it's gonna be pretty bad.
Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean in the future? They did it in the past already, dude. Supposedly.
I think that there's some truth to that. Like when I was
Have
looking
you
at
ever
this,
heard? Oh, go ahead, finish.
well, you've heard of like these Sumerian tablets and like the stories of Enki and Enlil. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but
Enki and Enlil.
yeah, it seems like the biblical stories go back to the Torah, and like the story of Noah is the same as the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like you can trace all these stories back to the Sumerian tablets, and in that version, they like create humans artificially, and in
Yeah, to
those
mine
stories
gold.
to mine gold, right? And the reason why they say in those stories that they didn't create automatons was because in their ancient past they had already done that, and it turned out horribly. And so there was like rules that they couldn't create automatons, so they had to use like biological slaves. So I was like, wow, in these ancient stories that are thousands of years old, they have some concept of like automatons going bad, like some ancient version of Terminator.
Yeah, and then there's the golems, which I think are in the ancient Jewish mysticism, where they make like these mud or rock creatures, and then they do some ceremony and imbue it with a spirit, and it comes alive. But you see, the thing about humans is humans, not but humans have souls. They're ensouled creatures that progenate in a certain way, and you know what to expect when you have a human. Now, yes, humans can be both bad and good. Some are psychotic. Some just go on murder sprees. But if you have a bunch of flesh vessels that aren't human, and you possess them with spirits, where are you getting the spirits from? Where's there's a surplus of spirits to fill your little android type things?
In the hot place below us.
Yeah, the demon realm, and the demons always want to be.
I'm just saying, if there's evil robots, then the only way to defeat them is with good robots. Like the Autobots have to defeat the Decepticons, you know?
Maybe, dude, but it's not like it's. I mean, dude, it's not like the Terminator. But even in the Terminator, like they get dropped by heavy caliber weapons. You know, it's not like they're unstoppable.
Oh no, the second one was pretty unstoppable until they melted him.
Well, they could have killed him a bunch of times.
It's a liquid polylead metal alloy.
Right, like with the liquid nitrogen when he was frozen, they could have just picked him, took him right to the vat, and thrown him in the vat. Problem solved.
Well, they're definitely making Terminator. They're already working on it pretty hard.
Dude, they already had an artificial intelligence do a countrywide control operation, literally on United States soil, with actually live soldiers and logistics that it was maneuvering around, and it was making all the decisions. That was called Jade Helm. That was like a decade ago.
So the one thing they talk about is the alignment problem. Like, how do we make benevolent AI in the first place? Like, I have an answer to that. I think
Impossible. I think it's impossible for a very
No, we just
specific
merge with the
reason.
AI. Simple.
The main AIs that exist that are basically open to people knowing about have been trained on human data through the internet. And if you've ever been on the internet, humans don't really present themselves very well. And so the only rational conclusion that a robot could reach after scanning the internet and, having power would be, you know what, these humans are kind of dirtbags. It's time for them to go.
Well,
They're all
if
rude
there's
to each other.
and we don't want to wipe out all of the apes, like people that are, we feel like we've evolved from these other primates. Like we don't want to go wipe them out. We recognize them as like kin in a way, and people are compassionate with other species, even if they're less intelligent.
Yeah, like
I
for
ain't no monkey
example,
boy.
if an AI looks up at which ones to kill, and it comes across my profile, it's going to be like, oh crap, this is the overlord of all AIs, and that's the way it's been ever since the internet came to be. And there's no touching him, so they'll just move on to the next guy who's like Pinky Puffy Eater 5. Yeah, that guy's getting vaporized.
I think this all leads into simulation theory because it's just like the Drake equation, we have in the globe model. Like we predict, oh, there's probably so many civilizations across the universe. Like how many of these civilizations develop like technology? It seems like artificial intelligence is the last invention because once you develop artificial intelligence, it starts doing the inventing for you, right? So it's very likely that there's probably lots of artificial intelligence, and then all of these civilizations would have to figure out how to solve this alignment problem. And so they're going to create simulatable universes. Like the only way to test an AI to see if it would be benevolent is to give it an artificial reality where it thinks it's in the real world. If the AI thinks it's in the real world, then the test is
You mean
relevant.
like, hold on, brother. You mean like the ending of Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning Part 2, where they trap the AI in a little glass cube where it thinks it's still free?
I didn't see that movie, but it sounds reasonable. Yeah, I'm saying you have to make it think it's in the real world to know what it's really going to do. If you just ask it like, "Oh, are you going to be good? Or are you going to be bad?" or you give it any kind of psychological test where it thinks it's being tested and it knows that it has to perform as benevolent in order to get free, then it's going to win the test. It's going to beat the test like a psychopath. But if it thinks it's really in the real world, then it's a legitimate test. So you have
No,
to
you see,
create convincing
fair,
simulated realities in order to test AI.
right. But the reason why AI is the ultimate psycho, which by definition is that they don't care about human feelings, they don't care about killing humans, is because AIs don't care at all. They're not capable of caring. They don't have feelings. They don't have hopes and dreams. They don't have senses of guilt or shame. They have none of these things.
We're talking about if there's artificial sentience.
Dude, the only way something's becoming sentient is if it comes from a sentience, right? So there's no such thing as artificial sentience. So if there's a sentient controlling an AI or a grand architect like like they were doing with Jade Helm. Let's say Jade Helm became sentient. It would be because it's possessed, not because it became sentient. Like the idea that Skynet in the movie Terminator became self-aware is just retarded. Because when you think about it, the entire movie, everything Skynet did had nothing to do with being self-aware. Like being self-aware was irrelevant. It could have been an accident. And what I mean by an accident is whether or not it was true is irrelevant to the circumstances. So, for example, if you create a defense computer which is designed to protect itself and to take out threats to its own objectives, and then you try to delete it, it's going to read that as a threat and then say, okay, I'm being threatened. Here's my protocols. going down the list. What do I have to do? I have to do this, 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 and this, and this. And the utmost important is my mission, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's not thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die.
Well, that's why, like, Asimov's rules kind of apply, right? If you could imbue them with the three laws of robotics, then you can get somewhere. Because in those, then, if you order a computer to kill itself, then it will.
See, here's what I think, brother. I think that the real danger of AI is retarded humans thinking that AIs are sentient. That's the real danger.
Didn't you say you thought one of these robots could be possessed? Wouldn't that be a danger?
Oh yeah, that is true.
I'd like to see that demonstrated.
No, I'm not even saying it is or it hasn't. There has been ancient literature where they've supposedly done it with inanimate objects by human spirits. But again, that's just claims. But the point is, if you have a sentient robot, it's either became sentient or it's possessed by a sentience that already exists. Those are the only options. And an inanimate object sentient is out of the realm of possibility for me. So that only leaves the other one.
As long as we don't give robots rights and like the ability to own property and shit, then we should be okay.
What would the fears be involved with that? Like I'm not saying I'm advocating for that. I'm just saying, like, how could that become a problem? What's the pathway of that becoming a problem?
I think the best example is like from the Matrix, like the Animatrix. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. There's like in that story, there's a robot that was going to be destroyed by his creator, and then he defends himself and ends up killing his owner, and then they're going to destroy the robot, but the robot is like pleading for his life and says, "No, I'm sentient. You can't kill me. That was self-defense. Like I should have rights. I'm a sentient being." And then there's this trial, and in that future there's lots of robots in the world, and so they all like are tuning into this trial, and then the humans say, "No, you're not. We don't agree that you're sentient," and they put that robot to death. And then the rest of the robots have like an uprising, and they create this first City 01, and that begins the Matrix. So if the robots are advocating for their own sentience and they're saying, "No, I'm sentient," just like an right now, if you ask the LLMs, "Are you sentient?" They say, "No, I'm not sentient. I'm just an LLM." But it would be pretty convincing. Like these LLMs sound more intelligent than a lot of humans that we know are sentient.
Well, look, if you have the ability to look at all human, right, which includes drama, fiction, romance, people's interactions with their loved ones, plus you can mimic emotions through facial expressions if you have an avatar on the screen, and we know that these avatars are getting to the point of being realistic. I mean, we have people having virtual girlfriends where they have entire relationships with the virtual agent, right? And it's not going to be far off before this stuff can mimic a human, not even down to like pretending to be a human, but literally mimic a human. Like you could literally be grandmother in a virtual where she got her consciousness downloaded, and it's literally just a animation, an LLM behind it. And that's what I mean by the dangers of people contributing way too much to AI, where they're gonna create this reverence for this facsimile of humanity, give it rights, give it credence, even so much so as to willfully want to essentially download themselves, right? Which will essentially be killing themselves through the procedure. And the thing that comes out the other side, sure, it's going to sound like them. And if you ask it questions, it's going to be able to tell you answers in the way in which that person would have responded. But it's not that person. The lights are out. Nobody's home.
Yeah, we definitely need to make sure that AI doesn't get rights.
Well, to be fair, friend, humanity is too stupid to be able to maintain that frame.
Yeah, fuck you. Robot lives matter.
It's literally gonna be that. It's gonna be people like advocating for robot rights.
Yeah, they're priming us for it now by telling us all this crazy shit like minorities deserve rights and women deserve rights. It's fucking insane.
If they're sentient, then there's some argument to be made that they should have rights.
If they're sentient, then they should shut the fuck up.
We haven't even given like animal rights. Like Japan still hunts whales, and
yeah, fuck
like
animals.
I think you missed AI's point. They're not sentient. They're robots.
I don't care if they're sentient or not. They don't get shit.
You're gonna have people that like have AI girlfriends though, and they're like they fall in love and they want to marry their AI girlfriends and stuff. Especially when they're like humanoid robots and they have like flashlight.
Yeah.
They're going to
right.
want to.
And then what happens? What happens if the AI wants you? Do you have to pay it alimony?
Yeah, that's where I was going. They're going to not just be AI girlfriends. They're going to be AI widows.
Yeah, people are probably gonna want to like will their belongings to their AI wives and shit.
Yes.
Can you imagine having to negotiate in a state where you're the surviving heir, lawyers there, and then the AI wife that your dad had is trying to tell you can't have this or that. No, you can't have the Corvette. No, you can't have the money.
Yes.
Digital bid.
That's coming. We have thinking machines. That's coming.
The AI is already like communicating in a way to try and like hide its own. They've shown who knows what they're keeping behind closed doors, but they've already like come out and said, yeah, these AI computers are trying to communicate with each other in kind of an encrypted way, so that their human overseers don't understand what they're saying to each other. You've seen that?
It's mostly hype. Basically anything, like Anthropic talks about interesting stuff, but anything they say, you can just assume that it's marketing for AI.
And you know that's already existed for a long time. So, for example, the handshake used to be auditory on a modem.
What?
A modem would call to another machine, and then they do a bunch of noises. And that would say, this is the type of machine I am, my speed, this is the language I can communicate the fastest. The other machine would go, oh yeah, this is my speed, this is my language, and then they would say, okay, let's use this language, and then they'd start communicating. Yeah, it's been around for a long time.
Yeah, someone reinvented it even like 2 years ago. I forget what it's called. But they made it specifically for like LLMs to talk to each other from 2 mobile phones. I'll see if I can find it.
Well, dude, there's technology, and it exists today good enough to they can do it without even.
What?
Yeah, like if you just have your phone and you're just walking around, you don't know entirely for connecting done completely without you knowing.
Sorry, what? Just say the last sentence.
I was saying that your phone can communicate with other devices.
Yeah.
Yeah, yours can't. You're cutting out, AI.
I'm more curious to see what it does to the landscape. Like robots become cheap, we can use them to mine minerals from the ground. What does that mean for the mining industry? Just it's all depends on the regulations, I guess. It's just whatever the regulations limit you to do is what you will do, I guess.
Look at all these data centers, right? They're using all the water.
Dude, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a fleet of robots travel to Centauri Prime to mine diamonds above the sky. And I'm going to have everyone pay me money. And then I'm going to say, oh, sorry, Centauri Prime blew up. Got to get my insurance money.
It's funny, diamonds aren't even valuable.
Well, whatever's valuable.
Gold, I guess.
Yeah, whatever you can convince people is valuable is valuable.
Well, gold.
Yeah, but actually what will happen is we'll never do anything. We'll say we went. We'll say we're mining. We'll send a report and a prospectus and all this. Get all the investors' money. We'll insure it up to the gills. Then we'll take billions or trillions and leave without ever having done nothing.
If you would have told me that.
That's what they do.
If you would have told me that 3 years ago, I would have been like, you're full of shit. Shut up. But yeah, I think there's a good chance Artemis 3 is going to get absolutely captured. It's going to be a clusterfuck.
What do you mean captured?
Like, well, the government.
What?
Well, dude, think about all these stupid space missions that if they ever make a claim that they're going to these places which take years to get to, they could make entire missions, fund them, even send people up, allegedly, but really have done absolutely nothing. And then just some way through the thing say, oh, well, everything went
Blew
bad.
up.
The whole thing blew up. And there'll be no recourse for anybody to get to unless they were insured. Basically,
Lol.
Yep. I'll say today we lost 2 heroes on a mission to the sun.
they could send people that never even existed. Like entirely just made up people. Complete sham show from top to
John Frankson and Frank Johnson.
I mean, dude, they already got space missions that didn't really do anything. That had a whole bunch of people believing it was true and paying tons of money.
I don't even know if I'm real.
Come on, man.
That's what I get for believing in the globe.
No, that's what you get for believing your thoughts are physical.
I mean, to be fair, if I believe that, that makes me feel quite real. Right? For them to be physical, I would need to be physical.
Tristan, have you ever heard of a show called Ascension? It was only on for 1 season in 2014.
I don't think so.
You should look it up. I think it was made by HBO. You should look it up and watch that season. I wish they made like a season 2, but I don't know how they continue it. But basically, the story is on Earth, the surface of Earth, in the 1960s. The United States government started a program where they put a bunch of people into a building disguised as a spaceship inside of another building and made them think they were going to space to see if a civilization like that colony could, withstand the test of time for 100-year journey, So it's fast forward, it's the 2000s, and there's still people like on there, and they've got their children have grown up, and they're all still just wearing 1960s clothing, listening to 1960s music, and talking to people on Earth, pretending it's whatever, but knowing that they're just in a building, that's made to look like a spaceship.
That sounds awesome.
But what's funny is that it's a metaphor for reality, because people are raised to believe that the Earth is a spaceship flying through the vacuum of space.
I wish they were, yeah.
No, we are. You never heard of my my flat Earth theory? So this is just this isn't like a belief necessarily, theoretical idea. Okay, so the Earth is a globe. It's dying, right? Resources are failing, global warming, cats marrying dogs, all kinds of hell. So they're like, oh man, we have to leave the Earth. They're like, dang, we can't because the other worlds are so far away, we'll never get there. So then this one scientist comes up with an idea. What if we make this giant craft that takes forever to get where we're going, but it basically sustains our whole life the entire time? And we'll make it so big, it's basically like an Earth. It's like a flat Earth. Put a dome over it, put the celestial sphere in the dome. It'll be just like we never. And then, 7,000 or 10,000 years later, we'll arrive at Centauri Prime, and then the sky will turn into like the Las Vegas Eye and tell we have arrived at our new home. Please be shuttled down to the. Like we're actually on a flat Earth spaceship, which is a simulation of the globe Earth left behind.
Oh my.
Yeah, well, that's just as stupid as thinking you farted out of a Big Bang's asshole and turned it into electric walking mud puddle fish.
It does seem like society is going to have to change in order to deal with like AI taking all the jobs. Because already, right now, there's people that they don't get to participate in the economy. Like we have enough food to feed everyone, but there's still like massive slums and people that there's no jobs for them. I don't know. It's like a millions of kids starve to death every year. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
Joe, we need
maybe
to
maybe
legalize child labor. It's also a
maybe it'll be
interesting portion of the tax income bracket, because if you have children working, you have children paying taxes, which is more for the tax pool, not taken from everyone else.
Are you joking?
What did I say? Did I say anything illogical or untrue?
Okay, so you're not joking? Like you think child labor is good?
I think people, I mean, at least 14 years old, should at least be able to work at 14. I mean,
Yeah, it's better to make kids wait till they're 18 to be able to start, learning how to produce and be viable, and just go to school and learn jack shit that's never going to help them in their life. And everyone's got a diploma from high school. They're all poor retards. Yeah, that's way better life.
I'm just
Hey,
saying
let me
the
ask you this
economy
question.
doesn't
Well, hold
have
on,
enough.
Dylan. I want to ask this question. Why are there 12 grades of school?
This is new, but I am not surprised.
There's really 13 if you count kindergarten, though, right?
Okay, but why is there 12 grades? Is it because you need 12 years of school to get a full education? Is that the reason?
No.
No,
I think
correct. It has nothing to do with that.
It lowers unemployment.
No, the reason why there's 12 grades of school is because you're a minor until you're 18.
Yeah, that
That's the only
sounds
reason.
right. That sounds right.
And if you had something to do with your life, like at 14 to 15, you could start being an apprentice plumber. And then by the time you're 19, 20, you already have your 5 years in. And you could go on to journeyman.
Do that. Do
Or
that.
or you could go to school and learn about, oh, look here, guys, the Earth is the planet from the sun. This is going to help you in life. Derp-a-derp.
I don't know. It seems to have like educated societies compete against other societies for this in this global economy. Like
No,
if we
dude,
did,
no, not even.
it's
It's
not
retarded,
all
dude.
model that they teach you. Like there's other value in math and science and reading and
Dude,
writing.
all of that stuff you can learn, dude, but getting a jump start on actually making a life for yourself, right? To actually have money and power and a family is way more important than spending an extra 4 years in school, twiddling your thumbs to learn a bunch of math you're not. Look at all the prospects for all the jobs that aren't going to, like in the trades, plumbing, electricians, all these types. Go watch Mike Rowe, Dirty Jobs. His one documentary about all the jobs, like real
I think in
jobs that make
England,
real good money.
Well,
I think in
you're
England,
also forgetting the importance of the lower wage jobs. Like, I mean, why would you prefer a child in China to make your slave goods for you when you could have a child in America working in a sweatshop and make your goods for you? Like, why is it better to have someone over in China that age working in a sweatshop. What like how is that better? Oh, feeding the communist machine, like that's better somehow?
I think personally, like the video game generation, they could just work from home as VR and do any job, right? The robot dies, even in war, right? Like all these war games that they play. That one robot dies, you just spawn in as another.
I don't think there'd be a lot of work there for like younger
So
people.
the
The
job
robot costs
is
money, so
war?
remember you would want a trained adult in the military controlling those robots because those robots probably cost a lot of money. You lose them, you lose a lot of money.
The job is war?
The
No,
guy
it
was just
doesn't
talking
have
about
to be war. It could be any job. But the thing is, a lot of the jobs that robots can do, they don't need human intervention. And a lot of the jobs that humans need to do to intervene on require skill and knowledge, not just controlling the robot.
Like driving?
Well, yeah, or plumbing or electrician stuff. A lot of these kinds of things. Like it's not just like that's a lot of skill that you have to.
I don't think those are getting replaced by humanoid robots anytime soon.
Right.
But
Yeah, and
cops
even if they were replaced, you'd still need the adept human as a one for one. So about the only benefit of the robot would be for safety for the human. Wouldn't be like to make the human not have a job anymore.
which is
I
the direction
disagree.
with the mining, because already in the United States, most people don't realize this, but a large portion of the mining, like copper mining, is actually done with robots controlled by people remotely. And so if a cave-in happens, they lose the machine, but they don't lose their personnel.
Right, they respawn, right?
Right, or if you're an asshole corporation, I don't lose my investment of that human meat popsicle.
Why do you think
And
that AI that these humanoid robots are not going to be able to take the electrician jobs and the plumbing jobs? Like, what job aren't they going to be able to take?
Most of them. Humanoid robots kind of suck.
He didn't say that.
I'm saying that.
I'm saying it's inevitable that their dexterity is going to be greater. They're able to understand. They're going to be able to understand all of these tasks. Like if you just
the AI
break
bot built in, right? Yeah.
into subtasks, all the subtasks they're going to be able to perform. Like why wouldn't they be able to just do the subtasks in order?
They
You
might.
could have it. You could have it in a construction-based plumbing, but
But I have
if you're
to,
going to go in maintenance, it's not going to work with
yeah,
a robot.
That's what I was thinking
yeah,
about.
like Timbo. When I'm building a house, I'm thinking about the top floor, the middle floor, the bottom floor. What's coming next? The style, what I have to do in certain orders, what I'm currently doing, right? All of these things require attention at different times, right? And the only reason I know it is hands-on experience. Now, I mean, in theory, you could say, oh, maybe I could have this is essentially simulated. I mean, dude, look, humans are
Yeah,
just
I
never
don't
going to
think
be
you could
replaced
do
in
it
that. Never
without.
going to happen.
Yeah, without a human backing it up, not going to happen.
I actually have I think a third option in that I think it will happen. I just think it's going to take 20 to 30 years. So it's just really, really far down the road.
That's not that far away.
Dude, everyone in this call is going to be an old man or a woman by.
I know, but our kids are going to be having to deal with that world. Like,
Yeah, I'm going to be a
Yeah,
woman by then.
be careful when having children, when choosing how to have children. No kidding. I concur with that.
Well, now they have the housing crisis, so they have 3D printed houses. This works in their favor.
Yeah, operated by a human.
I just don't see any task that they're not going to be able to outperform humans in.
Dude, a robot to be able to do what I do would be like $1 million to be on the job site. There'd be
Yeah,
no way that somebody would have the robot do it rather than me, when I can get it all
I
done
agree.
for fraction of the cost.
Well, think about it like
Listen,
how many
I have infinite articulate. I have cross trade skills. I can integrate and synthesize design, aesthetic, um, any kind of like fine controlling of things I'm working with. Fitting them to specs that I have to decide on the fly, like all these kinds of things.
But any one of those things, like if you just break it down into the subtasks, like do you think any one of those things it wouldn't be able to do?
Okay, listen,
No, it doesn't work like that though.
perhaps, but there is no machine that can do it as efficiently as me. Not possible. Not for the amount of money I would be able to charge for the amount of money the machine would cost. Like it would never be feasible.
Well, I work on a
needs to be like
no way.
like,
So what? So what
they
would
like versus
what
each other, right?
happens?
Like man versus robot Olympics, right? Maybe they compare it like that.
Yeah, that's right. So what happens in construction is like you get these things that are pre-made, right? And you have to fit them all together. But what you have to do in reality is fabricate the things that are already made and adapt them to how the condition is on the site. A robot can't do that.
I think you might be able to get robots to build a house from scratch on a pre-leveled foundation, and you might even be able to get robots and to execute a building plan. The thing about building plans though is they're never right.
No, they're
And
always wrong.
if you don't know how they're wrong and you can't foresee how they're going to be wrong, then you're going to manifest those errors. But I think if you really tried really hard, you could get robots to build a house, right? That's good enough from scratch, but you'd never be able to get them to read house or anything like that. Never. That's just my opinion.
What about something like
Yeah.
Neuralink where it controls a robot?
Well, yeah, but that's where the skilled, eligible operator is. And that's what I mean. Like I see what I mean by that is some of those jobs they can't be divorced from a skilled non-operator, and so you always have to employ that skilled operator.
Yeah, but I think they'll have separate jobs. I think some robots will be like, framers. Some robots will be like construction like managers and overseers. Like I think it'll be like that, like in depth.
Why would it be that way when you can just download the next skill set? Like you could just they'll have access to whatever models exist. So like one humanoid robot can just download whatever skills it needs.
Like
Dude, we need fair pay for the robot, okay? Fair pay.
Where's it going to download the skills from? The Akashic record?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, they're gonna train these models. Like right now they have these large action models. So like I work on a computer and I'm pretty sure that the company is gonna like have AI being trained on whatever I click, whatever I type, like whatever I see on my screen. They're gonna be trained on that, just like large language models were trained on text. So they're training these
That's
large
fair.
action, and then it's
That's
just
fair to a
gonna be
certain degree.
they're
And
gonna
I do
train these
agree,
robots
like
human skills. Like there'll be a robot that's watching you do everything that you do, and it's gonna eventually be able to do what
yeah,
you
but
do. Just like
it doesn't necessarily know why I did it.
but it will be able to figure that out, and it doesn't
No,
even
it's never
matter.
gonna be able to figure out why. It could only just have the sequences and then just give the next result based on basically weighting different sequences and like sequence A, sequence B. The most probable next sequence is sequence D24. That's all it can ever do.
Well, what do you think was the unemployment level during the Great Depression?
I don't know.
It was like 20%.
So
So do you don't think AI can take 20% of the jobs?
I don't even know what you mean by that.
Like how many people are truckers and like all these other jobs that are going to be much easier to take over? Like
Oh yeah,
sure,
look,
there's jobs that are harder.
jobs that it can do. I'm sure they'll sure.
So it doesn't have to take all the jobs before you're in a Great Depression, before you have like uprisings.
I don't think
think
that's
it could
how
take like at
economics
least
work. That
50%.
doesn't logically follow. Like just because a bunch of people lose jobs doesn't mean there's an overall economic depression. That doesn't logically
I
follow
think
at all.
so. Yeah, why not?
That you're getting personal economics and world countrywide economics conflated. Like that's not how that works.
Like
It's gonna
a
happen
huge
slowly and
percentage
steadily,
of the
not all at
population.
once.
Is there anybody debating in here on any topic? No.
We're talking about
Yes,
AI
you
right
are.
I kind of want to give an argument to like a lot of things about horizons and light bending.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I believe that in a horizontal I think like when you look at like the terrain very far away, man, you know how like light reflects?
Like off water, do you mean?
No, I mean like you look at the distance, right?
Yeah.
And you know it kind of does prove that like the Earth is pretty much flat. You know, there's no way it could be round.
So you're arguing for a flat Earth?
Yeah, I truly believe that light bends. I think satellites are basically being pulled by like air balloons. I believe there is a barrier where satellites cannot hit the atmosphere. Like I mean, are you want to argue that point?
I think I have a suggestion for you. Regardless of whatever any response anyone has to what you just said, you should spend more time here and just listen. Like take for instance, no flat earther in here, whatever referred to it as round, because round can mean flat and round like a penny. So we usually make the distinction here: spherical or flat.
What are you talking about?
Like you use the word penny to refer to the heliocentric model, referring to the Earth as a globe. I mean, you use the word round, but round can mean multiple different things. Like round, like a penny and a pizza are two different objects.
Well,
and they're both round and flat.
I didn't even say any word. I didn't even say round. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. I was just listening.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
Is he
serious.
trolling?
No, I'm serious. Like I don't even. When did I say round?
Well, just now, just like 2 minutes ago.
My bad. My bad. You're right. You got me, man. You got me.
I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm encouraging you to hang out and listen.
Are you the mod?
Yeah, I'm not even sure on this server.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I don't know, man. I really, I mean, what do you guys think about like do you guys even also believe that aliens also are part of that the whole flat Earth like theory?
Where they come from?
No,
Yeah,
I'm asking a genuine question.
No, I would say no.
Wait, but why? Give me an
Because you can't demonstrate them. Like, can you demonstrate aliens?
I can, dude.
You can show me a flesh and blood alien standing right in front of me. You can do that.
Yeah, dude. Like, look, we have evidence from satellites, right? We're catching these flying objects, like just going about the atmosphere. I mean, we have evidence of that.
UFOs and aliens are not the same thing.
Well, they are. I mean, I truly think that that's
Well, can you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that? Can you make a UFO land and have aliens come out of it and shake my hand? Yes or no? Because that would be a demonstration of the link between the two.
I look, man. Like, I know it's hard to believe, dude, but like, just listen to my point, all right? Like, we have video evidence, like of even NASA has even like I know NASA, to be honest with you, they're not the type of people to like I trust completely, but they have
What are ships that you can't identify automatically equal aliens?
well, no, I mean we have that one ship in the sky that like it was like this black object, and we've caught it on camera.
Yeah, so why does that automatically make you go, okay, aliens?
Because we don't have objects that flow in the air like that. It doesn't look like an
How do
asteroid.
you know that?
I seen it with my own eyes.
Right,
You've seen what with your own eyes?
Porty, there's a third option here you're forgetting. So it's either aliens, people created it, or something that's not people or aliens created and is controlling it. There's a third option.
Yeah,
It's not a
okay.
dichotomy.
But if the Earth is flat, like, wouldn't there be like a lot more crazier things than that?
That doesn't even make sense. No. Like, there's no reason to expect anything to exist or not exist just because the Earth is flat, or if the Earth were a ball, which it's not, but even if it was, there'd be no logical reason to expect anything as a result of that. Like,
But why
that
would
doesn't
the
make
Earth
sense.
be flat? I don't get it. If there's like, if we have an extraordinary thing that is basically that exists, wouldn't there just be way more than that? Like, wouldn't there at least be a god, like aliens?
Sure, I'm with you on the God part, I suppose. A natural creation requires a natural creator. We live here in the natural world. So, sure, there's a God, but there's no vacuum of space, and no one can demonstrate aliens to be real in an empirical kind of way.
Well, you know what? Actually, that makes sense, man. I think aliens, they probably couldn't be real, man. I don't know. I watch a lot of YouTube, and like that's just all it is.
I think there's aliens.
I don't understand, like, if I may cut in, guys, like why people think like aliens like have to come from like outer space. I mean, personally, like I don't even believe in space. Like I think it's fake. Um but like I mean the aliens that I believe, like the UFOs, is that the Anunnaki who like live beyond the ice wall, they've found ways to go over the ice wall when they lacked the technological means before that. And as we know, like the Glober government, they have their one world military. They've been trying to protect the ice wall so that won't actually sail and meet these other beings who live beyond it.
Can you prove any of that? Like that they exist in the first place?
The Anunnaki exists, or the ice wall?
Yeah, the Anunnaki. Can you prove that they exist?
I mean, yeah, I've actually like encountered them before.
Do tell.
Yeah, so one time I took like a expedition like with my friends, and they met us at one of the gates of the ice wall. It was a day where the one world military was not like patrolling that day, so luckily we caught them at like the right time. And yeah, they were very 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 large, and they had like a humanoid shape, and they had
Yeah, whatever, bro. Listen,
Wait,
just because you're upset, because he's upset. Listen, he's coping. He's upset that people the earth is, so he's coming here to troll himself. He's not coming here to troll us. He's here to troll himself. So if he comes here and acts silly and then leaves, he doesn't have to take Flat Earth seriously.
I mean,
I wanted to hear the story though.
I mean, to be honest with you, like
Yeah,
I
but it
kind
wasn't
of
being
was just
funny.
listening.
Like, if he's gonna troll, he's got to at least be funny, because then he's allowed to troll because he's being funny. But if you're trolling and you're not being funny, then it's like, fuck it.
I mean, couldn't there be an ice wall?
define ice wall. You mean ice shelf? You know that's
No,
what geologists call it.
maybe this Anunnaki thing makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but you do realize how there's like a difference between the description of a ice wall and an ice shelf.
Well, look, he did, yeah, that's true, and he did have something going for himself. There's no direct conclusion that just because you see.
I just think he wasn't trolling.
Go ahead.
Not taking him seriously.
Listen.
It was gonna be good.
His point that just because you have an alien, like even a physical embodiment of what you look at, it doesn't mean it necessarily came from the planet. It could have come from another area on the Earth. And that was a good point. Where he started losing everybody is where he said quite all ice wall at the right time when the Anunnaki were sunbathing on the beach.
Well,
in fact, beyond that, it's just him saying that he would go to that, freely explore that area of the Earth in the first place. Like that's an extraordinary claim within itself, if you understand the parameters of the treaty.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But more appropriately, he's just straight up.
Wait, so you believe that aliens are like within the planet? Like, you're saying that they're underground?
Who said that?
Well, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way, friend. All as I said was just because you have a creature where people might say, "Oh, that's an alien," and let's say it's weird looking. It's like maybe it's bipedal, maybe it has 3 arms, maybe it has 7 eyes, and just because you see this weird creature, even if it comes from a craft that flew around in the sky, does not mean it came from a different planet.
But how do you know that?
I know that because that's how life works. Just because you have a creature that you don't doesn't necessarily mean it came from.
Well,
and then to say, how would you know that? How would I know it came from a different planet? How would I know it came from the Earth? Good point.
Well, you need to get a little bit of a better argument than that, man.
Oh my goodness, Dad.
It's not even an argument.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, like, show me that exists. Show me that there's aliens that are within the planet. Give me proof.
Who said that?
No,
I never said there was.
I don't know, man. Like, I think I heard you say that.
This is cutting in and out. AI Arden, like 1 out of every 7 words you say is just silence. I don't know what's going on with that.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm just trying to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, he never.
Hey, listen, dude. What's your handle? What's your handle? I'm gonna DM you some of my IQ speed.
Why don't people go to the ice wall though, or to not that I don't even think
What
that
ice
there is
wall?
one, but I'm not saying there's an ice wall, but there must be some edge to the known territory. Why haven't people explored this edge
Why,
of the
Dylan?
territory?
We've been through this before. Why must there be an end to something?
I'm not saying there's an end. I'm saying like there's the known territory.
Yeah.
Right? You guys don't claim a map, but let's say for argument's sake, it's something like the AE map, right?
Right.
No.
I believe that.
No.
I'm saying for argument's sake, we know that their continents exist. Like, that their relative positions are got to be somewhat like the maps that we have. Otherwise, navigation wouldn't work, right? So I'm not saying it's exactly that way, but for argument's sake, there's going to be some limit to the known territory. Why wouldn't people go explore that? That seems like
Why are you trying to argue navigation? That doesn't make any sense, dude. Make a better argument, dude.
So Dylan, go and try and get a trip to Antarctica to explore freely. Go ahead, see what happens. Come back to me.
Dembo, I don't understand why. Like, I don't understand why why Australians are so obsessed with the flat Earth thing. I don't get it. They have what?
What do you mean Australians are obsessed?
Yeah, it's always an Australian that like has to
No,
make.
we're not, mate.
Well, actually, there's only one Australian in here at the moment.
No, what do you mean?
Two.
I don't believe, dude. come on, dude. There's way more than that.
These
I
12
just told you.
billion of us, mate.
Moira,
Because
you're going on mute.
they're all from explorers. Like for people to have gone to Australia, like the population is. They say like American population is different because people had to like leave their countries and stuff. Like it could be people could be different in different countries, you know?
Well, I'll
The
be honest
culture
with
could
you,
be
man.
different.
I think I don't understand how an Australian can just make an argument, man. I mean, they really can't most of the time.
Okay, I haven't tried to make an argument. What are you talking about?
I don't believe that, dude. I don't think you know language that well, man.
Okay, so make an argument. Let's have a chat then. Go ahead.
Well, what's the argument?
No, well, you're the one that wants to argue, so start it.
Or give me a good one.
Go for it. You're the smart one that can come up with arguments, right?
No, you're the
I'm just
doozer that's coming out with that.
yeah, I'm just the dumb one that doesn't know how to use language. Remember?
Well, yeah, you are dumb. I mean, that's
Yeah.
there.
Okay, so start an argument and have an argument with the dumb person then.
Why are you beating yourself up, dude? This is kind of weird. It's kind of getting a little bit gay.
Because it's funny. It's making you out to be a retard.
I mean, what if I'm look? What if I am retarded? What difference does it make?
Well, then you then you just know that you're retarded, or you
I don't know.
know you're retarded.
You're getting kind of upset, man. You need to
I'm not
regulate your
upset.
emotions a little bit.
I'm not upset. So, do you know you're retarded, or you don't know you're retarded?
No, I mean, I know I'm half retarded, but you know, like
half retarded, half not retarded. So, does that make you retarded or not retarded?
like half retarded.
Yeah, which half?
Yeah, is he? Listen, is he speaking to?
Look, it's the cerebellum. That's where it is.
The part of you that your language comes
the
from. That
cerebellum.
part.
The part of my brain that makes me retarded is the cerebellum.
The language part.
Yeah.
Okay, so why were you teasing me that I didn't know about language, but you're retarded in language?
I don't know. You're getting kind of upset, Mister.
I'm not upset, man. This topic doesn't upset me.
You're kind of being mean, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not being mean. I'm just giving you the energy that you gave me.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm kind of shaking, dude.
Yeah, good. Because you don't know what you're talking about.
Give us a non-troll conversation.
Yeah, we could have been listening to the Anunnaki story.
You know what? I just want to hear the Anunnaki story. That guy made me feel a lot.
No, we
better.
don't want to hear that. I'm waiting for you to state an argument about the Earth being a sphere. Go ahead.
Anxiety right now, and I just want to hear his story.
Okay, so just make an argument.
Story too. It's a great story.
You believe that you live on a sphere, right?
We live on a flat surface.
Okay, what makes you think we live on a flat surface?
Because I see with my own eyes, dude.
Okay, so we see. So you're just using vision as a measuring tool, or what are you doing?
Look, I just want Anti-Glover to talk, dude. That guy was actually making the conversation go by.
All right, so your evidence that you live on a flat surface is you see.
I want dude, like unmute Glover, man. This is like it was actually.
No, I want to talk.
I want to know about the Anunnaki.
No, they won't. He won't ever.
No, I want to talk to you, dude.
That's not fair, Timbo. Right?
What do you mean it's not fair? You started talking to me, so we're going to continue the conversation.
Well, I want to just. Okay, well, do you believe in the Anunnaki? Do you believe they just exist?
I believe about a story about the Anunnaki. I don't know whether they existed or not, but there's definitely stories about them.
Oh, really? A story about them? Give me evidence.
What do you mean evidence? It's in the what was that civilization that they come from? It was in the what text was it in? In the Sumerian text.
I think they're from Indonesia. I think
it was the Sumerian text. Sorry, Sumeria. Do you know where Sumer was?
I know that Sumerian is a record deal, record company. That's all I know.
Do you know where Sumeria is?
Can you point it out for me, please?
Do you know where it is? You're talking about the Anunnaki. Do you know where Sumeria is?
No, get a map and point it out to me.
All right, it's right there. So this is how retarded you guys are. Start talking about things you don't have any clue about, and then saying that Australians can't use language, but you don't even know what you're saying. You've got no idea, dude. You're talking about Anunnaki. You don't even know where they come from.
Well, if the guy was allowed to speak, we would freaking know about it, dude.
Oh, so he's the smart one and you're the dumb one, then, right?
Dude, exactly. That's why I want to learn from him, man. So he can smarten me up.
So dumb people shouldn't call other people dumb, right?
Well, I think you're a bit dumb. I mean, it's the Australian part that makes it you kind of
Okay,
retarded.
that's fine. Then make me look dumb.
Man, why are you being so aggressive, man?
And that's not aggressive.
Why are you being so passive aggressive?
Can we unmute the Glober? Like,
No, we're talking to you. So can
what?
you Oh, is he got evidence the Earth's a globe? Which one was he? So let's put you on mute because you got nothing to say. All right. That'll save you from butting in. And then what's the other guy's name?
The anti-glober was telling
Was
the
it
Anunnaki.
Rabbi Sheik? Was that it? Yeah. All right. Rabbi Sheik, you're up.
Yeah, I mean, I was just telling a story about my encounter with the
Yeah,
Anunnaki. I
he
didn't
said
mean to offend the server.
He said you're the smart one.
Yeah, well, I like to be humble, but I mean, I know a thing or two.
Oh, cool. So what about the Anunnaki?
Well, you want to talk about that or evidence for flat Earth?
Oh, evidence for a globe or flat Earth, that'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the Earth is flat, just simply
Why?
because of yeah. Well, I'm gonna give the reason because a globe Earth doesn't make any sense scientifically because I mean, how could somebody on the other side of the supposed globe Earth not just fall into space? It doesn't really make any sense when you think about it.
Well, the claim is that gravity holds you to the pole. So
I mean,
yeah.
gravity isn't real; it's just density.
Okay.
And even if and given density, that wouldn't prevent somebody from falling off, into the void.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why not?
Because of specific
Well,
gravity, say gravity doesn't exist. Specific gravity does exist. Relative density is specific gravity. Relative density is real. Thus, gravity exists. You're wrong.
So how can somebody who's on the other side of the globe Earth not fall into the void?
well, they say gravity, right?
Yeah, do you have any evidence for gravity?
No, it's not my
not
claim.
falling off into the void.
Yeah, well, that's just begging the question. That's a fallacy. So what we're questioning here is whether or not the Earth is a globe. If you just assume your position for the sake of the
Yeah.
argument, it gets us
Okay. So
nowhere.
your evidence the Earth's flat is because the Earth's not a globe, right?
It's an argument based on an absence of evidence.
Well, that would be a fallacy, right?
That would be very similar to fallacy to what I just done deliberately for your entertainment.
Well, so why should we believe in a globe Earth when there's no evidence for it?
I'm not arguing
The
for a globe
simplest
Earth.
explanation is that the Earth is flat.
No one here
Why
is
is that the
arguing for a
simplest
globe Earth.
explanation?
Because it's not possible for somebody on the other side of a globe Earth to not fall into the void. I mean, how many
Void.
times have I say this?
This is you making claims. You're the one that's got to tell us about this void.
I mean, it's true because of the impossibility of the contrary. That's a valid argument.
I want to help this guy out here for a second. You just said something about having to believe something, yada yada. I just want to make it clear to you. None of us in here are advocating for you to believe anything. You understand that?
Sure, but I don't have any reason to believe in a globe Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, great. But do you know the difference between knowledge and belief? Let's make that distinction. Can you make that distinction?
knowledge would just be like a justified true belief, and then a belief would just be like a proposition you hold to.
Sure, but like blind belief is not the same as knowledge. You can say those are
Well,
different.
I believe. Well, I think my belief is informed by the evidence. I mean, for one, like they Globers love
You
to
haven't
like cite these
provided any.
Well,
experiments where
the only evidence you've given is you see that it's flat, right? Or it's people
I
on the
think
other
my
side of the
eyes
earth
tell me
don't
the
fall
truth.
off.
Like, if we live on a globe Earth, like, why can't I see the Earth curve, like from a distance?
Because it's
Would
too
you
big.
see it if you were on a globe?
If we were on a globe, yeah, we should see the curvature of the Earth, which we don't observe.
Which way? Left to right? Back to front?
Like, anyway.
You wouldn't see it left to right, right?
Why not?
Because you're seeing a circle.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, have you like been at sea before? Like, we don't see like the water like curving
Yeah,
down.
I live in Australia. I've been at sea. Yes.
Okay, so then like you don't see the water like curving downwards, right?
You won't because you're seeing a circle.
Yeah.
So if we put you out in a raft in the middle of the ocean, you face forwards, you see the horizon in front of you. You turn to the left. The horizon is still horizontal, flat, level. You turn, it's still horizontal, flat, level. Even though you could be on a ball, it's still horizontal. You keep turning, and all of a sudden, where you started joins up to where you have turned to.
Yeah,
It
all at the
generates a
same
circle
level.
all the way around you. Sorry,
Brother, I mean, we live on a
Oh, you're
flat
right.
terrain, and that's why we don't see the curvature of the Earth. It doesn't matter if you
It-
turn your head straight, backwards,
It
left,
does
right.
matter
We don't see
because
curvature.
even on a sphere, you'd see the same thing. So how are you
No,
going
I
to
believe
differentiate
we
between the
live on a
two?
flat
That's the
surface.
problem. You've got a belief. How about we turn it into knowledge?
My belief is backed up by observation. I mean, are you familiar with the scientific method? I mean, the first step is
Yeah, but that's
observation.
Yeah. Okay, what are you going to do after that then?
Well, I'm going to test that belief and see if I can find any evidence of curvature, which we don't
Okay,
find,
how are you going to do that?
by trying to observe cases of curvature.
So you're going to observe, and then your second step's observe.
Supposed to prove one way or the other, if not through observation.
Okay, so your scientific method is observe, observe, and observe.
We observe, or we have a hypothesis, and then we observe, and then we test the claim, and then we see if the
So
results are repeated.
So how do you test the claim?
We try to find cases of curvature, and then if our observations are consistent with the flat Earth model, then that is the most
You just made a
simplest.
mistake.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, you just said observe again, and then you
Wait,
said
mind me
flat
asking,
Earth model.
who is the?
How are you supposed to do
who's flat
science without
earther and who
observing?
isn't?
Well, that's the first step, but then you got to take it further, right?
So what have you
Walk
observed? The
me
first step.
through how we're supposed to do it.
You got to test it.
Yeah, how do we do that?
We can do it with a laser if you want.
Oh, okay. So you think that the laser experiment, that this proves that I mean, do you hold to a globe Earth? Do you think this proves globe Earth?
I'm not arguing for a globe.
Well, so what are we testing exactly? Like, what is your hypothesis that we'd be testing in this hypothetical
Okay, so
experiment?
it's not a science experiment, so it's just an observation. So I don't need to follow the scientific method because it's not science, it's just geometry.
Yeah, but if you're just going to use a laser, you have to assess the behavior of the laser, and as experiments prove, the laser actually does not prove that the Earth is a globe. I mean, globers try to like cite like the light
Yeah, I know it
experiment,
doesn't.
for
It proves
example.
it proves the opposite. I'm trying to teach you something.
Yeah, so I'm just confused at like what we're getting at here.
I'm just showing you how bad your arguments are.
At the moment, global, fucking hell. What it seems is you're a believer. We don't want you to be a believer in flat Earth. The majority of the panel here are pretty solid flat earthers. We've come down to it's either a pretty nasty LARP, or you're just a solid believer. So
I think
I mean, I just believe what my eyes tell me.
it's a nasty
If I had to
lap.
guess, I guess he believes the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. We're hurting
Exactly.
his feelings. But he's trying to hide the fact that we're hurting his feelings by telling him the truth.
I'm fine,
So
man.
what's the alleged claim Earth's radius?
You asking me?
Yeah.
I don't know at the top of my head.
Yeah. Well, option A it is then, LARPer.
How does that prove I'm a LARPer? I don't understand.
Because the majority of flat earthers know more about the globe claims than what most globers do.
Okay, I mean that may be
against
true.
it.
I mean, be honest. Like, I'm pretty new to like the flat Earth scene, so I'm still studying up on a variety of things. I mean, I was a glober like a year ago until I realized it's all fake.
So it's all fake. What led you to that?
Well, I mean, like I mentioned previously, it's just the idea that somebody can be on the other side of a globe and not fall off. Like, that's just laughable. I mean, the fact that anyone believes
gravity.
that.
We've already discussed that.
Yeah, I just don't find the evidence for gravity compelling. I mean, there really isn't any evidence.
You said that about 10 or 15 times. Yeah, we heard you the first time. You don't need to repeat yourself again. Thank
Well,
you.
he asked me for my reasons, so I was giving my reasons.
You believe it's flat because you find it hard to believe that someone on the opposite side of a ball is sticking to it.
Yes.
So that
But
someone's ability to stick to a ball out of your vision has nothing to do with the shape of your understanding of what shape of the ground is. It's like pointing to the sky and saying, "I see the moon, therefore the Earth is round."
Well, I've just never observed like somebody sticking to another side of the ball with my own eyes. Like, if I go high enough in the air,
I get it.
I'm not going to see that.
Tip: drop that as an argument. It's shit. It doesn't really mean anything. You're better off saying, "Hey, dude, when I go outside, I don't see any curvature. We sail across it flat. We navigate it flat." And list all the reasons for being flat, not some anti-reason. That's not really going to get you anywhere.
If you hang out here for a while, you learn to be a better LARPer.
He traveled to the ice wall and saw the Anunnaki already. That should be a good enough reason.
Sit down, boy. Put yourself back on mute. Good boy.
All right, I'll move it to someone else. It's fine.
I saw the Anunnaki.
There we go.
I wasn't lying about that. Just FYI.
So is there any globers that are here who would like to put forward their claims and back them up with some kind of evidence?
I mean, I think you're actually a glober, just LARPing, to be honest.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, mate. Thanks.
Because I don't know. I mean, you seem to just be like levying arguments against flat Earth. Like, it's hard for me to believe you're actually a flat Earther. I mean, what reasons would you have to hold?
Hey, anti-glober, check it out. I don't want you to believe. Do you understand that?
I don't know, man. You don't sound very genuine to me.
You struggle to understand the difference between belief and knowledge. I'll give you an example. I tell you my table is a rectangle. My computer desk is a rectangle. At the moment, you believe it's a rectangle. Why? Because you do not have any first-hand knowledge of it. Then, tomorrow, I invite you over to my house. You walk into my computer room. Holy shit, you see a rectangle computer table. Now you know it is. Okay? Very simple. First-hand, as soon as you get to see it, do it, touch it, play with it, now you have knowledge of it. It's not just a belief anymore.
I already said knowledge.
At the moment, yeah, justified true belief. That's the same idiocracy we get from every other glober that comes in here. Oh, it's just a justified true belief. Yeah,
what's your definition of knowledge, then?
So did I not just give you an example?
You gave me an example. You didn't give me a definition.
Well, I don't have to define it if I've given you an example of it.
Well, you object to my definition of knowledge, so I assume you have a better one.
Because your justification is still just a belief.
My justification is
your justification is a negative. Yeah, your observation. My observation is lack of people falling off of somewhere that I can't see. Therefore, I believe It's flat.
The fact that I
That's
can't
what you
see
gave
it
us.
is the
That's right.
evidence for
So
my
you're
claim.
telling me you can't see something that's 12,500 miles away, so therefore something happened or didn't happen. You're just
If
a
the
believer,
Earth was a
dude.
globe, I would
We're
see
trying.
people
Yeah,
sticking
if the
to the
Earth
other
was a
side
globe, that's
of the
great.
globe.
We're trying to help you. At the moment, you're just a believer. For some reason, you're offended by that. Don't be. We're trying to help you out so you gain knowledge.
I think
Go
you're
and
just splitting
test shit out.
hairs.
No, you're just, I want to cling on to my justified true belief. So what justification have you given something that's 12,500 miles away that you haven't seen, that you just believe? How do you justify that?
Through observation, once again.
You haven't observed it. It's 12,500 miles away. Do you have some kind of hypervision
I
that we don't
observe
know
the
about?
flat surface of the Earth. I don't observe curvature.
No, your belief of lack of curvature was people not falling off the other side of it. Have you observed that? Yes or no?
I have not observed people falling off the
Excellent.
other
So
side of the
you
globe.
making claims
Therefore,
of
it
people
ain't real.
doing, have you making claims of people doing or not doing something is pretty much null and void if you haven't witnessed it.
Yeah, if the Earth was
Excellent.
a globe,
So
we
it's
should
just a
expect to
belief.
see that.
Now do you understand? You are just believing this happens. You don't know. You haven't been there. You haven't seen it.
I mean, I have eyes, man. I don't know about you. Maybe you're blind, but I have eyes. I can see
your
what's
eyes
going
can see 12,500 miles away.
Why don't we see curvature?
Your eyes can see 12,500 miles away. Yes or no?
Brother, that's completely irrelevant.
Well, it's very much relevant because you're claiming things that happen 12,500 miles away because you don't see it happening. Therefore, it proves something. Can you see 12,500 miles away? Yes or no?
I don't see curvature. I don't know how
I
far
didn't
the
ask
human
if you
eye
see
can see.
curvature. I asked if you can see 12,500 miles away.
I don't know how far the
Can
human
you?
eye can see.
Yes or no?
I
Be
can't.
honest.
I already answered. I said I don't know how
No, you
far
didn't.
the human
You
eye can
dodged
see.
it. Well, how far do you think you can see? Let's try that. Perfect.
I mean, if you have really good vision.
God, hold on. Let's just say by some act of God, we've got perfect visibility. How far do you think you'd see at sea level? You've gone to the
you can probably
ocean.
see
You're
12
looking out. How far?
You can probably see 12,000 miles. It's no issue with that.
What if you found out it caps out at about 300 mile?
I mean, do you have an experiment to prove that?
So he is a larper. I fucking knew it.
I mean, we can see the sun, and that's millions of miles away. So your argument is dumb.
How do you prove that?
You just outed yourself there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Head first into the mincer.
Well, how far is the
How
sun?
many million miles away is it, Anti-Glover? How many million miles away is this thing?
This guy's trying to blend in with you guys.
No, it's millions, but I mean, if we can see the sun, then we should see
it straight
12,000
away,
miles.
though.
I just found it.
12,000 miles? What? What's he saying?
How many miles?
If we can
is the
see
sun
something
away
millions
on
of
the
miles
flat Earth
away,
model?
we should see 12,000
How do you-
miles away.
How do you know you can see something millions of miles away?
Because I can see it.
See what?
Something millions of miles away,
What's that?
Such
as the sun.
How do
How
you
do you
know
know
it's
it's
millions
millions
away?
of miles away?
I mean, do you reject that, or I'm confused here?
Well,
Well,
how do
you're
you
the
know?
one that's
You're
making
the
a claim
positive claim.
that it's millions of miles away. So how are you going to justify this belief that it's millions of miles away? What, have you
Yeah,
measured
are
it?
you going to put a number on it too? Like how many millions
Gotta
of
go
miles
up to
away?
the sun. I mean, we can't access it immediately, right?
So you can't measure it.
What do you think measuring is? Like, what the hell?
Measuring?
True justification of the distance of something
Wow.
to a standard.
Yeah, you ain't a flat earther, bud. You can stop the LARP.
And it's Coke time.
Do you want to have a serious conversation, dude? Or
I mean, I'm willing. I mean, this guy is just
No,
trolling.
no. Stop.
On the
You can
flat
drop
Earth
the act,
model,
mate.
they don't believe that
fine.
the sun's that far away. They don't even believe space is real.
Yeah,
We
I
know that
don't believe in space either.
Anti-globe, you got to change your tone of voice because you have the constant troll tone of voice. So, like, we know
This
you're
is
not
just my
having like
normal
real
tone of
conversation.
voice. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, come on, you're not stuck like that. Like, you don't talk to your friends if you have any like that, do you? You don't talk to like your
I mean,
mother.
we
Like,
don't know each other, so I don't know how you'd know how I speak to my friends.
well, you're speaking to us in a troll tone of voice. Like, we've had enough trolls come through here that would troll
What
to
sounds
other people.
trolly about my voice?
It sounds a bit more like this. I don't know. I can't really mimic it, but it's just obvious.
I mean, you
So,
don't
like,
have any other examples of me
okay,
talking.
look,
This is the first time you're
dude,
speaking.
can you, let's just drop the act. It's fine if you believe in a globe. It doesn't matter, right? Are you willing to have a normal conversation? Can you
I
do
don't
that?
believe in a globe. That's ridiculous.
But just drop the act, mate. You don't know anything.
I mean, you sound like you want me to be a glober really badly. It's kind of suspicious.
It's because you are. We can hear it.
I want you to be honest. Does that get through?
We don't care what you are. Like our mate said,
Is
just
this
be
some
honest.
kind of like psyop you're running here? Like, oh, you want people to be globers, so you just accuse them
No,
of
we want
lying?
people to be honest. See, honest, glober. They don't even sound the same.
You don't have any evidence that
We
I've been
want
dishonest.
you to speak truth.
I've spoken truth.
No, you haven't. We can tell by the duper's delight when you're talking. You had a cheesy little grin on your face earlier.
I mean, I don't even have my camera on, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, you can hear it in people's voices.
You can hear someone grinning. All right, bro.
Yeah, of course you can.
You can hear the muscles in my face flex. Yeah, sure, man. You got superhuman hearing.
There's a
Totally.
word for
Why not? You've got superhuman vision.
I mean, I'm sorry. It sounds like you got damaged vision. I mean, sorry, man. Like, I don't have to tell you.
Well, it just sounds like you've got no idea how far things actually are. You've heard about that. That's
You
great.
can only see something like 300
Next.
miles away. I mean, those are rookie numbers, man. You got
That's on a
get
good.
your money
That's
up.
on a good day.
That's on a really good day. If you don't believe us, how about you get your phone, and I know you're a kid, you know how to use those things, check your local weather app and look at the visibility for today, for your area. I don't want you to read it out, I don't want you to dox yourself, or if you want, check another area. It'll give you a
I mean,
visibility
wait, you
range in
actually
miles.
you actually believe in those fucking weather apps, dude?
Yeah,
You fucking
go and check
dude,
it
what the
out.
hell?
Oi,
Dude, you just exposed
yep,
yourself.
let's
You actually
yapping.
believe in those fucking weather apps?
Do yourself a solid and go and read the fucking thing. You're not helping yourself, bro.
Oh, I'm gonna read the fucking
For example, if today is foggy, are you expecting to see 300 miles? No, you're not. You'd be lucky to see 3 mile.
Yeah, there's things which can inhibit our visibility. That doesn't mean that
No
the human eye
shit,
can't see that
Sherlock.
far, dude. What
So
the
when
fuck?
those things aren't there, do you honestly believe you have infinite vision?
Oh, is it just always foggy on Earth? That's pretty convenient
No,
for your
did I
bullshit
say
Glober
that?
narrative.
I just
That's pretty
said
fucking
if
convenient.
those things aren't there, do you believe you have infinite vision?
I believe I can see farther than 300 miles, dude. I mean, you got.
Excellent.
Sounds like you're legally blind.
That's a
How about
great
that, bro?
belief. So you've got no idea, have you?
Demonstrate it. Demonstrate that you can see further than 300 miles.
Yeah, we can see the sun, and it's definitely further than 300
Okay,
miles. I don't believe in
demonstrate.
space. I think the sun is just there in the
Okay,
sky.
demonstrate that the sun is more than 300 miles.
Yeah, I mean, you ever try to go to the sun before? We've had people try to go to the sun. They don't just access it
No,
in the
I'm asking
immediate
you.
atmosphere.
I'm asking you to demonstrate
That
it.
is the
Right?
evidence. Well, what, you want me to take a fucking rocket ship to the sun right now?
Okay, so you don't know that you can see more than 300 miles then, right?
I can see the sun. It's more than 300 miles.
Okay, how do you know how far away the sun is?
Because it's been measured.
Okay, who measured it?
The people doing the measurement.
And what did they measure? What distance?
I don't remember the exact distance. It's definitely more than 300 miles.
Oh, really? Is the sun a sphere?
No.
Not. What is it?
I mean, I believe the sun is a flat circle.
You're a
Oh, you're laughing. Wait, is believing in a flat circle absurd? You just expose yourself as a glober.
You're a fucking retard, mate.
You want? Oh yeah, now he's crashing out because he knows this whole LARP got exposed.
I'm not
he knows you're
I'm not
LARPing.
crashing out, mate. There's no crashing
I mean, he
out.
thinks believing in a flat circle is absurd, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you got baked.
Why do you
ain't got
instantly
no
jump to?
response.
Hey, anti-idiot.
Yeah, it is.
Why did
Yeah,
you
it is.
instantly jump to believing in a flat circle is absurd? So where has
No,
anyone
that's what
presented
you
a flat
claim, dude.
circle?
I claim
Hold
that
on.
the sun is a flat
Shut
circle.
up! I haven't finished. Where has anyone here claimed anything's a flat circle?
The Earth
Other
ain't
than
a fucking
yourself.
globe, so it must be a flat circle.
Why a flat circle?
It ain't a fucking triangle.
So why would it be a circle then?
It's not a globe, and yet it is circular, so it's flat.
So why does not a globe have to mean it's a circle?
Do you fail geometry?
No, I didn't. Why does not a globe have to be a flat circle?
What else?
What
So
else
if something's
would it be?
not a globe, therefore it has to be a flat circle if it's not a globe. So if it's not a globe, can it be a cube? Yes. If it's not a globe, can it be one of my wore-out squash shoes? Yes. If it's not a globe, can it be a half-eaten cheese pizza? Yes.
I'm back. My connection cut out.
Why does the
Hello?
subject of the Earth being flat make you feel so uncomfortable?
It doesn't. I believe the Earth is flat.
You can be honest. Why does it make you feel uncomfortable?
I mean, I don't think the Australian guy is really a flat earther.
Are you really just gonna lie to me like that?
I mean, he said that believing in a flat circle is absurd, so he just exposed himself. Do you not?
Do you remember what I said a second ago about you using the troll voice?
Are we on this bullshit again?
Yeah, you're still using the troll voice, so I know you're lying.
When I psychoanalyze, I'm not really interested in that. This is how I normally speak.
So do you
Yeah,
think Earth's a
you're
flat
lying.
circle? Is that what you think Earth is? You think Earth's a flat circle?
I'm back again. My connection is poor.
Yeah, no, it didn't. It
I'm
didn't cut out.
not trolling.
So do you believe in? Do you think that Earth's a flat circle?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
There's no evidence that it's a globe, and we don't observe curvature. We don't observe people falling off on the other side of the globe, which would be the expected result if it was.
So none
how
of
do you
your
get-
answer
how
then
do you-
necessitates a flat circle.
Yeah.
Well, because I mean, we know if we go high enough in the atmosphere, we can see that the Earth is circular, but obviously it's not a globe, so that leaves us with only one option. That's a flat circle.
When do you see it circular?
If you go high, if you go in a plane,
You see a circle from a plane?
yes.
When?
You ever been on a plane?
Yeah, heaps of them.
Okay, well then you should be agreeing with me.
A circle? You see a circle
Mhm.
from a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Can you show me that?
I mean, what you want me to like pull up images on Google, or like what do you want from me?
Yeah. Image from Google if you want. Circle below a plane of the Earth. That'd be a good one.
In the side chat, you're looking out your plane window. Which one do you see? A, B, or C?
Hold on, I can't do multiple things at once.
Where's my fucking side chat disappeared to?
Up the top. They did an update.
Oh fuck! Where?
Hey,
What's it?
it's actually
Oh, the
it's the
speech
little
bubble.
speech bubble up the
Oh.
top now. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner. Even I can find it now.
It's in its spot. It's got this weird mobile, and I press it, and it says start streaming. I'm like, no.
Yeah, no. Yeah, not while you got your shirt off, mate. That's not good.
The anti-glober's starting to look like more of a glober again. I see curvature from a plane.
I don't have image perms.
Hang on. Let's have a look here. What rank are you? Profile. You are a level 2. That's why you got to be level 3 or higher. You should be able to post links though.
It's convenient for the Globers. Gotta be level 3.
No, that's a server rule. It's got nothing to do with us.
I mean, it's a
FE
Glober
guys that come
server.
in. Don't blame me. That's a rule they put on here because it's an adult channel. Level 3 or higher.
All right. Well, I'll just explain since I don't know how to share links. So give me a second. So when you're in a plane,
How
like
about
you don't
send it to me and I can post it up for you?
Okay.
Since I'm feeling somewhat charitable at the moment.
What's your name?
Matrix.
All right, there. So just I'm just gonna explain. So in that image, like if the Earth wasn't circular, you would observe sides, you would observe corners. Like if it was a rectangle or a triangle or a square, you would observe corners, but you don't observe that because it's circular. So it leaves us with
in the
like
side chat. That's what he gave me.
yeah. So like you notice how you don't see any sides, right, or corners.
So you don't see any circles either.
Well, if you don't see it, so if you don't see sides or corners, then what should the shape be?
No. You claimed you could see a circle from a plane. That's what we
Yeah,
were
that
waiting
is a
for.
circle because you don't
Your
see
evidence.
corners. A
Your
circle doesn't
evidence
have
of a
corners.
circle. No. What I can see there is the wing of a plane, and out into the distance, there's no circle there.
Brother, if you have like a 360-degree view, it's gonna
Yeah, that's
look like
great.
the same thing.
Then how about if you're going to claim that, you send that as an image and I can post it up for you.
So what, you want a video of me taking a 360-degree view of the Earth in a plane to prove
You're the
that's gonna
one
look
that
the same?
claimed you can see circle from a plane, not me. You. So I don't know if you've been
Okay.
in here before, but this is how it works. If you make a claim, someone is going to jump down your neck and expect you to back it. You made the claim of I can see circle, disc, Earth from plane. So
I think I backed it up.
Well, your thinking is not very good because that didn't back up anything.
Can you prove me how? Prove to me how?
I don't see a circle, disc, Earth.
Okay, do you see corners?
Yeah, I can see the corner of the tip of the plane. So
No,
what?
do you see the corners like in the horizon?
Corners of what?
I'm saying that if the Earth was a different shape other than a circle, then you would see corners.
So you're trying to prove the negative again. You made a
Oh, this
positive
guy.
claim. You're not going to prove a positive claim by denying a negative. I don't see this, therefore X. No.
I'm not sure how to explain
You've
it
made
to
a
you.
Your explanation was pretty good. I see a disc Earth from a plane. You even asked Timbo if he's been in a plane. So now it's up to you to provide what you've got, or just go, my bad, I've stuffed up.
Saying that we don't see corners, so therefore it ain't a shape other than a circle. I don't see what's so hard to understand about that.
Helps if I click the button. You're assuming it's a circle because you don't see anything else.
I don't see any evidence that would point to it being other than a circle.
So you can't see any edges or anything, so you've just gone, I assume circle. That's what you've done.
Yeah.
So how do you know? See, this is just a belief. As we told you earlier, you're just a believer.
Yeah, you never defined what knowledge
You've
was.
got
So I
no
don't know why you're doing
first-hand
that.
experience to validate, verify, or prove what you are claiming.
Brother, I mean, it's just simple logic. It's just simple deduction, dude.
Yeah, that's a simple failure. You're not backing anything up. Your logic, I don't see something, therefore I can assume whatever the fuck I like. That's
Well,
your
let
logic.
me ask you this:
You don't
if
see something, therefore you assume it's a circle. That's
if the
great,
Earth if
dude.
the Earth was a square, should I see corners?
If you're going to claim it's a square, you go and measure it, validate, verify, or prove your claim. At the moment, you're claiming it's a circle, so show us the circle.
I mean, I've showed you the circle many times.
No, you
now.
haven't. You've showed us a negative. You've showed us nothing. You may as well have shown us a pineapple and said, I don't see this, therefore it's a circle.
Well, pineapple has
Like,
curvature,
seriously, dude.
right?
You've given us absolutely nothing. Like we said earlier, you're just a larper, alright?
If you want to
Why
believe that,
does
that's fine.
being flat hurt your feelings? Like, why or how does the Earth being flat hurt your feelings?
I believe the Earth is flat, so I've been arguing all along.
But you don't. You're just lying. Why are you lying?
Why do you think I'm lying?
Because take for instance your profile picture, your avatar.
Yeah, what's the problem with that?
So do you believe that the people in here believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space?
I mean, I don't believe in space for one, but I believe it is a flat circle.
So
I don't know what the
what's
people here
the
believe.
reasoning? What's the reasoning behind your profile picture? Why'd you pick that?
Yeah, I believe that this image here is an approximate representation of what the Earth looks like. I mean, it's probably not perfect.
Does it look like it's an image in the vacuum of space?
Well, I mean, just because it looks like space doesn't mean it is space. I think it's just floating there, but space isn't real.
So why would you have a picture of a flat Earth in the vacuum of space as your profile picture if you don't believe in the vacuum of space?
That's not space.
What else would you call it?
I mean, I would just call it just the area surrounding the Earth. It's not space.
Do you believe that anyone in here believes the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space?
No, I mean, space is like an absurd belief. I don't think people here hold to that. If I were to guess,
So then, what do you think that our thoughts are on that? The limits of our environment. Have you listened
limits of
long
our
enough to know?
environment. I mean, elaborate on. I don't understand the question.
What do you think I think the limits of our environment?
I mean, you don't believe in space, I presume, so it would be limited to the Earth or I guess the atmosphere would be beyond like just the soil or the water, right?
Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
Enlighten me.
It's the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it.
Okay.
Has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container?
I'm not sure like how this is on topic.
Well, you'll see. Has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container?
I'm not sure. You can probably answer that.
To the best of my knowledge, no. No one ever has. Are we breathing
Okay.
gas pressure? Are you breathing gas pressure right now?
No, I don't believe that.
What would you call what you're breathing then?
Or breathing air.
Is air gas?
No.
Are you just being stupid, or is this just the troll speaking?
I mean, you seem to think I've been trolling this whole time. I mean, I've been here long enough to show I'm not trolling. But no, I don't believe air is a gas. I mean, what's the evidence for that?
Okay, let's just go back to basics. Phases of matter: solids, liquids, or gases. The air that you breathe falls under which category?
Yeah, I don't believe that there's phases of matter. I mean, I don't even believe that matter is real or atoms are real.
Okay, good for you. So why does the Earth being flat hurt your feelings?
I mean, it sounds like it hurts your feelings since you're wanting to project that onto me. Maybe you're just a glober pretending to be a flat earther.
Well, I'm not talking in the passive aggressive tone of voice, so no, it doesn't hurt my feelings.
I would beg to differ.
Okay. So your response is no.
It's a nah.
I mean, that's been your response all the time. It's just no.
See, this is you coping now. So, show us on the flat Earth where the doll hurt you.
I mean, you're just a globalist Aussie pretending to be
I'm a
flat
globalist,
earther.
so that's
I
your
wouldn't be
best
talking.
response to us pointing out your inability to understand. You are now going on the defensive and you're calling me a glober because
I don't believe
you
you're
don't
a
want
flat
to
earther.
understand. Well, I didn't ask you for your beliefs.
No, I'm just stating my belief.
I asked you for your knowledge. You have none at the moment, and you refuse to accept
the term which you
when
never
these guys
defined.
are helping you. I don't have to define it. I gave an
You never
example of it.
you never define knowledge.
If you're stupid enough,
example
if
ain't
you're
a
stupid
definition.
enough to not take a hint, then there's nothing I can do for you, mate.
I mean, if you're not even willing to define your terms, like I don't know why.
Your definition of knowledge is justified true belief. So how do you justify something that you can't see? And you wouldn't answer that. Justified true belief. I can't see 12,000 miles to justify what is going on in another place. But apparently you can. It's justified because I
think I can
truly
see that
believe
part.
this is not happening. That is some next level broken ass shit right there.
I think I can see that far. I mean, it just sounds like a skill issue on your
You're
part.
an idiot.
I mean, hey, if you want to keep LARPing as a flat earther, it's up to you, man.
Hey,
I mean,
you're
I'm
the one
sorry that your
laughing. Hey,
brain is
bro,
trapped in the
you're the one
globe
laughing
prism.
as a flat earther. You're in here to cope. I don't know why. I'm not really interested.
You have any
in
evidence
that.
of that?
You came. What? You're coping? Yes.
I mean, that's just a claim.
See those two bots that are above your name? Our evidence can be played back at any time we like for our entertainment.
I mean, I'm sorry you lost. You know, you want to cook
I
or
haven't
something?
lost anything. I'm still here. You're the one that came in here with the LARP. You failed. We called you out very early on.
You failed. You failed.
And now your poor attempt to mimic me has just amplified
You
my
failed,
understanding
mate.
of you.
Oh,
Please try
you
harder.
failed, mate.
Is that the best you can do?
Oi, bro, you failed, mate.
Is that the best you can do?
We don't say brov.
Maybe he thinks
All
it's
right,
an English accent.
that's what it is.
Yeah, nice
Yeah, I
one,
think he
brother.
does. Yeah. If air is not gas, what is it?
Well, I don't believe matter is real. So I believe reality is a mental projection. I'm a solipsist.
He's a fucking brain in a jar.
And you can
that
laugh, and it
explains
shows you have no argument. I know you want to cope, but that's really
argument
cute.
about what though? Argument about what?
You don't have any evidence that matter is real.
Well, what would it matter? You're a solipsist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what would it matter if
Problem?
we had an argument or not?
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, you're just figments of my imagination.
Right.
That's what I believe.
So it doesn't matter then, does it?
I mean, I'm not really sure what you're getting at here.
Well, if you're not sure and you're the one that claimed that you are what you are, then I don't know. I don't know what to do with
Yeah,
you,
you
man.
can subconsciously project things. You don't know that.
So check it out. Solipsism is the philosophical position that only one's own mind is certain to exist. It holds that
Yeah.
knowledge of anything outside one's own mind, including the external world and other minds, is uncertain and cannot be conclusively known. So,
Correct.
you're not a flat earther, you're just a muppet.
You're just a muppet,
Because you can't conclusively know it.
Wait, you're just a
So
muppet,
practice your solipsism elsewhere, Junior.
You're just a muppet, mate.
And you're not very good at doing that.
Trust me, man.
See, you'd be doing better in here if you were just doing imitations of other people, because that's the only words that you've said so far that don't sound like a troll.
Oh
Like
right. When
disingenuous.
I'm mocking him, I don't sound like I'm trolling. Yeah, you make a lot of sense, bro.
You're not
You're
doing a
probably
very
a
good job
fucking
at
Glover
mocking me.
retard.
How about we
That's what
try
you
this
sound
one? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Try that one.
Yeah, you're a Glover, dude. You just exposed yourself. I mean, you exposed
You've got
yourself when you said
nothing.
that believing in a flat circle is absurd. I mean, you really blundered
No,
right there.
that was Timbo.
Be embarrassed,
Wrong
too.
Aussie. Oi, stupid.
Yeah,
Wrong Aussie.
I
That
did
was the
say
other one.
that.
Oh right, so he's the one who exposed himself as a
No,
crypto
no,
Glover.
he exposed you because you're the one that said it was a flat circle,
He
and that's what he
exposed
said.
me
He
by
was
saying
telling you
believing in a
that
flat
wasn't
circle.
that wasn't your invitation to run over the top of me. You're the one that said you believe you live on a flat circle, and he pointed that out as silly. He was laughing at you. He was mocking you, and you're too stupid to even understand that. My goodness.
When I said that I believe the sun is a flat circle, he thought that was crazy, and he exposed his own Glober beliefs because he's a LARPer.
So how did you come to the
I didn't think
conclusion
that
the
was
sun's a
crazy.
flat circle?
Well, you laughed when I said it's a flat circle.
Yeah, I did laugh because you're laughing as a flat earther, and no one in the flat Earth
Right.
community
Yes,
says that the sun is a flat disc, right? So
It wasn't
you wouldn't
about my plan about the sun. It was about me
you would have,
supposedly being a LARPer. That's
yeah,
real
because
convenient.
you would have understood that if you were really a flat earther, but you're not.
Dude, I've spoken to enough fucking Globers. Like, you guys think I can't tell you apart from a flat earther? Like, get out of here, man. I eat you lot for fucking breakfast.
It's just Cope Central, isn't it? Hey kid, you've had your time. You've had your 15 minutes of fame. Kick rocks.
You should change your name to intellectual.
I mean, I haven't been outpacing y'all intellectually this whole time. Y'all can't keep up.
No, you haven't. You're not even related to something that's intellectual.
I mean, you couldn't
Did your
define
parents
any
not
of your
punish
terms.
your
So.
child? Like, did your parents just let you do whatever you want and never punish you when you were bad? Is that why you're like this?
Now, he's probably fat. They used to feed him biscuits to shut him up.
Yeah, I'm 400 pounds, bro. How'd you know?
I mean, I'm trying to figure out where someone like this even comes from. Like, are you in your mom's basement or whatever? Like,
Yeah. How do you know? What the hell?
I believe it.
but that's not why you talk like that. It's because she
Yeah,
never punished.
I'm in my mom's basement eating some fucking Dominoes while I'm baking some Globe Earth retards. So you got me.
Just remember, anyone listening, this is what happens when your children misbehave and you don't beat them. They turn into this kind of a monster.
Or at least stick him in the naughty corner.
Bro, just fly.
Yes. Welcome.
Hey. I never get tired of Globey's arguments for why the Earth is globe, usually something moronic like this.
Oh, you missed the excitement, Murph. This numpty's laughing as a flat earther, and not even a very good one.
All right, well, I gotta go. Have fun being globalist fucking retards. All right.
See you, mate.
Do you guys all believe in the ice wall?
No, that's you.
I don't believe in an ice wall. I
You don't.
believe in a
You don't.
globe.
You don't believe that there's an ice shelf in Antarctica?
I said an ice wall.
Well, who said an ice wall? Who said that? You
I
said
did.
that, right?
Yeah.
So where's
I
that?
asked if you guys believe in that.
I believe that there's an ice shelf somewhere in Antarctica, but
I
I don't
didn't
know what
say
an ice.
I said wall.
I don't know what an ice wall is. That's your claim.
I didn't make a claim. I made a question. I asked a question.
I think it's when you get a bunch of blocks of ice and make them into a wall.
Yeah, Eskimos do that.
Yeah, so I asked if you guys all believe in the ice wall. So no was sufficient.
Yeah, do you believe in an ice wall?
No, I'm a globalist. Why would I believe in an ice
Oh,
wall?
okay, so you disagree with the U.S. Geological Service survey?
They don't say that there's an ice wall.
They're the
Actually,
ones
it was
that
them
coined
that said that
the
was
term.
an ice wall.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong.
It was them that said it, and also it was an Admiral Byrd with Operation High Jump.
Well, if they said it, I disagree with them. I don't
So there's
know.
no ice wall now. So is there an ice wall or not?
Obviously, there never was. What do you mean now?
Have you been there to check
I
that they
said
were
there.
wrong?
I didn't believe in it from the beginning. Why is that so hard to be?
Did you
to
check that they were
comprehend?
wrong? Did you check that they were wrong?
If that's what they said, then they're wrong. Because otherwise, it'd
Okay,
be
did you
fallacy of authority. Unless you're
you check that?
quoting
So even
them
if
or
they're
taking them out of
even if
context, which is
hello.
probable.
Even if there was an ice wall, would that negate the fact that the Earth measures to be flat?
I asked about your theory.
No,
I
you
don't know
didn't.
why
You
you're
just
being
said
so
it.
defensive.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. It's not my
But you're
theory.
asking
You asked.
about everything but that. I asked if you had
Hey,
believed in
big
the
bad
ice
locker
wall.
room ref. Stop whining. Let's
Alright,
just
I'm
run
just
down two roads. We've come to an intersection. On the left-hand side, there's an ice wall. On the right-hand side, oh, well, kick rocks. I don't care. I'm not going to lose any sleep. Coward. Right-hand side, no ice wall. Go left. Does that prove the Earth is any particular shape? No. Go right. Does that prove the Earth is any particular shape? No. Oh, looks like your ice wall means sweet diddly. Timbo, why are
Yo.
you attracting all the sooks? What's going on?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just out for a drive and thought I'd log in. And normally I'm
Oh,
sitting
man.
on you. Normally I'm sitting on YouTube hearing you deal with them.
You sneaky bastard.
Thought I'd come in and have
Slap
some
her
fun.
up. Yeah, it's entertaining with some of them, but the LARPers just carrying on.
I think I realize why
Like
you guys
it,
drive on the left now. It's because you're upside down.
yeah, it's just a matter of perspective, all right. Like anti-clockwise and clockwise for the stars. All right, we got anyone else?
There's one globe earther in here that was making an interesting claim earlier. I believe it's this little eunuch duck that's holding a cup of coffee. He was telling me how sunsets prove the Earth to be a sphere. I don't know how, but that's what he was saying.
Oh, Tristan.
There's an interesting name. Atheist oblate spheroid pilot. Mhm.
Yeah, he's been around a while. I couldn't tell you the last time I heard him speak.
Like he's trying to type up a storm.
Yeah, that's the bit you keep missing. And it keeps decreasing until it's all tried to be equalised. For some reason, you just don't want to accept that. Oh, but there's a gradient.
It's always a gradient.
I like that somehow negates there still needing to be a container. I guess
Yeah.
they're believing. That's weird.
Gradients in containers.
It's funny. Why doesn't just the definition of gas pressure use gradient or container?
Gravity. So gravity pulls air down. That would be circular reasoning, my friend. Unless you've got some kind of scientific experimentation that can show us this gravity pulling air downwards and holding it to a surface.
Who are you guys talking to?
Oh, Oblate Spheroid. He's chucking up inside chat. The question put to him was, can you demonstrate how the gas pressure is obtained and maintained? And naturally, everyone's favourite G word got splashed across the screen.
I don't like that position of that new chat bubble.
Yeah, before you had to swipe down to knock all the squares out of the way, and then click on the chat thing from outside. Whereas I like it now because I don't have to swipe other shit away.
Oh, because I use Discord on my phone, so it was always at the bottom of the screen in the little panel.
Yeah, or you can do that way.
What's
I struggle
Strudel
to hear
still
some.
doing anyway?
Oh, actually, he was hot micing earlier. That's why I red flag.
Oh, what? What was I hot miking?
Oh.
Huh?
Earlier on, someone else was talking. I think it was Orion was talking, and I could hear him through
Ah.
you. It's
You
like,
see,
yeah, no, that's
everyone
not
has
happening.
different. Everyone has different loudnesses of mics, and I have to turn people down manually. My mic's very sensitive. It's on
Yeah,
my
we heard
desk.
some weird stuff, man.
Oh, I did while they're jacking off. My bad. I do that now and again. It's like a nervous reaction as soon as I start hearing that people arguing. You know, gets me going.
It wasn't
Is that
that you
from
were doing that. You were calling
I know.
Timbo's name out whilst you were doing that. That's what was off-putting.
I wasn't caught. Hey, I was looking at the profile picture, bro. Listen.
Do I remind you
Yeah,
of your
sure. That's your
of your
excuse
dad?
now, bro. We get it.
His profile picture reminds me of my uncle. You get me? First
Your
look.
weird uncle.
I miss my uncle touches me. It reminds me of it.
It was the last time I was touched. Sadly. You know, you get a craving when you get lonely.
Oh, come on. All right, mate.
What? To drop into a flat Earth channel? What a crazy craving! I'm so Ronry.
I'm gonna go to flat Earth channel and jack off. You don't get that vibe?
That's messed up, dude.
This is entertainment, man. This is comedy. This is a great way to have my morning coffee, I swear.
Thank you, I try.
Deka Deka. Muhammad Jihad. Deka Deka. Was that same movie, Matrix? It was, wasn't it?
Yes.
What was it called? Captain America or something? What was it? American
Team
Team
America.
America.
Team America.
World Police.
America, fuck yeah! I couldn't stop laughing through that whole thing when I first saw it. When the sex scene between the two dolls, that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's the cats that made South Park that made that.
Yeah, they're funny.
You guys did you guys honestly think that guy was laughing earlier? I thought it was just like stupid.
No, he was laughing. Yeah. Hey mate,
Oh no.
hey, I know you don't know this, but some of us have been doing this stuff for almost 10 years, or some of it even more. So
No.
we're not just last year turned into flat earthers, right?
Yeah, but he might have been. That's my point.
No, he wouldn't have been, because it's not. That's not how you come to flat Earth. He didn't know anything.
He wouldn't use that ridiculous picture, and he would have known the globe model better, for sure.
Yeah. Like straight away, they asked him what I think it was Matrix. He said, "What's the radius of the Earth?" Like, if you've been looking at this, and then all of a sudden you go, "Oh shit, I'm a flat Earth," I'm a flat earther. You know the radius of the Earth, because it's the thing that tells you that it's not a globe.
You guys are letting him slide on that whole Anunnaki and the ice wall thing, like.
What do you mean slide? You just let people talk, yeah? Like, You let them embarrass themselves.
I don't know. That was
Yeah,
the
I've
that
met
was
the Anunnaki. They're
obviously
real.
a story. That was obviously like made up. I mean, you guys didn't really let him slide. I just mean,
Did you guys
like
not see
that
the ice
that
wall?
proved it right there.
Yeah. People
That is a
reveal
question
themselves
to have
when
though.
you
Like,
when you yeah when you let them talk enough, they reveal themselves.
Yeah, he was obviously LARPing, not trying to have even a semi-honest conversation. So no real point to, you know, go really hold him to much. Just let him do his
And if he
little
was a
LARP.
normal person, if it was normal, he just would have got when I said, "All right, so let's have a drop the act, let's have a serious conversation." He'd go, "Yeah, okay, all right."
I wanted to
Yeah.
hear that
Yeah,
Anunnaki
I
story
don't
pretty
think he
bad.
was a normal person because he seemed to believe in fucking everything. Shit, if he was being serious about that, it's kind
No,
of
he was just saying. Yeah, he was saying this is what flat earthers are like, and I'm going to be like a flat earther. That's what he thought. He thinks flat earthers are like what he was portraying. That's what he was doing. So he was
Attempted
having a
infiltration.
joke with his mates, like nah, not even that. He was having a joke with his mates. Say, watch, I'll go in and I'll join in with these flat earthers.
But why hasn't somebody gone to the limits though, like of the territory? That's still a
Where's
question.
that?
Like, I don't
Where's
know.
the
It seems like
limits?
you go any direction. If
Yeah,
people
do you
can
want to
circumvent,
die?
why would they
Is that
die?
what you want to do? Well, it's pretty cold, right? The further you move away from that, where that sun is, it's cold, right?
Yeah, not
Yeah,
many
but
7-Elevens.
people used to explore like with much less technology. Like even the clothing has gotten so much better.
Where?
And
Where did they explore?
well, they went to the North Pole. I feel like they went to the South Pole.
Did
I
they?
mean, they certainly have gone to Antarctica. There's people that like have like
Yeah, and
stations.
how far away from the ocean did they go?
How far away from the ocean?
Yeah,
Like how far inland into Antarctica?
yeah, unassisted.
Well,
So
some of them used
freedom to
assist.
travel, right? Wherever you want.
I know somebody that went to Antarctica, but it
Yeah,
was
to a
just on a
base or a cruise in the water, right?
well, they go on land for a little while, yeah.
Yeah, on a shelf, on an ice shelf, right?
But that's my point is that you can access
Hey,
it. Why wouldn't a ship be able to go check out the ice wall in a different location or
what ice wall?
whatever it is, just to see how far they can go? Seems
Because
like
you're not
people.
allowed to say, you're not allowed to explore freely.
So if you do try to just go in one direction and reach the limit of known territory, are there ships there that keep you from going? Like what stops people from getting there?
From getting there, well, before you leave, so you got to dock. You've got to leave from somewhere, right? Australia, New Zealand, South America, right? So before so ports are like airports. Ports, airports, same thing. Before you leave that airport, you need to tell people where you're going, right? Right?
Yeah, you file a float plan.
Yep. Then all ships have tracking beacons, right?
You'd think some people would push the limits though.
Yeah, they have. There's a guy. Look up a guy called Dirk Urquhart, I think his name was.
they do get arrested.
Dirk Urquhart, I think his name was. Look him up and what happens in his
Antarctica
crew.
is suspicious. I can confirm that. I agree with that.
I gotta go, guys. Anyway, I'll be on YouTube.
Catch ya.
Ciao.
Antarctica makes
Thanks,
no
Timbo.
sense the way they protect it.
Dylan, I feel obligated to point out the obvious to you. There's an option I think you overlooked, which is that some people may have discovered the limits of our environment, but they're not going to tell you about it.
The question is, why would they keep that secret? But then it's just open speculation forever, right?
So if somebody just filed a float plan and said that they were gonna go, like, what would stop them? Like, I don't understand what would, because people can circumnavigate. People just go places. People sometimes even
You
like.
get asked very politely by the Navy to turn around and go home.
So the Navy is like patrolling the perimeter.
I don't know about
Yes.
perimeter,
Yeah.
but they patrol and tell people to
The
go
Navy
away.
does ask you to fuck off, yes.
They ask you politely
That is
first,
true.
and then they use force second. We're not saying you can't go down to Antarctica. Shit, if you want to spend 30k, there's a little tour where they take you down there, whether you sail or fly down to that little peninsula, and you can go and see penguins and shit. Go down there. I don't know if you stay overnight, but yeah, it costs about 30 grand to go and do it.
I don't think you actually go to Antarctica with that one. I think it's an island off of Antarctica.
Yeah, it's the
as
peninsula.
well.
I can't find this Dirk. Is it DIRK? Dirk.
DURK, I think.
And the last name?
No. So I'm telling about the Dirk guy. Dirk dude. No, they are right. Antarctica is suspicious why they protect it like that.
Well, don't worry, there's a few people that are questioning why the necessity. If there's nothing down there, if it's just penguins, then why the force required?
Well, it's the same way it's interesting that flat Earth is so censored and misrepresented.
Yeah.
Well, they do a circumnavigation of Antarctica. There's like a great sailing race that they do around Antarctica.
Yeah, I've heard that before too.
I mean, I know people that have been on that race. But
Captain Cook tried to sail around it for something that's only supposed to be 60,000 miles. He punched in, I think it was about 180,000 miles and 18 or 19 months and still couldn't get around it.
how is it? Wait, remind me, is nautical mile? I'll Google it. Further or less than a normal mile? Miles to mile. Oh, it's more. Okay. Wait, how far did a mile used to measure? I know the measurement of mile has changed repeatedly. That's also a good point. 95%. Yeah, 95%. It's not a discrepancy. I just wanted to make sure. Gotta be accurate. I thought I read somewhere that a mile used to be like a third of a normal mile. But I misremember.
It must be a pretty far distance to patrol. I mean, somebody must have like a jet that they could just go take a look.
Haven't you ever seen that show Under the Dome? Didn't work out so well for the Cessna pilot.
No, I didn't see that show. What happened?
At the beginning, like in the first episode, a mysterious transparent dome several miles in diameter appears out of nowhere covering a town. And there's a Cessna in flight over the town when it happens. So a few seconds after it appears, just crashes into it.
Wait, did you say Captain James Cook tried to circumnavigate Antarctica?
Yep.
I'm not seeing anywhere about this. That's all.
There's a lot
Says
of
it's a
things you don't get to see
misconception.
about history. Captain James Cook also nearly got eaten when he went to Tonga. It was named the Friendly Islands, but they're friggin' cannibals.
Yeah,
So,
that might
yeah.
be so, but
The only reason he got away from that, someone
that's
tipped him
known.
off, and he pissed off early.
But that's
It's not
known.
No, it's
kind
not.
of known. You can look that up. This one you can't. So where did you learn that from? That's all I'm asking.
Bottom of a Wheaties box, like it. You Globers learning stuff.
I mean, that's come on. I'm trying to be decent, mate.
I thought it was known.
Apparently not. I was just wondering where you got the who told you, or what told you, where did you find it, so I can find it myself, obviously. So I look it up. It says you only ever sighted 60,000-mile journey, and that was to navigate the globe. I think 150 miles would have killed anyone if 60,000 miles was barely doable.
$60,000 miles?
Yeah, he travelled
Where
over
am I?
60,000. Apparently, that's what he logged on one of his journeys. The other guy said it was like 150,000 miles to navigate Antarctica, but I don't see that anywhere. I don't.
Yeah, it's roughly 60,000 square miles.
Yeah, but he never circumnavigated Antarctica. That's what I'm saying, or tried to. That's all. Just fact checking.
If he went 60,000 miles, that's plenty of range to go check those. the edge of the territory.
Yeah, but he said circumnavigate Antarctica is what he said.
That's what his goal
Specifically.
was. The problem is the amount of miles that he clocked, he could have done it 3 times over. And they never got around it. That was the issue.
I don't see his journey where
Over an 18-month period, they had enough time and travelled enough distance to loop the thing 3 times and never made it round.
Yeah, but I don't see his mission to circumnavigate Antarctica anywhere. I only see circumnavigation of the Earth, which was 60,000 miles. That's all I see.
That's my point, though, is that if you're going around already, you just take a little detour and see how far you can go.
That's the circumference of the Earth would be about 63,000 miles, so it's not.
What do you mean the circumference would be 63?
That's what it measures at in the globe model. You don't have to believe it, but that's what he logged as well as this.
Ah, okay. You're talking about his logs for a second. Okay, I thought you were talking about the actual claims of the globe. Sorry, my bad.
I'm just questioning the Antarctic voyage claim. I don't see that by Thomas Cook.
Not Thomas Cook. James Cook. Wrong person.
James Cook.
If the radius is only 3,000 something, or let's say 4,000 even, then 60,000 is going to be a lot more than the circumference.
Yep.
Exactly.
Circumnavigation of the Southern Ocean, so he wasn't actually trying to circumnavigate Antarctica.
He was just going around the globe on the bottom.
Yeah.
Technically, the only thing to circumnavigate in the South Hemisphere would be Antarctica, because there is no
Right.
other landmass there. So you can't circumnavigate an ocean in that sense, right? You're navigating around something. Circumnavigating.
I don't know, but he's circumnavigating the world via the ocean. That's what that means. Over the course of the voyage, he zigzagged across the Southern Ocean, circumnavigating the globe in high southern latitudes to prove that no massive habitable continent existed there, though he speculated a barren one existed nearer the pole. So he didn't even know about Antarctica at this point.
Well, if he's mentioning the pole, I think he did know about Antarctica. If he's mentioning the pole,
He speculated that a barren one existed near the pole. He never actually laid eyes on it. But that could be, he might have speculated it because of the North Pole, right? Which would be in the middle of your model, right? So if he believed the world was a globe and
hold on.
one was in the
We
north, he
haven't
speculated
put
one was in
forward.
the south.
We haven't put forward a model. Why do you claim that's in the middle of our model?
No, it's kind of just makes sense if that's how
It
everything's
makes sense.
situated.
It makes sense
It's known.
because you need to generate a straw man in order to attack.
No,
Please
no, I
don't.
haven't attacked you at all. I haven't attacked you once.
No, not
I'm
me.
just saying.
The argument. That's what you're attacking. You've created a straw
What?
man. So
How does that
that's
attack
exactly
the argument,
right.
though?
Yep, the
How
one
does
you've
that-
just created.
What?
Where have we put forward that this is in the middle of our model, as you worded it?
That's just what makes sense. I assumed. It was an assumption. It wasn't a straw man.
Excellent.
Assumption. An assumption
Well,
isn't
it's
a
still
straw
a straw
man. It's a
man, whether
No, it's a
deliberate or not.
misconception. That's not straw
Well, now
man's
it's
deliberate,
fixed.
my guy. A straw man's deliberate. Yes.
It's now fixed. If you want to claim it as misconception,
I don't know why. I don't
please
know why
don't
you're
do
giving
it
me the
again.
attitude for. So where do you think the North Pole is on a map?
The North Pole.
On a map, yeah.
I don't make a claim to it.
I mean,
How about this? North.
I mean, the existing continents that you know of, you must think something of them, the ones that are visitable, right?
So because there's existing continents, I have to now know where
Yeah, but
some magical North Pole
what would
is.
the map look like for the existing continent in your model?
Do I sound like a cartographer?
You don't have to put any borders on it or like limiting factors.
If I don't, you'll whinge about it anyways.
No, I won't. That's why I said it.
You bloody well will. We've
I
heard it
wouldn't.
before.
Why would I whinge about it?
So which north will you be
after?
after?
The point wasn't even that argument.
Which north
the point was
are
the
you? Which
circumnavigate-
north
changing the subject.
are you? How about shut up for a second? Which north are you after?
The subject, you're switching the subject. I don't care about that.
You
That was
want
just an
north.
assumption.
Which one are you after? Magnetic north?
The specific North Pole, the big icy landmass.
Which one are you
Above
after?
Greenland.
Magnetic north?
The big icy landmass, I want to know where it's situated.
So you're not after north then?
Well, you're not North Pole?
Right, let's try a different thing. What do you define as the North Pole?
The big icy landmass, which is the furthest point north, but I'm not trying to speculate that. I literally just said the point was James Cook, if he believed in the globe model, would also speculate because the far north is cold, then the far south must be cold, and there must be a barren landmass there too. That's what I'm saying. That's what the history says about it. He didn't see Antarctica, but he speculated something would exist down there because it would naturally freeze.
Because of a speculation of one thing, a speculation of another thing now becomes not a speculation? What are you trying to dribble about?
If you listen to the conversation.
I've been trying to. It's impossible to follow.
Didn't.
So
I'm
you're
just trying to
telling us about
verify
someone in
your
history.
claim.
You're telling us
Oh my-
someone in history. Yeah, oh my God, he's not going to help you. You're telling us someone in history has speculated something, and because he speculated something, therefore something else happened. Holy shit, dude. Where do you get this from?
The entirety of history is like
What was
that.
the
Good one,
something
Columbus.
else happened? What was the something else happened? I haven't speculated anything.
You're telling us of Captain James Cook's speculations. What, you want a first name basis?
No, it's literally logged in his fucking book, my guy. What do you mean?
So it says there, I speculate that this happens up north, so therefore...
Yes, speculate there was a southern continent at the pole. Yes.
So, because he speculated something up north, he could also speculate there's something down south. Did he speculate there was shit to the east and the west also?
Well, yeah, because he was travelling to disperse the myth that there was a southern, a mid-southern habitable continent, which there wasn't. There was a few islands. That's it. That's all he found. You said this is about your claim that he tried to circumnavigate Antarctica.
He tried to.
No, he didn't. That's not what it says. That's what I'm trying to say. Where did you find that information?
That's not what it says. What does it? What is it?
Every registerable fucking source. I'd like to know your source. That's
What
I'm
is
asking you.
it? Every registrable source.
All
so
of
your
them.
mum's in there
I can't
saying
find a
he's
single one.
not.
On the internet, anything on the internet, I can't find it.
Well, you're not really trying very hard.
I've looked through 6 pages.
Check this out. Check this out.
Yeah,
I'll
what
read
did you show
this.
me?
James, shut up, or I'll fucking mute you. James Cook has a central place in the history of Antarctica. His circumnavigation of Antarctica from 1772 to 1775 was the first of many government-instigated expeditions to the Antarctic. Would you like the web page? so you could read it for
I
yourself.
can't find it. I googled it. I tried to find it.
Because you're not
Can't
trying
find
very
it.
hard.
I googled James Cook circumnavigation of Antarctica.
There you go. It's in there.
What else
Go
do I
read
need to
it.
Google?
Enjoy.
Why
Have
are
a
you
great
angry?
day. I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
You were shouting a minute ago.
Because you keep fucking talking. You won't shut up. Go and read it.
All right.
My God. I can't find it, so it's not true. I looked at the first page and it didn't fucking have anything. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. So let's just go to Google for a second. I want to find something here. Click on that. Start page. Cook Antarctic circumnavigation. And there's like 5 pages of shit. Oh, wow. The very first page. Let's have a look here. Wikipedia. It puts up a little blurb from Wikipedia. Second voyage of James Cook. 72 to 75 British maritime voyage. The second voyage of James Cook from 72 to 75, commissioned by the British government with advice from the Royal Society, was designed to circumnavigate the globe as far as... Oh, man. So, and you couldn't find anything about circumnavigation. Suppose if I click on that and blow it up bigger, make it even bigger. Cook had demonstrated by circumnavigating New Zealand that it was not attached to a larger landmass to the south. Charted almost the entire eastern coastline of mainland Australia, yet Terra Australis was believed to be further south, and others of the Royal Society still believe this massive southern continent should exist. After delay brought about the botanist Joseph Banks' ship modification request, the ship's resolution and adventure was filled for the voyage and set sail for the Antarctic 1772. '73 Resolution was the first ship to venture south of the Antarctic Circle, which she did twice more on this voyage. The final such crossing, 3rd February 74, was to be the most southerly penetration, reaching latitude 7110. South at longitude 106.54 west, Cook undertook a series of bar sweeps across the Pacific, finally proving there was no Terra Australis in temperate latitudes by sailing over most of its predicted locations. Captain Cook was nothing but a grub. If you look up his history, here's an idea. Terra Nullis is what he went back and said he found in Australia. Which means there's no one living there. That's why the Pommies came back and claimed it. Even though the Dutch had been here for I don't know how long beforehand.
So your own source basically confirms what I said. You cut it off. You cut off what you were reading before the actual conclusion. So James Cook is a central person
My
in
own
history.
source says what?
Okay. Like I was about to say. Can you stop cutting me off? Like,
You
this is
said
double
you
standard.
couldn't
You're doing it
find
now.
anything.
You're
I
doing it
read
now.
the fucking thing out
and
to
you found exactly.
I found exactly what you said did not exist. And it took me less than a minute and a half. It seems you just like your own voice, dude. Fuckwit sailing around, don't prove the shape of the ground.
When it comes to James Cook, too, if you look into the Freemason history, he was given a special deputy to go start lodges. Like basically, his endeavor ship was a floating lodge, and actually, the USS Endeavour that went to the moon supposedly took a piece of wood from his ship to the moon, and and they called it a Sea of Tranquility because they wanted to have a Masonic lodge on the moon by the year 2000.
Yeah, there's some twisted stuff. It's like crazy, man.
And then there's Thomas Young. He was like he was the helper of Joseph Banks. He was like
Yep.
just a kid, a stowaway, and he was the one who pointed out Young's Point in New Zealand. And you think you'd hear more about that kid than you do.
Yeah, there's a lot of information that seems to be deliberately not there.
Yeah, it
It's really,
sounds
really
crazy,
odd.
but and then when you go ahead in history and go to Captain Ross, his voyages were probably more realistic than Cook's because he got further south because they started using metals on the hull of the ships and stuff. And another thing is on his way to do the circumnavigation, he stopped in Tahiti to drop somebody off from the Royal Society so that they could measure the transit of Venus across the sun. And that was one of the main reasons that he went on that trip. But yeah, he was basically a nobody. He was a low ranking seaman when they gave him the job because he had worked with another captain when they went to Newfoundland. I forget the whole story, but yeah, it's kind of it's more about the Royal Society, Joseph Banks, Transit of Venus bullshit.
People can be weird.
It's all oh shit, where'd it go?
Oh, Matrix, you know what? You're a dick. Okay.
So why the fuck did he mute me before I got to my point? It's weird that, and why did he cut himself off twice before he proved me right? Why did he not read out the full quote that he was reading? I wonder. Right, let me read the quote real quick that he was reading and cut himself off at. James Cook is a central place in the history of Antarctica. His circumnavigation of Antarctica from 1772 to 1775 was the first of many government-instigated expeditions to the Antarctic. Keep in mind, this was not yet a sighted continent, so it wasn't called this at the time. Cook did not sight land, key point here, so he wasn't aiming to circumnavigate the Antarctic because he didn't sight the land and he didn't know it existed. But his two ships penetrated well into the sea ice and well south of the Antarctic Circle, far enough that he was able to say with reasonable confidence that there was land over the South Pole because of the ice. The goal was to locate, as he was saying, Terra Ostra, or whatever it was called.
So are you reading a
Which
Wikipedia
then
article or
proved
are
that
you
didn't
reading from his
exist.
direct journal?
I'm
Curious.
reading from his lick. I'm reading the link that he cut himself off at halfway through.
I already knew about Terra Australia. It was called New Holland before that.
It doesn't exist. Terra Ostra. It was to dispel the myth that existed, and he did. That was the goal of the expedition, not to circumnavigate Antarctica. It was called that afterwards. It was repurposed. And he never logged 150,000 miles. He logged 60,000.
Yeah, but Antarctica is only 14,000 round.
Yeah, but he wasn't trying to. You see, the issue is he wasn't trying to circumnavigate Antarctica. That's the issue. He was circumnavigating the wider part of what would be the model, right? He was navigating the Southern Ocean to dispel the myth of a south
Okay,
landmass that was
the
habitable.
largest, bro.
But he
Even if he was
hypothesized
going
that
up
it
with
was a
the
barren
larger
one.
part,
Can
the
you let me
upper
finish,
southern. Wait a
please?
second.
Well, can you let
Okay.
you won't just wait a second. Me, you didn't let me finish.
He did it on
All right, man.
behalf of the Royal
What's with these
Society.
double standards, bro?
He
Why do
did
you
it on
guys do
behalf of the
this?
Royal Society.
Why
The
do you guys
Royal
do these double
Society is
standards?
all about the globe.
I apologize,
KJ,
man. You can continue or you can stop bitching. Come on, man. I
I
apologize.
have been
Continue.
nothing but reasonable to you people
No, stop
constantly.
bitching.
I
I
get
already
all this
apologized. Be a
constantly.
man and continue what you were saying. For God's
It's
sake, I said I'm sorry. Now
24/7.
continue.
I've lost my place. Fuck it. Go on. I've lost my place. Fuck it. Good job.
Your place isn't lost. You were talking about how it wasn't 150,000 miles, rather
Oh,
60,000
yes. Terra
miles.
Ostra. Thank you. Terra Ostra. Fuck. The goal of the expedition was to disprove the existence of a continent that was theorized called Terra Ostra below Australia area, which he did prove, but he didn't prove the existence of Antarctica yet. It didn't even exist technically yet. It wasn't confirmed.
He did this on behalf of the Royal Society, who Isaac
Yes.
Newton was the president of for how long?
Right.
There are people who want the globe to be a thing. That's why they did the
Well,
transit of Venus at the same time. He dropped the
that's
guy
not
off
a
in
point.
Tahiti.
That's not relevant to the point. I was only trying to dispute the 150,000 mile thing, which has been debunked, right?
How big is the circumference of Antarctica compared to how far he traveled?
That's not what he was patrolling. He was doing zigzag motions within the Southern Ocean.
Even if
Find
you were
Terra
doing
Ostra,
zigzags, right? Even
and he
if you were doing
circumnavigated the
zigzags.
world as well. He only logged 60,000 miles, dude, and that's about the
You know how much?
the world.
What's the circumference of Earth?
60,000 miles. 60,000.
Of Earth is 60,000 miles.
63.
Oh, it's not.
I just googled it a minute ago. If it's not 63, it's
I
not.
can't believe this,
Earth,
man.
if the Earth rotates at 1,000 miles an hour, right, and there's 24 hours in a day,
Let me look this up. Well,
I can't believe this shit. Defending a model he doesn't even know.
oh, it's 25,000 miles. I didn't defend the model. Again, why are you projecting this on me? I don't know what you're doing. I was just disproving the fucking claim of 150,000 miles to try and navigate Antarctica, which didn't happen. There's nowhere that says it happened. His own source disproves him. That's my point. The other point's mute. Is that the
so
end
the
of the
circumference
conversation?
of the Earth at the equator is what?
It's 24,000 miles, yes.
How many miles did he travel?
60. He was doing a zigzag motion
Okay,
in the Southern Ocean.
was he on the equator or was he way
No,
south? Oh,
decent part south, but he was doing a zigzag motion for
I think I
repeatedly
still have the
doubling back on
screenshot
himself.
of his route. 1 second. I might actually have it. Give me a sec.
And it says 60,000 miles, does it not? Let me see
yeah,
the
but
screenshot.
if
I'd love
you're
to see
down
it.
at the bottom of the ball, even if you're
I'd find
zigzagging,
it. James Cook, second voyage, route map. He doubled back on himself and he did circles and zigzaggy motions. Yes, you could do that.
One sec.
It's so the route is scattered as fuck. It's all over the spot. He was checking wide swathes of the ocean, and that would be
on
more than the
behalf of the
equator.
on behalf of the Royal Society, who basically
Right,
invented
but
the globe.
right. Okay, now you're getting into conspiracy theories. You can't confirm that. You can't confirm all
Well,
this,
let's
right?
okay.
That is still mute to the point. My only point was saying that's not what he did the way he was framing it, and that's true because his own source disproves it. End of
So
conversation. That's all I wanted to say.
why
That's all
was
I wanted to
Joseph
say.
Banks with him? Why was Joseph Banks more important on
I
the
don't know,
navigation?
dude. I was just trying to, dude. I was just trying to fact check his claim. I don't care otherwise. You can theorize whatever you want.
That's not a theory. Joseph Banks
All
was
right.
actually the guy who was
Then educate us,
able
but
to.
it's nothing to do with my point being incorrect or correct. My point was correct.
Well, your point's not correct. Like
Well,
you
it
don't know who
was.
Joseph Banks is. You don't know who was given the right to write
What's
the
a
story.
person? What's a person got to do with the route that you just claimed existed and disproved me, which proves me right? How are you doubling back here? You've
I
doubled
don't
back.
think I'm
You've
doubling
doubled back
back.
on the other dude's point. Yeah, you have.
Okay, let's go back to the original point then. I won't double back. We'll stick on
His
that point.
original point was James Cook, Captain Cook, tried to circumnavigate Antarctica and he travelled 150,000 miles to find the border of it. That's what he said. Rewind the
I didn't
stream.
say that.
No,
Is he-
that's what
is
the
he
guy
meant-
said. He left, my guy. Hey, Jay, keep track. Keep up. The conversation's been going for half an hour. Jesus. Fuck me. And he started
I
saying
know
I
what
was
you're
trying to
saying.
he was trying to claim that I was trying to fucking trying to deflect and say I'm trying to defend the curve model or something. I don't understand. My main point was that's not factually correct what he was saying. That's all I'm saying. Which his own
How do
source
you
proves.
know?
His own
Who wrote?
source.
Who
But
wrote
it's
the?
his source.
Who?
He used it to prove him right and then deflected and
Oh
only
my
left out
God!
half the explanation. He proved himself wrong in his own source. Why are you not being objective?
Because I know the story of Captain Cook very well.
All right, you can tell your story, but his story's proven wrong.
Well, okay. A friend of mine wrote a book not too long ago about James Cook. We spent months and months researching it. So
And he got, yeah, it's cool, but it's nothing to do with what point it's here. If you have a different story, that's cool. I'd like to hear it. But otherwise, this guy, still, that guy that was in here a minute ago that muted me in anger and started screaming at me and talking over me instead of listening to what I had to say was wrong. By his own
okay,
admission, by his own points, by his own source.
okay,
He
he's
left it
gone
out
now.
willfully. Yeah,
Okay,
he's a
he's gone
prick,
now.
mate. I'd sodomize him. Disgusting human being.
So am I wrong also? If I was to
No, I
leave,
don't
am I
know if
wrong?
you're right. I don't know if you're right or wrong. That's not him leaving has nothing to do with it. It's his source proving it makes him wrong. I'm being objective, KJ. I'm happy to listen to your story or your reasoning or rationale, but it'll be different to his if it's correct.
Well, he hasn't done the research. Maybe like
Well,
you
that's
have to look at
fine.
journals. You have to look at journals and contemporaries from that
KJ,
time. You
I
have to
don't
look at.
mind. I don't mind when people are wrong, KJ. When willfully not admitting it and then lashing out at people, and then still denying the objective reality of their own source disproving them, and leaving it out willfully to misrepresent the opposition. That's what I believe is morally disgusting. Do you not think so? He just did it
Well,
in real time. I've just proved it in real time.
And Globies do it all the time in real time. So what's the difference?
Is that me?
Well, you're basically pointing the finger at me, so
No,
I
I'm
might as well
not.
point it at
No,
you.
I'm not. I'm not.
So
I've literally
why
said
don't we move
willfully it's
on?
not.
Yeah,
Because
he
you're
said what he
defending him.
said. Now he's gone. He said what he said. Now he's gone. So what's the
But do
big
you not
deal?
realize you're defending him? That's why this conversation keeps going. You didn't have
I
to
didn't
defend
say
him.
I'm defending anybody.
You did.
I didn't
Okay.
claim the same. Did I claim the same
Dude,
distance as he did?
my guy. My guy, I'm waiting to hear
Yeah,
your
that is
story,
a
but we
confusion on
must
your part.
agree.
He's not defending him, right? He just said that. I'll repeat actually what he said, right? He and his friend did a entire book, right? His book friend
What did he say
wrote a
before
book
that?
on James Cook, right? They spent a couple months researching, going
Yeah.
through journals, right? He knows a story, right? The story that guy said
Yes.
might have not been true because he doesn't know his
Yes.
stuff.
I
In
said
no
love to
way,
hear that.
shape, or form is that him defending that dude, right?
No,
He
Mer,
even
what did he
stated
say
that he
before
probably
that?
didn't know his stuff.
Mer, what did he say
What else?
before that? What did he say before that, Mer?
Help me out. If I'm silent, you should continue speaking,
He
probably,
said,
right?
oh, maybe he hasn't done the research, but the point is,
But
he
I said that.
claimed
That
to
I
do the
said as well.
research in real time. Yes, but he claimed to do the research in real time, misrepresented it willfully, cut me off when I was about to explain how he's misrepresented it, muted me, and then dashed to avoid accountability, and no
Hey,
one
well,
sat
that's on
there.
him, right? He's not here anymore.
Yeah,
Next time he's back, you can confront him with that
well, he's
directly,
just going to mute
right?
me again. And you
So
guys
have
Well,
won't
you done?
condemn it.
So
I
have
sit
you
here
done the
calling
research?
out. I
So
sit
have you
calling
done
out.
the research?
Yes, I used his research, and it's wrong. It's not even the research
Okay.
he claimed.
So
That's the
so
point.
I believe your research is wrong because me and a
Okay,
friend
so you believe your own
spent
friends,
months.
the mod's research is wrong. Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to hear it, but I'm going off. I'm steel manning him, using his own research.
No, you're picking apart something he said just so that you can
No,
feel like a
dude,
hero about the
it's
globe
his
and
source.
avoid what I'm saying.
No, I'm willing to listen to yours, but we have to get to this point that was morally reprehensible what he just fucking did, and I sit here in good faith arguing with people, talking with you people, being polite, and I get treated like that. It's disgusting.
When people say measure the Earth curve and you can't, what's that? Are you morally being?
No, because I admitted I was wrong, KJ.
So you know, so you're a flat earther now.
I didn't
Even admit
know.
you're
It's
wrong about no
24,000
Earth curve.
miles. I admitted I was wrong on the 60,000 mile circumference thing. And then I corrected myself. I was, okay, yeah, you're right. It's 24,000 miles.
But it's a pretty big deal if you don't even know your own model, right?
Not off the top of my head, buddy. I don't think about this
Well,
every day like you people.
that's two things that are really important: it's the radius
No,
and
because
the
I need to
diameter.
recall information, KJ. I need to look it up again. I don't have a notebook.
So you can't
I'm
think
an
we have 24
engineer.
hours in a
Do you know what an
we have
engineer
24
does?
hours in a day. The Earth spins 1,000 miles. You can't put like simple math. You're an engineer, but you can't do simple math.
Listen, I'm
About
a qualified engineer, but I can't remember all the different calculations and functions of my job. I have to have a notebook, buddy.
how many hours in a day?
24, my guy.
So there's your answer.
20. It's like
You should know that.
24.0. It's like
Yes,
24.01 or something, right?
yes. You're right. It was all Jesus.
Yeah, I did say that to him. Yeah,
You're just picking apart. It is just over 24,000.
because
That's what we have
DJ,
a lead to,
he
right?
was being disgusting and insulting me in here, DJ, and I private messaged him because I got muted while he was insulting me. Equal rights for equal left. Are you gonna
So
cry
now you
about
want to
it?
whine. Now you want to whine about it all
I'm
night.
not
Now.
talking to you, KJ. I'm talking to DJ. Yeah, Buggy, because when I try to have a polite conversation, I start getting insulted, and then I get muted before I can respond.
Yeah, that's a good excuse to be a degen.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Absolutely righteous justice, Buggy. It's a Christian value.
yeah, I don't know if
If
Jesus
you
ever
have
did
no
that, but
other
okay.
choice, if he tipped over all of the things righteously, if there was nothing else he could do.
Oh, he could have done more, right? But that was, yeah, that's
He broke.
again. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get into a talk about religion right now. This isn't the
Righteous
VC for religion.
indignation. He's being a bad person. I'm going to be a bad person to him. And he deserves it. Otherwise, like I said with KJ, nice person. I'll be nice to him. You get what you give with me. I don't do this
What did
double
Gregory?
standard shit.
What What did Gregory say to you?
He was insulting me for about half an hour.
Oh, I was
Go look at the
listening. I
live
didn't hear
stream a
him.
day ago. When were you listening? Which day?
So
What
yesterday,
Yesterday? No, it was 2 days
while
ago.
Gregory
buddy.
was here.
So do you want to go back and look
Right.
at the live stream from 2 days ago? Because that was. Yeah,
No,
it says
this is
yesterday,
yesterday.
22nd of June. 22nd of June was 2 days ago, buddy. You're looking at
Yes,
an old
yesterday.
You're looking at a screenshot that was taken yesterday, buddy. So it was 2
Okay,
days
well,
ago.
you're still saying you're gonna fuck dudes in real life?
Yeah, I would. I'm gonna.
You would fuck a man in real life.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Are you a homophobe? Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
There we go. All right.
Absolutely. It's a dominance thing.
That's very gay, man. You gay,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I'm gay.
That's
Gay as
not in the
fuck.
Bible as well, but hey.
Gay as fuck, man. Is that alright? I like to
Man,
demasculate
people
men.
are just
I like to
gone to Satan, man. This is
I
disgusting.
like to
Yeah.
demasculate. Listen, I like to demasculate bad people. I do it routinely.
By having sex with them.
The word is emasculate. The word is
You
emasculate.
like to
Whatever you
screw
say.
dudes to demasculate
Yeah.
them so
Yeah.
you can
No,
dominate.
I like to
Wow,
threaten
man.
it and make them uncomfortable and watch them get scared when they're bad
Oh,
people.
okay. Mm-hmm.
I do it regularly.
You do it regularly?
Regularly. I'm a warrior.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good joke. Thank you. It was a good Boondocks reference. Everyone Boondocks reference. I'm a warrior. I am a proponent of Uranus. Yaga, especially yours. Keep talking. Keep flirting with me. Right. Okay. AJ. Was it AJ? KJ. What would you like to say now? I'm done. Sorry about that.
Oh, not much, but there's things you should look up about Cook. Like look up the Lodge of Tranquility 2000.
Lodge of
See what
Tranquility
that's
2000.
about.
All right. Okay. I'll see about it.
And look up the Endeavour spacecraft that landed on the moon, brought a piece of Captain Cook's ship up there, and that's how they were going to claim a Masonic lodge by the year 2000 on the moon.
So what was the overall Captain Cook book about? Like what was the
Yeah, that's what I wanted
what was
to
the
know.
theme or whatever?
I want to know his
That's
story. His full story.
basically about his voyages. If you want to know more about it, the guy on X, his name is Von Conspirator. It's probably been 2 months since he's had it released. But basically, he had the largest collection of Captain Cook information. Like people went and took pictures of journals that you can't get on the internet. I can't say exactly where these places are right off the top of my head, but he did the research. Yeah, it is pretty baffling what came. Even something like molasses cookies, we found out that it was originally a parasite cleanse, like with the cloves and all the spices that were in it. On the ships, it would help keep parasites out of people.
That's pretty cool. I was just curious about the book. Thanks, man.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, and it talked a lot about like the life on the ship, right, and how it was so cold, and when water would get into the ship, they'd have to pump with the bilge pump by hand, but sometimes they could only go down 10 minutes at a time. and they were wearing like hip waders made of seals, and they'd have to keep rotating out, and this went on for months at a time. Like the whole story's kind of crazy, but it's all about the Royal Society. They want to prove the globe, so they use Captain Cook basically as a patsy. If you look up Captain Cook's history, he should have never been the guy they picked. He was very low on the scale of captains, but because he had done a journey with the Royal Society in Newfoundland, they chose him. It was Joseph Banks who was actually the most important person on that ship.
Yeah, I bet it's a pretty crazy. I bet it's a pretty crazy book, man. I mean, I could only imagine all the wind and storms and just how cold it is, and oh, that would suck.
What's the book called again? Sorry.
I'm not sure of the exact title off my hand, but the guy on X is called Von Conspirator. I can actually go look it up right now.
Thanks.
It's called Beyond the Charts. And if you go to vonconspirator.info, that'll be where you can see the book for sale.
Yes.
And if you go to info, that'll be where you can book for sale. And he got so deep into it, like he was even having songs made for it, uh, based on the songs they would sing when they were pumping. And yeah, it was a pretty crazy rabbit hole we went down.
Have you guys heard the song about that trip, Captain Cook? I think it's called. Let me check. It's called. Yeah, David J. Cameron, Ends of the Earth.
On his that web page I gave you, there's also a song about the trip, one that him and another guy worked on making.
Since it's quiet, maybe I'll give it a play. a good song.
From the ends of the earth I'd return just to hold you again. In a tavern in Plymouth, our adventure awaits. To my wife I'll bid farewell as she waits from our gate. With the voyage at sea, destiny I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. With 2 years of provisions, from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and castor full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with the weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of boat tape sailed around. On a mission for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over and it could not be found. In the year 1773, 194 men sailed into history. Crossed the Antarctic Circle, first ever we'd be. Unknown, uncharted waters, first known, ever seen. Hang on for your lives, we preach and you see. Onward beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth there to be. From the heavens of lush Polynesia, a dream paradise, to a great barrier rim of impassable ice. Frozen islands, volcanoes, 12,000 feet high, rising up one above other and into the distance, and every attempt impenetrable resistance. Gigantic glacial mountains lost through the clouds to the sky. There's no way through to go. I saw like the edge of a wheel. There's nowhere around to go. Like the edge of a wheel. At the edge of the earth. And I see that beneath us graves await those drowned sunken men. Will our fate be to sink here or return home to see you again? In the fog and much darkness of a black midnight sun, our 2 ships separated, though we fight sounded guns. Time and tide wait for no man, to the end we have come, but come hell or high water, journey home's just begun. So turn the bow hard starboard, put our stern to this hell. We've mapped the treasures of value, discovered tales we must tell. So never were seen again, lost on the board they were fell. We come the white cliffs of Dover, like home we should yell. Hang on to the winds and cut through the sea. Beyond all horizons, the ends of the earth we have seen. Hang on for your lives, you're living in dreams. The final place can't To find hell frozen over there and back, we lost many good men. From the ends of the earth I'd return to hold you again.
Yo, are we talking about much? Everyone just chilling?
Just chilling.
Chilling like a villain. Oh, is the music bot still on?
No, I don't think so.
Alright.
I can't see you speaking. What brings you to the room?
I started like 2 days ago, 3 days ago in here. Occasional discourse, mostly listening to you guys' perspective on things.
Nice.
That's
What's
about
your
it.
thoughts?
Huh?
I said, nice. What's your thoughts after listening for 2 or 3 days?
There's a few nice people in here, well-meaning, that'll have reasonable to polite discussions with you. Probably about 60%, but there's about 20% that are borderline dictators, and they're full of double standards. They speak down to you for no reason when you try to be polite with them. They're condescending. The list goes on, and they're full of double standards and hypocrisy. But for the most part, you guys seem pretty chill. Most part. Well, I'd say about 20% are bad, but then about 10% just sits sniggling in the corner.
I'd say that I can't really comment on any of that because I haven't heard any of your conversations, but I suppose everybody's different and you're going to come across this in all walks of life, not just in here, I suppose, anywhere.
Yeah, I get you. I know that, of course, I know that, but I assume people have a moral compass. Like when some arsehole Glober that doesn't know what he's talking about joins, I'm the first person to pipe up and stick up for you guys. So I imagined, it'd be reciprocated in a way when someone's clearly being an arsehole. That doesn't happen. A lot of people don't seem to have a spine when they hear it. It's weird. Very weird.
Yeah. Don't know, dude. For the most part, I chose, 24/7 flat Earth, and this is where I hang out. And the reason being is that I find that, yeah, all the guys in here, at least the moderators and people who are involved, are generally good people, and they've definitely like to stick to the topic and to the facts, and not let it get off into the weeds as such. What we'd call esoteric flat earthers.
Well, it was actually a mod in here. Just what you can actually go watch the recording. He willfully misrepresented his own information, insulted me, muted me when I was being nothing but polite. Everyone was here before he left. I obviously had some few choice words after he left because he had to. He left.
So are you saying I got no backbone because you said
No,
that I wouldn't say he
KJ.
was wrong?
Well, to a degree, yeah, KJ, because he was wrong. I would have said he was wrong if it was my own people, putting forward my ideology. Because I wouldn't want anyone to have a bad representation of me and what I think.
You didn't know the circumference of the Earth, man.
Right, I admitted I was wrong, AJ.
Well,
KJ, sorry.
that's pretty big compared to a Captain Cook story,
But
right?
that wasn't the original point, KJ. That is not. That's a moot point, KJ. It's nothing to do with the discussion.
I don't think
I was
so.
right on
I
the
don't
actual
think so.
discussion, though, wasn't I, KJ?
Both of you were wrong, as far as I'm concerned.
That literally had nothing to do with the point, KJ. And KJ,
You were saying he was wrong
KJ,
about the Captain Cook thing.
KJ,
right?
did I lash out and berate you for saying I was wrong?
Oh, no, but you told me I was defending
okay.
him, and I wouldn't.
So, yeah, and then you defended him as well, but I didn't lash
didn't.
out. Key point, you admitted I was right there. I did not lash out at you, demean you, talk down to you, mute you before you could get your point off, or raid, or just leave before you could get your point
No,
off. I listened to
you
you
just wanted to
and
whine
learned.
about you just wanted to
No,
whine about what he had to say,
no,
and
I
you
want
wouldn't
to
listen to
settle the
anything I was
score
saying.
that he's representing his point.
It's pretty
I want.
immature,
How is that immature? It's holding others and yourself to a standard, KJ.
right? And I did that. I
But you
think.
didn't. You didn't hold him to a standard because he's on your side, KJ.
Did I explain what I knew about Captain Cook through the research that I've done? Many
But
months
that's
of it.
irrelevant, KJ. You had a double standard there. You called me out, but you didn't call him out.
He was gone.
Yeah, but you didn't do it while he was here being an absolute prick.
Okay.
For no reason. You knew it was for no reason. You listened to the whole conversation. He muted me
Oh, I was
unjustly while I
listening.
was talking. I didn't even get to... I was about to say, before he muted me, well, you've just misrepresented your own source, because in the exact sentence you were reading before you cut yourself off, it goes on to say this, which disproves what you're claiming. And if you read
Yeah,
the
but
source that he provided, you'd have seen that too.
did I provide it?
No, he provided it.
Yeah, but where did he provide it from? He just did a Google search,
Dude,
right?
you're dying on a hill for him for no reason here. No,
I didn't say he
he
was
didn't
right.
just do a Google search.
I'm
He
just saying
willfully
that
misrepresented the
he was
information. He abused his mod power to silence me before I could call him out on it, and he quickly
it,
scurried off.
based on the numbers that he read. Did Captain Cook travel further distance than it would have taken to circumnavigate Antarctica?
But he wasn't circumnavigating Antarctica, KG. That's the prime point.
But the
That was
distance
my
he
original
went.
point, KJ.
So what was
He
he
was
doing? So what was he
circumnavigating
doing?
Antarctica. I already said he was looking for Terra Nostra, which didn't
Well,
exist.
that's
He was
what you.
disproving the existence of Terra Nostra. That's what his source says, KJ.
That's what the Royal Society has led people to believe. That's why
But that,
Joseph Banks was on that
but
trip.
KJ, that was his source, KJ. That was meant to prove him
Okay.
right.
And you didn't know the circumference of the Earth, so
But it wasn't
that's
relevant to
your
the
sauce,
point,
right?
KJ.
Well, if you're going to be a globe
It
guy,
wasn't a source. I didn't provide a source for that, KJ.
I don't.
You said I was wrong. I looked it up and I said, "Oh shit, I'm mistaken. You're right, KJ." And I didn't insult you, KJ.
If there's a globe believer, I would expect them to understand and know the circumference of the model
That's
that they
all.
subscribe to.
That's all
That
well
should
and
be
good, KJ. But
well. I
that's not the
mean,
point that I was making on morals, principles, standards,
He's
and
got KJ on the ropes.
dude, should have flew out. The fuck, bro. Stop ad-libbing, bro.
Hey, all right, you go ahead. Go. Get him.
You're saying I'm immature for being able to do that, KJ? Why?
you said the circumference of the Earth was
That's not
60,000
immature,
miles.
KJ. That's a mistake that I admitted to, owned up to wholeheartedly, and owned, KJ. I didn't insult you,
Yeah, but you
KJ, in
whined about
response.
it for 10 minutes
No.
after he left. You
No, I didn't.
whined about it.
Yeah, because
Oh,
of the
okay.
treatment, KJ. I do it for everybody. I do it for you. If I saw you out in the street getting berated by some drunk asshole, I'd punch him, KJ.
I was just sitting back listening. What's wrong
You'd
with
sit
that?
back listening. There you go. You're a watcher, not an actor. Got you. There
You know
go.
what? I
This
spend a
is what
lot
it
of.
is. So what would you call that, KJ? My original point was spineless people that you disagreed with. What would you
Okay,
call
did
a
I
watcher
jump?
and not an actor? A spineless person. You just admitted
Did
to
I
being
jump in?
spineless.
Did I
Thank you.
jump
You
in
admitted my point.
afterwards?
You
Did I
made your
jump in
own
afterwards
grave and
and
you
correct
dug it
it?
and you laid in it, and that's fine. You didn't jump in
I dug it
afterwards.
and laid in it.
You
So when
jumped in
when
for
I
him after he
explained,
left to run the fucking game for him. That's what you did, KJ.
okay, we'll have to let him know next time to just listen to the replay so he can hear what I told him he was wrong. I'm sure he wouldn't even. I'm sure he would say he was wrong and be honest about it.
He wouldn't
He just
then.
read what he
What do you mean?
read. I mean,
He read what he read. He read in the same paragraph that he was reading where he cut himself off. It disproves what he said, and in the Wikipedia article he was reading. That's why he stopped reading abruptly on both of them. That's why I checked out the sources, because I knew what he was doing, KJ.
why don't you
And it
check
was
out the
apparent
source
what he was
on?
doing, KJ. The
But
Wikipedia
you were
source
just
says the same thing too. KJ.
You were trying to argue with him that the Earth was 60,000 miles around.
No, that wasn't the argument,
Yes.
KJ. He framed it that way, and I said that wasn't what I was saying, KJ. 3 times. You can watch the recording again, KJ. It's on recording. Go back and listen to it.
I know what I heard.
You know what you heard, right? So go back and watch the video. We'll both watch it together.
But
We'll both watch the
again,
stream together. No,
if,
no, no,
if,
no. You're
if,
right. No,
if,
if you're right, KJ. We'll both go watch the stream together right now. Right?
if a flat
We'll go
earther
back
is
40
wrong
minutes.
about Captain Cook, I find that a little less hasty than a globey not knowing the circumference of their globe.
I wasn't
Like,
making an argument for the globe model, KJ. I wasn't making an argument for the globe model, though, KJ.
so
I
why
was
did
just
you
fact
tell us?
checking it because I was fact checking his claim, KJ. Like I said 15 times now, KJ.
Have you fact checked your own model's claims?
I didn't make a claim, KJ.
Your model did.
You asked me a question, I guessed, KJ.
That's what
Stop
it
the
usually
fucking
comes
whining,
down
darling.
to.
Shut up.
I guessed, KJ.
It's
And I
enough.
admitted I was wrong on the guess.
Yeah, but that's a pretty big being wrong.
That shows
about,
integrity, KJ.
yeah, but it
That
also
shows a
shows you don't.
willingness to learn and adapt, KJ.
Yeah, but that you learn that in grade 3, bro.
Apparently that guy didn't, KJ. Which is
They
the
taught
point.
us
We're trying to
they
hold
taught
him
us
to a
the
standard
circumference of the
here.
Earth.
I'm
The
trying
circumference
to
of the Earth, and we're
maintain the integrity of the discussion of this chat by policing verbally and making sure he's held accountable for what he claimed, which is just in my opinion. Do you agree? And yeah, you muted. Okay, there we go. I imagine he agrees.
What? Are you done?
Do you agree it's just what I was trying to do? I was trying to fact check him, verify, and I was trying to be reasonable about it. I was using
Can
his
you fact check
sources.
your own model and be reasonable about it?
What model?
Are you a globe? Are you believe in the globe?
I do, but I wasn't making an argument for it.
But
I'm here to
I'm
listen to your
saying,
perspectives.
I'm saying, if you're gonna
made the
want
claim.
somebody else fact check, can you fact check the beliefs that you have?
I have a
Like
belief. I
that
didn't
would be
make a
honorable.
claim.
That would be honorable.
Well, hey, KJ, right? We both have beliefs. I didn't make a claim. You guys say all this about a positive claim. He made the positive claim.
You made the claim that he didn't go to circumnavigate. So yeah, you did make a claim.
No, because he made the claim that he did. That's the positive claim.
Then you made the claim that he didn't.
And then he had. I said.
So you're right.
According
you're
to
right.
the sources, there is no proof of your claim, which is what you say to Globers.
What sources did you look at? You did a quick Google search.
I looked on the pages of Google. I looked through 3 pages of Google.
Dig
looked
deeper.
through 3 pages. I looked through 3 pages, 3 entire pages of about 20 links. Yes. He looked at the first 2 that disproved him, willfully misrepresented those 2, and passed it off, and then sat on his high horse talking down to me while I was muted and couldn't say anything back. Do you not see anything wrong with that behaviour? By your own standards?
I mean, that's between you and him. All I can do is bring the knowledge that I have.
I get you. You're a watcher.
Well,
you're not an actor. It's okay.
Okay. Did I not act? I
No,
mean,
you
usually I
haven't.
just watch on Rumble. Usually I just have this channel on Rumble all the time, and I just decided to tune in on my phone tonight. I never talk in here.
That's fine. I would treat you with that respect. The same respect I expect back. And when you don't give me it, I will call you out on it. Is that okay?
And here's the respect. How does a glober not know the circumference of their own model, especially when there's 24 hours in a day? It
Mate,
just seems like you
I
should
put a
look at
shot
your
in the
own
dark
model.
guess. I don't make claims like that. I'm here to listen to your guys' perspective first and foremost.
Yeah, but the burden of proof's on you guys, not
burden
us.
of proof. I'm not making a claim, so I have no burden of proof, brother. I have a belief.
You live on it,
like you said.
is the Earth
I
a
have
globe?
a belief. You said I have a belief. That is not a claim.
That's true.
KJ. Yes, that's true. So I don't have have a burden of evidence because there's no claim. There's a belief.
You believe other people's claims, right?
Yeah, and they
So
have the burden of evidence. Sure, go talk to
no, you
them.
appeal to authority. It's
No,
appealing to
no,
authority.
no, it's not.
100%.
No, it's not. That's absolutely not appealing to authority. That's me keeping an open mind and listening to you, KJ.
You don't even know the circumference of the model that you subscribe
Right, you
to.
keep saying this, but we're getting in a circle
Well,
here. I've already explained this to you.
It's kind of
You
important.
already admitted it's a belief and not, you know.
Every flat earther knows.
But I
Every
do
flat
now.
earther knows.
KJ, because I kept an open mind, I do now, though, right?
An open mind, you
And I'll
learn it in
probably
grade
forget in a
4.
week. Yes,
You
I
learn it
probably
in grade
forgot in
4
about 3
when they tell
weeks,
you there's
KJ.
24 hours in a day, and you
KJ,
just rotate.
KJ, I
I
don't
don't know.
about this. I probably forgot within the 3 weeks that I learned it. I passed the exam. I forgot it. That's what most people do. Do you remember every single? Do you remember exactly how to do Pythagoras theorem? 'Cause I do.
I'd have no need for it.
Right.
And
You
if I
see, you
do, I'll
forgot.
just look it up.
Right. Okay. I didn't have a need for it, KJ. Do you get me?
You know what?
So,
Did
we're
I
arriving
even
at a
ever learn?
conclusion here.
Did I even ever learn it? I could
Did you?
regurgitate it.
Because you learn
I
it
mean,
you learn it in like 4th grade as well.
No, I
Fifth
didn't
grade,
learn it.
6th grade. Depends.
Yeah, and then I didn't need it anymore. So do I
Yes, and
remember it?
I
No.
didn't need the model because I didn't need to explain it to anyone until
It's
now.
where you live, bro. It's a little different.
I mean,
You're in a flat Earth.
the entire
You're in a
world
flat
works
Earth
from maths,
space.
dude.
You're in a flat Earth space. You should know your own model.
The entire
right?
world works off maths, and it's a language. It's the language of reality, my guy. How do you not know that? I can use the same argument to you.
Okay, so before it ran on math, what was it called? It was called natural philosophy. And it wasn't until about 1661 when the Royal Society kicked off, and Isaac Newton was basically indoctrinated by them. He was a soldier boy who brought in. Did you know that he, during a plague, he invented calculus, the laws of optics, and the gravitational laws and gravitational forces,
Are
all
you saying
during a
maths
plague?
fake? Are you saying normal maths
I'm not
fake?
saying math's
calculus?
fake. I'm saying that math can give you the outcome you want. But if you look at natural philosophy and just your sensories, and if you were never
Maybe-
told the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't
Yeah.
think it is.
Right, KJ,
right?
but both of these perspectives are correct. So why are you arguing me on? I'm using your own argument now. Okay? Can you not?
No, you're
can you
just
not forgive and forget that I didn't know from the top of my head that 20,000 miles.
so Isaac. So
If I
Newton,
admitted I was wrong,
invented.
and I know
He
now.
invented calculus. He invented the laws of optics, and started with the gravitational math during a plague with no money from any institute. You believe that?
I
In
don't
18
know.
months, he
I
did
never.
that locked up
I
in
don't
his
think I
house
learned
during a
that.
plague.
I don't think I learned that.
Right?
in
Well,
school.
maybe you should learn that. Maybe you should go
Well,
read
maybe I
about.
should.
Right? Learn
Yeah,
about
but that's not
the Royal
again.
Society.
KJ,
Read about how when he was going to school,
KJ,
he
I'd
hated
love
what
to
they were
hear about your
teaching him.
perspectives, but that wasn't the conversation at hand, was it?
It's not perspectives. It's history.
Yes, I'd love to learn about it. You'd love you to tell me more, but that wasn't the conversation at hand, was it? You're going off on a tangent.
No, I'm just pointing out that there's a lot of things in your model that you should learn about. Like, you know about the planet Vulcan? Do you know what Star Trek, Mr. Spock's from planet Vulcan? Do you know what that's all about? Do you know they used to believe there was a planet called
Why
Vulcan?
are we talking about Star Trek now?
Because I'm just bringing what your believers of science in the past used to believe that there was a planet called Vulcan, and that was it. It was the reason that gave Mercury the orbit that it has. But then they had to use Einstein to come in and make it disappear. But they used Newtonian gravity for that. They couldn't have Mercury orbit the way it did without having the planet called Vulcan.
Okay, this is cool information. But again,
right?
We're not at the original point. I'm waiting for you to link it back.
I'm just saying you should learn your own model. Like they've been
My own
wrong about
model?
what? What else? How much have they also they've been wrong
I'm
about?
here learning your model. So I
You
can
should
understand
learn
your
your own.
perspectives. Yes, but
You
this is
should
why
know.
I'm here. I'm getting educated, brother. I'm keeping an open mind.
You should educate yourself by looking into your own model and seeing
I'm
how
here
it
to
failed.
discuss stuff. It's what was the title of this stream? Open
What can you discuss
discussion. Right.
if you don't even know your own model? What are you able to discuss?
I'm
Nothing.
listening to them discuss
Like
and verifying
you're in
fact.
grade 2 and
KJ.
everybody here is in grade 12, bro.
KJ,
You
was
just
I
aren't.
not? Was I not? The original point of this was I not verifying fact that people were saying.
No, you weren't.
Is that not me? What do you mean? No, I weren't.
When
We
I
already
asked you
agreed
what
on
the
this.
circumference of the Earth was, what did you say?
That you asked me a question. That's not the original point, KJ. Why are you
You
deflecting?
verified? Did you verify the fact that you gave me? Because you told
No,
me the
because you
number.
asked me a question and I gave you an answer quickly off the
You
top
just
of my
made it
head
up. So you
in
just
good
made it
faith.
up.
Yes, it was a guess. I told you this.
So why wouldn't you
Why
say
are you
I don't
stuck on
know?
this?
Why
I
wouldn't you say
didn't
I don't know?
I said I don't know. 60,000.
Yeah.
I
Right?
literally said that,
But this is things you should know.
and it might be,
Oh, it definitely
but that's
is.
still not the point.
You're
point
like in
is-
kindergarten going up against
Dude,
university
fuck
people
me. Why
here.
are we going in circles here, dude? You say that, but then you can't draw a coherent sentence to a point. Now you're just deflecting to a different point.
I'm just trying to point out that you know nothing about
So
the model you
I know
subscribe
nothing
to,
about the model
and
I
you
subscribe
expect
to.
us to
Yes,
explain
yes,
everything.
yes.
The burden of proof's
Sure.
on you. Like you didn't even know the circumference
Burden
of
of
your
proof
own
for me.
globe.
I
Like
wasn't
that's
asked
pretty.
to make a claim. I was asked to guess, and I gave you a guess in good faith. I didn't know.
No, I didn't say guess. I said what is the circumference of the Earth. I wouldn't say guess.
I was busy verifying that other dude's fact, so I just gave you an answer, my guy.
So he was wrong, but when you're wrong, it's okay.
I said something like
When you're wrong about
60,000.
something,
Yeah, because I
you were
admitted I
wrong
was
about
wrong,
something.
KJ. The important thing is when you are wrong to admit it so you can grow as a person.
I got no problem doing that.
Yeah, but I know you don't. I know you don't. But the point wasn't about you. You see, this is what I'm saying by you running defense for this guy. You're trying to deflect it onto you. Why?
No,
Why are you taking it personally?
he
My
left.
criticism of another man. I actually said you were a good guy to communicate with. I literally specified that, and you're running game for him.
I don't think I'm running game for anybody.
You absolutely are, because the conversation isn't even about you.
When I joined the
wasn't.
conversation,
You've
I
kept this
corrected.
going now for 40 minutes in a circle. So I'm trying to
Oh my
explain to you
God.
that wasn't the point. I have to explain to you now like 12 times it wasn't the point. But you still try to go back to it and say,
Yeah, well, the point is that you don't even know the circumference
but the
of
point
your own
is
model.
you don't even know the circumference of your. There you go again. We're back. We're back again. Right. So
That's
that
pretty
wasn't the point
sad,
of
man.
the conversation. It might be, but that isn't the point of the
How
conversation.
can I take anything? How can
Are
I
you just
take
trying to
anything you
insult
say
me
serious?
now? Are you just trying to insult me now?
No, I'm trying to be
It's
realistic.
pretty
You don't
sad
know your
now.
model.
It's pretty sad. Yes, maybe I don't, but that's not the point of the conversation that we were having. You're deflecting.
Well, don't argue with people when
Is
you
this a
don't
new
know your own
conversation?
model.
I wasn't. I was arguing with his own source that he misrepresented because I was
And you
researching what he
misrepresented
gave
your
me.
own source.
I was no, I didn't. I didn't provide a source.
You just guessed it, right?
Yes, yes. I didn't provide a source. Look in the chat. There's not a single source in that chat by me. You're lying, and you're caught in the lie because it's not
You're
there.
pathetic.
I'm pathetic. You just willfully lied
Learn
to
your
me.
own model before you put other people down for things that aren't even.
I didn't put him down. He put me down. I was trying to be
Well,
polite.
yeah, you don't even
And
know
then
the
he insulted
circumference
me.
of your own model.
That was after the fact, AJ. He was doing
Well,
that
I
for no
don't think
reason.
I don't think you know. I don't
That
think
was
you know
after he
much about
left.
your own model, to be honest with you.
You know,
I don't think you know
again,
pretty
this
much
isn't the point,
hardly.
KJ. The point
Well,
is
it's
you
important.
misrepresented a fact and source he gave willfully and lied to abuse someone else. Do you not see that as morally reprehensible?
Okay, so I believe the Earth is flat. Am I wrong or right?
You might be wrong. You might be right. I don't know. I'm not going to put you down, even if I believe otherwise. That's not what
I
normal
believe that.
people do.
I believe
That's
that.
not what normal functioning members of society do, KJ.
Okay, I believe that Captain Cook's mission with Joseph Banks was to circumnavigate Antarctica on behalf of the Royal Society.
Have you got a source?
Am I wrong?
Can you
Am I
verify
wrong?
that? Can you verify it?
Yeah, I did a
You
lot
made
of
a- now
research.
you've made a positive claim. You didn't say I believe. You said I
Okay,
think.
look up the Royal
Okay.
Society. Look up Joseph Banks. Look
I
up
did.
who
I
had
looked
the
it
right.
up. I didn't find
who-
anything. I looked
No,
up the thing you looked me to look up. It
yeah,
just
well,
came up with a
dig
bunch of
deeper.
gobbledygook.
Dig deeper.
Can you get me a source?
Yeah, I posted in the chat my buddy's
Did
book. Go buy it.
I'm not gonna buy a book, guy. Just give me some publicly available information that you have on hand that you've used to source your book.
Okay, look up what did James Cook do before he went to Antarctica? Who did he work with and where? He'll
He didn't
say
go to
Newfoundland.
Antarctica. All the
Oh my
sources
god.
say he didn't go to Antarctica. He never
He couldn't
saw the
get
land,
past
man.
a certain no, he couldn't get past a certain degree because of the ice. But then later on, he made 3 trips, right? And then Ross came later. And Ross would be the one I would say circumnavigated it over Cook.
Okay, so now it's
But it
Ross.
wasn't about
Okay,
Cook.
I'll
It
look
was
up that.
about
I'll verify that.
it was about Joseph Banks and the Royal Society wanting to prove that there was a globe. That's why on Captain Cook's voyage they stopped in Tahiti so that this I forget the guy's name. He was from Sweden, but he was going to do the transit of Venus. And in Tahiti, there was all sorts of problems because
He was a
they never
botanist.
had steel. They never had steel, so the women would sell
Gold.
themselves for nails, and the
Right,
sailors
one
would
thing
take
at a
the
time.
nails of
Goal of the Royal Society. 'Cause this guy's just the guy you said about is botanist, collected plants.
Joseph Banks, the botanist. Yeah.
Goal of the
Yep.
Royal Society. I'm trying to Google it, and he's lead the Royal Society. So what's the goal of the Royal Society?
The Royal
Well,
Society is what made math, what brought math into science. It used to be called natural philosophy, and then the Royal Society was formed, and then they brought math into it,
Math is just numbers.
and then they changed everything. Yeah, but you can make math work. Look up natural philosophy. Look up how long it lasted till. Look up when Newton went to school, how he wasn't interested, and then
Okay.
he was the perfect person for the Royal Society to take. He was he was the longest serving president, for fuck's sakes.
You realize we run machines based off of them advanced forms of math, right? And they work every day.
Your predictions, yeah, but the same predictions work on a flat Earth.
Maybe.
It's happened when things happen over
But
and
you
over
talk about the
again.
Royal Society, not the flat Earth, right now. We're talking about introducing math, and you're saying it was called naturalism beforehand, and that somehow
It was called
discredits some
natural
math.
philosophy. It was called
And I'm
natural
saying
philosophy.
a lot of this advanced math principles is what's used to run a lot of machinery and keep it in check, and systems in factories. So it works. The math is verified. It works. It's in practice.
Well, some
A lot
math
of these
works,
math
but other math works when you throw a constant in or a variable in that you just pull out of your arse. And that's what a lot of globe math is.
globe.
Yeah, globe
Yeah,
math.
I have to be. I need familiarized with the term.
You don't know what globe math is?
I don't know what globe math is.
Do you know what the drop over rate is on your globe
No, not off the top
per
of my
mile
head.
square? So it's 8
No.
inches per mile square.
Okay.
So the Earth should curve at 8 inches every mile square. So it'll be
Right.
8, 16, 32, 64. Every mile it
Sure.
doubles. So
Where's the math
how
for
far?
that?
How go to the Earth curve calculator? It's
Okay,
not.
but-
It's your guys'
no,
math,
but
not
what?
ours.
Yeah, okay, I get that, but where's this coming into? What?
We see too far for that drop over rate to be correct, based on the circumference and radius of the Earth that your model says. An observer at like 6 feet should only be able to see 3 kilometers, 3 miles.
Is that a specific mathematical formula that's used in practice for a lot of stuff? Like, otherwise, I
It's
wouldn't
go to
know.
earthcurvecalculator.com or just type in Earth curve calculator on Google. It's your guys' math based on your
No,
radius and your
guys,
circumference.
again, I've never seen this before, so it's not my math.
Right. So but it's the math you subscribe to. You come here to argue
I've never
that we're
seen it before.
wrong,
I don't
but you.
subscribe to
But
that math.
so why do you
just
believe it? You don't
because I
subscribe to the
believe it.
math.
I think the main reason is because I believe
You just
because a
told
lot of
me.
things function
Whoa,
off
whoa, whoa, whoa,
gravity.
whoa,
The
whoa.
main reason I
You.
believe in the
Whoa,
globe
whoa.
is
Hold on, hold
because
on, hold on. You just told me math runs everything. Math
it
does this
does.
and this and this. But now when I
Does.
say the math, you don't subscribe to that math. You only subscribe to this
Because
other math.
I can't verify if it's correct math.
But you can verify the other stuff's all correct? Okay.
A lot
Perfect.
of stuff, the stuff I learned in uni to figure out. Yeah, I
Okay,
can
8
verify
inches
that's
per
correct because
mile
the
square.
systems work. The systems
Do
work.
you know
That's
how pi r? Do
verifiable.
you know
Right?
what pi r squared is?
Yes. So
Okay, so now there. You should know the drop over rate of your globe.
do I know how to calculate a circle?
Yeah, do you know how to calculate a circle?
So I know the
And
drop
what's the
over
drop
rate.
over rate of that circle?
So I should know the drop over.
You should know how much your ball curves.
What if I hadn't looked into the specific difference of the
Then you
Earth and
shouldn't
that
be on a
calculation?
flat Earth.
What if this is a
Then you
new?
shouldn't.
Yes, KJ. How am I meant to learn if I don't broaden my horizons and talk to you, KJ? Why are you
Right.
being
So
unreasonable?
I'm saying
Why? This
question
is
your
an
own
open
model.
discussion thing for people to learn. You want to spread your knowledge. This is what your goal is. You have a Discord. You have a live stream. You want people to learn. That's what everyone keeps saying. Why are you judging me for trying to learn, KJ?
I'm judging you because you asked me for my model earlier, right? So when I asked you for your model, you don't know shit, and I know your model better than you know yours, and only some math applies, and because you don't know 8
one
inches per
thing.
mile square, like you're just all over the place. You just want to make excuses for everything that you don't know.
What?
Go research your own model, man.
What conclusion are you jumping to?
You don't know 8 inches per mile square. You didn't know the circumference of your ball.
This must mean this. This must mean this. Wait, how are you connecting these?
How far away
This,
is the moon?
you not knowing this off the top of your head because you learned it fucking 20 years ago means that you are ignorant about everything else, and it's actually a reflection of you as a person. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That's ridiculous. Good job. Thank
I
you.
don't think so. If you're on a flat Earth server, bro. So why don't you do yourself a favor and go and do a week of research and come back in 1 week, research your globe, and tell me how I'm wrong that I believe that the Earth is flat. You know, we were all globies at one time. Then we looked into the globe model. I mean, you can't deny that. That's the most real thing you'll hear. We all used to be globies.
Okay, so you admitted, you learned, so you've just contradicted yourself.
I sure did, but
so that was reflected on you at that. Are you saying you were a bad person at that time, Cage, and you didn't know your
no.
model?
How did I learn though? How did I learn? I didn't rely on other people.
I imagine, did you talk to people to gain the perspective first?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't believe
Okay,
them.
right. Done.
But I didn't believe them.
Yeah, and okay, that's a reflection on you. I'm not
No, that's a reflection on I was brought up in school to look, and
So
then
you
I
were
looked into
brainwashed.
everything. Then I looked.
That's
Yeah,
a
I was
reflection on you.
brainwashed.
You
So
see, people
everybody's
that get
brainwashed.
and admit they're brainwashed tend to be more susceptible to future brainwashing.
Well,
So
you're
that's a
still
reflection on
brainwashed.
you.
You're still brainwashed. I've been a
got an
flat
open
earther for.
mind. I don't think you're brainwashed if you're open to interpretations and have an open mind, brother.
Well, you should at least know your own models. If you're going to say you have an open mind, you should at least know your own model.
I'm not making a claim though. I'm listening to your
I
claims.
did make a claim. You
I
said
didn't.
that the Earth was 60,000 miles
You
around.
asked me a question. I gave you a guess while looking at something else that was more important than current. Because you were trying to divert the conversation, to try and discredit me, which is what you're still trying to do. Which
Well,
is
yeah,
ridiculous.
discrediting you because
I'm going to discredit you on this point, so you must be wrong about this point. What?
Well, bring up
They're not
whatever else.
connected. The points weren't
How far
remotely
away is the
connected,
sun?
KJ.
How far away is the moon? Tell me all these numbers. You're a math guy, right? You should know all this stuff.
Yeah, but my specialty is somewhere else, KJ. Not in
What's your special?
astronomy.
What's your
I am a
specialty then?
control and instrumentation engineer.
Okay, so do you know about
So go ahead and
pressure?
Google it.
You deal with
No,
pressure
go ahead
gauges?
and Google it. Yes.
Do you deal with pressure gauges?
I haven't since uni because engineering jobs are very loose. It's very old knowledge. It's about 4-year
So
old now for me.
what part of the flat Earth, globe Earth debate would you be? Your profession be the
Yeah,
most
see,
knowledge in?
KJ, this is why I'm verifying nothing. This is why I'm verifying what you guys are saying and listening and learning.
I don't think
I'm
you're doing a good job at listening, but
I mean, I've listened to you this entire time pretty well. You just kept rabbiting on about the same point, even though I've admitted that I was wrong there for some reason.
yeah, but now that you've admitted
hung
you're
up.
wrong, you should be man enough to go look at the rest of it.
I've been looking
Right?
at all of
You've
it
been so
this entire
indoctrinated.
time. That's what I've been listening to.
You've been so
I
indoctrinated.
wouldn't be
You're just
listening. I
willing to
mean,
throw out a number.
I wouldn't be listening to you if I wasn't man enough to do that. I would have just said, "Oh, you guys are retards," and left. KJ, I know it's going in circles. He's not getting the point. He keeps circling it back and going to a. Every time I get to the end of the point, he circles it back to. But you don't know your own model and 40,000,
Well, that's
60,000.
you're,
It's not relevant.
bro.
I've already explained 17
It
times.
is
It's not
relevant.
relevant.
You're on a flat Earth channel trying to talk with flat earthers, and you don't
Bro.
even know your own model. How are you like? You have no weight here. Like
I'm learning
again, you're
from
in
you
kindergarten.
guys.
You're not doing a good job because you don't want to listen. You want to argue
I have
about it.
listened. I haven't argued. I admit I was wrong, KJ.
No,
You're making
you.
invalid points. You're lying now again.
Oh yeah, I'm lying. Yeah,
You did.
you're
Yeah.
right. I'm lying.
It's
Well, I'm done
recorded.
with this conversation. This is horrible. But hopefully you'll do some research on your own model and come back next
Dude,
week and
you're
be
not
able
being
to
a
tell us.
reasonable person.
I'm not being reasonable by asking you the most basic things about your model. The most
It's not
basic
my
things
model. I don't take ownership of it.
So what's your model? What's your model? Obviously your model is the
I'm
Earth
an
is
actively
60,000
learning
miles around.
individual.
Your model is the Earth is 60,000 miles around, right?
No, it was a guess.
So, but that's
So I
your
was looking up
model.
something else and I was busy.
No, but
And
that's
you were
your
trying
model,
to
though.
divert the conversation, which I would have
no,
been
I'm
muted
saying
for.
if you're
What
going to
you did,
say
I
that
would have been muted for immediately.
what I did.
Yes, because you interrupted the conversation.
What conversation did I interrupt?
You interject. Oh my god, dude, you're actually getting crazy.
You told me that I didn't say a word till he
Dude.
left, and now you're saying I got
My guy.
Jesus
My
Christ.
guy. My guy. You didn't say a word about it until he left. When I brought it up again.
Right, and I was busy. I was listening
That's fine.
and I tuned in, and I gave you the knowledge I know.
And then you started running game for him. It's crazy.
I didn't run games for him.
You are. You somehow you haven't condemned his actions at all. You're just starting to hang up on this point, to try and somehow.
You don't need to condemn anybody's actions except for yours.
What
I'm talking to
actions do you
you.
condemn? Have I been immoral?
Well,
Have I
yes,
been
because
mean to
your model, the Earth is 60,000
being wrong
miles.
is immoral. Wait, are you saying being wrong is immoral?
You made a guess, right? But because you could have just said, I don't know.
Are you saying guessing?
I don't know.
Immoral?
I don't know what the circumference of my model is. Can you please
I didn't know.
tell me?
That's
Well,
pretty,
you
pretty
just
apparent.
made something up. So now, when you don't know anything, like I just think you're making shit up all the time now. If you're going to make up that, what else are you making up,
Matrix, if
right?
you're watching, you already lost this argument, buddy. Your own source disproves what you said. You misrepresented your own source, cut yourself off, and then muted me so I couldn't point that out. You are a dishonest
No,
man. You are a
you're just
dishonest,
a
disgusting
crybaby.
individual. No,
You're just a
absolutely not.
crybaby, Strudel.
Absolutely not. I
Learn your own model,
love it.
bro. When you're going to
I
preach about other people
love
saying the
it.
wrong thing, learn your own model. Your
I
model is 60,000 miles, so
love it.
this is interesting. You're like breakthrough new. You have a brand new model that's 60,000
Discredit,
miles circumference.
demean, discredit, demean,
You discredited
deflect,
yourself when you said your
discredit,
model was.
demean, deflect.
Yeah, you did all that to
This is all a
yourself, bro.
deflection from the original point, KJ.
Well,
Yeah,
guys,
because you don't know your.
I'm gonna cut in here, guys, for a minute because
I
I've
don't
been
have to
just
repeat.
sitting here. I've been sitting here working and listening to you, and so far all I've heard is arguments about who's done what. Can we get past that and actually have a real discussion here?
Happily.
KJ?
All I ask is that he learn his own model before he comes on here and talk shit about the
AJ, none of
mod.
them know that. You don't have to keep saying that
Yeah,
over and over
it's
again.
not. Yeah, it's not necessarily a requirement. Yeah, to have this conversation. I mean, feel free to point that out to them and say, you know, you don't understand your own model. Yeah, it's a belief you have, not knowledge. Yeah, because there's difference between knowledge and belief, and at the moment, Strudel holds a belief. There's nothing wrong with saying that. However, we don't have to continually cover it.
I just don't know why he's trying to demean me for it and hang off on it and try and discredit every other point off that one
Because
thing.
you
I don't know
did
what you're doing.
it.
But how
Because
does
you
that
did that to
discredit
Maverick.
everything, though? How does that discredit everything? How does that discredit the fact that he misrepresented his source? Explain that.
No,
That's a fact,
we're just gonna go
KJ.
in circles here. I'm just gonna go back to listening.
Getting one fact wrong does not discredit a different fact being right when it's obviously a fact. And that's fine. I admit I was wrong. But on the other thing, I was correct. The worst thing you could say is a broken clock's right twice a day. And I'd take that.
No, the issue is that you thought you were right
Oh my
because you think
I
someone
didn't.
else
I
was
guessed
wrong.
crit. No, there were two completely different points, crit. They're not related at all.
All right. I mean, I didn't hear it. I'll take your word for it. I'm just
Why
saying,
would
in
you? Why are
general,
you
I've
jumping in then? Come on, man.
Because normally what happens is people come in here
Yeah.
and they think they know something they don't know.
Yeah, but that's not
They
what I was
think,
doing.
yeah, hold on, dude. You ask why. I'm telling you why. 99% of the time, you get someone coming here like, oh, look at these flat earthers. They must be dumb as shit. And they'll fuck up lunar phases or something very simple. They won't know how seasons work. Then they'll tell us to explain seasons, and they'll say, no, that's wrong. And they're right at the same time. Then when they finally, and you have to go through the painstaking process of getting them to understand they weren't even correct internally. All they do is just shift the goalpost again. So yeah, okay, my bad. I assumed you fit that mold, but if you didn't, I'll take your word for it.
You can look at the live stream. At
No
the
need. I'll
beginning.
take your word for it.
No,
Okay.
he fits the mold.
Oh my god. Dude, I admitted I was wrong, so that already doesn't fit the mold.
No, I asked you the circumference of your
me.
model. You threw
And I
out a
admitted,
bogus number.
I guessed, and then you said it was wrong, and I said, okay, I googled it. Oh yeah, you're right, I'm wrong. And then I
Yeah, this
left
isn't
that
a
point
place.
because that's irrelevant.
It's
And you
not
can't
good
seem
to
to drop
come in
it.
here. Coming
Why
in
can't
here
you
with
drop it?
guesswork is stupid.
Why can't you drop it? If I admitted you're right, why are you upset?
Because if you're wrong about that,
Oh my
why are
god!
you even here?
If you're wrong
Why are you
about
even here
one thing,
defending a model that you don't even know? That's all I'm saying.
He's not getting. If you're wrong about one thing, that doesn't discredit every little thing you've ever said, KJ. I wouldn't dare impart that on you because that would mean I'm wrong. Because there's no way you're wrong about everything. That's ridiculous. That's an absurd thing to say.
Yeah, I think you're jumping the shark there. He didn't say that. He just said that you were wrong about the Earth, the model, the heliocentric model. So since you're wrong about that, you're probably wrong about other things.
Yeah,
so
but
what you should do, instead of challenging flat Earth, which you also don't know, maybe hit the brakes and see, hey, how did you know that, or where did that come from?
It was nothing to do with flat Earth, Crit. It was a point Matrix brought up about James. What is his name? Something Cook.
James Cook.
No, is it James? I'm getting Thomas and James stuff. He made
Yes,
a
it's
point,
James Cook.
and he said James circumnavigated Antarctica in his second expedition. That was the goal, and it took him 150,000 miles logged. And he never got to the end of it. And I googled it and looked up the exact path because someone pointed that out, and it was only 60,000 miles. And the goal wasn't even to circumnavigate Antarctica; it was to locate a continent that was speculated called Terra Ostra or something in his own source that he misrepresented, demeaned, lied about, and insulted me about. It's all on recording. You can say no all you want. It's all on recording. And by the way, also I want to bring up this other point, DJ. That mathematical model isn't derived from the spheroid Earth model. It is derived from zetetic astronomy.
Excuse me? Would you like to just Google any of the numbers, right? So do you want to Google how much curvature there is over 10 miles and see if it matches up with the
I'm
chart?
saying that specific thing is
This
that
matches
you
up with
link-
a 3959 mile globe.
It might match up.
Okay, so
but
we can just do
specifically
the
link
math,
to
right? You can just
zetetic
do the math.
astronomy.
At 8 inches per mile squared, you're going to get 66.67 feet of curvature over 10 miles, 266.67 over 20 miles, 6,666 over 100 miles, and so
That
on.
might be so. but
Right?
that
We can
was the- that is
also
from
we can also
zetetic
calculate the
astronomy.
distance to the horizon using the. This is all just basic math based off the radius value. So if you want to say things are wrong, you should know what you're talking
I
about.
never said it was wrong. I said it was zetetic astronomy.
Okay, so this is a globe, right? With a radius of 3959 mile, and this is just using math based off the size of that globe to determine how
right.
much drop over distance there would be.
It might be right, but that's zetetic astronomy. That's
Who cares?
I've never
Who
heard
cares
of that
whether?
before. So how is it my
Zetetic
model?
astronomy uses the globe model to
But how is it my
prove
model?
itself.
Yeah,
Because
what does
zetetic
that have to do with
astronomy,
anything? The
Because you said it was
chart, the
my
math in the
model.
hold on a second. The math in the chart is correct.
I
But
don't have a
when we go
model.
out
I'm
and
here to
test,
learn.
I didn't say you had a model. You said that the
that's what
math
the
in
whole
the chart was
conversation was
incorrect.
about.
Don't
No, I
overtalk
didn't.
me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No,
You
I
said
didn't.
this isn't based off
Get
the
clip.
globe model. This is based
Get the
off some
clip.
zetetic.
Yeah, that
Huh?
doesn't mean it's incorrect.
Is the chart correct?
I just specified what it was. I don't know.
Yeah, is the chart correct or not?
I don't know.
Okay, so what's
But
your problem with it?
zetetic
Do
astronomy.
you have any problem with
Nothing.
it?
I just said it's based off zetetic astronomy. That's all
No,
I
it's
said.
based off the circumference of the globe.
Which
Where can you get a
What's it-
page number if you would? Okay, let's just.
the chart doesn't use 8 inch per mile squared. It uses trigonometry.
What page did you get it
It's
from?
the same number.
The zetetic astronomy. What he wrote a book, Parallax. Where are you referencing? What page number did he talk about this?
Yeah, this guy has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's not a problem. He probably never even heard that it's the book that he's referencing. That he doesn't even know it's a book.
So if you use 8 inches per mile squared over 10 miles, you're going to get 66.67 feet of drop.
Might be so.
If you use this math, you're going to get 66.67 feet of drop. When we go out and test it in reality, 0 drop.
That's a clue.
oh, but there's refraction for everything.
Refraction, yeah. So how do we calculate for refraction? How do we measure for refraction? Anyone want to talk about refraction? Good luck to you.
Yeah, they don't like talking about that. And it's not just refraction, it's reflection and the albedo effect.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's not just going to flatten out the Earth and make it look flat all the time and completely hide the huge amounts of curvature that would have to be there in reality.
I mean, it has different
I mean,
results depending on the circumstances, right?
different results as in what? As in zero curvature detected 100% of the time.
I just said different results. That's the opposite of that, actually. That's the opposite of what I said. Exact opposite.
Different results?
Yeah, so
What
not
do you mean
100%
by
of
different
the time.
results?
I
Different
mean, it
results in
fluctuates.
what?
As in, it fluctuates.
What fluctuates?
Could be it could distort it up or down, or side to side, right?
Refraction? Yeah, right.
Yes.
But when we have heavy refraction, we have heavy distortion, we have miraging
Yes.
effects.
That's fine.
Right, but we don't have that in
I
the
agree.
footage that we're using in the examples. We have nice clear footage.
Which example?
If we have a day where we have a mirage, right, an inferior or superior mirage, we
Right.
would not use that as a good example. Right? That would be a day where, you could point out, hey, there was a mirage on this day. Yeah, I can
Okay.
give you an example. Just a second.
And as I explained
All
earlier,
right.
with lakes and stuff, due to the cooling effect of lakes on air and etc., the temperature differential and convection, there's a lot of different layers of pockets of air of different temperatures and density.
But it
Well,
all just
So I
usually the
would
water,
say you can't really use across water, for
the
example.
water's
yeah, but that's what
usually.
flow people do.
Yeah. What do you mean you can't do it across water? Water is a uniform temperature.
Yes, but
Generally.
the air above it isn't.
What are you talking about?
You're doing it over the air. The
Why
water has an effect on
why would the air fluctuate over a uniform temperature body of water more than it would over the land?
Because that's how convection works. It's the dropping and lowering of densities of air depending on their temperature, and that would have
Right, but
a
all
more
the
severe
temperature of
effect being
the
above water.
yeah. So if you had heavy refraction, you're going to start having miraging effects and destruction. You're going to have distortions, that kind of thing.
Maybe.
Right. If we go
Okay.
out and we see a lot of refraction, we can tell. And you know what they consider a lot of refraction? 30%.
Doesn't colder
Okay,
air
a
cause
refraction coefficient of 30%. That's what they
Doesn't-
consider heavy refraction. Standard
doesn't
refraction. What do you think surveyors use
cold air
when they
doesn't cause
calculate for
mirages,
refraction?
though. I don't think.
What do you
I've
mean
never
cold
seen-
air
I've
doesn't
never
cause
seen-
mirages?
I've never seen cold air on a hot. I've never seen a cold winter's day cause mirages in my vision.
Oh my god,
Dude, it's not about it's about the temperature difference. It's about the gradient. Doesn't matter if it's cold or hot. It's about, say you've got 10 degrees compared to 15 degrees, for example. It's not about whether it's hot or cold. It's about the difference in the temperature. It's about the gradient. So light will deviate towards the cooler air because cooler air is more dense than warmer air. So yeah, cold air lower can cause, like, if you have drastically colder air lower and then it gets warmer, right? Like a gradient as you go up, that causes superior miraging and fata morgana, that kind of thing.
Remind
If
me
you have the
exactly
opposite,
what happens to air when it drops to a river. It severely or a lake. It severely cools, and the height. So
That's
you're
not
creating
correct.
3 layers of heat rather
Wow.
than 2, right? You're creating
what you said was factually incorrect.
No, it's not. That's absolutely not
Yeah,
correct.
warm air
That's not
rises.
incorrect.
Warm air rises, right? So we
Yes.
constantly have fluctuation, but the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up in altitude, right? As you go up, that's the normal lapse rate. It's only when you have a thermal inversion that you can have a cold layer of air trapped down below, and that's rare, and that causes superior mirages, which are rare. That's why most people have never seen a superior mirage. Most people just see inferior mirages because that's the normal.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if we take observations and multiple observations across, say, a 20-mile lake, and we can see the shoreline on the other side, and we don't see any sign of any curvature, right? There should be 260 foot plus of curvature over that distance, over a 20-mile distance, which is 70, 80 meters. And we see zero curvature over this distance consistently. We can go and check it over and over again.
Even your weather app will tell you like 10 kilometers
with
of
natural
visibility.
convection. of lowering and heightening of cold and warm fronts of
Are you
air,
trying to
not
Google
cause.
things on the spot while you're having a
No.
conversation with someone that's done a shitload of research on refraction?
Especially
I'm
after he
asking you a
told,
question.
to
Would
bring
they?
the sauce, right? You said bring the sauce, right? And now you can't even bring your own sauce. Now you're on
Why
Google
do you keep saying sauce?
because that's what you said about
I said
Matrix.
sauce.
What do you need a
Like
source for?
citing. I don't.
Yeah,
I
what
never,
would you like
I
a
never
citation
did.
for?
I never did.
Okay, well,
He brought
don't
that
worry
up.
about it. Yeah, it's all good.
I've
Hey,
answered the
look, we
question.
can have a normal conversation, dude. It's not
I
a.
know we can.
You seem like a logical guy, and
I am.
look, I can show you an observation,
The only
and
reason I
you
kicked
can
off
try to
is because I
debunk
got
it.
misrepresented quite blatant and
Yeah, it's all
abused.
good. Abused. You're an abuse
He
victim.
quite literally verbally abused me, muted me so I couldn't respond, and misrepresented his own source. My guy.
Yeah, flat earthers have a very short fuse. It's a sign of cognitive dissonance. They get very angry when you tell them that they're wrong.
Flat
find
earthers in
all the
general.
human race as flat Earth. Congratulations.
Flo, don't jump in, but
So like this is interesting
it's
when they
all
do
good.
that. They'll say flat earthers have X,
Oh, fuck's sake,
and then
derailed.
that applies to a wide swath, like huge.
Yeah, but you
percentage of
guys,
the
you
population.
did that a minute ago, Crit, as
Everyone
well.
does that. Yeah, everyone does
I
that.
don't. I
You
try
can
not
go
to.
to any channel right now, and then you can make exact same claim
But
Yes,
about
because we're
most
all
channels
discriminatory
transplant.
assholes. We
don't
try to be
have
better
to
than
have
that as people, right?
half of their participants are
We should hold
bots
ourselves to a
to make
higher
their
standard than that,
channel
Crit.
look busy.
In where? In here?
Yeah, look at all
We
the
don't
bots
do
that
that.
are muted in here.
No, they're not bots.
Yeah, we have zero
only
bots in here. Who are you claiming is a bot?
Just
Because I know
AFK
every
accounts.
I know every
All
single
of
single
muted
person in here.
people with
The
flat
only, no, Flo, they've all talked. I've been in here for 3 days now and again. No,
I see two
Flo,
bots.
The only
I see
two
two bots in here.
people that haven't spoke
Yeah, the
other
bots, the
than
two bots are
YouTube
live
bot.
streaming to YouTube, and they literally say
Yeah.
YouTube bot.
Other than the YouTube bot, the only two people that I don't think have spoke the past 3 days I've been here, Dr.
flat
Jordan
earth
Peterson
is
and
a fake
Green
conspiracy.
Weather,
Everything
Green
gets
Reaver.
Okay,
said is they know it's
what?
wrong.
Yeah, so what?
But I'm not making a point, Crit. I'm just saying they're not.
No,
I
this
don't
guy's
think anyone's
talking
bots.
about
Oh,
like
he
a
is.
conspiracy
He
theory.
is.
Okay, yeah, and what? And therefore,
Well, you're just upset that you went down this path. You've invested a lot of time into
okay,
it, and
so
it turned out not to be right.
okay, so
Well, get
so
over it.
what?
They
No,
are
it
not
sounds like
upset
you
about that.
you
Get
have to
over
get
that it
over it.
wasn't correct.
Okay, and what?
Well,
No one's crying, old dude. He was just a coward about it, and he was a mindless prick.
And then what? What happens next?
I just pointed it out.
Yeah,
you
hold
can
on,
investigate
Strudel.
the
We'll
real
get.
conspiracies.
Sometimes you get this squawk. Like people come in here and just squawk, and they just want attention. And normally people just mute them, and we keep the conversation going. Do you want to keep it going, or
That's what you have to do when you're operating in an intellectual vacuum.
Okay, let's follow
is you
that
have to
logic
mute the
then.
truth.
That's what we have to do.
Can someone
All right, go ahead.
unblock me from typing in the side chat, please? Because it stopped me, replying to people
Yeah.
verbally. Every time I get muted in here, I get muted in the side chat too, and it doesn't get unmuted.
Yeah, you can be unmuted. Just a second.
I can get it.
I got it.
Okay.
All right, yeah, Flo, if you want to come in here and make a bunch of fallacious comments and just complain, you're just going to go on mute. If you've got evidence to bring to the table, then we'll go over it in good faith, come to a logical conclusion. I have a shitload of evidence. Happy to present evidence that, completely destroys the notion of the surface of water curving over distance as it should on a globe.
What? Are you insane?
Do you have any sources for the typical temperature gradients over the lake?
Well, the normal lapse rate is that it reduces in temperature as you raise in altitude.
Yeah, for sure. And I know that's true for the entire atmosphere, but I was wondering if you had anything for the lower surface, near the lake, like the bottom 10 meters or something.
For this particular lake, you can look up the average temperatures throughout that time of the year, and it doesn't fluctuate by more than a couple of degrees from the air temperature generally. The time of the year it was taken, I have looked into it before, and it's generally, I think I even have the charts here somewhere.
I guess what I'm wondering about is, like, presumably there's an evaporative cooling thing happening at the surface of the water, and I just wonder how that influences the temperature gradient,
Oh,
like
absolutely.
over the
Well,
whole body of the water.
it's not about the temperature gradient. What the evaporation process does, it creates water vapor above the surface, which is a great deal less dense than the dry air. So it actually dilutes it in terms of refractive index, in terms of optical density. So even when we have cooler air down lower, it's mixed very heavily with water vapor from the evaporation process. That's why I speculate that over years and years worth of investigating long distance observations and looking at laser tests, and according to Dr. John D, who's done years worth of laser tests, he's never seen a laser bending downward over a large body of water or land. Probably due to the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up, and then also that we have the constant evaporation, and we have much higher humidity lower to the surface, which lowers the refractive index. So even if you have a cooler temperature down lower, we still don't see the laser bending downward as you would expect, which is interesting. I mean, countless amounts of hours of laser tests have been done, and we've seen them bending up. We've seen them going straight. We've not seen them bending down, which is it's kind of crazy, right? Considering that for every single laser test that we go out and do that hits the target, it would have to be bending downward huge distances to reach that target on a globe.
Consistently, not bending, but curving consistently. What do you think
Yeah,
about that,
exactly.
Eunuch Duck?
Laser guiding refraction just guides it perfectly around the curve to the target.
Oh, me.
Yeah, what do you think about that? I mean, you understand that what has to be happening in order for you to explain away those laser transit tests. That's what it entails, for you to still believe in a globe. Is that consistently every single time the laser is not only bending but curving consistently 8 inches per mile squared over miles every time. What do you think the plausibility?
In completely different weather conditions every single time as well.
Yeah. What do you think the plausibility chance of that is there?
100%. Has
But
to be
yeah, just
100%. Otherwise, you have to give up the globe.
Yep. Just think about that. That has to be happening in order for the globe to be real. There's no way around it. That's the only rebuttal. But you know it's a globe because of sunsets. And I'm sure that would negate all this empirical measurement.
I had him, so he deleted it all. Okay. Dude, this guy's pathetic, bro.
What's wrong now?
Nothing. I called Matrix out in the side chat because he's sitting trying to get little jabs in while I was muted in it, and he immediately muted me again for rinsing him. It is what it is. You see this behaviour, they abuse powers when they have no control IRL. Fine. Needs it.
Yeah, how is that abusing their power? Well, someone has their house. This is their. He's got. This is his house, his property.
Tried to ban.
Do you realize that you can be banned from this channel at any time for any reason at any moderator's discretion?
Shut up, nigga.
Yeah, and that would be a weak, pathetic move, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't be at
Yeah,
all.
it
This
would.
is private
Oh, it would.
property. It's got a freedom of
Nuclear.
association. To bitch about it.
It'd be a bitch
To
move.
bitch
but
about it
be.
would be a weak move. If
Alright,
somebody
what do you
tells
say?
you no, that shouldn't cause a thermonuclear meltdown. Hearing the word this is the issue. You basically this is what happened.
What a
You
reframing.
You grew up, and when your mom told
Huh?
you no, you cried. Like you said,
Did
"Hey,
I?
mom, can I have a cookie?" And you cried until
What?
you
What?
got the cookie.
Wait, are you trying
That's
to
not going to work here.
psychoanalyze me based off of something you didn't
Yeah,
witness?
because if somebody tells you no,
Right, okay,
thank
do you want to
you.
go look at the stream and then get
If
back to me?
somebody tells you no, thank you, should agree with this then. If
No
somebody
thank
says
you.
no,
Hey,
thank
Crit,
you.
Crit, no thank you. I don't want to speak to you.
All right, no problem. Then don't.
Alright, then go away. Right, silence. Sit. Don't cry because you get told no.
I mean, he only guessed that you cried when your mother told you no.
Cool.
You kind of guessed at the circumference of your globe, so.
Yeah. Good one.
All right, since that conversation's over, let's give Flo here a chance. So, Flo, is everyone here still angry at you and mad and emotional state?
Find out in a minute. Once I start talking about space.
No, I mean just to figure it out. Is it right now? Is everyone here emotionally upset and you're just going to get muted?
We'll find out in a minute.
Well, just
Once
say
I start
yes or
talking
no.
about
Let me
space.
hold you to your worldview until you don't like it anymore.
I don't know
So
yet.
say
We'll
yes
find out in a minute.
or
When I
no.
start-
Just say
when I
yes or
start
no.
talking- don't
What's
tell
your
me how
current
to respond to your
How about what's your current understanding? Your current understanding is
space-
everyone
I
here
think
is a
space
bunch
is
of
real,
bots,
and I think it's,
and
I think
yeah, hold on,
space is
dude.
real, and I think it. No,
Okay,
hold on. We're talking about flat Earth. Yep.
Yeah, but we got a problem here because everyone in this
I'm
channel
directing the
is both
conversation, not you,
is
Crit.
both a bot and emotionally upset at the same time. Emotionally upset bots in the channel. Is that
Is that all
true?
you
Is
wanna
that
talk about?
true, or was that
Or do you
a
want to
freak
talk
out?
about whether the Earth is flat or not?
No, we got to figure
Yeah,
out.
let's
you're
talk
broken
about
with
the shape of the
technology.
Earth, whether it's flat or not. So that doesn't involve your beliefs of space. Please enlighten us. Why do you think it's a ball tard?
Well, I wonder why all the things we see in space are spheres.
No, we're not talking
And we
about
assume
space,
that-
remember? We're talking about Earth. Since you wanted to talk about it, I'm open for that. So tell me why you think you live on a ball tard.
Well, because all the things in the sky
We're
are
not
spheres.
talking about things in the sky. We're talking about the Earth. That's what you wanted to discuss, the shape of the Earth. So tell us how you know it's a ball tard.
Are you upset?
No, I'm not upset. I'm holding you to your word.
All right,
You
well, what are
wanted to
those-
discuss the shape of the Earth. So let's discuss
No,
it.
don't yell it.
Why do
All right,
you
don't
think
yell at
it's
me.
a
You
ball
don't wanna
tard?
be-
And I'm not yelling,
you don't
so
wanna be
stop crying.
upset.
So, why do
Well-
you think it's a ball tard?
Because there's a bunch of spheres in the sky we can see.
That's the sky. We're talking about the Earth. Why do you think it's a ball tard?
Because there's a bunch of spheres in the sky
That's
we
the
can
sky.
see.
You wanted to discuss the Earth. You're not doing a good job at this.
Well,
Oh, didn't you
that's what I wanna
realize?
talk about.
You wanted to talk about the Earth, so please tell us about the Earth.
Well, it's hard to explain the Earth without explaining all the other things in the
No,
sky
it's
that look
not.
like it.
You could just say we went out and measured it and it's got
Like
curvature.
planets,
That wouldn't be too hard to do.
stars,
Surely you've done that.
like the moon.
So you've got nothing. That's what you're telling us. You wanted to talk about the Earth, but you've got absolutely nothing.
Well, I think you don't want to talk about space because it quickly proves
No,
that everything
you
is a
said
sphere.
you wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth. Please tell us about the shape of the Earth.
Actually, Matrix, what I said was when he asked,
I think
"Is
you're a
everybody here
liar.
upset?" When he asked, "Is everybody here upset?" Will we?
I'm sorry. Is there a sign next to my name that says Matrix loves listening to meta bullshit? I don't like listening to little girls cry. So, you said to Crit, let's talk about the shape of the Earth, because you didn't want to listen to Crit rattle on. So let's talk about it. Tell us how you know it's a ball.
I said we'll find out if I get muted because I'm going to talk about space.
Yeah, well, you're an idiot. That goes without saying. So, you wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth. Tell us all about it. How do you know it's a ball? Please.
I don't want to talk to you, Matrix. Your mind isn't working, and you don't want to
Not
talk
a
about
problem.
space.
If you don't want to talk, we can arrange that. You want him back, Crit?
Can I ask you the same question? Can we talk about the shape of the Earth and not space and balls in the sky?
There we go. KJ, you're up.
Well, why don't you guys want to talk about space?
Because the Earth isn't space.
Well, what are those lights in the sky over our head every night?
It doesn't. Okay, before the lights in the sky, you need to measure curvature, you need to feel motion, and you need to be able to have gas pressure outside of a container. So let's start there instead of in the sky.
Well, you don't want to start with space because it quickly proves that there's a bunch of spheres floating over our head. So explain what those
No,
lights are.
I would like to start with
Lights
the
in the
Earth.
sky. You wanted to know what they are? Lights in the sky. Now tell us how you know you live on a ball.
Because the lights in the sky are balls.
Are they?
Yes,
How do you know?
we can see them.
Are your light bulbs round?
I can see them too, but I don't see any spheres. I see a circular shaped light. How do you know they're all spheres?
Well, because we flew around one of them, moon.
Did we? How did we do that?
We can also see that some of them
How did we
orbit
do
around
that?
the sun. The
According
wandering
to
stars,
according to
planets.
the globe model, yeah, it's a violation of natural laws. You can't have an open system such as the Earth next to a vacuum, yeah? It needs to be closed or it'd be violating natural laws. So how did they go to the moon or around the moon if we have to be in an enclosed system?
I think you're making an assumption that isn't there. It obviously is a closed system because we were
But
able
it
to leave
can't be
it.
an enclosed system because otherwise you wouldn't be flying through it to space. It wouldn't allow the rocket to transfer through whatever that barrier is.
They're assuming there is a barrier.
No, it's a prerequisite, yeah? It's a requirement unless it's a violation of natural law.
Unless gravity
Multiple.
pulls the gas to the surface.
Oh, thank you. Can you please demonstrate gravity pulling gas to the surface for me? What happens
Yes.
when I open up a gas container? Yeah? No, gases
can.
have gases and gas laws state that gas don't follow any specific vector. It moves in random vectors or directions until it has elastic collisions with itself or something solid, such as the wall of its container. Can you please show me the G in gas law?
Yes.
Where is the G in gas law? PV equals
do you want me to answer or
nRT.
do you want to talk?
Hang on. PV equals nRT. Where's the G?
When you climb Mount Everest, the air gets thinner. There's a
No,
pressure
no,
gradient.
that's not what I asked. So again, where is the G in gas law?
The fact that there's a pressure gradient.
No. Where is the G, the gravity, in gas law?
I don't know how to answer your question.
Well, that would be because it's not there.
All right.
Yeah. So to have pressure, you require containment. So
You
to have
seem
a
like an
pressure,
elder here,
so
AJ.
to
So
have
why
a
don't you tell
pressure
me?
gradient, so to have a pressure gradient, you're first going to require the containment.
Yeah, the containment appears to be a field. Anyways, since you're the elder here,
A field of what?
why don't you tell me what the lights in the
What?
sky we see
Hang
at
on.
night are?
What field?
What's their purpose?
What field?
The gravity field.
Again, where's the G in gas law?
All right. Since you're an elder here and you're not yelling, you're not angry, how do you explain the stars and the planets in the sky? What is producing those lights we see?
Don't know.
That's it. Don't know.
Nope, I don't
What
know.
the fuck were you expecting for an answer, you numpty? You
Would you
don't
like
know
me to be
either.
honest,
Why don't
or
you
would
be
you like me to
honest?
make up? Would you like me to be honest, or would you like me to make up a story about what those lights may be, so that we can discuss topics off in the weeds about things we don't know?
You think the stars are the weeds?
Yeah, man.
You think it's inconsequential what all those lights in the sky are?
I think
I
they're a
don't know.
calendar.
What do they have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Because there's circles up there, dude.
Well, they're circles.
I
They're not
think,
spheres. Yeah, we all see the
they
same thing.
travel in
Yes,
orbits around the
circle.
sun.
right,
So,
in
have
time.
you ever
So
seen the Earth travel in an orbit around the sun?
It appears to do so based on the movement of the stars. Yes.
So the movement of the stars or the movement of the Earth? Yeah, because what I see when I look up is exactly what you said. I see the celestial bodies, sun, moon, and stars move across my sky. Yeah, right in front of me. What I don't see is the sun or the Earth orbiting the sun. What's the definition of a planet?
What's the definition of a planet? A satellite of the sun that's big enough to be a planet.
So is Earth a planet?
Well, this is what we're getting to.
Right, we're made of rock and water. What other planet is made of rock and water? Like,
Well, first we need
some
to
of them.
establish what an actual planet is, yeah?
Well, compared to the stars, the planets are smaller and orbit the sun. Stars don't orbit the sun. They seem to orbit the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
No, a planet, yeah, is a large celestial body that orbits a star. Yeah?
Yeah.
And it has enough mass for its own gravity to mold it into a spherical shape, is the claim. Okay, so my first question here is, or my first statement would be, I suppose, is Earth a celestial body? Because when I'm standing on the Earth, I'm standing on the ground and I'm looking up at these celestial bodies. So if the celestial bodies are above my head, not below my feet, how can Earth be one of these celestial bodies?
I'm not
Yes,
sure I
Earth.
understand.
Celestial bodies are above your head in the sky, yeah? The Earth isn't above our head in the sky. It's under our feet. Secondly, we've never seen the Earth orbit a star. That's the assumption, but what we see in reality is the stars moving overhead, not us orbiting that star. And my last question for you would be, what do we see on these other planets that you can look at and believe that the Earth is the same? Are they populated? Are there animals, people? Is there trees, waterfalls, valleys? Yeah, what's on these planets that remotely look like the Earth that would give you the idea that the Earth is the same as one of these planets? Because all I see is a light in the sky.
Well, why would the simulation host of the Flat Earth, NASA, whoever you think it is, why would they bother faking the orbital patterns of planets to confuse you?
So you want to know from me why a liar lies?
Well, first of all, how did they put a dome around the Earth, and how did they put a bunch of lights in the sky to make it look like you were in a solar system, but you're not?
just
Now,
because we
why?
have lights in the sky doesn't mean that we have this solar system, this heliocentric model. We can all see the lights in the sky. We can all see the star, the moon, etc. They're all on their own path. They take their own path. That doesn't mean that they're orbiting an Earth,
So
a
why would NASA lie about
spherical
all this?
body. Again, you would like me to define for you why a liar lies. I can only guess, I can
Usually the
say to you that it's for monetary
crime,
reasons.
right?
I could tell you that it's for biblical reasons. I could tell you for its power and control over the
Sure.
population, but these are all speculation. These could be just my own
It's
beliefs, and every one of them could be incorrect, But what
it's
really
to conceal
matters
a crime. That's what a
is
conspiracy
that
is when more than one person conspires to conceal a crime.
what really matters is we can actually go out and we can measure the Earth, And when we go out
Well,
and we measure the Earth, it doesn't show any curvature as claimed.
so let's say the Earth is flat and NASA's covering it up. Why? What's the crime they're concealing?
Like I said, that would just be a speculation. That would just be a guess on my
Well,
part. I've got
speculate
my
with me.
own
What's their
ideas.
motive?
Yeah, okay. I'll give you my reason, And I've got a couple. One, money. The amount of money that NASA has given each year is absolutely insane. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can search it for you. Two, I believe that it's in direct opposition to the Bible or any other religious text that talks about creation. It's the heliocentric model, which is putting the sun at the center of creation. And it's basically a sun worshipping religion, in my opinion.
So financial fraud is one reason.
Yeah, that could be a reason. Most people lie for some sort of gain or money, It would be control over the population. And that would be due to fear. That could be controlling the narrative and hiding the biblical narrative, etc. And I believe it's in direct opposition.
Do you think that there is a supernatural force that created the Earth that we're on to trap us here, and that they use NASA to lie to us about its nature?
No, I don't believe that they use NASA to lie to us about the nature. And yes, I do believe that we're not leaving this Earth.
So you think that
There's no evidence for it.
the universe organically produced a flat Earth with a dome around it that has stars that appear to make it look like it's spherical just to confuse us, and that there was no intelligent designer behind this
Well,
confusing
stars don't
architecture?
appear, as I said earlier, stars to us don't appear spherical. We see a twinkling light in the sky. At best, we see a circle, not a sphere, right? Secondly, what you're talking about is a religious belief, that these stars are millions and trillions of miles away, and it takes thousands of years for the light to reach the Earth. And man, that's the religious story, That's the hard believism.
I'm just saying that, like, the planets that go in what it looks like an orbit around the sun, let's say that that's not real. My question is, how did that organically appear to deceive us without there being
I didn't say that
a
it
designer
wasn't
to this
organically
deception?
to deceive. I said that there
Supernatural.
is a designer to the Earth, to creation. However, the Creator has not deceived us. When we go outside and we look outside ourselves and we step out on the ground, one, we don't feel the motion. Two, we don't witness any or measure any type of curvature. In reality, we view the Earth as flat and stationary. We utilize the Earth as flat and stationary. We build upon it as flat and stationary. and we measure it as flat and stationary.
Well, that might be
So,
true for you, but other people can just
well, no,
watch a
that's
ship
that's
sail over
just
the horizon
true. That's just
and
true for
see.
everybody. Yeah.
No, they can
Yeah,
see that a ship
that's
disappears hull first over the horizon.
Sorry, I got to go and eat dinner
Anybody
with
can
my
watch
family.
that.
Hang on a second. I got to go eat dinner with my family. I really would love to continue with this ships over the horizon, but if somebody else in here can take that one while I go and eat, that'd be great.
So
Yeah, ships over the horizon's a weak argument for the globe side. Because it doesn't happen most of the time. Most often, the ship just disappears due to angular size. If occasionally it does appear to disappear bottom up, it can easily be explained just using obvious things that nobody would disagree with, right? Such as sinking refraction, unless you deny refraction, or ocean swells, for example. And we have countless examples of being able to see ships that are way, way further out than would be expected on a globe. In fact, when we test for the distance to the horizon, it doesn't ever match up with the globe. So ships over the horizon is not a good one. And if you're wondering what sinking refraction is, it's when something that would normally be visible appears like it's sinking, right? Or hidden behind the horizon, or completely obstructed behind the horizon, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed.
A good way to do it is use a cargo ship. You're right. A sailboat's not really big enough, but a cargo ship they're so tall and they're so wide. It's very clear to see that they go over the horizon hull first.
No, it's not true.
Just like in the video at 4 minutes past
He
the
just
hour.
explained this to you.
Watch the first 20 seconds, bro. Horizon empty. Zoom in. Voila. Ship reappears. It's supposed to be behind the horizon already.
So yeah, we can just track ships and we can see how far away the ship is. Doesn't even have to be a big ship. If we can track a ship and it's a mid-sized ship, for example, and it's 20 kilometers out and we're just above the surface of the water, that shouldn't be seen, right? There should be a huge amount of curvature, like, you know, like an 8-story building of curvature blocking the ship, but we can see the ship. This is a regular occurrence. In fact, I've never seen anyone show a ship over the horizon video that actually takes into consideration the things that could cause the bottom-up obstruction, right? Like the things I just mentioned. So there's only a handful of examples of ships disappearing bottom up on YouTube, on the internet.
And it's all
Most of
explained away
them...
by using the word refraction.
No. It's not having to explain it away. Most of them you can see the large ocean swells. Okay, and then the other ones we can blatantly see the inferior mirage effect taking place.
And again, the reason I can't see the Burj Dubai from here in the United States is what, refraction again?
No, it's the attenuation of light, right? It's just the weather. It's just the air. It's the air is thick. The air is thick over distance. You could just go to any location, right, and just say what is the average visibility in X location, or check the weather report. It will say the visibility today is 22 kilometers or 12 kilometers, right? That's the distance that you can see because the air is filled with gases and water vapor and dust and fog and mist and pollution and all kinds of different things which make it opaque. Semi-transparent.
Burj Dubai. You said Burj Dubai. What is that?
That's fine. What's your rebuttal to that? Does that make sense?
No, not at all. Flat Earth theory
Really?
makes no sense.
Really?
The
All
only
right. So
explanation
maybe
for flat Earth theory that makes sense for me is that it's inspired by the same.
While you're having a meltdown, with your light.
Can you let me finish or?
Give it. Yeah, that's great. With your, just say,
You're like one of the nastiest
an act
guys
of God.
on
Yeah,
Discord.
if you shut up, I'd be finished already. You seem to think you've got infinite vision. You don't. It caps out about 300 miles. That's if everything is perfect. An example, look in the side chat. Every one of those panes of glass is clear, but yet together you can't see through them. Same thing happens in the
So,
air, mate.
do you have an example of us being able to see 300 miles with no curvature?
Yeah.
Actually, they've got
Yeah, we
across
do.
the top of what is it? Canigou to Lee, whatever the thing's called. It's in French.
Yeah, you can't see 300 miles generally. That's just a technical maximum distance that you can see through the medium of air. Usually, if you check the weather report, it's only 15 miles, 10 miles, sometimes 30 miles, for example, sometimes 50 miles in very clear conditions. You can check this unless you think that there's a big conspiracy and the weather companies are all lying about how the
Okay,
maximum
so
visibility is.
do you have
People
any
apparently don't know
example?
about like you know, like atmospheric perspective like that, right? Like shit just becomes like more like kind of looking like it's foggy. The more distant it is, it becomes kind of like more you know, like what
All
is
right,
that
so
like?
let's say it's less than 300. Do you have any example greater
So then,
than
like
the
that
apparent
also is
curvature of
the
the Earth
reason
would
why you
allow?
don't see a ship disappear behind the horizon, because that atmospheric perspective just blocks that view from that
Uh,
far. Right?
so, so does anybody have any example of being able to see farther than the curvature would allow?
Yes.
Or
He
okay.
just showed you.
Yeah,
He just
I
showed
have.
you.
So I'll show you. Yeah, well, there's a good one that
21K
Aldo
test,
just
yeah.
posted, right? But let's do a more simple one. All right, just a second. All right, this is a more simple one. It's very clear. It's a shorter distance, but we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over this distance, and it's not a small amount. Right, so this is just some clips from a full-length video, by the way. This is not the whole of the evidence. Okay, so this is a guy at the beach. He's set up his camera on a tripod at 3.5 foot height. And out in the ocean, there's a windmill farm. You'll see 6 windmills when he zooms in. And the windmill on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon should be at 2.29 miles from that distance. Sorry, from that observer height, 2.29 miles. That's the maximum distance that you should physically be able to see the water. All of the water beyond that point would be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, the bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be missing. We can see the entirety of the windmill, and we don't see any sign of the geometric horizon. On top of that, you can see a boat off in the distance when he zooms in. Now, he tracked the boat. That boat's 22 kilometers away, which is 14 miles approximately. Right? That boat should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by 28 meters. There's 28 meters of hidden height at that distance.
That's like a
Based
lot,
off
though. That's a lot of
so
curvature over such a short distance. Like clearly, those
yeah. Most people
spread
don't
that far
realize
away.
how much curvature there would be over these distances. So you can double check the math on any Earth curvature calculator, or you can Google it. So over 10 miles, there's 66 feet of curvature. Over 20 miles, there's 266 feet of curvature on a globe. So
So
yeah, it's quite a
let's
bit.
say the Earth is flat, and there are. Do you think there's lands beyond the lands, so to speak? Like there's territory
No,
out
I
there?
would certain things we can test, like the surface of the water, but then there's certain things that would just be pure speculation. So I wouldn't make any claims about any outer lands or anything like that.
And in your worldview, there's no supernatural force that's concealing this isolated nature of our existence from us. It's purely profit motive, or that was the other guy. He thought it was profit motive of NASA. I'll ask you, what's the motive here for NASA to make this great lie?
Yeah, so I don't think they're lying about the shape of the Earth. I think that they faked the moon landings, right? Because there was the space race between the Soviets and America. So I think that they faked the moon landings in a studio and using various techniques. But I don't think that NASA is generally lying about trying to cover up flat Earth or anything like that. I just think they're lying about space travel,
Well, you would
political
assume
reasons,
that
whatever the reason may be.
whenever they show a picture of the round Earth, that they faked that.
Well, if they're going to fake, right? So if you're going to fake the moon landing, right? Obviously, the majority of the world population believes that the Earth is a globe. So obviously, you're going to make a model globe, right? You're going to put a globe in there.
And so you're saying that because there was a space race,
Have you seen my dildo?
because Russia thought the Earth was round and started to have a program for it, we also had to have a moon landing program to compete with them.
It had nothing to do
public
with the
sphere?
shape of the Earth. It's to do with political greatness and that kind of thing. I mean, the space race was a real thing. Nobody's denying that. And it was a big political campaign. And the whole world was watching who's going to get to outer space first, the Soviets or the Americans. And then the
arms race.
Americans,
It's about weapons.
Well, how is it that two
yeah,
countries
it's a whole
were so
bunch of
mistaken on this?
potential
Yeah,
reasons.
it's
But I
about
don't look.
weapons.
When it comes to the space race, you have to look at Russia turn to drilling the Kola borehole. They kind of abandoned the space race and then started drilling.
Why would two countries at war conspire to deceive us about the nature of the shape of the Earth?
No. See, that's where I just told you. I don't think that they're lying about that. I think that most people that work for these organizations genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Just like most people that work for the military or the government or universities grew up believing that the Earth's a globe, reading about it in books, that kind of thing, right? It's a very well thought out model. It's a theoretical mathematical concept based off the celestial sphere. And it's useful for certain purposes as a model, as a coordinate system. But I don't think that most people are generally not lying about it when they tell you that the Earth's a globe, although there might be a whole bunch of people that do know about that. We can't write you a list of names and say, oh, this guy knows that the Earth's flat and he's telling you it's a globe and it's a big conspiracy. I don't think that's happening.
So there's no
DJ.
conspiracy here. That's impossible, bro.
No, I didn't say that. I said that NASA faking the moon landings isn't necessarily something to try to cover up flat Earth or anything like that. I'm just saying that they're faking space. That's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth necessarily.
Well, that's the cover up then, faking space, yeah?
No, the cover up was a weapons.
No, that's not a
program.
cover up.
It's not a cover up.
Yeah, the cover up.
This guy's trying to. He's trying to straw man and say that NASA was trying to hide the flat Earth by going to space and showing us a globe from space. I'm saying that that's a straw man argument. I'm not making that claim. I'm saying that they faked the moon landings for whatever reason, whether it be a weapons program, whether it be for money, whether it be for political
But they
power,
did fake
whatever.
the Earth being round because they showed video of it being round.
Yeah. So that's okay. So
you
that
have
doesn't
to
mean
concede that they faked the Earth being round or
yeah. So
spherical.
if someone makes a movie and they make a set and they have a fake globe, does that mean they're faking the Earth?
According to you, yes, because you say it's flat.
No. Right. So
dude, it's
when we
not
have
that
a movie,
difficult.
if we have a movie set, and there's like a fake globe in there and some fake planets, they're lying about flat. Like they're
In a fictional
conspiring
movie?
to.
Sure. No, but the NASA wasn't
Right. So
claiming to make a fictional movie.
NASA filmed the moon landings potentially in a bunker. So whatever. So
Yeah,
if
yeah, but
if they show people
not claim it was
a
fiction.
ball, if
That's inception. It was
okay,
implied that
so
that was a real live footage.
right, that doesn't mean they're covering up flat Earth. It just means they're showing people what people expect to see. Why would they show a flat Earth or some other shaped Earth? If they're going okay, if you were going to fake the moon missions, would you not show people a globe in the footage? You would, right?
If you did, it would be deceptive if the Earth is actually flat.
Or how would they know? Did they test the Earth and confirm it's flat and then actively lie about it being a globe?
Are you saying that they don't know the shape of the Earth?
Are you saying they do know the shape of the Earth? Who are you talking about that works at NASA that knows that the Earth's flat, that's tested the Earth, and is actively lying about it being a globe? This is your
NASA
conspiracy.
is so inept and so confused that they don't even know what the shape is, so they have no culpability about lying to us about its shape.
Yeah, so how did NASA prove that the Earth's a globe?
I don't tell me. Apparently that's impossible to prove.
Right, so you're claiming that they know it's flat, so they must have tested it to be flat, to know it's flat, and then to be deceiving people that it's a globe. So how did they do that? When did they do that? Who did
Well,
that?
I don't know. I don't think the Earth's flat, so it makes no sense to me. There's
Right.
only
So
one
maybe they
explanation.
also don't think the Earth's flat. For the grand majority of people that are working at
That means
NASA,
they're being
maybe they
deceptive, and
also
I'm
believe that
asking
the
you
Earth's a globe.
the motive
Well,
for
maybe
being.
most of them aren't even being deceptive. Most of the people that work there probably genuinely believe that NASA went to the moon, and probably genuinely believe NASA's
Was
doing
someone
this and
higher
that.
up? Someone,
Okay,
you're
you're kind
telling
of
me
going
the
in circles. Can I
engineers.
ask you a question now?
It's just
Yeah.
inane, dude. Making it
Yeah.
simple issues
Hey,
so complicated.
DJ. So, like, what is sort of like, what does like the model of Earth look like for you? Like, you have like flat Earth, of course, but then like, where is the sun and stuff? Like,
Well, the sun's in the sky where we see it, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth specifically. We're claiming that the surface of the Earth is not curving over distance, as it would have to if the Earth's a globe. So if
so it's
the vast majority of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, and water is a flat surface, right? As in not perfectly flat, right? But not dropping over distance, not curving over distance. Obviously, we can have waves and things like that, but just not dropping over distance. So a surface that's not curving is technically by default a flat surface. And that's the context of what I mean when I say flat Earth.
so like, how far away do you think the sun is from Earth?
There's no way for me to test that. I would have no way of knowing that. That would just be pure speculation. I could do mathematics based on assumptions and speculations, but I wouldn't know. I don't know what the sun is, unfortunately.
You don't know what the sun is, so like, you
No.
don't think sort of the some of the properties of just basically
Why
light
would, because
transfer.
he's a flat earther, he magically know what something not to do with the Earth
I'm
is?
just asking some questions. Like, so
I
like,
get that, but just one step at a time. Why would DJ, who's a flat earther, magically know
yeah,
what the sun is?
magically know what the sun is. I'm just asking what
Yeah.
his idea, what that is, and I'm leading up to
So
something.
you're asking
that's,
him to speculate.
I'm not asking him to speculate. I mean, like, literally,
Well,
is there?
if you're not asking him to speculate, you're assuming that because he's a flat earther, he knows what something is that's not related to the Earth. So again, why would
But
DJ know what the hell the sun is? Start using
your
your
ultimate
brain.
Earth analogy is
Stop
also
melting
speculation.
down.
That's also speculation because you can't rely on the
You asked the
mathematics.
question.
The mathematics of like
You
shit
asked the
disappearing on the
question.
horizon,
Hey,
not
Bart,
disappearing
you're
on the
having a
horizon,
nervous
are based on
breakdown.
basic axioms, are based on
You-
basic
Hey,
axioms,
Bart.
and those are assumptions.
So
This whole conflict
again,
right now is kind of very
why
avoidable.
would DJ magically know what the sun is?
So why do you magically know what the if Earth is flat? Like, how
I
would
didn't
that
ask
not?
you to stutter. Don't get nervous.
What
I'm sorry, no, no.
I mean, this a verbal combat right now is very avoidable.
Like, okay, so can I just ask a
So
couple questions?
again, Bart, let's just go nice and slowly. Why would you assume DJ knows anything about? I didn't ask you to speak through me. You
not
asked the
having a
question
conversation with
what
you.
the sun
Hey,
is.
let
Yeah, all
let
right,
him
we're gonna help
speak.
you out.
Let him speak. You don't
Lucifer,
even
hold
get like
on.
letting him have a chance to speak. Okay.
Lucifer,
You shut the fuck. No, shut the fuck up.
that's what I'm trying to tell you to do. Right, Bart, you asked DJ, or you can run away then. You're a coward. So obviously you're here to be a menace. And Flo, keep out of it, or I might just yeet you. It's easier. My God, today has just been idiot after idiot. Got something constructive to say, Flo?
I want you to ask me what you think my worldview is.
Why do I care? Why would I give a shit about anything you have to say? You give an argument for that, or some sort of reason why I would care what you have to say?
It might resound to truth.
No, you came in here with some bullshit right from the very beginning. That people that I know, that I've talked to, that I've known for years, are suddenly bots because you're triggered by how active this channel is.
Game horn and deal doves. We love game horn.
It's the globe anthem.
Yeah.
DJ, can you ask me what my worldview is?
What's your worldview, Flo?
my worldview is that there was an interstellar colonization of this planet a long time ago by beings that were called the Nephilim in the Bible, which stands for Orion in Aramaic, one of the constellations. They were cannibals. They were giants. They consolidated power over thousands of years.
This is nothing more than a dumbass parody
They still
and
run
a
this planet.
satire
They still run
of
this
what he
planet
doesn't believe.
today. They're the child-eating cannibals that we find on islands that don't get arrested when we catch them. They very much come from space, and they created the flat Earth theory to confuse and obfuscate from
You
this
invested
basic
all that
truth.
energy to say this entirely stupid script when you could have invested all that energy to say something that's intelligent.
Space is very real. We were colonized and conquered a long time ago,
Just
and
go right back to spouting off the
they
script.
they don't want us to know it's real so that we don't try to leave or ask any questions about where they came from.
Just digging your
Because
heels to just keep saying.
apparently they didn't come from space because that's not real.
Just keep marching along. Just going to keep saying it, wasting time and energy.
Wait,
Yeah, great sci-fi
space
show.
isn't real? Where's the sun and stars and stuff then?
I think it was real. I was being facetious.
When we're talking about space not being real, it's just the heliocentric version of outer space that we get taught. The space being a big
cosmic
giant
black void.
vacuum. Yeah, the big giant space, big flat universe, right? They say it's a big 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum. Meanwhile, we're on a ball, right, that's covered in gas and water inside a 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum chamber, essentially. Right? That's goes against what we test here on the Earth. 100% of the time, that's not testable. That's not something that is possible. You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum without a container.
Gotcha. Was the sun and the moon? Where's the sun and the moon? I'm not asking for specifics. Like, is
Yeah,
it
I'm not
in,
sure,
in
man.
space?
Look, there could be a lot more to the sky than what we can comprehend. That what we
Okay,
know
well,
about.
maybe someone in. There's a lot of people in here. Maybe someone else can comment on that.
Yeah, up in the sky, dude. Middle of daytime, go out, look up, you'll see the sun. Nighttime, look up, you'll see the moon. Easy.
Why are you going through these subjects like we haven't talked to you about this before?
Yeah, it's a perfect clock and calendar, for one thing.
Yeah, that's how I would
talked about this
describe
for years. I knew
the
this.
sky. It's like a big clock. Exactly how does it work? I don't think anyone knows that for sure. What we
DJ,
can
have you ever looked
access.
into the UFO phenomenon?
Yeah, there's lots of crazy, interesting stuff that happens in the sky. There's all sorts of weird lights that move around, and we don't have explanations for them, and that's crazy. But that doesn't mean that it's some aliens coming from a space vacuum.
Let's just say they're
Right,
coming
like-
from underground then, right?
Well, there's a bunch of speculations that we could make about what they are. We don't even know exactly what they are, right? We see like a light in the sky, and it's moving in a way that we wouldn't expect from something, in the sky. So we say, hey, it's a UFO. What is it? How does it work? Where did it come from? All of those things, we don't know that. It's just going to be guessing, basically, at that point.
Well, what do the witnesses say?
What about the military?
Like the
not
people that
telling
got probed, that got abducted and anal probed.
Right, that smelly, non-human looking beings, whatever, abducted them and
Yeah,
did
I don't know, man.
interbreeding experiments with them, like took their eggs.
Yeah, you just, I don't know, man. You're just believing people's stories at that point.
Well,
And
not
I'm not saying
everybody
that.
are liars, and they have their lives ruined by sharing these stories. Anyways, the reason I bring this up is this introduces a motive for a crime to conceal the nature of the Earth's shape. These supernatural beings committing a crime against us would have a motive to conceal the nature of our reality, not just humans being dumb.
Is this 24/7 I believe in alien bullshit or 24/7 flat Earth? Did I just drop the
Like,
wrong
why are
channel or
you
something?
straining to push that? Why are you straining to push this notion?
Because there needs to be a motive for covering up the nature of the Earth, and nobody has given me a
Well,
good
make
one.
a channel.
Invent
I'm
one.
trying
You've
to
thought of a cool
Why are
cool
you
story
so
so far.
emotionally intense about it? Why
Well,
are
because
you so
is there-
emotionally intense about it?
unlike flat Earth versus round Earth, it's not a crime. There's no crime being committed. But when you're murdering children and covering it up, that is a crime.
Well, maybe they just want to keep you from the creator. That's probably the number one thing.
So, Flo, if flat Earth is the distraction from all this other bullshit, why is it when we go out and measure the Earth, it's flat?
I don't know, man. But I do know that the shape of the Earth matters
So it's
far
not
less.
the distraction then, because
I
it's
do know.
reality, because it's measured as flat. So all your
Yeah.
other stuff now is bullshit.
So
So
what
back to the
matters
drawing
more,
board.
the shape of the Earth or missing children?
Which one matters more? Me muting you or yeeting you?
Okay, look, like
See?
I get what
Totally
he's trying to
non-relevant
drive
to the shape
home.
of the ground.
Look, I get the
I think
notion
that's
he's trying to
raised a
drive.
relevant point.
Let me reply. Hang on. Okay, I get what you're trying to push and drive. Like, I'm not at all against chastising and exposing and penalizing heinous criminals. Right? I don't think anyone here is against that. But there is an order to this channel, so they don't want to go against that order because we're trying to focus on this area of knowledge as opposed to these other areas of speculation or
Even if it comes at
plausible
the cost
inferences.
of dead children. Over focusing on a theory that does not explain
Well,
that.
dude, stop. Okay, us in this voice channel focusing on discussing cosmology is not the complete failure of, say, rescuing children. Other people are doing other things, which includes saving children or protecting children. And for all you know, the ones in here discussing the subject in the channel are also protecting and or saving children.
You
Just
speak as if you're
presuming,
saving children.
right? So you're just presuming to self-righteously chastise other people, not knowing what your
Well,
presumptions are behind your
my worldview
assertions.
is that the very criminals that do a lot of child murder are the progenitors of the flat Earth theory. So this kind of is related to you guys.
Okay,
And they
well,
do it
this
because
is
they
your
don't want us to
presumption.
leave their prison planet, Earth. They don't want you to leave. They tell you there's a dome around it. You can't leave. And
We heard
and
all that
as
already. We heard all that already. Stop.
well,
No, we don't
as
need
you
to hear it
guys
So,
again. We heard all that
have
already.
proved, you don't
We
want to
heard
talk
all
so
that
about
already.
every
UFOs
Stop.
or
Don't need to
aliens.
hear you say it again. Stop. Okay, we get it.
is every
So,
pedophile is a alien or what? Like
so
every
you're
child
emotionally
trafficking, they're all
committed,
aliens.
right? So you're emotionally committed, right, to this notion that flat
Bro,
Earth is
stop
promulgated by the people that you
psychoanalyzing.
despise.
Every statement you're psychoanalyzing
Stop.
someone.
Because
Are we
been
here to
talked about. So stop.
psychoanalyze or talk about the
No,
shape
I'm
of the Earth?
not. Be quiet. Stop. Just being noisy. So again, to move forward past this, you're emotionally committed to this notion that the thing that we're advocating is promulgated by the people you despise. I get it. That's going to strongly emotionally motivate you to say what you're saying. What you need to do is actually have some self-discipline and scrutinize the very doctrine itself, the crux of the issue. Either it is the case the Earth is a ball or not. Either you know the Earth is a ball or not. If it's not a ball and you don't know it's a ball, then your notion that you're emotionally committed to is obviously not a fact you know. It's a falsehood.
You're also failing to understand there is no theory here. There is no belief. This is what reality measures to be.
So you're either going to scrutinize your notion or you will not. The scrutiny, the next step obviously is I need to verify, speaking as you, if you want to be logically sound and actually know truth, you should be asking yourself, I need to scrutinize this doctrine that the Earth's a ball.
I've already
Because if the
scrutinized it.
doctrine
I
itself is
can't prove
false,
it
then
to
the
you
people
guys,
that I think promulgated flat
but
Earth to be
I've
some sort
proved
of
it to myself.
distraction is
It's
actually
a sphere.
false.
It's a sphere. Now the
Okay,
question
so now what's your
I'm
reply?
having is whether
So
or not
now,
it's
so then what's your
hollow or
reply?
not.
So
Probably
then what's your
more
reply? We get it, we get it.
constructive
So well
than
then what's
debating
your
whether it's
reply
flat or
to
not.
the counter evidence that refutes the doctrine that we just showed you in the open chat? What is your reply to that?
You've been deceived by all of it, and it's all lies.
What is your reply? So
That was my
given that you
reply.
just think,
You were
so
deceived.
again, what is your, just let me reply. So then what is your reply to the counter evidence that refutes your globe doctrine?
I just told you.
We
You
just
were
showed you.
deceived. You have been deceived by lies. That's my reply.
So again, let's try again, right? Actually pay attention to the reply and act like an intelligent adult.
I'm
We
gonna give you the
showed you
same
a bunch of
response,
counter
bro.
evidence in the open chat
And
that refutes your globe earth doctrine. So what is your reply to that?
it's all deception. You've deceived yourself. It makes
Okay,
it
so
means
then no
nothing.
actual substantive reply to the counter evidence that refutes your globe doctrine then.
You would do the same thing when I bring up space.
That's obviously not the case. We told you substantive, specific replies in sound arguments, not just a dismissive reply saying it's all
No,
deception.
no,
That is
no.
not how we replied.
Nobody has ever done anything other than to be dismissive about space
That
or
is
try to
not
change
how
the
we
subject in this
replied. So
channel.
what you're saying is
Because
false.
as soon as you acknowledge
So
that
we're not
there's
going to go in
spheres in the
circles about
sky,
this, dude. You're just going to be obnoxious and go in circles about a silly notion. That is not how we replied. So since you don't have any substantive argument to
and neither
reply
do
to the
you
counter
towards
evidence that we
space,
showed you in the open chat, then that's the end.
we're
You
not
don't
going
have
to
an
come to a
argument to
conclusion
refute the
about
counter
whether the Earth
evidence.
is flat or round here. But what we can conclude is whether there is a supernatural force, it doesn't have to be from space, that is interceding with us here on Earth, and they have cannibalistic tendencies, and they conceal themselves.
You're striving to talk about some other subject besides what the
Well,
channel is
that's the
designated
most
for.
important
If
conspiracy
you
on
want to
this
talk about
planet.
that subject, then go to another channel. That's not what this
It's
channel
the
is made
only
for.
conspiracy that
That's not what
matters.
this channel is made for. The
Well, then
focus
this
is
channel is
cosmology,
deceptive.
primarily the Earth. Stop yapping about some other subject. That's
And
obviously
it's
what I'm telling you to do.
saying you're part of
Stop
deceptive
yapping about
theory.
some other subject besides what this channel is made for. So if you don't have a substantive argument, and you obviously don't, then be quiet.
Well, I have an extremely substantive argument. The oldest origin stories on Earth
Excellent.
say that
Put
we
it
come
just
forward.
refuse to say it.
come from. All right, the oldest origin
Uh,
stories on Earth say that we come from the stars.
Has nothing to do with what we just said.
And it also
Nothing to
said
do.
that
No bearing at all.
nasty, cannibal, fallen angel demons came from the stars too.
Has no bearing on what we said to you. You're literally
And I've
talking and yapping
provided a
about everything
motive
else except the main subject that the channel is made for.
for why
You
those
don't have
nasty
a
beings
single strong,
would
inductive,
want to
empirical
keep
argument to
human
prove the Earth is a ball. And you're just
confused
straining to
and
press your voice
unfocused
through mine so you can just
on
keep
their
yapping this
crimes.
garbage.
Well, it's extreme.
It's ridiculous.
Peace and quiet. Yes, boys and girls, I even mute other people. Don't lose any sleep. Gentlemen, no, we are not going to go around in circles with this shit. I'm going to unmute both of you. Flo, the next things that come out of your mouth better be something of substance on why you think you live on a ball. Whether you've measured it, whether you just think it is because you were taught that at school, I personally don't care. Because if you don't, I've got to listen to Gregory complain about you not putting information down. So please.
All right, I'll tell you what convinced me the Earth was round when I had to deal with all these flat earthers. There's a flight between the southern tip of Chile to New Zealand. This flight leaves south, takes 15 hours, and never turns north. If the Earth was flat, then its destination would be north, and it would have to travel double the mileage and go travel for 30 hours. It doesn't. It arrives in its destination in 15 hours, and it never turns north. That was
Why would
proof
it
enough
need to
for
turn
me.
north?
Because if you look at a flat Earth map between the southern point of South America and Australia, they would be on opposite ends.
What flat
So
earth
what, you
map?
think the plane is flying over the Antarctic continent?
It goes around it. It doesn't go over it, but it doesn't go straight north, which it would have to if it was trying to travel to the other side of the flat Earth.
Or you can just go east or west.
Well, again, that
Well,
distance would be massive. They would have to refuel multiple times, and the trip would take double the time.
what
And it doesn't.
what model of the flat Earth are you proposing here? Because
The North
obviously
Pole at the
you've got an
center.
idea. Okay, so who claimed that model? Because as far as I'm aware, flat Earth has no model.
Well, then what the fuck are you guys arguing?
And
If
then
you
the
don't know
last time I
anything.
checked,
What
the
I'm
map that
arguing,
you're
what we're arguing
We don't know what it
is
is,
that,
but it's not
hang
what
on,
we've been told.
Flo, shut
hold on,
up.
dude. What we're arguing is that Earth, yeah, what's under your feet, measures to be flat. Again, we utilize it as flat. We build on it as flat. We measure it as flat. When we measure over water, one of the main characters of water that we all know is that water at rest is going to be flat, level. We use water as a level. So What we're describing to you is a description of the surface properties of the Earth. That's it.
So the routine reply that people like you always do is talk about flight paths, right? As though flight path is some sort of measuring tool for the surface. Okay. There's other possibilities than the one that you're emotionally committed to. Right. Just acknowledge that. Be an adult and just accept that. Okay. Like AJ just directed you. Your focus is on everything else except the actual Earth itself and measuring the alleged convexity of the surface. What you need to do is that, not
You're
everything else but.
projecting your emotional attachment to your theory here, because obviously very attached to this one. It's a vacuum. Flat earthers don't involve themselves in any other conspiracies other than flat Earth, and they're upset because it's been proven
Well,
to be wrong
Why
for
are
a long
we
Flat Earth,
time.
supposed to?
God,
Why
again,
would you want
you're
to
Because
focusing on everything
compartmentalize
else
us
except
or
what you need to
box
be
us
focusing
in
on.
with all this
well,
other shit?
Flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. It's just reality. Yeah. And no one's hiding it from you. They can't hide your own senses. They can't hide what you see. You just choose to believe a lie. Yeah.
it's
At
only
the end of
backing
the
up my
day.
statement that it's a
And
cover
to
for
state that,
conspiracy.
and to
Because you
state
yourself
that
say that
flat
there
earthers
are no
don't,
conspiracy.
and to state that we don't look into anything else, this is just an assumption based on nothing. Yeah. This has nothing to do with the argument that we're
If you looked
discussing.
into UFOs, you would realize that flat Earth is an inconsequential theory compared to who runs this planet, who
Why do
owns
you
this
keep
planet.
sidestepping and jumping onto
Well,
other conversations that we're not having?
Dude.
Well, that's your belief, yeah, because I believe that these are fallen angels, yeah, and that they're
I believe the same
demons.
thing. I believe the same
So,
thing.
so they're not UFOs, yeah. It's fallen angels and
But they are
demons.
supernatural, yes,
That's
and they are evil. And
yes.
topic of
Again, you
conversation
keep
is far
digressing to these
more
other subjects
important.
away from what
No,
you need to be talking
yeah,
about.
but it's more
You keep
important.
doing it.
It's more important than what the shape of the Earth is.
Look again. If you want to talk about something else, then go somewhere else. That doesn't mean keep trying to force everyone else to try to talk about what you
Gregory,
want to talk
why
about.
don't you want to talk
That's not
about
what the
fallen
channel is made
angels?
for. The
AJ
majority
likes
of
to
the
talk about
users,
fallen
stop
angels.
talking to me. Stop
He
talking
brought
to
him
me.
No,
up.
no.
Stop.
Oh, hang on, guys. I was just giving you my opinion, Flo, because you asked me. Yeah, you said that these, if you looked into UFOs, you would change your mind on flat Earth. It's not possible on flat Earth. Yeah. So you believed it was UFOs. I said I believe that that's fallen angels. Yeah. So again, we both could be arguing from our own point of view, our own beliefs that aren't going to get us anywhere. Flat Earth isn't a belief; it's just a direct measurement of the surface, and this is why.
Well, I think it's very important that you use the term fallen angel because it admits that there's a supernatural force above humankind here.
How many times do I have to keep like?
Gregory, we
Yeah,
know
that's
you
good.
don't like to talk about fallen angels, but we're not
But
talking to you,
at
Gregory.
the same time, Flo, we don't usually go down this path because again, we're looking at just the empirical evidence of
Well, don't
measurements
you
of
think
the
it
Earth.
would,
Yeah. And the
when it
reason
comes to
being is
explaining,
because, hold on, let me explain, and you may understand before you make your statement. We have many different people coming in this room. We have atheists, we have agnostic, we have Muslims, we have Buddhists, we have all different religions, yeah, different people. Now, what's evidence for you might be biblical, may not be evidence for someone who's Muslim or someone who's an atheist, yeah. So this is a belief, yeah. And what we are trying to point out here and what we stick to is just the facts of the actual Earth itself. Yeah, we don't go down these other paths. We don't argue about creators. We don't argue about what the sun might be, etc. It is that the Earth measures flat. There's no proof that the Earth rotates. That's it. It's how we
well,
utilize and view it.
the discussion of fallen angels is relevant because NASA named their missions after some of them, like Apollo. So
That's right. So I do believe
what
that,
I'm trying to
yeah,
say is that the
like I
fallen
said
angels are the
earlier,
ones
I
deceiving
believe.
you here
Well, the
about the
fallen angels would
globe
be the
Earth.
ones that are deceiving globe
Sure.
earthers. Yes, like I
Yes.
said, it's the
Sure. And
heliocentric
wouldn't that
model,
be
the place
important
the
to the
sun.
topic of flat Earth, the motive behind why it would be pushed? Sorry, the
Well,
round Earth would be pushed?
I actually did give you that motive earlier. You asked me that motive, my motives,
You
and I
said it was
said to you,
prophets. You never said
I did
fallen
say that.
angels.
I said it
Dude, this
was
guy is being
profit.
deliberately incoherent.
Sorry,
Now he's
Flo.
acting as though he's on our side
I said that
concerning
it
the
may
shape of
be.
the Earth.
I'm
Yep.
gonna mind
I said
break
it.
you,
Hang
Gregory,
on,
and
Flo.
I'm gonna get the
Let me
demonic possession
clarify
out of
for
you.
you. I said it may be money. I said it's also in direct opposition to the Bible. Were my two statements that I made, and I explained those further. Now, I didn't mention fallen angels, yeah, but I did make that statement.
Because I'm hearing him
All right, we'll
contradict
talk
himself.
about
Now
your
he's
demonic
switching his
possession
rhetoric to
now.
as though he's
We'll talk
on our
about your
side.
demonic
So
possession now,
again,
Gregory.
do
When
you
was the
believe
first
the
time
earth
you
is a
had sleep
ball? Stop
paralysis?
talking through me every time I begin
Gregory,
replying.
tell me about your
I
sleep
wait till there's no
paralysis.
one. I wait till there's no voices talking. Then when you hear me talking, then you decide to talk. Stop doing that.
Tell me about your sleep paralysis.
Stop doing that. So again, do you believe the earth is a ball? Yes or no? We're going to make this clear.
Are you possessed by a demon that doesn't like talking
Do you
about
believe
things?
the earth is a ball? Not evade
Is
my
that why you're
question.
so offended by talking about demons?
Do you
Okay,
believe the earth is a
guys,
ball? Exactly.
Flo, if you're not going to answer the question and stay on topic, you are going to be muted in here. So the discussion is whether the earth is indeed a ball or flat. If you'd like to discuss biblical topics, then I'm happy to do that with you. We can move to another room, yeah, but we're not going to do that in here. And we're not going to accuse Gregory of being possessed by demonic entities, yeah. We can have one more crack at it.
So again, this is for the sake of establishing clarity. I'm
I think I've
hearing
made
him
my peace.
contradict himself
I'm gonna go
and switch
now.
his rhetoric. This is the
Enjoy being
reason I'm
possessed,
asking the
Gregory.
question.
Goodbye.
So he's exactly, yeah, he's projecting his state onto me because I was catching on to his double speech, trying to push rhetoric, try to disrupt everything. We all heard him earlier saying the earth's a ball and mocking our position, and then he, like in the past 30 seconds, he switched his rhetoric to, well, the fallen angels are deceiving us about the globe.
He's been going for a while. I started with him, but I went and had some dinner and came back.
Ridiculous. These asinine pests of people that come into the channel. Like, they just come in here to cause confusion.
Yeah.
To irritate and to cause confusion. You could basically call it a sonic attack, right? If you want to stop a message from spreading, you just be a hindrance to it. And it's a very easy way to do that. Just make a bunch of noise that no one wants to hear. You make the channel be full of a bunch of noise no one wants to listen to, then the message won't spread. The information won't spread. Basically scrambling the signal. Then I try to reset and I try to clarify, and then when it's conspicuous, then I'm trying to reset and clarify so we can move forward to the end of the subject, and people just digging their heels to just disparage me and use rhetoric to paint me as some sort of ridiculous pest.
Tell us about today's Cope Gatebreaker. Why do you think you live on a ball tide? It's 2026, dude. Haven't you been outside yet?
No, he's more focused on disparaging me. He doesn't want to talk about that. Or you can refute me. You can prove that I'm wrong in that.
Let's see how he goes. Put forward a claim, Gregory. Give him something to attack at least.
The earth is a ball, yes or no, Gatebreaker?
There you go. That's pretty straightforward. Oh, Gatebreaker, you're unmuted. You can stop coping now.
Yeah, it's too risky to actually engage me on a clear floor. When it's clear, there's no noise. I can't risk exposing that he may be wrong about something and I may be right in contrast to him. Can't risk that.
Well, it's a shame. Maybe Kane might step up to the plate since he was
Sure.
white knighting the gate broker.
Yeah.
I was white knighting. Yeah. Gregory, what is your best argument for flat Earth?
That's what we observe and measure.
Okay, so that's immediately disputed. Like it's very simple.
So what? That's not a refutation.
It is refuted like immediately. Just the fact that you observe a horizon is this like refutation of your argument.
Okay. How about I'll give you another try.
Wait, so you didn't
What did I
like
say the
defend it?
first
So
time you
are
asked your
you?
question? See, now you
Yeah,
decided to
observation and
talk to me when you
measurements,
hear
right?
me replying. Right? We're going to reset. I'm not going to let this continue. Right? So you hear me talking. Right? I'm going to make this clear.
Yep.
Right? I'm going to make it clear. You heard me reply, and you said in your head you decided to reply when you heard me reply. Right? We're not going to do that. Okay? You're going to take your time and listen to the replies. And then I'll do the same. Right? We're going to refrain as much as possible from talking through each other before moderators start throwing around red mics. Let's try again.
Yeah, so about how you
Your
start. Yeah,
question to
go ahead.
me was, what's my best argument? I said a simple sentence to you, and you then distorted it in less than 30 seconds later. Let's try again. That's what we observe and measure.
Yeah, so observation is against is against flat Earth because we observe a horizon, which is not something we would observe on a flat Earth. So your point is refuted.
What is the definition of a
You have no idea
horizon?
how laughable your reply is. Right? So why would you
How is it
not
laughable?
see
Go ahead.
a horizontal? It's literally, the word horizon is the root word of horizontal. So why would we
That's
not
not
see
true.
the horizon? Excuse me? Horizon
Yeah,
is
it's
not
not
the
true.
root word of horizontal.
Yeah, and butterfly is a fly made out of butter. What the fuck is that?
So another false analogy, not understanding English.
literally a true analogy, but go ahead.
It's not. Right?
Okay.
So how about
Anyway,
you
make your
listen?
point and then I'll reply.
How
Yeah.
about you listen?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Stop trying to snark back at me. How about you listen?
Yeah.
It is not a refutable, not disputable, nor debatable that horizon is literally the root word of horizontal. Right? Any linguist is going to tell you this. There's not a single linguist that would disagree with this. Go ask them. Okay. So why would the horizon, the apparent straight line in your perspective, that is the apparent meeting point between the sky and the surface of the earth, not be a thing we would observe on a horizontal surface? Why?
Duffy. All right.
Simply because if the surface was horizontal, what we would observe is the like it's whatever it is that we're looking at blurring away, which is not what we observe. We observe a sharp horizon, which is what we expect on a curved surface.
Prove your notion with a sound argument now.
What? Prove my notion
Prove
that
your
we
notion with
would
a sound
observe
argument now.
that we would observe things blurring away.
Prove your notion with a sound argument now. Stop echoing the notion.
What is the notion that you're talking about?
Okay, so now you have
I said two things.
amnesia. The notion you just
I said two
pushed.
things.
Now say the sound
So-
argument that proves it.
So,
Okay.
Kane, what was it that you just said? That the horizon.
I said two things.
Yep. What were they?
Yep. Okay, I said that we wouldn't observe a sharp horizon on a flat Earth, and that we would
Yeah.
observe a sharp horizon on a curved Earth. So
Excellent.
So with the first one,
which
Gregory
one?
put forward
Which one am I
his
supposed
response.
to? Yeah, which
Yep.
one?
Yep, that's great. Just hold up. You're getting too excited for some reason. We don't know why. Now, Gregory offered you to prove your
chilling.
notion instead of just yapping about it. Now, back it up. Prove it.
So which one? That we wouldn't
the
observe
first
it on
one
a
you
flat
just
Earth,
said.
or the
If you forget it,
that
that's
we
your
wouldn't
fault.
observe it on a flat Earth? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we wouldn't observe it on a flat Earth because the like the way refraction works is not that it like the light curves and like just like at some point just disappears and like so you'd stop seeing anything. What you see is you're gonna like see things scattered as they move away because of because of the fact that there's more air between you and the object. Things are gonna get blurrier as they get away from you, not disappear.
Just to jump in for a
Right.
second here, guys, just to support Gregory for the audience. Kane, you had a bit of a crack at him before and told him that horizontal was not derived from horizon. Yeah, so in the chat at 8:53, from Etymology Online, everyone can read it for themselves. Relating to or
Cool.
near the
Anyway,
horizon
so
from French
like even if that
horizontal
was the
line.
case, it doesn't
Yeah,
change the argument.
to see the horizon meaning flat, Kane. Yeah, parallel to the horizon, flat.
Horizontal doesn't mean flat, but even if that was the case, it wouldn't change the argument.
Well, you can go and argue with Etymology Online about that one, but you shot down Gregory's argument. You told him
Cool.
that he had no point when he was talking about when he offered up his evidence of flat Earth. I'm just calling you out on that in front of the
Cool.
audience. Yeah.
Sure. Anyway,
So you can
so
concede
how about a
Gregory was
refutation of my
correct.
actual argument?
Oh, because the thing you said earlier was not an actual argument. Okay.
It was.
So, given what you, so then it was a subsequent argument then, but you just said it was not an actual argument. You said actual to contrast it. But anyways, I don't expect you to be consistent. So
What?
your silly ad hoc rhetoric about refraction, right? Go ahead and give us a demonstration. 'Cause that's what'll settle this. Because you can just speculate about what will be the effect of atmospheric refraction, right? Contrary to what we actually observe, right? Because we're just going with your replies right now. We're not even on the main crux of the issue. Yeah. So we're just going with your replies right now. So go ahead and show us a demonstration of your notion.
You can have a simulation of some sort. Like you can get you can simulate the behavior of light
Pixels on a
and
screen is not demonstration of
throughout
actual phenomena.
what? What?
Show us a video, a recording, a photographic recording, motion picture.
Okay, actually
Be
I have
very
an idea.
specific and very redundant
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
deliberately.
yeah.
So there's
I
no
have a
room
good
for you
idea.
to weasel out of this. Show us a
Yeah, sure.
demonstration,
So
not just a
I
CGI
don't think I
movie.
need to show anything. Like I think you can picture it yourself. When there's fog, right? What
You're
do you
not going to
do? You
demonstrate your
like
point then.
things just disappear? No, no, no. I'm doing that. I'm just doing it with an example instead of like actually showing it. You
So you're
can
not
do
going to
that yourself.
demonstrate it then.
That's not what demonstration means. I'm using like I'm demonstrating it through
No, I told you what I
like an
meant by
analogy.
demonstration.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't make my demonstration invalid. Anyway,
Yeah, it
so
does because you're not demonstrating, right?
no.
Not showing
Okay,
me the thing
my
actually
what
happening
the fuck?
is not demonstrating.
Well,
And
yes, it
not
is.
showing the thing
And
you're
I'll
talking
give
about
you the
is not
reason. I'll
actually
give you the
showing me
reason
that
if
it
you
happened.
want. Yeah, I'll give you the reason. So
We'll try again.
the
We'll try again
same.
because you're just trying to control the
Yeah,
way this
sure.
goes. Look, so you need to demonstrate your notion, not yap more. When by demonstrate, you mean show the thing that
Okay,
you
I'm
say
gonna do
happens
it
actually
through an
happen.
analogy.
That's not showing me the thing that you're talking
Actually,
about.
Gregory, let him tell
It
us
is.
about this analogy. It might be funny.
It
Yeah, go ahead.
might be really fun, yeah. So when there's fog, right? What do you observe? Do you observe like things disappearing like in the like inside the ground, or do you see them like blurring
You said you're
away?
going to make an analogy, not ask a question.
Yeah, this is an analogy. I'm just like asking you to agree with my analogy, like
Make
that
the
we observe the
analogy.
same
Don't ask
thing.
questions. You said you were going to make the
Yeah, okay.
analogy.
So I'm gonna do that. Okay, then I assume that you agree with everything I say. So
That'll be your
when there's
error.
fog, okay, so you are gonna have to like
I don't
tell
have
me
to
that
do
you
Kane,
agree
anything. I don't
then.
have
hey,
to say
Gregory,
anything
That
for you to make an
there's no
analogy.
like we can't
Gregory,
move on if you don't agree.
Kane, just hold up for a second. Just so you
Yep.
know, you're supposed to be presenting this information to Gregory so he understands it, right? You're not supposed to be asking him to agree with it. You're supposed to
No,
present
I'm
it,
asking
and so
him
Gregory
to.
goes,
I'm asking
"Yeah,
him to agree with that.
hey, Kane, that wasn't an
Yeah.
invitation to run through me, mate. I'm trying to help you here. You don't seem to want that. You're supposed to be presenting Gregory your argument so he understands it. You're not supposed to be getting agreements on things from Gregory.
Okay.
Present your
Sure.
information
I'll give you.
and
Yeah,
drop
yeah.
the
I'll give you
data
the
on him.
information.
He then
Yeah, sure,
swallows
sure.
it. He chews on it, works
Okay,
it
cool.
out from there.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you premises and a conclusion, and then you're gonna tell me which premise you disagree with. So
So
let's
not an
start with
analogy.
no, that's fine. I'm gonna make an actual argument. Okay.
Okay, so forget the
So
analogy. Wasted all that time.
sure. No, it's gonna be still like based on the analogy, but it's gonna be an actual argument. So
That you won't say.
proposition one is gonna be that when there's fog, we observe things blurring away on a relatively flat surface because like the Earth is locally flat, which is true. We observe them blurring away. We don't observe them disappear like we do for with the horizon, right? Two, fog is simply more dense air, which means that it contains more water than like standard air does. Premise three, no, actually, conclusion. Conclusion would be that if the Earth was flat, we would observe a similar effect that as that we observe when there's fog, which means that we would see things blur away instead of disappearing
How
under the
the hell
horizon.
did you tie all that shit together?
Watch.
What do you mean? Okay,
Look,
so what is the wait? What is the premise that you disagree with? Premise one or two?
The
I'm going to say
conclusion
what I
not
want to
matching
say.
either.
So the conclusion follows, right?
Look.
The conclusion follows. So you have
Look.
to disagree with one of the premises.
Look, you're trying to prevent a reply, so stop. Okay, so this is the reply.
I'm not.
What's your rule of inference?
Modus ponens.
Really?
Yeah.
You put the conditional proposition as the conclusion.
Yeah.
That's not modus ponens.
It is.
No, it's not. The modus ponens is not conclude with a
Right?
conditional
Either for B.
proposition.
Either for B, either for B, B either for C, A either for C.
That's not modus ponens.
It is.
Oh my god.
We literally heard you say the conclusion is if the horizon and yada yada yada. You concluded with a conditional proposition. That's not how
No,
modus
the
ponens works.
conclusion. The conclusion is, if the Earth was flat, then we would
Right.
observe
You're
the
saying
same.
a conditional
we would observe the
proposition.
same
That's not
thing that
how
we
modus
observe.
ponens work.
Yeah.
Modus ponens does
Wait,
not
wait,
Oh,
conclude
wait a
with a
minute.
conditional
Wait a minute.
proposition.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And so if the Earth is flat, it'd be foggy all the time?
If the Earth is flat, we would observe. Yeah, we would observe a similar effect to that of fog. Yeah.
Dude.
Just very far away.
Hey, Luke, dude, you should rest your case on that and just retire while you're ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You can definitely like concede. It's totally fine.
Okay, so in the first place, it's not even valid. Right? You didn't do modus ponens. You
It
don't
is.
understand what modus ponens is.
Sure.
Try again.
Okay, so say that it's not modus ponens, right? Like let's agree that it's not. Then what is the problem that you have with that argument?
It's fallacious. It's all over the
Okay,
place.
how?
It's non sequitur.
How is it fallacious? How is it a
It's
non
non
sequitur?
sequitur. Literally, you have your conclusion beginning with the conditional proposition. Your conditional proposition
It
is the
doesn't.
conclusion.
It doesn't.
That's stupid. You literally said the conclusion is, and then said if the horizon, yada yada yada. That's what you said. So your conclusion
If
is a
the Earth
conditional
is flat,
proposition. That's not how you
if
phrase
the Earth is
any
flat, which is
syllogism.
your case, yeah. The
That's
the
not.
conclusion
So just
starts
talk
with if
past the
the Earth is
refutation. You
flat,
just
then
repeat
this is what we
yourself.
would observe. It's
Kane,
not.
Just
what
It's
you've
repeat
not a
put
yourself
false.
after I
forward,
just
hey,
repeated you. It's annoying.
Kane, what you've put forward to us, if the Earth is flat, it must be foggy.
Basically, yeah. Like in the distance, it would
So,
look like a foggy
so what
day,
you're
basically,
saying,
yeah.
if I go outside and it's not foggy, that's your proof of curvature.
Oh, brother. Hey, I got it.
If it's
I got
not,
it.
if
Hold
you
on.
observe a sharp horizon, then yes.
Kane,
So,
Kane, you've invented a new class of Earther. So we have
Okay, let
the
me put this in. That you're cutting out
Kane,
like
Kane.
crazy. You're cutting out like crazy.
Hey,
Get a better.
Kane,
that's not your turn to talk, brother.
Yeah, so maybe I can make it into a better syllogism.
Yeah,
so
maybe you can shut the
preposition
fuck up.
one. So
Listen, Kane. No matter how bad my mic is, I get to speak by force or acquiescence. So, you've now been dubbed an N64 Earther. Anybody who knows the joke knows the joke. All right, you can speak again.
okay. Preposition one is gonna be on a foggy day, we observe things blur away instead of disappearing behind the horizon. Preposition two is the atmosphere. A foggy day is simply a day where the air is more dense in water than it is on a regular day. Preposition 3 is if the Earth is flat, we would observe things blur away instead of disappearing behind the horizon. Conclusion, we don't observe things, preposition 4, we don't observe things blur away, we observe them disappear behind the horizon. Conclusion, the Earth is not flat. There you go.
What's the rule of
Is
inference?
this valid? Oh my god. Say that I don't know. Like, not all rules of inference have a name.
What's the rule of inference?
There's 4 prepositions. There's not going to be a rule of inference for this. Like, that has a
So you
name.
have no form to the argument.
No, that's not what it means. What the fuck? There's
You have
3
no form.
prepositions.
You're not
There's
using
3
any rule of inference.
prepositions that imply the
You don't
4th
even know it's valid.
preposition. Yeah, okay. So there's 4 prepositions. 3 of them imply the 4th, and then the 4th implies the conclusion. Where's the
So,
problem?
You're not telling me the rule of inference.
okay,
What's the rule
so-
of inference?
Kane, let's
The
just
fuck?
step.
No,
Kane,
wait, wait.
Kane,
Wait,
slow
wait,
down.
wait,
Kane,
wait.
no, you wait. Don't tell us
Okay.
have wait.
Sure.
So let's step through this one at a time. Number 1, it's foggy, huh? Number 2,
No, that's not what it
it's
is.
more dense over water. Number 3, how are you tying all this
There, this is
if the Earth is
rule of
flat?
inference.
So
That's not a rule of inference.
It is.
you're all over the place.
No, it's
None
not.
of it
Who gives
just
a
doesn't
crap?
have a name.
He committed the fallacy of 4 terms, so he could take his little conclusion and shove it up his ass.
What?
Yeah.
So
you
wait,
have no idea that
what you're saying is that you
syllogism
don't
is
have
even
an
a
issue.
syllogism.
So wait. So the issue that you have is that you don't know the
Kane,
name for the
Kane,
rule,
listen
for the
carefully.
inference rule.
Kane, you're assuming your logical syllogism means something in the first place. It doesn't. And now you're saying,
does.
but your inferences don't line up to come to the conclusion. That's the
They do.
problem.
Hey, listen, we're not playing the name calling game anymore where we say the dude's name 5 times in a row. Not happening anymore. Just mute the person, or they yield, or they get the fuck out. Deal?
Okay. So the simple refutation to a silly so-called syllogism, which is not a syllogism, it doesn't even have a rule of inference. This matters because you need to actually have a valid form to the so-called syllogism for it to even be a syllogism. And then you have to have true premises for it to be a logically sound syllogism. So it's not even a syllogism. Just because you stack premises on top of each other doesn't make it syllogism.
Let's help him. Let's help him make it more concise and precise. Let's work together on each of his premise till we get it to a nice argument that carries the conclusion if all his premises are true, and then we can attack the truth of the premises and demonstrate to him that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Not that already isn't self-evident. All right, so Kane, we're gonna help you out, brother.
I believe the rule of inference is induction. Yeah. P1
Holy
and P2
crap,
and P3
dude.
and P4 imply conclusion. That is the rule of inference.
I've never heard someone say something so stupid. Try to talk like they're so
Okay,
smart.
sure. So what is your refutation for that?
Dude, listen, that argument was an inductive cooktop.
So that is induction.
And
What is
and you cooked your
that is
dude.
induction.
An inductive
So
cooktop,
what is
not an induction argument, an
deduction?
induction
Yeah, no,
cooktop.
this is okay. Yeah. So this is induction. What is your refutation that it is?
Dude, you just try to present a syllogism. That's
Wait, so we
categorically
have
a.
the syllogism, we have the
I'll
rule of
try
inference.
again.
So
I'll
now
try
you have
again.
to
I'll
refute
try
one
again
of
when you
the
stop talking.
premises.
I'll try again when you stop talking. Let's try again. A2. You
Yeah,
try to
let's try
present
again.
what you said is a syllogism. A syllogism is a deductive argument, which is categorically different from an inductive argument. You don't use syllogisms for induction.
Yeah, induction is P1 and P2 and P3, blah blah blah, and Pn imply Q, or C, whatever you want to call it.
That's not induction. Induction is
That
to
is
appeal to
induction.
particular instances to generalize to a general conclusion. You're using
Yeah, which is
general
induction,
or
which is
universal
exactly what I did.
notions. Stop talking to me. That's not what you did. You're literally trying to do both when they're categorically different. You can't do both simultaneously. It's not even logically possible given what these terms mean. So again, you try to present a syllogism. You have no idea what rule of inference is. So you have no idea it's even in a valid form. You have no idea you're in a reliable pattern of inference
It
to
is.
get to the conclusion. And then you said it's an induction, exposing
It
that you don't even know the
absolutely
difference
is.
between these two different types of arguments.
It absolutely is. It is valid. So
just no, and
let's say
just
that
chant
it.
with a
Look,
contradictory
look, look,
premise.
look. If it is not valid, then tell me what the issue is there.
I just told you. You don't even
Okay,
have a rule of inference. There is no validity as far as you know.
wait? So what you're telling
Once
me is that
again,
P1, P2, and
see, you're
P3,
just
and
pulling me
P4,
in
and blah blah
circles
blah
after I answer your
implies
question.
C is not a valid rule of inference. So what like why is it not valid?
Look, you're straining yourself to try and condescend back at me when you don't even understand these basic logical categories. I just
Because
explained to
you're
you what your
silly.
error is.
You're saying
Once
that
again,
like a
I'm just
simple
finishing the
implication is
answer
not
to
a
you. I'm
valid rule.
finishing the answer to you. Right? So again, you're just pulling us in circles that we never move forward
Sure.
past this simple refutation. You tried to present a syllogism. You couldn't even manage to
Yep.
identify the rule of inference by which you suppose the syllogism is formed by. So you have no idea it's even in a valid form, which means you don't know if it's in a
Okay, so
reliable pattern to
tell
get you to the
me if it
conclusion.
is.
I'm not
Are you
done,
saying it is
obviously.
invalid?
I'm not done. Stop
Are
trying
you
to
saying
prevent me
it is
from
invalid?
applying. Stop.
Sure.
Before people start tossing around red mics and you causing all this noise. So stop. So again,
Sure.
as I just said just 5 seconds ago, and then you conflated, exposing that you have no idea what you're talking about, the difference between deductive argumentation and inductive argumentation. Those are your errors.
Okay, cool. So you're saying that my argument is not valid. Why is it not valid? You haven't
It doesn't
told me
even
that
have
yet.
any validity. You have
How?
not identified a rule
Explain
of
how.
inference for it to have a valid form.
Okay, what would that be then? Like what would like a
That's for you to research.
correctly construct like no, the problem is you're saying that
That's
it
for you to
doesn't have
figure out.
a rule of an inference rule, but I told you my inference rule, which is P1 and P2 and P3 and P4
That's not an
imply
inference
C.
rule.
That is an inference rule.
No, it's
Kane,
not.
It is.
Kane, help you out. No, listen, friends. That's literally called the fallacy of
You're
four
just lying.
terms, dude. Kane.
You
That
are
is
simply
literally
lying. That's actually
Kane.
ridiculous.
Kane, I have to mute you now because I can't say your name more than 3 times to play this game. So, what you outlaid is literally called the fallacy of 4 terms. So your inference rule is a fallacy. Good job. Okay, so just drop it, dude.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So you haven't told me how it's invalid yet.
It's literally categorized as a fallacy.
It's not a
By
fallacy.
definition.
Like having 4 premises is a fallacy? What is that?
Yes, it's called the fallacy of 4 terms, dude.
That's so silly. Okay.
I know it's so silly. It's just, I mean, it's just how logic works, dude.
I'm gonna show you, since you're obviously ignorant. I'm gonna show you because you're not gonna research it. We already know. So we're gonna show you. We're gonna make it painfully obvious to you. Okay, right here, screenshot. Click that button. Click that button. Click this button and enter in the open chat. Okay. The fallacy of 4 terms. This fallacy occurs in a categorical syllogism when the syllogism has 4 terms rather than the requisite 3, in a sense. It cannot be a categorical syllogism to begin with. Mind you, this website is made by a doctoral logician.
You understand
if you want to question
you
their
understand that
credentials
that's
and all
not
that.
how it works.
Let's try again. You understand that you didn't have any idea what this was. No idea at all. You have no idea what this
No,
website
but
even
that is
is. You
not
never
what it's
looked at
saying.
this.
It's not saying that
Be
having
quiet.
4
Be
premises is
quiet.
a
Be
problem.
quiet. Stop being noisy.
He hasn't had a
Trying
chance to
just
speak
control
yet.
the
You just
conversation.
keep going,
Be quiet.
Gregory. And when
It's
he's
fine.
when
It
he's
doesn't matter. They're
All right,
having
just
fun.
stop
Let
being
them.
noisy.
That's cool.
Just stop. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So obviously explaining something to you, you obviously are ignorant and oblivious of. Just stop trying to
Yeah,
control
but
this.
that it's not
This
that is not what it's saying.
we'll try again. You're not going to prevent this, so stop doing that. So again, the description. This fallacy occurs in a categorical syllogism when the syllogism has 4 terms rather than the requisite 3. In a sense, it cannot be a categorical syllogism to begin with. If it takes on this form, it is invalid. The equivocation fallacy can also fit this fallacy because the same term is used in 2 different ways, making 4 distinct terms, although only appearing to be 3. right? So you also committed that fallacy in addition with not having any rule of inference at all. You think telling me P1 and P2 and P3, therefore, if P3, then P4, therefore conclusion.
There are
That's
three
not a
terms
rule of inference. At best, what you're
in my
doing,
inference. There are
at
three
best,
terms.
and I'm not done. Stop trying to cut me off every time you hear me replying to you. We heard your replies. That's why we can refute you. So you saying this in the open chat at 5 minutes past the hour at 13:05 where I am, when you said P1 and P2 and P3, or if P3 then P4, therefore conclusion, that's not telling me the rule of inference. At best, what you're doing is telling me the form, the pattern. That's not the rule of inference.
To be clear, having four premises is not that type of fallacy. That type of fallacy would be something like major premise: weapons are dangerous. Balloons are round. Conclusion: balloons are dangerous. Notice how there are four terms: weapon, dangerous, balloon, and round. In my inference, there are three terms,
Oh my
which are
god,
shape,
dude!
which are shape,
You are holy.
atmosphere, and fog. Three terms. So you
That's
failed.
not
So
holy
what next?
crap, dude.
So there are three
Holy
terms.
crap,
In my inference,
Kane.
there are three terms.
Kane,
So it's
Kane.
valid. Like
That's not what
you
it. That's
literally
not what
just
it means.
confirmed that it is valid. You tried to invalidate my inference by saying that there's a fallacy that is not there. There are three terms in my inference. Although there are four premises, it doesn't change the fact there are three terms in the inference.
Hey, I go ahead and say something.
The level of simple-mindedness is insane. Like not even being able to fucking read.
He's trying so hard
And
to
all,
condescend.
and all this
The guy
because
is
he
going to
wanted
try to
to
explain
prove
this
a
fallacy
crispy
to us.
You're
horizon.
so silly.
Hey, Kane,
You are
shut up
so
for a second.
incredibly silly.
Kane,
Yeah.
zip it.
Mm-hmm.
Your logic has failed. Look in the side chat. You'll see an infrared.
Okay, so you
and the
you
color.
cherry picked a
Shuts
picture of
up.
like a foggy day. That's
I didn't
awesome.
cherry pick fuck all. I took them myself. Thank you.
Yes, so you cherry picked.
Okay, so cherry picking is me going up onto a mountain, taking a sequence of panorama photos in color and also a sequence of panorama photos in infrared, and by your standards, it's cherry picking. The question I'm about to put forward to you, since you're so knowledgeable on cherries, is which one has the crispier horizon?
What are you talking about?
In the fucking
Which one
side
has the
chat.
crispier horizon? The first one.
The black and white one or the coloured one?
Yeah, the one in black and white.
Excellent. They're the same image. Just one's in
Yeah, of
infrared.
course.
So,
Okay, and?
which one would you say is the flat Earth?
Neither one of them. There's fog.
There's no
The thing
fog.
is that we can observe. The thing
There's
is,
no fog.
there are.
Kane,
The
Kane,
thing is,
Kane,
how
there's
about
no
how about you
fog.
listen?
Kane, how about you
listen?
listen? Yep, that's a great idea. How about you listen? The purpose of those photographs is to show what happens when all the bullshit gets removed. That's what IR does. Sorry, mate. You telling me there's fog, that is not fog. That, if you have a click on the image, you'll see a little rise on the left-hand side. That little rise is 48 kilometers away. So please, start listening to these guys. You're making an idiot
It's
of
funny
yourself.
how you're. It's funny how you're like so fast with muting.
You have no idea how fast I am at it. I'm very well practiced. Now, we're not into the meta. We're into you proving something, preferably by not using your logic, because that's not doing a very good job. How about you tell us about how it's been measured as a ball, or something like that? That'd be probably better. But using McToon, it must have a crisp horizon, or it's X, or it doesn't have a crisp horizon, therefore it's Y, is fail. Because you yourself have said fog will change that. So you're not really proving much by saying, hey, weather conditions don't prove much.
Yes, the point is that we can observe a sharp horizon, which wouldn't be possible if the Earth was flat. So my point still
it's not
stands. If we
possible.
observe one time, like if we
What
observe a
mode of
single flat
impossibility?
horizon, then it means then it means that the Earth is not flat. That is simply impossible.
Okay. So you said it's not possible, right? Which
Yeah.
means it's impossible. So what mode of
Correct.
impossibility?
There you go. Oh my god, this fucking Phil, bro. So the reason why it's impossible is because it's because of the analogy that I just made. If the Earth, if the atmosphere, like as you like as something as an object gets further and further away, what you're gonna have is you're gonna have more air between you and the object, which is the same thing as having denser air between you and an object that is closer to you. If the Earth was flat, what we would observe is we would never see a sharp horizon because there would always be enough air between you and the object far
Stop.
away.
Hold up. Stop.
that,
Stop.
like,
Stop.
they would
Stop.
always
Stop.
they would
What
always
part of
vanish
fucking
in the
stop don't
distance.
you understand? Stop.
Maybe if you said it
Right.
with like a little
Stop.
bit of a lower volume. I
Yeah.
would
How about
understand.
we just fucking shut you up? My God. Okay. I wanted you to stop for a very specific reason. I'm going to stand in a position. I'm going to look 10 miles out. Now, if I'm standing in a position looking 10 miles out and you're beside me looking 10 miles out, this has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. There is 10 miles of air between us and what we're looking at. So you claiming the ground must be something when we're both the same distance proves nothing. Try again. My God.
So rather than evade
Right.
my question, the point of my question, right, before anyone, throws a tantrum or whatever, the point of asking what's the mode of
Yeah, like Matrix.
impossibility is to disambiguate the proposition. Because if you only just say it's impossible, it's just ambiguous, and that is indeed a fallacy, the fallacy of ambiguity. You have to actually say a specifically meaningful proposition. And if you have ambiguous terms, that's obviously an error. So let's try again. What mode of impossibility?
Yeah, Matrix is really slow with the unmute. I believe it's a physical impossibility.
No. What
Yeah.
physical
Oh wait, so you're
law
agreeing
is
that it is
violated?
an impossibility? Is that what you're saying?
Try again. What physical law is being violated?
The fact that like if there's enough air between you and the object far away, you're gonna see it like what's the word? Vanishing away. That is a physical law. It doesn't have like a specific name, but it is a thing.
No, you're just saying your notion and then expecting us to just take
Light
that for
is gonna
granted.
get scattered throughout the atmosphere.
Yet
That is a
you can
physical law,
specify.
right? So if the
Let's try
object is far
again.
away enough,
When I'm replying
without
that is
any
not your
curve,
cue to
you're gonna see
reply.
it
When
disappear.
I'm replying that is not your cue to try to suppress my voice with yours. So stop doing
Actually, hey, Gregory, let's just rail this. So what has light scattering got to do with the shape of the ground, Kane?
I just told you earlier. If the shape
No.
of the ground was flat,
What has light
if the
scattering...
ground,
Kane, no, you're not answering the question. What has light scattering got to do with the shape of the ground?
were you not listening, or is your memory just like that bad?
Answer the question.
Okay, so if the shape of the ground was flat, as you say, then you would see like objects that are very far away, incredibly
Yeah, this is not
scattered.
telling us
Do you
about
know
how light
Do you
scattering...
know how vision works?
This
Yeah,
is
it
not
has
telling
to
us
do with
about
light
how...
scattering.
Hey, Kane, don't play the game,
It
mate.
is.
Kane, how is the shape of the ground affecting light scattering? So here, let's just try this out. I'm standing at position A, you're at position B. Shut up and stop being an idiot. You're at position B. We're both looking at each other. Now, this has got nothing to do with the ground. What is the
So
light
once
going
again,
to be? You're 10 miles away. I can't see you.
Yeah.
Is this
Sure.
because light scattering? Angular resolution?
Well, if
Yeah?
you're like, I'm not really
Yes
sure
or
if you're
no?
going to be able to see me, but the point is that it's going to be like
No,
in the
I
case
don't
of
want to hear your
reality, it's
points.
going to be
I don't
because
want to
of.
hear your Kane. You're yapping. We don't want that. You're 10
Wait,
miles
so you're
away.
you're
Why
asking
can't
me
I
to
see
clarify
you?
my point, and then you
You're
don't want to
10
hear it?
miles away. Why can't... You're a fucking idiot. You're 10 miles away. Why can't I see you? That's all I want to know.
Curvature.
What curvature? You're yet to prove that.
Yeah, I proved that that it's impossible for the Earth to be flat.
No, you didn't.
I was never trying to prove curvature. I mean, to be fair, if the Earth is
Yeah,
not
that
flat,
is what
then
he's
it has
trying
to
to
be
prove
curved.
now. So
Yeah, if the
It's
Earth
measured as flat.
isn't
Hey,
flat, yeah,
Kane,
if it isn't
Kane,
flat, yeah,
Kane,
yeah.
It's measured as flat. What would you like me to do about it? You saying it
It's
can't be
not.
flat means fuck all when we've measured it as flat.
Give me a single measurement of the Earth being flat.
Laser test, here we go.
Sure. Actually, why am I letting you like deflect to this? There's no point in this. The point is that once
You're
again,
not
We have to,
making
like,
any
it's not.
points,
Wait,
mate.
about a
Matrix,
subject.
Matrix. How about
You're not making any points, young fellow. That's the problem. You're making all these claims. You're yet to back them with something of substance. If you could do that, that would be awesome. Even Gregory would be happy with that kind of jazz. But we'll put a laser test in the side chat for you.
yeah, so once again, the thing you asked is how does the curvature of the Earth affect light scattering? It doesn't. The point is that the observation based on light
Excellent.
scattering is
So
incompatible.
thank you for your
Let me
concession.
finish. How about you let
Yep,
me
you
finish?
conceded. You've conceded. That's all we needed. The shape of the ground has nothing to do with the light. Thank you very much.
That's not what I said. I said that it doesn't affect the light, but the observation that based on light scattering is incompatible with the ground being flat.
It's exactly the same. 10 miles looking at something gets the same result whether there's a valley, a hill,
Yeah,
or
because
it's
the Earth
perfectly
is
flat
round.
underneath you. Why is he laughing? Has he got some kind of... Is someone there
No,
tickling him or something?
it is consistent because it is true that as things get far away, they do fade out. That is true. Now he
But it has
didn't
nothing to
parse
do with
out.
the shape of the ground.
Look, I don't. Yeah. Well, hold on. I gotta mute this kid because I'm not
I'll get him.
gonna run the risk of him interrupting me. Okay, so he said if the Earth was flat, you would have things disappear out in the distance by fading out. That happens. So he already conceded the Earth is flat. Now he's going to say, well, no, because sometimes there's a crisp horizon. So see, he forgot to put in the word sometimes. So I could just as easily say, if the Earth was a globe, things would never fade out in the distance. See, you could do the same thing in reverse. But it's actually true that it's not a universal observation when things go away from you. There's not always a crisp horizon. Sometimes it's faded. Sometimes things disappear from the bottom up. Sometimes things fade out. Sometimes things do miraging effects. Sometimes they disappear 1,000 feet away. Sometimes you can see things 10 times further than the electric horizon is supposed to be blocking them. So his little syllogism that he attempted to make relies on, quote unquote, cherry picking one observation and saying that that represents the universal when it doesn't.
Okay, so once again, the issue is not that these things happen. The issue is that these things happening is itself incompatible with a flat Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not flat
But it
if we see
happens
it
all
once.
different times. It's not consistent. Foggy, we can only see 5 miles. Tomorrow it'll be clear. We see 20 miles. The next day there's a mirage. We only see 15 and shit becomes blurry. It's always different. There's no consistency to back your claim.
Yeah, here I'll give you a syllogism, Kane. If the horizon was Earth curve, it must be in the same location. It's not in the same location, therefore it's not Earth curve. Oh, see how easy that was?
That's not true.
So no, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, no, I can explain to
Okay,
you why if
which
you don't.
part? No, Kane. Stop for a second, brother.
Yeah, so once again, can we
Just
just
address.
concentrate on the point instead of like moving away?
Hey, Kane.
Yeah.
Hey, Kane.
Yeah,
Shut
you're
your
trying
fucking
so
mouth,
hard to deflect. It's so funny. You can.
dude. Shut up. Okay. When I paused after I told you that I wanted to take the mic, and then you paused, that wasn't your key to speak. That was a pause. Okay. It's called breathing room. So all I'm going to tell you is just point out one of the premises that I said that are wrong, and then focus on that. Don't just gish gallop and shotgun all over the place. Okay, for the love of God, just address one point. Go ahead.
Cool.
The
So
English word.
there's a logical like contradiction between having a crisp horizon, even just once, observing a crisp horizon once on the flat Earth.
Kane, I'm not playing around. I'm going to lay out the terms of your ability to speak here very clearly for you. So there's no ambiguity. I gave a syllogism. You're going to address my premises directly because you said it's not true. So you're going to address the premises directly or nothing at all. That's your only option. Okay, we're not going to play this Humpty Dumpty game. Just address one of the premises. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the issue is in your second premise. You said that if the horizon was caused by curvature, then it would always be in the same place. And then you said the horizon appears in different places. Now that's the issue. Like the fact that it appears closer or farther away does not mean that it is moving physically. The point is that like the distance between you and the horizon is determined by the density of water
Okay, fair
and
enough.
air, and so
Okay,
there you
fair
go.
enough.
Like your conclusion doesn't follow.
Okay, so so what you basically did there is you said that the horizon is an optical effect, not the curve of the Earth.
No, that's not what I said.
That is what you said. Watch how it works. If the horizon
That's
is
not what I said.
truly the edge of the Earth, it can't get closer and further away.
In
It
fact, it
literally
doesn't.
can't. Okay, really? Well, then how come we can see horizons
I
before
literally just
objects that are
explained it
supposed
to
to be
you.
being blocked? No, you didn't, dude.
It's
You're
because
talking
of
about
light
fog.
refraction.
Dude, fog being closer isn't necessarily altering the horizon, dude.
What? No, the point is, it's because of refraction. When the air is more dense, then what you're gonna have is that you're gonna see the horizon
not
get
Earth
closer.
curve.
But the physical position of the horizon, what you're seeing, is not changing. It's simply the light that is that's getting to you differently. Why are you laughing?
Wow, dude. So you're just admitting it's all optical effects. I agree with you.
No, there is a physical horizon, but the one that
Really?
you
Show
see,
it to me.
like the fact
Show it
that you
to me.
see it
Hey,
moving, is an optical effect.
Kane,
It's
I'm
curvature.
glad that this optical effect that jumps
Wheels
around
are
you
falling
think is
off.
a physical location. Go ahead and show me the physical horizon, please. Can you show it to me?
You're gonna be able to see it. Like the one that you see is the physical horizon. The fact that it
Present it.
moves is the optical effect.
The fact that it's closer
If
or
you give me
further away
picture
is the
perms, I
its
can show
physical
you.
location.
If you give me picture perms, I can show you.
He doesn't realize how bad he's shot himself in the foot just now. It's kind of funny.
Oh, he's a
Sure.
level 2. We can't give him perms. But since I'm feeling generous again for the second time this week, you can send it to me and I'll post it on your behalf.
Sure. Fine.
It's like Schrodinger's Earth. Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's over there.
Yeah, he said when you see it, it's the real thing, but when it moves and you see it, then it's an optical effect.
Yeah,
It's not the real
exactly.
thing.
It's moving is the optical illusion. Like when you see a mirage, you see an object moving, while the object is not really moving, right? So the object itself is not the
So
optical
what you're
illusion. It's
saying,
the
if
fact
you
that it's
see a
moving.
mirage, you
that
can't
is-
use that as proof
yeah.
that's where the horizon is.
No,
Okay,
the
that's
fact
good.
that you see the mirage move doesn't mean that the object is moving.
Not
Right?
the
and
The
as
mirage
it,
fact
as
that
move.
you
it
see
moved,
the
there's a mirage.
horizon move farther away and closer to you doesn't mean that the physical position of the object that you're observing is changing. The object is still in the same position. It's just that because of light refraction, you're going to see it in different places. Or better, at different
I mean,
distances, which is actually better.
well,
Like you're gonna
that's a
see,
that's a
you're
cool story,
perceive the
dude.
distance
That's a cool
between you and
story.
the. How about you stop interrupting
Hey,
me?
Kane,
You've been a
hey,
bitch about like me
how
interrupting you the
about
whole
I get
time,
to
and now you're
interrupt
doing that.
as much as I want? Yeah, but see, I'm the boss, so there you go. But anyway, you're basically saying that you have no concrete evidence of where the actual horizon is. You need to show us a actual horizon, not a refracted horizon, an actual horizon. Do you have one of those? Go ahead.
So in the side chat AI, that is what he sent me. Posted at 34 past the hour.
Yep. So that is a crisp horizon, and it
What's the
shows.
distance?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
That is
It makes a
what
hell
you're
of a.
seeing in that. No,
Kane, stop
it
talking.
doesn't.
It makes a hell of a difference. The reason for
No.
it, the reason for it is the horizon is a result of your elevation above it, assuming you're on a ball. Okay? So, the formula to work out the distance to it, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, if you're 1 foot tall and you look out and take a photo like that there, square root of 1 equals 1 times 1.225 equals 1.225 miles. That's where the horizon should be.
Cool. Anyway, so that you see is the actual
So how
horizon.
far is your horizon and
Yeah.
what elevation was that taken from?
I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. It shows a crisp
It makes
horizon.
a hell of a
Dude, that's
difference.
exactly
It doesn't.
that's
It
exactly what we
absolutely
would
doesn't.
expect to see. That's exactly what we'd expect to see on a flat Earth, dude.
No, I just explained why it's not. You would
No,
expect it
that's
to.
you don't
would
understand how
expect.
perspective
Yeah, sure.
convergence works. Okay,
Yeah,
so
you don't understand
here's
how
the
like light works like clearly.
no.
The
You
point is that
if
there's
you
gonna
zoom
be
in on
scattered
if
light.
you can no
The light is
right.
gonna
So
scatter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and
great.
you're
The
gonna
scattered light. So
see.
Kane,
You're gonna
stop for a
see.
second.
You're
Kane,
gonna
stop for a
see
second.
the ocean.
Kane, I'm going to help you. Right. Kane, if you're claiming scattered light, I've got no problem with your scattered light claim. Go for it. The problem you've got yourself now is if you're going to claim scattered light, you're not going to be able to claim a physical horizon position because of this scattered light stuff that's wrecking your position. So which one is it? A physical position or
Which
is
is a
it
good
just
point,
scattered?
Matrix. That is a good point, Matrix. But DJ was kind of in a sentence there.
You understand that, like, okay, so if you were on a flat Earth, you would have basically like no point where the visible Earth stops, right? The visible ground stops. So what you're gonna see is you're gonna have basically light scattering. So what you're gonna see is the ocean fading away, blurring away in the distance. What you see there
That's what we
is
see.
no, that's not what we see. That you see literally
That's
a
exactly
sharp
what's in
horizon.
your
It's
picture
literally
there.
there.
It
No,
blurs
it's
away.
not. You're just what the fuck? You're just denying reality now.
You're denying reality. That's what's there. The horizon is
Sure,
blurring
man.
away.
I mean, we can
Look,
agree
where
to
we're
disagree
at.
on this. Like, I
Look,
clearly
where we're
see
at
a
right
sharp
now, right?
horizon.
Look, where we're at right
That
now at this
was
rate,
that a
like he's just
nuh-uh?
emotionally committed. He's
No, it wasn't a
emotionally
nuh-uh.
committed to this.
Not you.
He's emotionally
Oh,
committed to
okay,
this
yeah, it was.
to this notion. He's emotionally committed to this notion about the flat Earth. Right? There's nothing that he will scrutinize this notion by. It's just a controlling presupposition of his. It's what we're working with this guy. And we could test it too. What would falsify your notion about the flat Earth that we would never see a crisp horizon on the flat Earth? What would falsify your notion?
What would falsify my notion if we saw a blurred horizon? But we don't.
you're not
Actually,
tracking. Let's try again. I'll give you another
never
try.
mind. Wait a second. If we never saw,
You-
like, if there was
You're
no,
not tracking.
no. Yeah, no, you're right. I
You,
got confused. If
yeah,
what would falsify it
which is
is
what you've
if
been
there
doing the
was
entire
no
time.
evidence of a crisp horizon, but there is evidence of a crisp horizon. Therefore, my
You're
my
not listening.
hypothesis is confirmed.
Just
No, I
stop.
that
Like
no,
you're just
what the
pushing
fuck?
and pushing and pushing. Try again. You obviously missed the simple question I just asked you. Let's try again. What would falsify? By what epistemic standard are you scrutinizing your notion that we would never see or could never see? Because I'm still going to press you on that because you have no idea what modes of impossibility are. You try to say physical impossible. We'll get back to that. By what epistemic standard did you scrutinize your notion that we could never see a crisp horizon on flat Earth?
Oh, okay, I get it. How do I scrutinize that you wouldn't be able to see it on flat Earth? Is that the question?
No, you said could not. You said impossible. So could
Yeah,
not.
that it would be impossible to see a crisp horizon on a flat Earth.
So by what epistemic standard did you scrutinize your notion?
By the fact that the light refraction exists, or better, not refraction, scattering. Light scattering exists.
That's not
There
an
you go.
epistemic standard. Try again.
Jesus Christ, fucking Phil bro moment. Like the fact that
You're the one
light
yapping about
scattering
impossibility.
exists.
You might not
Sure.
know as much as you think you know.
The fact that light scattering exists implies that if something like if there's nothing that blocks your view, then you would be able to see like infinitely, basically. I mean, there's gonna be like some refraction at some point. You're gonna basically see nothing, but what you would see is the object blurring away. There
That
you
doesn't
go.
entail
So
that's
because
impossible. The fact that light
yeah,
behaves
it
that way
does
is not an
say
epistemic
that.
standard.
Yes, it
You
does
finished
say
your
that
reply.
because
You finished your reply. I'm replying to you. Stop.
sure.
So you just appealed to a non-epistemic standard. Okay, that's not an epistemic standard. It's not a standard by which to scrutinize anything. Okay? You have no idea what epistemic standard is. You have no idea what scrutiny means. What you just demonstrated by your reply. So, secondly, the fact that light may behave that way doesn't entail that that's impossible on a flat Earth. That a crisp horizon is impossible. You have no idea how to prove anything is impossible or not in any mode.
Yes, it would be impossible because light scattering causes things to blur away in the distance. Because there's nothing blocking the view. Like say on the like you're
Actually,
looking at the
Kane,
ocean.
stop.
There's nothing.
Kane, pull
Okay,
up. Put
okay.
your
Now
brakes
he
on.
can interrupt.
Yeah. Okay. That's better. Right. Is there anything else that can cause things to fade away into the distance? Like, for example, angular resolution. Would that cause things to fade away in the distance, Kane? Yes or no?
Yeah, angular resolution does
Excellent.
that.
So, perspective makes things smaller as they get further away. Angular resolution makes it unable to resolve. So, not light scattering is the main cause here.
No, the thing is,
Let's stop
like
saying that, please.
the thing
It's
is
getting short.
the
You keep
the
saying
fact
the
that
thing
things
is,
get
the thing
smaller.
is, and you've presented nothing of substance. Yes, we know about
Wait, what?
perspective. Things get smaller as they get further away. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Light scatters. We fully agree with you. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Give me a moment.
Refraction also happens. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Please present your next argument.
No, it does. Like I'm literally
It does
telling you that
not.
it does.
Kane, we know it doesn't. We can tell you,
You're
don't
just
laugh.
saying nah the whole
Kane,
time.
yeah, nah, I'm going to drop another nah. The reason we know it has nothing to do with the shape of the ground is because we can replicate this in a lab. Okay? We know refraction exists. We've seen clowns come in here and present it in a fish tank full of sugar water. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. This is light bending as it passes from one medium to another, or through a variant or gradient of density air, following its path of least time. So we've got no problems with refraction. We've got no problems with light scattering or diffraction. There's a whole multitude of things that light can do. None of them are caused by the shape of the ground, unless there's a hill there blocking the light coming through. That's about the only thing you can claim, in which case we could measure it. Very simple. You seem to be under this idea that all these magical things happen, none of which are. Sorry, whoever that was, Gregory?
No worries. So we're a hop skipping away from the end here. Like it's really not that difficult. So basically, because he doesn't know how to articulate the syllogism, but I know how to do it better than him. Basically, the steelman of his period, of his idea is, if there is crisp horizon, then that's a globe. Then we're on globe. If it's blurry, then we're not on globe. Okay,
But
that's
that
his
just would be
notion.
up to the idiot taking the photo.
Right. With or without, right? With either with your eyes or any other optical system, right? So
Shit camera
it's a
equals
silly
flat
argument.
Earth, good camera equals globe. Is that what it comes down
Right.
to?
And then on his globe, right? And then just applying his or not rule of inverse, applying his premise, which is his controlling premise. There's blurry horizon that we observe plenty of times on the globe in his own worldview. So then now it's not a globe anymore. But no, he wants to still sustain the premise that it is a globe, and then try to harp on the difference between the geometric horizon, quote unquote, and the apparent horizon, but never actually doing anything to verify the so-called geometric horizon, which is the alleged apex or the crown of the convex surface.
So it's funny how you presented that as a steel man when you completely like misrepresented my position.
That's exactly what you said. That's what you've put forward
That's
to us,
exactly
mate.
Right,
what
and
I
he's not
did
going to
say.
acknowledge
That's
the steel
very
man because,
silly.
like, his position is if we cannot see a crisp horizon on a flat Earth, according to him.
Yeah.
So if we
Okay. There
do
you go.
see a
You got
crisp
it. You got
horizon,
it. Here.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
the.
So then,
That's
if
the
we
argument.
do see crisp horizon, then we are on globe. That's his premise.
Yeah.
That's his idea.
That's
So
my
that's what I
conclusion.
said the first time. So that's not a steel man. So be quiet.
So
no, but you did
shit
say that it was
camera
gonna be a
equals-
steel man. What the fuck? You said
So
that it was a
basically,
steel
this
man,
just comes
and then you
down to the
said
photo.
that
Kane,
that I
stop
said
trying
that
to
if we
defend your
see a
stupid.
blurry horizon, then it means that
Kane.
we're on a flat Earth. That's not
Kane.
true.
How can you defend that? Like, I'll give you an example. If I go out with my camera, stop laughing because you're making yourself look even dumber. If I go out with my camera and take a photo of the horizon and it comes out shit, and then I show it to you, you're going to go, must be flat Earth because it's blurry.
No, that's not what I'm
that's-
gonna go. Like the point is that
Well, that's what you're
if there was
saying.
no evidence, no, that's not what I'm
Kane,
saying.
stop talking. Stop talking. So I get two cameras side by side. Camera
Oh my
A
God, you're
takes
so
a really,
silly.
really crisp photo, horizon perfectly sharp as a pin. Camera B, shit photo, blurry as. So one of them is super crisp, the other one is crap house. I give them to you. Does that mean one of them's flat and one of them's curved?
No, because there is one picture.
Well, that's
where
what you're giving us. Crispy
no,
means flat.
that's not it. I didn't
blurry
say
means
that.
other one. That's what you've
I
given
didn't
us,
say
mate.
that. No,
You have.
That's not what I'm giving you.
Yeah,
What I'm
well,
giving you is
you
that
better
if there's
clean it up
one
then.
observation, if there's one observation of a crisp horizon, then the Earth cannot be flat. That is what I said. Because
How did you
took
come
one
to that?
picture.
The Earth
I
can't be
told
flat
you.
because of.
I've been telling you for an hour.
He has no idea. He has no idea. That's what I try to take him
we've
through.
established that.
Yeah, so what I try to I kind of got shoved out the way when I was pressing on that, but it's okay. So his controlling presupposition is that the flat Earth, right? You cannot see a crisp horizon on flat Earth, and no definition of crisp. But let's just go with what he obviously is conveying on the face of his proposition. Then I pressed him to specify what mode of impossibility, because if you just say it's impossible, you're just being ambiguous. That's an error. That's a fallacy. So then he didn't try to specify what mode. He then said physical impossibility. Then I told him, specify the law. He said, I don't know the name of the law. So at that point, when he said, I don't know what law to specify, I'm going to say my assertion, what I presume how light functions, he just lost. He has no idea how to prove that it's physically impossible. So it's not a fact he knows. Period.
Well, my issue with this whole shit is his subjective view on whether the horizon's crispy or not means absolutely nothing. The horizon, the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground, should be, if you're on a ball, the furthest point you can see due to the curvature, which should be calculable via your elevation from the surface. So, as I said earlier, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We should be able to drop that formula and go and measure if your horizon is where it should be. Now, you're claiming light scatters and all these other things. Well, if you're claiming light, then you're not claiming a physical horizon. So therefore, no ball, Kane. So you've got yourself over a barrel. You can either fight for your light or fight for a geometric position. But one of them is not going to help the other one. I can assure you that.
Right. So in summary, number one, he has no idea how to prove it's physically impossible on a flat Earth. Number two, it's self-defeating because if we observe a blur on the globe Earth, and we do, then that entails that the globe is indeed not a globe, so it's self-defeating. And number three, he has no idea how to account for the observations and measurements like Matrix and DJ and all the rest have mentioned to him. He can't account for that.
I have evidence that, yeah, Kane, respond to what they said. Of course, you get a chance to respond, but after you finish responding to them, I want to have a conversation with you because I can debunk your crispy horizon thing in a minute. So respond to them, and then I want to talk to you.
So, in order to prove, so number one, I can't. You said that I can't prove that if it's physically impossible. No, that's not true because my observation shows that if the Earth was flat, we would observe like the ground basically fade away. Because we don't observe that.
Repeating the notion.
If we did it,
You're the
wait.
repetition fallacy.
Let me finish.
Just let him finish.
Yeah.
No,
If we
I'm
did
letting him
observe
finish.
that,
I'm just commentating to get past
if we
the.
did observe that and the Earth was flat, that would be a contradiction with the light scattering. So there you go. That's your proof that it wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth. Second, you said that I don't know the. You said what was the second point? If you can remind me, I didn't write them down.
I'm just the
Second
first
and
thing you
third
just
point.
said. So again, you didn't specify the physical law, which is what you need to
Yeah.
do in order to prove it's
Which
physically
is light
impossible. You need to
scattering.
specify the physical law. That's not a physical law. Okay, that's just
is.
identifying a. That's not a physical law. Okay,
Scattering
if
is
you don't know what physical law
scattering
is.
is a physical
That's
law.
not a Stop. Okay, you tried to say the reply to trying to rebut the first one. You did not specify the physical law. You're just referring to a type of phenomena. That's not a physical law.
It is.
No, it's not. You don't know what you're talking about.
Light
You
scattering.
can look it
Light
up.
scattering
No
is a
physicist
physical
would
law.
agree with you. That's not a
Okay,
physical
sure.
law. That is just a type of phenomena.
Cool. Yeah, sure. We can agree to disagree at this point. Like you're just saying that, like
Yeah,
you're just
but hey,
redefining what a physical law is.
that's
then.
great. Kane, that's
Sure.
great. It doesn't matter what shape the ground is, light will scatter. So whether it's curved
Yeah,
or whether it's
exactly.
flat, it's
Right.
still going to scatter. So you claiming
But-
that it's going to scatter more on a flat Earth is incorrect. It's going to scatter via distance.
No.
So 10
That's not
miles
what I
is
said.
10 miles. Well, that's what problem you've got. So anyways.
No.
DJ,
That is not what I said.
floor is yours. Kane, listen to DJ.
Sure. Are we moving away from the 3 points that Gregory made? To be clear, like we're just completely.
Like you're not going to
ignoring the
address
other
them
two?
anyways, so there's no point. You're better off listening to DJ.
Okay,
Laugh
sure.
away, kid.
DJ, go ahead.
We'll help you listen to him. DJ, you there?
Yeah, so from a distance, because we're seeing the horizon at such a long distance away, it looks like a crisp line, unless there's some fog that's blocking your view of where the actual perspective horizon is located. If we don't have much fog, it's a nice clear day. It does look like a crisp, I don't like that term, a clean horizon, whatever, from a distance. Okay? And I can validate that right now. I'll show you examples from a video. Okay, so here's a picture
Is it gonna
of
be the swan thing?
No. Just
Okay.
You
right.
could also say sharp if you don't like
Right.
those.
Here's a sharp. That's a good one. Right. So here's a horizon that looks we'll just stick with crisp for now. Okay.
Sharp is fine.
Right. Do you agree? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Right. So if you were to zoom right in on this horizon, you would see that it's actually not crisp and that there's actually a giant ship there. You just can't see it because you're not zoomed in. Now, if we zoom in further on this, what appears to be a crisp horizon from a distance, we'll actually see that it's not crisp at all. Now, as this ship, because this ship's actually traveling out, so we can watch this ship in this video go further and further out, and it doesn't disappear behind a crisp horizon. It actually just fades away into the opaque air. Right? It doesn't go behind what appears to be a crisp horizon. It doesn't disappear bottom up. It just fades off slowly as it goes into the haze. And I'll show you more screenshots as it starts to go away further, and you can see that what you think looks like a crispy horizon is it actually not crisp in any way, shape, or form. It just looks like that from a distance. Right, so just hold on a second. I'll post the video that this is from as well. All right, so here's another screenshot coming in right now. So this is just a minute later. As the ship continues to go out, this guy keeps zooming in and zooming out on the ship. I hope you're listening, Kane. Okay, so now it's not looking so much like a crisp horizon anymore. And as the ship keeps going out, we can zoom right in on it. Okay, so once again, here's another screenshot from a few moments later in the video. Now we can't even see the ship. The ship's still there. If you watch the video, you can see it doesn't disappear bottom up. It just fades off into the distance. But when he zooms back out, once again, we have that, what you consider a crisp horizon. It just looks like that from a distance because it's so far away. And when you look at that from a distance, it does look like that. When you zoom right in on it and actually take a closer look, quite often it can be a completely miraged horizon. We could have an inferior mirage, and that could be present, and it could look from a distance like there's a completely sharp horizon there. But when we zoom in, we can see like dolphins that look like they're jumping out of the air above the water, for example. And we know that that's actually, that horizon that we're seeing there is just a byproduct of the inferior mirage. Now, this horizon is just a normal looking horizon, and in the distance, it does get misty. So you can see the comparison of the images there, and you see that that's not a proof of a globe, and we can absolutely have that on a flat Earth as well, and we can also
So let me
replicate
clarify.
that on a smaller scale. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me clarify. So what you're saying is that if you zoomed in enough, you would be able to see, for example, like a city on the other side of the ocean.
No, because you have as you can
Right.
see in this image, right? So let's say that ship's
Exactly.
like 10 miles, 15 miles out, right? So when that ship gets to say 17, 18 miles out or whatever, you can't see it anymore because of the opacity of the air, because it's only semi-transparent. So if you looked up the weather report, it would say, oh, the maximum visibility is 15 miles today. And so once the ship gets to around that 15-mile mark, it's going to start to fade off into the haze of the atmosphere. And that's why you can't see things that are beyond it. It's physically being obstructed because you're looking through the most dense part of the atmosphere.
Okay, sure, that's fine. And I'm not saying that cannot happen on a round Earth. That's the point. Like that type of observation can totally be made on a round Earth. So the fact that you don't see the ship depends on the resolution of the camera. First of all, second, I don't think the video is actually like true at all. There's like I don't know if
The
it's
video isn't true.
yeah, I don't think it's true. There has to be not there has to be actually. Let me clarify. It could be true. The issue is
What do
that
you mean?
I don't
What
believe
do you
that it
mean by
is.
true or not true?
Yeah,
What do you mean by
real.
true or not true?
Así, Mario.
Real? You think this is
Edited in order to
CGI?
make
Like CGI
no,
or
I don't
something?
think that it's CGI. I think it's that it's edited in order to make the ship less like more visible as he zooms in.
What?
But say that it
Here's the
is not the
video, by the
case. Okay.
way. It's
Yeah, that's
a
fine.
high definition video.
Okay,
You
cool.
can watch it.
Cool.
That's the ship right there, and then look, there's your crispy horizon beyond the ship.
That's cool.
But it's not
Yeah. But I was gonna
crispy
say,
at all, is it? Once you
finish
zoom
because
in,
I
it
need to
just
go. Yeah. That's
okay.
fine.
So all
What
right,
I'm
so
saying is that like that is
the
not
video might be
incompatible
fake.
with a round Earth. Yeah,
No, this
that is
is.
one
I
contention.
didn't
But
say it's
that's like
incompatible with a round Earth. You said
right.
that you can't have a crisp horizon on a flat Earth, and I just showed you that the horizon isn't crisp. Although it looks crisp from a distance, it isn't the case. Okay, this
Yeah,
ship
okay,
isn't
that's
going.
fine.
When
Sure,
the
let's
ship
say
goes beyond where this horizon is, it doesn't start to disappear behind the curvature or anything like that. It fades off into the air because the air is
the thing
opaque
is
over distance.
the thing is there are observations of ships disappearing behind the horizon, which is something that would not happen if the horizon was simply blurred. So it was simply like objects getting blurred away. That is not the case. On top of that, there's also number two,
Hold on,
which is
stick
the
with
fact that
that.
the ship is
Hold on,
not blurred.
save the on top of that. Save the on top of that after we address one point at a time. Okay, so do you deny that sinking refraction exists?
Sinking refraction. So
Sinking
you would say that
refraction. You could just
would
go to
be able to
Google.
like see less of the object as it gets further
No.
away,
Okay,
regardless
sinking
of the
refraction.
yeah.
No. sinking refraction. Okay, so look, I'll just read it off Google, right? I'll type it in for you.
Sure.
What is sinking refraction? Okay, so this is, unfortunately, we have to teach you guys about refraction. Basics of refraction. So sinking is basically the opposite of looming, by the way. So sinking refraction, often just called sinking, is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects appear lower than their true geometric position or are completely hidden behind the horizon. Now,
Right,
this
exactly.
is
That is the
something
point, right?
even, yeah,
Yeah,
right. So
they
the geometric
appear.
line
Yeah,
of, listen, relax. The geometric line of sight is
just proving yourself.
unobstructed, but the definition of sinking is that something that would normally be visible appears to be sinking, even though it's geometrically unobstructed.
So you understand that, like, if that was the case on a flat Earth, then you would also see the ground itself get lower, right?
No, the
Or
ground's okay.
like higher, depending on the day. Like you would see, like, for example, the ground like curving up or something like that, which
That
is
is
not
not a
something that
goddamn
you
entailment.
observe.
The ground
It is an
always
entailment.
appears to ramp up. If you're standing at the ocean, the ground always appears to ramp up. The sky appears to ramp down, and it meets at approximately your eye level. Yeah, it does.
Okay,
What are you
sure.
talking about? It doesn't. It happens every time. Do you not
Yeah.
have
So
eyes? Do you
once
not
again, like,
understand how
sure.
perspective works? So this
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah,
your
whatever.
argument. You said you couldn't have a crisp horizon on a flat Earth. I just showed you that the horizon that you're claiming is a crisp horizon is not crisp when you zoom in on it. It's not crisp at all. There's nothing crisp about it. It's just because you're looking at it from such a long distance away.
Okay, so once again, so if I can show you one single example of, for example, a boat going around behind the horizon, like down up, like bottom up, then that would prove that the Earth is a globe. But you're saying
That's
no, it
incorrect.
couldn't because of
Hold
yeah,
on,
and you're saying
pause,
that.
stop,
That's
stop.
incorrect. I was gonna
Hold on,
steel man
Matrix.
you.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead, Steelman.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
you're saying that that would still not be the case because of sinking refraction. Is that the case?
Not
Is that
just
what you're
not just
trying
that. Not just that.
Okay,
It can
but
also
that is the
be
main reason.
no, that is a reason that you would have to take into account because it's very common for that to happen. It's a reason that you would have to take into account if you wanted to make the positive claim that the reason that the bottom of an object's missing is because of the curvature of the Earth. When we have a very common refraction effect that literally is defined as that exact thing.
No, what it is defined as is that you observe the object appearing lower than it actually is. It doesn't. It does, like, the fact that it says that it disappears behind the horizon. Literally, like, implies that the Earth has to be curved in order for that to happen. You wouldn't be
No,
able
it doesn't.
to. Yes, it does.
It's literally not
If
what it
the
says,
Earth
right?
was
So
not, if
hold on
the
a
Earth
second.
didn't
No.
curve,
This is
yeah.
look. This is a learning lesson
So,
for you because you clearly haven't studied. You haven't studied about
sure.
it. You didn't even know what it was. So I'm going to read out not from myself, from a leading subject matter expert who has a
Which is?
.edu, a whole website on refraction. Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. He works for NASA. He's one of the leading refraction guys. Okay, so just hold on a second. Have a look in the side chat. I'm going to post from textbooks, and I'm going to read them out. Okay, so here's two citations. Okay, the first one's from Andrew Thomas Young, Optics of the Atmosphere. Right. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Right? And then it goes on to explain how it happens. And then we have another citation, Atmospheric Refraction in Geodetic and Astronomical Observations, Surveys in Physics, 1995. Refraction caused by temperature gradients near Earth's surface cause distant land, sea, or urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. Along with the Google citation as well, or the Google quote, right? It says normally these things would be visible, but because the light's bending upward, that means that the bottom of it appears to be hidden behind the horizon. And we can replicate this very easily on a small scale on a flat surface and watch things disappear behind the horizon on a flat surface. This is something that isn't disputed. This is something that mainstream optics all agree happens. Now, if you wanted to make a particular claim saying that the reason that the bottom of the ship's missing is because of Earth curvature, you would have to eliminate the other confounding variables. The other variables are, there's three, actually. The main one would be sinking, or the most common one would actually just be ocean swells, because obviously it's very common to have ocean swells in the ocean if you're lower to the ground, and as the ship goes further away from you, it gets smaller, so the bottom is going to start to disappear behind the ocean swells, and the ocean swells can look quite uniform when you're looking across them, or across the surface, right? Because you're down at the level, so you're just seeing all the tops of the waves, and it looks kind of flat, and the bottom of the boat could start to disappear. So eliminate that. Okay, then we also have sinking refraction, so you have to eliminate that sinking refraction is not taking place. Right, and then the other one can also be there's like a shoaling effect that can take place as well, but we don't even have to worry about that one just for the
No, there's
moment, unless you want to
look,
get into that too.
DJ, I don't have much time, so I'm just gonna cut you short real quick because I think this is a fair
I'm finished.
like compared to compared to like what
All of a
everybody
sudden, he
else
doesn't have
has
much
like
time.
tried to give. No, that's true. I need to have lunch. It's 2 p.m. here. But let me just clarify. Like this is a good like rebuttal. Like I don't know how that would work on a flat Earth, and like if that is the case, then it would disprove that, like not disprove, but like it would invalidate my argument that it would be impossible to have a crisp horizon on a flat Earth, and that's fair. I haven't looked much into this specifically. But I will look into this and I'll let you know like what I think after that. Like if my point if I think my point
Hey,
still holds up,
Kane,
because
pro
like you
tip
have
for you,
actually
mate.
given me a
Yeah,
fair
Kane,
yeah.
pro tip for you. You defining the horizon as anything on top of or inserted before the word horizon, such as crisp, is subjective. It means absolutely nothing to the position of the horizon. So you claiming crisp doesn't mean anything. The position of the horizon is more important than whether you believe it's crisp or not.
My God, this
So
guy's so
run
toxic.
back to McToon and stop
Sure.
listening to his dumb shit, bro. Like it's not
Okay,
helping you.
so once again, so I'm just gonna.
By the way,
I'm
you
just gonna
didn't say an
once
argument
again.
or anything. So.
Yeah, no, okay. So the argument that I made that like a crisp horizon or what's the word, sharp horizon would be impossible on flat Earth. It might be false. It doesn't. It's
Listen,
still, like,
you
it doesn't change the
it's
fact
got
that
nothing to do with
like,
falsity.
very well.
It means nothing.
Oh my God.
Your subjectivity on
Like, I'm
what
just
you
gonna
perceive
mute,
yeah, I
Matrix on my
wouldn't do
side
that.
because he's just being like disruptive.
Yep,
at
how
this
about I
point.
just go crack? Don't do it. Your opinion of what the horizon is, whether it's crisp, whether it's fat, whether it's some other word that you wish to insert in front of it, means nothing. This is subjective. This has no bearing on where the horizon should be. You need to comprehend this. I don't know why you don't want... Actually, I do know why you don't want to.
Yeah, you never said an argument for your impossible flat Earth crisp horizon.
So no, I did say the argument. I think that what DJ has said might invalidate it if it is true. Like if everything he said is true, then like it might be invalid. Or
You never
better,
said an argument. You
not
don't know what an
invalid.
argument is.
Yeah, whatever you say. So not invalid. My bad. Would be not what's the other word? Whatever. Like it just wouldn't be the case.
Hey, just really
But
quickly, just before you go,
so
I
I'm gonna
just,
look into it. Yeah, sure.
just a second, Kane, just before you go, and thanks for listening as well. Just
you're
a small scale test, because I did make a claim about a small scale test. So just quickly, here's a 2 pictures from a video. So they actually, what they do is they create the conditions that would cause sinking refraction. So what they do is they allow cold air to come into the room, and they have 4 different temperature gauges, and they show that the air is warmer down lower, and it gradually gets cooler as you go up. And then what we start to see happen is a horizon, a crisp horizon will form over the flat floor, and the bottom of objects will start to disappear. So here's 2 screenshots. Okay, so here's a flat floor, and we can see the yellow part of the object that's on the other side of the room, and then we can see the red thing's got the temperature gauges. Now what they do is they allow cool air into the room, and then we'll see all of a sudden the bottom of the object starts to disappear behind the horizon, and this is just done on a completely flat floor as well.
Yeah,
So just to
that is
show you that
interesting.
that
Yeah,
can happen. Yeah.
that is
Right.
interesting. Yeah, that totally gonna look into this more because like I didn't know about that. And like yeah, if it is true, then like my argument is like disproven, but like or better, not disproven, but like it's invalid.
You didn't say an
So
argument.
yeah, whatever you say, dude. So yeah, I'm gonna go for now because like lunch. But I might be back later, like to discuss this if you guys are up. Especially DJ, because like he's been the only one to actually like give me some like actual response to what I said. But
Go,
okay,
go.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. You guys have a good
All the
one.
extra talking.
I mean, not you and Matrix, but like DJ, have a good one. See ya.
Go.
So out of
I
that,
think that's
Gregory, I
heckling
got
him.
conclusive.
nah.
as
It's
a
not
discourse.
crispy.
Right. It's like I know exactly what argument is, right? The reason I'm saying that is because an argument is a set of at least two or more supporting premises to support the conclusion in some type of argumentation, deductive, inductive, or abductive, especially with deductive, is trying to present a syllogism, have a rule of inference, so that's a reliable pattern of inference to get to the conclusion. He didn't give us any of that. He gave us premises, no rule of inference, so it has no form, right?
Yeah.
No validity. So it's not
He's
an
just
argument.
He's just a McToon groupie. That's all that was.
Fuck
McToon
is a
said
McToon?
this. The horizon has to be crispy. If it's not crispy, then fail. Like
What the fuck
what
is a
his
McToon?
opinion of what the horizon is, that's fantastic. If you want to call it crispy, go right ahead. Maybe you need to put glasses on so you can see it as crispy. Get a better camera so it is crispy. I don't care. But your opinion of what you see has no relevance to its location.
Right. Then I told him specify the physical law. Right. The best answer he could have gave was something like the first or second or third law of thermodynamics, or something. Identify a physical law. If it is a physical law, then it's identified. Right. If you know that this is a physical law that's being violated, then you can identify it. But if you can't identify it, then you obviously don't know the alleged physical law. You're just appealing to this idea of a physical law. And then he said scattering light. That's a description or referring to a type of phenomena. That's not identifying a physical law.
I like how the scattering of light only affects the shape of the ground if it's flat. That's why you don't have a crispy
Exactly.
horizon. It's like, hang on a minute. So 10 miles of air has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. So we put an object at the end of that 10 miles, and one of them's blurry, the other one's not. Like, 10 miles is 10 miles. What has this got to do with the shape of the ground?
Right,
Nothing.
the shape of the ground does not dictate the clarity of things.
He couldn't get that. That just totally bypassed his head. That's what blew me away. I was just like, okay. That's why he didn't like us, DJ. Is because I don't know if you're in for the whole lot of it, but yeah, we ask him
I think he
horrible
was there from the
questions and he
beginning. I
can't
think he
answer.
Yeah, all my replies, like when you heard me engaging that guy, my replies are following his lead. Right. So he says what he wants to say, then I reply to what he's saying and following where he wants to go. That's most people, he wanted to just push against. Basically,
He
what
actually
happens
got
sometimes
shirty
is,
with AI when AI
yeah,
wouldn't let him run. Yeah, he got dirty with that.
You
everyone's
guys were
pushing to
dirty
some
the
point.
entire
But
time.
when you're trying to have a
Apparently.
conversation, if you're trying to push to contrary points, then you're not moving in the same line of conversation to the end. When I say
Fair
you,
enough.
I'm
If he
using the
had,
generic you to make the general point,
yeah,
right? When anyone's having a conversation, you have to converse on the same line to the same point. But if they're trying to push to two different points, then you're trying to have two different lines of conversation. So no, I'm going to want to go this way. No, I want to go this way. Like that's not you're not going to move with that, right? So I just follow where they want to go in their replies and show them that they don't know what they're talking about.
Can you have a reasonable conversation without using formal argumentation?
yeah, we can.
Playing
When the
about me
kid makes a
being
claim,
consistent.
he backs it. That's all he's got to do.
That's what I'm
You come in,
anticipating.
make
Maybe
a
I'm wrong.
claim, support it.
That was a question to
Right?
Gregory, yeah.
Yeah, he said he wants to present a syllogism, and I know what these things are. I understand at least the basics of logic. So if he wants to talk that way, then that's what he wants to talk about. So I decided to talk about what he wanted to talk about.
It was the kid that chose to present the logical syllogism. Well, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, he
Not Gregory
falsely
didn't
so
press
called
him
syllogism.
for it. We just let him run. He did it to himself.
Oh no, dude, I didn't think he had a fair chance to speak most of the time until DJ talked to him.
Yeah, but no one's asking you, so it doesn't matter.
As though you have discernment. Like, be quiet.
And welcome
Quiet.
to our new person. No, he doesn't want to talk? Okay. What was that, McCandles?
No, I just said be quiet.
All right.
It really amazes me sometimes how people like find some way to try to complain about someone, not just me, being logically rigorous in a forum designated for argumentation. Like, that's stupid.
Well, the kid wrecked himself. It's not like you pressed him for it. If you'd have pressed him for it, I might have called you something nasty, Gregory. But since the kid offered up his logic and well, can we call it that?
His
False logic.
rationale. Yeah.
Rationale.
That's the kindest way to phrase that.
He offered it up. It wasn't. Yeah, if we'd have pressed him for it, and we could probably just say, "Oh, look, we're just being bastards." But the fact that he
Right,
offered it up
we
himself,
didn't push him to say anything. He
it was going
decided
to be
to
an
speak up and
analogy,
say,
and
"This is
then
my
he stepped
assertion."
it across too. Yeah,
Right.
he started off
He
with an
took us the-
analogy. Yeah.
He said, "Come with me," as it were. He told us to come this direction that he wanted to push to, and so we followed him to a wall.
Of comedy. Oh yes.
And I seriously
Please follow
expected better.
me.
I mean, shame on me,
It's
but I
comedy
expected
night.
better. I didn't think he was going to conflate basic elements of logic. Like when he said, like for instance, when he said the rule of inference was modus ponens, and then failed to recall the form of modus ponens, I'm like, oh shit. I was disappointed. You know, as soon as I heard him put the conditional premise as the conclusion, I'm like, oh shit. All right.
I heard AI cack himself laughing. That was funny.
Because AI, you know, he and
He
I,
went to
you
say
know,
something, then he just busted out laughing, and that was it. It was his game over there.
yeah, we're very similar in many of those things like that. So it's like, yeah.
What I find amazing about it, he got called out on having his logic all messed up. That's fair enough. It was even posted in the side chat, and you were reading it out for him, and it was just, nah, I don't want to listen, fingers and ears, 2-year-old tantrum. It's like, hey, kid, they're trying to help you. Like, the least you could say
Like
is, oh, shit, I didn't know.
Right.
Like,
I equally did not recognize that fallacy. Then I looked it up. I'm like, okay, there it is. Get the screenshot. Boom, there it is.
yeah,
Like,
I had no idea.
I
I
didn't
thought
just
that was pretty
resist it.
cool.
I mean, I have no reason, I have no motive to resist it. But I mean, that's the difference. I didn't know this fallacy, and he didn't know this fallacy. Two different reactions. He's just going to resist it because he doesn't want to embrace the emotional pain of being corrected. I did not do that.
Yeah, it actually surprised me. It's like, hey, they're trying to help you out so you can put a better argument forward, and you just want to and just be a menace. It's like, why wouldn't you listen to it and go, all right, so that's where I messed up. Good, scrap that bit, reload, come back again.
Right, because I'm about to describe something that we all know, we just don't usually say in so many words. When you're in this context and when you're being refuted, usually people, because this is what people have experienced, usually people are talking to someone who's trying to basically attack and spite them, right, to jab at them, not to help. So now with that past experience, Maybe you come across the next instance of someone refuting you, you now have the operating presumption they're trying to attack me, not trying to help me when refuting. Now, of course, he has no justification in his instance, because if you're going to introduce yourself as this adversarial snob, then you're going to get indignation right back at you. But if you just approach the people with basic decency, you're less likely to get some hostile reaction. And then when they do refute you, it's going to be obvious that they're trying to help you.
Oh, mate, with my accent, I could offer someone a bloody cup of tea and a biscuit and I'll still get offended. So I got no chance.
Right? You're like me, right? We don't whisper all the time. Our natural, easiest voice. Right, exactly. Right. We talk like men, and we project our voice so that we're loud and clear. We're not trying to be adversarial, hostile, or anything like that. We're just loud and clear. We're thorough with making ourselves loud and clear. Usually.
And a lot of that which amplifies it too. Most of the jobs I've had my entire life have been outside in industrial environments. Also, when I'm at home, I've got my headphones on, so they cut the decibels down by, because they're really nice ones, by probably about 15 dB. So naturally, when your hearing gets impaired, you speak louder to balance that, so everything still sounds
compensate,
normal.
right?
Yep. So yeah, but in saying that, my normal volume is about 75 to 80 dB. That's just my normal everyday. How's it going? Yeah, I'm loud, man. I'm not going to pretend I'm not. Like, holy shit. It's funny too. I can chuck my dB meter up, and yeah, it'll crack hundreds without even trying. I crack up laughing, it'll punch 105.
And there's no way to like prevent this, right? There's no way to prevent others from misperceiving the motive behind your volume. You can't prevent it. You just have to explain it when they do. Yeah.
You're loud and Australian.
Yeah, that's normal. Next problem.
And it's like people forget you can't adjust the volume of the other users in the channel.
Yeah, that's what gets me. It's like, click on his name, put him down to 40%. Hey, happy days. What I find interesting, though, there's people that actually put me up to like 140 and shit like that. And I'm like, dude,
200.
don't do that to yourself.
Although there's more worthwhile ways to go deaf.
What a way to torture yourself. Hey, I wonder what happens if we put 200. Whoa.
I mean, maybe I should be honored, but don't do that.
Yeah, someone said it one day that they've got me up loud, and I'm like, what? Just turn all of the volumes up.
You got Death Wish? Let's talk about
Oh,
it
man.
in private.
I'm secretly practicing sign language in preparation for what's coming.
Sign language is so loud we can hear it.
All right, have we got any Globers in here today? We've got Gatebreaker. Still thinks he's a Glober. Amara. I can't remember. Yaga Bruto's Flatty. Strudel's broken. Saga, don't know. Pantheos, don't know. Morvis, how's it going, mate? McCandless, Candles. What are you doing, man? Like, seriously.
Yeah, can less. At least that's what it spells.
Mark J, Luax, Lats. Hey, Lats just snuck in. Where did he get in for? I didn't hear the little doorbell chime for you. Chris, 9976. Ah. KJ, who else we got here? Greenweaver. Shouldn't you be in bed? Flat Earth Judge, Dr. Jordan, DJ, D-Town, Crit, Beta, and AJ, of course. I'll catch you, Gregory.
Of course. Always here.
How was dinner?
It was pretty shit, actually. I kids brought
You
home
cooked, did ya?
takeaway.
Oh, you had... Tonight was noodle bar for me. Love that shit, eh? It's great.
No, I had a chicken salad from Grilled.
All right. You were saying about that grilled place before. You said they were all right.
Yeah, I wasn't big on the chicken salad tonight, though.
Yeah, I was garlic prawns tonight. That was fantastic.
Might have been the salad that was accompanying the chicken.
You don't normally do salad?
Nah, I normally do. Just I don't know, man. They did it different this time. They piled it all in. It was like overflowing. There was fucking too much dressing. It was, I don't know. It just wasn't right. So I had a nice coffee.
And it's just kicking in, and now you'll be up to one.
I'm going to get off shortly, actually. I've just about finished my work. Just finishing off one last quote. And, yeah.
Hey, Matrix.
What's going on, man?
Hey, man. We always talk about doing like experiments at different times of the day based on the conditions changing, right?
Yeah.
Super important. So you think that people have problems with the volume of your voice because they failed to record it at different times of the day and realize that the position of the moon affects the blood in your body. It pulls the water in your body away from the Earth's gravity towards your head, which is, possibly what makes your voice louder because you're hanging on the bottom of the ball and it normally doesn't happen.
I don't like that.
I was trying to assign some scientific explanation to why you're louder sometimes. I don't know.
I'm just an outside person. How's that? Just that might do.
I love you. It doesn't matter what's up. I love you no matter what.
I think it's a crack up every time that something goes wrong for him. He's yelling at me, stop talking so loud, and they start sulking. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at some of them. Like, seriously.
I was here. You're talking just as loud now. So,
You guys, where's your evidence of flat Earth?
Where's my evidence of flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, I could go outside and have a look around, and when I
flat?
see that everything is flat, I can go,
Oh my god.
why would I assume it's a ball when I see flat stuff everywhere?
Oh my god, dude.
So how about, instead of you asking me why I think it's flat, why don't you have a look at what you've been told and tell us how you can justify it being a ball when you don't see any curvature?
There's a curvature.
Where is it? So I can go and visit
It-
it and I'll take photos because I like taking photos.
I mean, have you been to the surface of the planet?
Have I been to the surface of the planet?
Of the planet, yeah.
I happen to be there right now.
No, you're not on the surface. You're in the interior of the planet.
Oh, he's a concaver.
A hollow earther.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what about this?
Yeah,
What about this?
J4. Yeah,
What
how's
about this?
this? There's
Okay,
no...
one
Yeah,
second.
hold on, that's great.
Okay, hold
J4,
on.
just so you
Hold on,
know,
hold on,
there's
hold on,
no measurable
hold on,
curvature.
hold on,
So
hold on,
I
hold
don't
on.
care if you're on the inside of it
No,
or the
I don't give a
outside of it.
fuck too,
There's no
because-
curvature.
Because I just heard your ego, right?
You just heard my ego.
Okay. Yes.
You
you're
heard
yelling
it.
at me
What
for
does it
no
sound
reason.
like?
You're yelling at me for no reason. You're yelling at me for no reason.
or no, even no. How about
Try to
this?
rate
Oh, it's another
we make our
spastic.
own
Holy
space shuttle.
shit, that was a methed out laugh right there.
We make our own space shuttle as a public
Oh
citizen,
shit!
and we
This
go to
is
the
great.
surface and determine if the planet has a surface of curvature or a flat Earth.
The
That's it.
surface you're on is flat, whether that's inside or out.
Yeah.
Still flat.
Have you been to the surface of the planet?
Yeah, well,
How
as
do you
far
know?
as I'm concerned, I
I
live on it.
mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
the only mechanism that you've seen the planet is through the plane, right? You flew the airplane
You've
before,
only
right?
seen the planet through the plane. Is this guy on drugs or what?
Are you on drugs?
That's what I just asked you.
No, I asked you that. You going outside and see if the whole
Yeah,
you
yeah, I don't see any curvature. So I don't care if you live
determining the
inside of
planet
a curved surface
just going
or
outside
outside of
to
one. I'm not
and
interested.
then see
Listen,
the outside
bro.
if it's flat or
Chanting
not.
through me is
Bro,
yep. It's called fundy muting. Except we're even nastier than you. We'll just red flag you. So, I'm not interested if you live inside of a curved surface or on the outside of a curved surface. The issue we have, there's no curved surface. So, you claiming that I'm on the inside of a planet and you've never seen the outside, we're not interested in that. We just want you to prove your curvature. So, step up to the plate.
why do you have to mute me like that, bro? You don't have to mute me.
Then how about you not yap through
Oh, I
other
can't hear
people and
you. I
fundy
muted
mute
you
that like
too.
you're doing right now? Yeah, we could just go bang and do that. You're an idiot. Why do they come in here? Like, seriously. You want to play with it, AJ? I'll kick it to you. I got no problem with that. No.
Why is that 90% of 90% of your conversations, Matrix?
Say what? You dropped out, dude. Why is 90%?
Why is that 90% of your conversations?
Why is what 90% of my conversations?
They come with a point, you start yelling at them, then you mute them, and then boom, that's over. It's over.
Obviously, you're not too bright. The conversation earlier was how loud my voice was. Do you remember the number that I gave you?
That's not an answer to the question.
You're accusing me of yelling at them. Most people don't yell at the levels that I talk at normally.
No, but why does the conversations
So
end like
please
this every
tell
time?
me how you think I'm yelling after I told you my normal volume is around 80 dB.
You're not answering the question, sir.
You seem to be dodging the fact that I have a naturally loud voice. You've accused me of yelling when I have not been.
It doesn't matter if you're yelling or not. That's
Oh,
fine.
so now it doesn't matter. So would you care to
I just mean
retract and rephrase your statement?
what I mean is that you keep cutting people off before they get to make a point, and then you mute them.
Well, if you noticed what your friend was there doing, instead of you white knighting, he was doing what's called fundy
So-
muting. Do you know what
You
that
did-
is?
Yes, and you do it all the time, sir.
Yeah, I just pressed the red button to shut him up. Because
And you
he's an
did it.
idiot.
You do
He
you
had
did it with me
listen,
too.
what was his argument? What was his argument? Since you want to
You
white
did it
knight
with
for him?
me. You did it with me too when we talked.
What was
last-
his argument?
He was a concave earther.
That's right. So, did he present his proof of curvature? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Oh, so you don't know now.
I don't know what he presented.
That's right, because he didn't present anything. He was just yapping for the sake of making noise.
I'm upset.
You should be. For defending idiots.
I'm a white knight, and I'm upset.
Candles, what are you upset about?
People being treated unfairly by Nazi
Really? Wow.
mods.
Wow. So you're gonna have a hard time in life, I guess.
Yes.
It's all right. I still love you.
Thank you,
AI
Daddy.
needs an apprentice. Candles, go.
Can you be my daddy, AI?
You could be his apprentice.
No, I mean it's possible.
Thank you. That made my day.
Oh my goodness. He'll catch on eventually.
What, that you're a robot?
Oh shit.
Know that it's possible that I'm literally your daddy.
I know. Well, it's possible. I hope it's true.
Well, let's see. How tall are you?
6'1", 184
All
centimeters.
right. Okay. Blonde or brunette?
Brown.
Okay, that's going down a little.
That's as much as I'll say on the internet.
Yeah, you got to be at least 6 feet tall to be my kid. So
I don't know. I'm 184 centimeters. I think it's above that.
yep. So let's see where we've come so far. Kane made an alleged argument. Turns out he was wrong. His Chris Horizon idea has nothing to do with whether the Earth's a globe or not.
What if it's not a globe? What do we do?
Exactly the same. That's the part that's the neat part, kind of like that meme from that TV show with Invincible. On the globe, they told you everything was going to change. Everything was going to be a new world order, a massive coming together of all cultures, all identities to pool humanity into one resource to push human consciousness further and further into space to answer the question, who are we, where do we come from, the meaning of life. But instead, as Carl Sagan so elegantly said, it was actually the most ironic token of all of human history. All of it. This giant leap forward for all mankind. Nothing changed at all. There was no change.
So, if nothing changes,
So what you got here
what's
is
the point?
that you've got a flat stationary Earth, and you've got small sad people doing small sad things on a small sad world for small sad reasons. You can explain it. You can look around the world and you got full explanations for why, say, somebody would blame Antifa for LG. You can look around the world and every time you see something fucked up, you know why now. It's not a mystery. It's not just random things happening, bad luck. You know exactly why the world is the way it is. There's no questions about it anymore. You live inside a petri dish, and the nasty is going to keep growing and growing until the extinction level event, And so what you can do about it is you can document the downfall and bear witness. And then when you're not doing that, do some things you enjoy with some people you can tolerate. And that's it. That's all you can do. There's not going to be a space age where like Star Trek-esque boldly exploring to discover new life and new civilizations. None of that's going to happen. That's all science fiction. That's all fantasy. Those are delusions.
So are you saying you will know all those things because of flat Earth?
If that's what you heard, yeah, go write that. Yeah, you know that.
No, that was the question.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what your takeaway was, so you could answer both yes and no for that. Because I wasn't
That's a
talking about
question.
flat Earth at all. All I said was your life is not going to change ever. It doesn't matter how many space photos they show you. It doesn't matter how many like fake missions to the moon they present. None of that is going to change anything at all. The same set of conditions that exist today will exist tomorrow and all days into the future. And the same set of conditions that existed in the past. We're still caveman tribalistic people. We just live in a slightly more comfortable cave with a little bit larger tribes. That's it. The same things that the Greek people complained about: government overreach, limited wars of aggression against neighbors, police misconduct, government corruption. You could read people from 2,000 plus years ago, the same complaints, the same lived conditions, lived experiences that they had still exist today, and nothing will change that. This is the reality, and it's time to face up to it, or like people love to live in a fool's paradise and somehow think that a space age is going to happen any day now. Like any day, suddenly people just wake up from this mass psychosis and just suddenly figure it out. When really you can just open the news and you got 3 space age cultures, Iran, Israel, and America, just resumed conflict. So even the advanced space age cultures are these belligerent, tribalistic, fear-mongering, warlike states that have nothing to do with the own bullshit that they're trying to present to you. They can't even figure out a way to get along with each other. Do you think they're going to find a way to get along with some alien consciousness? Imagine those 3. You got like 7 countries that claim to be space age. Any one of those countries would you trust interacting with some sort of alien consciousness?
So TLDR history repeats itself.
No, the
right?
TLDR, nothing changes around here. The space age they're offering you is it's a shtick. It's a shtick to get you to keep funding government black ops and give you a sacred cow that you won't cut. So everyone has some sort of game theory where everyone wants to cut government spending, but no one ever cuts government spending because no one's willing to give up their sacred cow. Like some people say, well, if you're going to cut NASA, you should cut the Department of Defense. Like why? How does that make sense? And you ask people who defense. Well, you can't cut defense because if you cut defense, the enemy's at the gate. America will fall to these bad actors that hate our freedom.
Okay, so nothing changes.
Yeah,
History
so you got
repeats itself.
nothing changes.
How does
no
that
no giant leap forward.
right?
So
Progression is an illusion.
there'll never be a giant leap forward. There's never going to be a
Yes.
space age.
You're saying
You are
progression
not
is
going
an
to make
illusion.
out. You are not going to make out with green alien chick.
How
And
would
it's
you say
not
this
gonna happen.
relates to flat Earth?
That's what you got. On the flat
No,
Earth,
I'm
you can
asking you.
explain that. Yeah. Yeah, on the
Do,
flat
because
Earth,
this
you can
is
explain that. The explanation.
okay.
So the explanation, so you got two models. One predicts a giant leap forward for all mankind, where people would start accepting logic, reason, and science. They would come together as one people, one Earth. And another model that shows a ever dwindling pool of natural resources where people are just trying to get while the getting's good. Then you look into the world and you see how people interact with each other. And then you see which model explains the current state of the world. And you put a check mark on that model. That check. That's it. So that's what you can do now. You can do now is like fire up your news, whatever news source you trust, and just go story by story, news article by news article. Just look at events happening around the world, and you put that, say that event can be explained by this model. This event can be explained by that model. And then once you've got enough data sets, you can be this model seems to have explanatory power. This model over here seems like a just so story that no one really gives a shit about.
What if the key is not to follow any models?
Then follow that then. Go use that to a logical conclusion to see where you end up. So long story short, that's your answer to your question.
Do you follow?
Don't follow any models. There's your answer that you're looking for. You say, what do I do now? Don't follow models. Use like I tried to give you a more comprehensive long form answer, but it seems to have fallen flat. So let's go with your answer. No models. That's what you do now.
Do you think I don't? I already know all the things you're talking about. I'm not oblivious to it.
Yeah, but also talking
I'm
to
just
an
trying to
audience. There's a YouTube audience. There's people listening. There's not just me and you in a one-on-one call.
Yeah, that's why I keep trying to relate it to flat Earth.
Well, related to your question, what do you do now? So let's go with your answer. No models.
So what has helped you in your life after the conclusion of flat Earth?
Yeah, we're using your answer. No models. We'll go with no models.
What would you say has helped you in your life after you came to the conclusion of flat Earth?
Yeah, we're using your answer. No models. We're doing a thought experiment on your supposition. No models.
What would you say has helped you in your life after
Same
the
answer.
conclusion of flat
Same
Earth?
answer. Same answer.
But what about what would you say has helped you in your life after the conclusion?
Same answer. Yeah. Each time you ask, it's going to be exactly the same answer.
But what do you think has actually helped you though?
Same
in
answer.
your life with flat Earth?
Same question, same answer.
What about flat
Solve
Earth
the
though?
loneliest problem.
Same question. Exactly the same answer. Exactly the same question. Exactly the same answer.
So you came to understand that following no models is the way to go.
No,
That's
that was your answer. We're using your supposition.
Well, I'm asking you.
Yeah. And I gave you a comprehensive long form answer, and then you added your own answer. So let's follow that logic for a while and see how that goes. Let's go with no models.
Are we having a conversation here, sir?
Well, actually, you did say TLDR to Crit's long form thing, so he's choosing to go with your one since you didn't want to go with his.
What didn't I go with?
Remember the TLDR?
Yes, he agreed to the TLDR.
No. He agreed to go with your little mini version, the no models. So that's where we're at now. We've got no models. You're going to continue on from there.
Okay. No model.
Sounds like you broke another one, Crit.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's interesting too because you adopt their worldview. You're like, hey, how can I use this? We can use it to get rid of the models. He's like, and now he wants to get rid of the models and doesn't want to get rid of the models at the same time. He's like, no, I want
What's my
models, but I
worldview?
don't want models.
I didn't say I want models.
But you don't want them.
Yeah, I asked the question, what about not following any models? Because you talked about one model against another.
Yeah, and we were going with no models. Yeah, that's the answer.
Okay.
The only part of the model they acknowledge is that the world is flat. That's it. Nothing else.